Chapter 3801 Luck the Mineral Scanner. Meow meow. The sample was too soft and only produced a minor shocking effect. It was likely a third-class exotic with properties related to electricity. Meow, meow. The next sample caused Lucky to gain a heavy crumbling sensation. This caused VES to guess that it was a resonating material that could be used to destabilize terrain. Meow. Meow. Lucky almost spat out the green rock that VES had fed the cat. The presumed resonating exotic only produced a weak reinforcement effect that was so poor that it should only be found on the cheapest third-class expert mechs. Meow meow. The next sample was much more palatable, fortunately. Lucky experienced an odd multiplying sensation that VES found difficult to interpret. Did it mean that an expert mech could multiply the attacks launched by a ranged weapon? A few other samples also produced unclear answers, showing that using Lucky as an identifying machine was far from perfect. After testing a lot of different unknown exotics, Lucky reacted a lot more enthusiastic than usual when biting into two specific samples. One of the materials that VES temporarily called Substance 14 made Lucky as eager as when he bit into Sealstan Cobalt. Is it a first-class exotic? Meow. Lucky nodded. Tell me what you have experienced. What is so special about this rock? Meow meow meow. It reacts to energy. Meow meow. It destabilizes energy. Meow meow meow. You mean that it makes your electrical systems unstable? And it can do more. Meow. Interesting. Lucky had eaten a lot of different materials throughout the years. His digestion system and other internal systems were quite robust and could resist the effects of many different exotics that passed through his gullet. However, Substance 14 was able to make his internal parts feel uncomfortable. Alongside Lucky's guess that it was also able to disrupt energy shields, this resonating exotic was likely a nemesis against electrical systems. An expert mech that incorporates Substance 14 should be able to collapse energy shields and cripple technological parts. Perhaps the effect might not be strong when used on expert mechs that possessed a lot of powerful protection from the expert pilots, but what about other targets? It was probably overkill to employ it against regular mechs, but what VES truly valued was its potential use in disabling large and impactful warship modules. He could already envision the right sort of mech that could make use of this powerful disruptive weapon system. The delivery system is vitally important. A rifle is not enough. It has to be a cannon. He imagined the birth of a formidable expert heavy artillery mech that was armed with massive, powerful energy cannons. With each shot, the cannon was able to fire an immensely powerful energy beam that might not be accurate enough to hit mechs in flight but should definitely be able to hit distant starships. If the enemy vessel was unarmed, then the energy beam empowered by the true resonance produced by Substance 14 should quickly be able to tear through any energy shields if there were any present. Many formidable human ships built for combat are equipped with shield generators. While it may be a bit too extravagant to equip every combat carrier with shield generators, they were quite ubiquitous among fleet carriers, especially in a place like the Red Ocean. Starships were more precious in the new frontiers, so their owners were definitely willing to invest in proper shield generators to protect their assets. There were huge differences in performance between a mech-grade shield generator and a ship-grade shield generator. The former had to be miniaturized and faced large constraints in power supply and heat capacity. The latter was able to receive an abundant amount of power from large ship-based power reactors. They also had less concerns about melting because they could dump their excess heat energy into enormous hulls. For this reason, it took quite a lot of concentrated firepower to overcome a ship-grade energy shield. If that wasn't enough, a good fleet carrier usually carried many of them, each of which was responsible for protecting a different section of the hull. Breaking one shield generator didn't mean the other ones were affected. Perhaps the mech that broke one of the energy shields had to repeat the feat multiple times because it couldn't get a good angle to exploit the opening it created. If I can design an expert mech that can easily wear down these powerful energy shields, then this layer of protection will no longer pose a hindrance. The value of Substance 14 was even greater when there were no energy shields hindering the expert heavy artillery mech. As long as it fired an empowered resonance beam, the strike could slam into a ship and disrupt any electrical systems that were active in the immediate surroundings. This attack will be most effective against surface components. Weapon mounts, sensor arrays, communication arrays, maneuvering thrusters, bunker mechs and more could all be scrambled to the point of getting knocked out of action. VES hoped the attack would also allow the heavy artillery mech to apply this disruptive effect on the interior of a starship. Repeated hits might spread the disruption effect and slowly cause a starship to lose functionality as more and more of its systems were stressed beyond capacity. His eyes glinted as he took one last look at the samples of Substance 14. This was a first-class resonating exotic that he did not intend to sell. Its effects were far too useful. Aside from Substance 14, another unidentified exotic had also caught his attention. When Lucky ate the sample, the cat reacted a lot more animately than before. Meow meow meow. What do you mean? You feel bloated all of a sudden. Meow. Meow. It doesn't calm down? Is it a first-class exotic? Meow meow meow. According to Lucky, Substance 19 was not as hard and tough as other first-class materials. However, it was extremely active and produced a sensation that made him feel as if his stomach was being affected by an explosion. It took a lot of exchanges for VES to get a decent idea of what Substance 19 was capable of. Even then he wasn't quite certain whether he got it right. According to his interpretation of Lucky's experiences, Substance 19 was able to amplify the power of explosions to a drastic degree. The increase in explosive firepower multiplied by at least 30 times. 30 times. That was an insane degree of amplification. If such a measure was ever applied to a missile or an explosive shell, they could turn from regular ordnance into weapons of mass destruction. If not for the MTA's greater tolerance for high-ranking mechs, any expert mech that was able to leverage Substance 19 to amplify its attacks would definitely be classified as a forbidden weapon. Substance 19 is also good for destroying threatening starships. This time, its effects were much more direct. Rather than improving a mech's ability to cripple a starship, Substance 19 was able to turn a ranged mech into a powerful siege engine. Each serious attack launched by an expert mech integrated with Substance 19 will hit as hard as the main cannon of a destroyer or a cruiser. VES slowly frowned. From how much Lucky reacted to Substance 19, he suspected that it might even be powerful enough to rival the firepower of a battleship. Of course, I'm not talking about the Apex battleships of the CFA. He figured that it might not be out of the realm of possibility that an expert mech augmented with Substance 19 might be able to threaten an alien battleship. However, VES found it difficult to imagine that any expert mech could be this powerful. The Gauss Baron that the Golden Skull Alliance once confronted in battle was the quintessential expert heavy artillery mech in his eyes. Although it was a dwarven mech, it contained all of the classical elements that defined this mech type. Yet even the Gauss Baron was unable to fell any of the Larkinson clan's capital ships. In the end, the expert heavy artillery mech finally met its end at the hands of the Dark Zephyr. VES looked at the chunks of minerals that haphazardly rested inside a simple metal box. Is this an ace mech grade resonating exotic? Certain exotics produced effects that were so powerful that ordinary expert pilots weren't able to resonate with them. They were far too powerful and could easily overwhelm a pilot that did not possess the required strength to leverage their power. There were other exotics that were more gentle towards expert pilots but did not demonstrate their full potential until the individuals were powerful enough. Whether Substance 19 fell into one of these categories, VES wasn't sure. He simply didn't possess the right tools and know how to classify this unidentified material properly. After he moved on to investigating the remaining unidentified exotics, VES had gained a clearer impression on what they offered. He became even more convinced that they were resonating exotics that were just waiting to be used by the right expert pilots. Substance 14 and Substance 19 were by far the most powerful of this batch of materials. If VES was able to make use of them in his own work, then the strength of his clan would definitely rise by another notch. I can't use them immediately, though. That was the problem that many people faced when they stumbled upon rare and powerful resonating exotics. VES might have to wait years if not decades in order to find an opportunity to take advantage of these newly discovered wonder materials. He turned to the mining director who had remained by the side as VES and Lucky examined the different samples. It's too abnormal for so many different types of resonating exotics to emerge in a single site. It is especially weird that each of these resonating exotics happen to produce wildly different effects when incorporated into expert mechs. There should be a greater story behind this appearance. I agree as well, sir, but have you mapped out the placement of all of the deposits in and around this mining tunnel? Let me take a look. The mining director fiddled with his COMM and projected a map of all of the mining tunnels underneath Violet Ridge. The man zoomed in until the map depicted the right tunnel. An overlay soon came into view that showed where all of the exotics were found. Initially, VES wasn't able to see any pattern. The exotics were all spread across a vague cube. Perhaps that might mean that something in the center may have produced all of these resonating exotics, but the mining teams had already excavated the entire middle. VES suddenly gained another idea. Please filter out the resonating exotics by strength. Remove the weaker ones from the map. Okay, sir. A lot of areas dimmed, but the remaining ones still didn't produce any clear patterns. We haven't registered any solid data on the unidentified exotics. The mining director said. If you can supply us with the basic details, I can update this map to better meet your demand. Let's do that, then. VES eyes lit up. He utilized his implant to make a lot of notes about the unidentified substances that he had previously examined. Once he conveyed the relevant information, the mining director adjusted the settings so that the projected map only displayed 10 or so mineral deposits that contained the stronger and more valuable resonating exotics. Jackpot! This time, the distribution of exotics followed a clearer pattern. VES expected to see a cone that might point straight upwards or downwards. What he got instead was a diagonal pattern that he could extrapolate into a line that sunk deeper into the crust of Iron Crusher. Meow. Both Lucky and the mining director were taken aback at this sight. VES on the other hand reached out with his finger and traced the line pattern until it passed through unexcavated terrain. This looks as if something has pierced through the surface of this moon. Chapter 3802 Major Digging Operation. The line that VES drew from the placement of powerful exotics in the mining site was not that precise. The deposits weren't aligned in a perfect line. VES figured that even if a mysterious object had crashed through the surface of Iron Crusher and penetrated deeper into the crust, millions of years must have passed since this probable event. That was more than enough time for tectonic activity and other events to disturb the placement of the soil. Fortunately, Iron Crusher happened to be a relatively stable moon that was spared from too many disturbances. The deposits of high-value exotics hadn't shifted all over the place, causing this obvious clue to disappear entirely due to the passage of time. From the moment VES had discovered the remarkable pattern, he smelled he had stumbled upon a remarkable occurrence. While his judgment could be wrong, he would rather err on the side of caution and make additional preparations before he was willing to pursue this matter further. For this reason, he ordered all of the personnel working in this mining tunnel to halt their current duties and make different arrangements. Stand by and wait for orders. Bring in additional mining machines. Wait for the arrival of additional reinforcements. After consulting with General Vril through his COMM, VES decided to call in Commander Kosella Ingvar and a batch of her living sentinels. Other mech units were also being readied, but not all of them could fit in the mining tunnel at a time. They remained on reserve in case anything happened that the sentinels couldn't handle. Personally, VES didn't think the additional help would be needed. The living sentinels may not be the Larkinson clan's premier mech legion, but it happened to excel in defense. The newly fabricated rigid walls and rigid spines were suitable mechs to be deployed in this situation. There were just enough of them to form a shield wall that could plug the tunnel and prevent anything waking up from running out and causing chaos. They're solid machines that can take a hit and keep going. They were also melee mechs that could control their actions quite well. As long as they maintained their shield wall formation, they were unlikely to produce an excessive amount of collateral damage that might collapse the tunnel or destroy whatever was buried on the other end. Soon enough, the reinforcements arrived. Over a dozen mechs awkwardly flew through the tunnel that had not been designed to accommodate combat mechs. The silver and green coated mechs unquestionably announced their allegiance to the living sentinels. Their thick and armored frames reflected their focus on static, defensive combat. While they were far from the best mechs to deploy in a typical open environment like a space battle, the current circumstances were vastly different. In a confined environment like the interior of a mining tunnel, the mobility of faster and more maneuverable mechs such as the Ferocious Piranha and the Valkyrie Redeemer hardly played a useful role. Defense and resilience were much more relevant in this setting. Few mechs were better suited to hold the line and block any ancient horrors from spilling out into the open than the Rigid Walls model. Designed by Sarah Foykin, the Rigid Wall was her opening gift to the Larkinson clan. It was not a flashy mech, but it didn't need to be. The difficulty of piloting it was low, making it easy for any decent mech pilot to perform effectively. The mech essentially functioned like a moving wall. Though it was merely a medium space knight as opposed to a heavy one, it possessed enough armor and defensive systems to withstand a large amount of punishment. Paired with both a physical tower shield and a fairly potent energy shield generator, the mech enjoyed multiple layers of protection, especially against attacks coming from the front. Sarah's touch was evident in how well the rigid wall model was rated to resist physical attacks. The brown coating that decorated the lower legs of the Space Knights was her signature look. They symbolized the solid nature of the mechs and revealed a hint of her ambitions. As long as the potential hostiles buried underneath this moon only relied on their bodies and other physical means to do damage, the rigid wall mechs should be able to hold the line even if they were floating in vacuum. In case a threat did emerge, then it was up to the rigid spines to smash the threats. Their long spears were especially designed to poke through the gaps in the shield wall and impale anything that was attempting to get through. The red coating that adorned the spear tips was Dilo Foykin's signature look. They represented the considerable threat of his mechs once they stabbed their weapons forward. The combination of both mechs provided a lot of reassurance to VES. Aside from their superior defensive traits, they also possessed living traits that VES had especially added to their designs. The glows of both Kilangso and the Solemn Guardian flooded the mining tunnel. This caused a lot of Larkinsons in the vicinity to feel both safe and determined to complete their mission. I will stab whatever spooky alien crap is out there with my new spear. Ha! Don't discount the power of my rigid wall. My sword is not for show. SHH. Our commander is coming. Soon enough, the newest expert mech of the Larkinson clan arrived. Everyone could feel the invisible presence that the Minerva exuded. A small part of Commander Casella's willpower spread throughout the surroundings and seemed to keep track of everything around the masterwork expert mech. Inside an armored shuttle that was being used as a small observation and command post, VES grinned at the Sentinel commander's arrival. Commander Casella, it's good to see you here again. I'm sure you've been told why you are here. We have stumbled across a clue that suggests a relic of the past might be buried further underneath the soil. We have no idea what we will find if we keep digging, but in case anything dangerous is ahead, it is best to receive advance warning. What is the current range of your command field? I can currently extend my command field to a radius of 8.12 kilometers, sir. Commander Kosella answered. That is hardly an improvement compared to before. I feel compelled to remind you that maintaining my command field at maximum range is extremely strenuous. I cannot maintain this state for long. In addition, I will receive so much input that my sensitivity towards whatever is around me will drop. If this mission drags on for hours or days, I will have to minimize my consumption. It is best to settle for a range of 300 meters. That's too short. VES frowned and fell into thought. Let's do this. You can keep your command field at 300 meters. Every 15 minutes or so, I would like you to expand its range to 5 kilometers. I only need you to perform a quick sweep in the surroundings in order to check whether you have stumbled upon anything remarkable. Can you do that, Commander? I cannot say how effective my command field is at detecting threats and other unusual presences underneath the ground, but I will do my best, sir. Don't worry. VES replied. I am not depending completely on your detection capabilities to scout the way ahead. The worker bee mining mechs possess relatively decent mineral scanners, and I have also called in a bunch of other mechs to produce more observation data. A few more mechs arrived. VES had requested the presence of a couple of new light hunters in order to lend their excellent sensors to this endeavor. While their passive sensor systems didn't function as well as VES wanted in this confined setting, their semicell orb was capable of peering through meters of solid matter. VES planned for the light hunters to be on the lookout in rotation so that they could activate their power-hungry active scanning systems on a periodic basis. This was not the extent of the extra help that VES had requested. The final reinforcement entered the mining site. The entire place suddenly brightened up to a considerable degree as the warm and lively Everchanger inspired a lot of trust and confidence in the Lark ensigns. Venerable Joshua. You called, sir. Please approach my shuttle. I need to fiddle with your expert mech for a moment. The Everchanger slowly arrived next to the shuttle. VES soon emerged from the hatch and floated to the forehead of the large mech. He already carried a few pieces of equipment on his unending regalia and used them to remove the decorative luminar crystal that functioned as the Everchanger's third eye. After prying this piece out, he carefully installed a high-tech component into the socket. Joshua was already familiar with this small but powerful module. He found it rather odd as it was surprisingly effective, so much so that VES treated it like a treasure. You should already know how to operate the Odinai. Just in case, be careful about its power consumption. It is an extremely advanced sensor module and its hunger for energy reflects its effectiveness. While your Everchanger possesses a much more potent power reactor compared to your previous mechs, it is a bit too much to set the Odinai at full strength all the time. Keep it at low power most of the time but try to extend its range as far as possible. You should coordinate the timing with Commander Kosella's efforts so that you can cover for each other's gaps. Understood. Once all of the mechs had completed their preparations, the digging action commenced. A small procession of worker bee mechs sufficiently went to work. They dug in a diagonal direction downwards with their specialized mining tools. All of the soil and rock they dug up went straight into their bellies. Once the mining mechs were full, they flew outside the mining site in order to dump the excavated materials elsewhere. The speed and efficiency of the digging action left much to be desired, but VES prioritized caution. He did not want to use one of the larger tunneling machines that violently dug through the relatively soft soil of this moon. Who knows whether the phenomenon that produced all of the resonating exotics had become fragile after millions of years. Meow. VES instructed Lucky to take part in this operation as well. It was too risky to employ Lucky as a forward scout, but there should be no problem letting him perch on top of a worker bee. With his senses for minerals, VES hoped that his cat would be able to pick up anything strange that the other scanning methods had missed. As the hours went by, nothing happened. The worker bees had extended the depth of the mining tunnel by several kilometers, but no one found anything unusual. Despite the best efforts of the Minerva, the Light Hunter, the Everchanger and Lucky, none of them found anything abnormal. They hadn't even found any additional deposits of resonating exotics. While they did stumble upon a few more remarkable minerals, none of them showed any signs of being related to the mysterious phenomenon that presumably punched into the moon. VES knew he had to be patient at this time. He had no idea how deep he had to dig in order to find a result. Iron Crusher wasn't that big of a moon, but with the angle of the mysterious phenomenon's passage, the worker bees might be required to dig hundreds of kilometers before they stumbled upon anything special. It's a good thing that this isn't my first major digging operation. VES whispered. He still remembered the good old days when he was a simple mech designer who inadvertently got involved in a competition to mine the most Rurika's bone from the glowing planet. Now that I recall, the glowing planet was a rogue planet that soared through the Komodo star sector. Garamel 2 also used to be a rogue planet before it got captured by the blue supergiant star. Will we find similar fossils to the one buried underneath the glowing planet? Chapter 3803 Starving Prophet. A day went by without yielding any fruitful results. Despite all of the uplifting glows, it was hard for the more impatient Larkinsons to maintain the belief they were engaging in a productive mission. The digging pace was as slow as ever as the worker bees did not dare to extend the tunnel too quickly. They remained as careful as ever in order to give all of the different detection methods time to investigate what was up ahead. Since VES wasn't sure whether the angle they were digging in was completely correct, he regularly paid attention to the scanning results from the Minerva and the Ever-Changer. Though Commander Cosella wasn't able to translate her impressions into a precise map, it was enough for her to give him a summary of what she detected around her expert mech. The Ever-Changer played a more useful role in this setting. The Odin was a powerful active sensor module that happened to be decently effective at penetrating its sights through the soil. Still, neither of the two expert mechs detected anything unusual even after the mining mechs advanced dozens of kilometers underneath the surface of the moon. VES had remained fairly close at hand. He had rebuffed every request to stay away and made sure the armored shuttle he was on kept pace with the main group. Of course, he did not object to placing his shuttle well behind the mining mechs and the sentinel mechs. The Ever-Changer was close at hand most of the time. With the protection of an expert mech, VES did not think that anything could stop his vehicle from evacuating if anything went wrong. A part of him even wished an incident would happen just so that he could break the monotony. The lack of results was beginning to wear down his patience. The mining director who had taken charge of this special mining operation also started to entertain a few doubts. What if an alien starship sunk into this moon but managed to lift off shortly afterwards? We may be following a trajectory to an object that has already made its way out. Even if it is still there, so many changes must have taken place underneath the surface that the moon may have pushed it far beyond our range. VES crossed his arms and continued to monitor the incoming observation data with just as much diligence as before. His irritation notwithstanding, he still did not relax in any way. If he was able to fabricate a mech for one straight week, he could remain alert and continue to stare at boring sensor readings for hours on end. The cluster of resonating exotics is an incredibly odd and unnatural occurrence. VES stated. Humanity has only encountered a few cases like these, and many of them are created by obvious external factors. I don't believe this instance is any different. Whether the cause of all of those resonating exotics has left or not, I still don't want to give up our search too soon. What if we are heading in the wrong direction, sir? The line you drew yesterday might not match reality. Not only might we be heading down in the wrong angle, the passage of the source may not have been straight in the first place. VES slowly nodded. All of those possibilities are valid, but that does not mean that I am ready to give up. I first want to know whether going any deeper at this angle will yield any results before I am ready to consider alternatives. Unfortunately for the Larkinsons, the second day yielded no results either. They began to pierce through several distinctly different layers that consisted of different matter, but none of them were particularly interesting to the Larkinsons. It became increasingly more troublesome to dig deeper. The worker bee mechs had to transport the excavated soil all the way up to the surface in order to avoid clogging up the increasingly longer tunnel. In addition to that, reinforcing the tunnel walls became more cumbersome as well. While collapses wouldn't doom everyone, they were highly inconvenient and could massively slow down their current progress. How much further do we need to dig? Morale wore down as well. The clansmen became increasingly numb and no longer held any bold expectations about whatever treasures they might find. Even VES had to decide whether it was fruitful to continue digging so deep. Would it be better to go back to the resonating exotics cluster and branch out from there? Perhaps the source he was looking for may have veered to the side. I need more information. He directed his attention to the Ever-Changer. The mech had remained active for many hours at a time. It only went offline to replenish its energy cells and give Joshua a break. VES thought about all of the prime abilities that Joshua had created with the design spirits that he was acquainted with. He possessed a strong talent in befriending other entities. He opened a new communication channel. Venerable Joshua. Yes, Patriarch. What do you think about this operation so far? VES asked. You're the boss. It's not my place to say whether we should be doing this. I don't know how long this will take, though. Will we continue to tunnel through the soil until we emerge on the surface again? I don't know, Joshua. Since the trajectory sunk into the moon at an angle, the Larkinsons did not need to dig through the most difficult core of the satellite in order to reach the other side. However, VES did not want to waste too much time here. He did not think an object that had passed thousands of kilometers of increasingly more dense matter would have stayed put in the middle if it reached such a depth. He needed to change the game. Joshua. Can you switch the Ever-Changer's glow to that of Ylvan and request his guidance? Will do, sir. It took no effort at all for the Ever-Changer to adopt a completely different glow than before. The green mech took on a holy aura that only grew stronger as Joshua summoned up his full willpower in order to form the deepest connection to Ylvan that he could manage. Nearby Larkinsons grew hopeful again. They hoped that the so-called Great Prophet might offer them a quick way out by pointing out the direction that they should actually be digging towards. However, as 2 solid went by, neither Joshua nor the Ever-Changer showed any changes. VES could sense that Joshua, the Ever-Changer, and Ylvan were being quite active, but that was not enough to yield a good result. Pan de novel com. Eventually, Joshua stopped resonating with his mech. The pure white corona around the Everchanger dimmed to a faint level. I'm sorry, sir. I tried my best, but Ilvin can't help us this time. Joshua apologetically answered. There are too many reasons why he can't find anything. We don't know what we're looking for. A lot of time must have passed as well. So many different things have happened on this moon that looking for our target is like finding a needle in a haystack. VES grimaced. I understand. I had those suspicions well, but it is still unfortunate to hear that Ilvin hasn't been able to find any clues. The Great Prophet was not a god. He was just a design spirit that had grown rather slowly compared to his more popular peers. Though the population of Ilvanese had slowly grown in the Larkinson clan, the amount of mech pilots able to provide spiritual feedback only amounted to a few hundred individuals. This was not a healthy base to supply spiritual feedback to a design spirit. Although Commander Don Mellon was an expert candidate, the Ilvanese champion was too weak compared to an expert pilot. Trisk, who emerged much later than Ilvan, was already starting to catch up due to serving as the design spirit of the Dark Zephyr. Venerable Tusa was able to provide spiritual feedback at quantities that surpassed millions of regular mech pilots. Not only that, but the quality of his spiritual feedback was also higher, which allowed Trisk to begin evolving to a higher state. I really haven't done much justice to Ilvan. VES belatedly realized. He couldn't help it. He was too busy. Not only did he have a lot of projects on his mind, he also had to cater to many different parties and interest groups. His collection of design spirits was increasing every year and it became increasingly more cumbersome to give each of them his personal attention. That didn't excuse his negligence towards Ilvan. Though VES and Dolo Foykin had designed the Transcendent Charger in order to diversify and ready the eye of Ilvan for future expansion, nothing would change in the short term. The lack of mech capacity in the fleet meant that it was impossible for Ilvan to gain more sources of spiritual feedback. Maybe I should figure out a way to incorporate Ilvan in a commercial mech. VES considered. That was a substantial break from the past. Just like the Superior Mother, Ilvan was a picky design spirit. Only sincere adherence to the Ilvanese faith gained his approval and support. The mechs designed with Ilvan in mind also had to be designed with Ilvan in mind from the onset. The religious design spirit did not like it when he had to share space with others. The only exception to these rules was Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger. Neither of the two possessed authentic ties to the Ilvanese faith and only got away with becoming friends with Ilvan because of their insanely high compatibility with every form of life. I can't use Joshua and the Everchanger as examples. VES regretfully concluded. Designing an Ilvanese mech that was both useful and commercially viable was impossible. It wasn't like this in the past. Back when he was on good terms with the Ilvan Protectorate, the state and its people had embraced his Ilvanese mechs. Sadly, its government had turned away from the Hexers and embraced the Friedaymen as their new backers. Though the decision made sense, VES had learned an unforgettable lesson from this betrayal. Now that the Friday coalition was about to win the Komodo War and take over the entire Star Sector, there was no chance in hell that the Ilvanese Protectorate would open up its mech market to the living mech corporation. Without this massive spiritual feedback channel, Ilvan's growth had only grown slightly for several years. It should not have been a surprise that the Great Prophet didn't possess enough power and ability to provide VES with the guidance that he needed to solve the current mystery. He wasn't satisfied with the current situation any longer. Making Ilvan stronger benefited VES and his entire clan because they would gain access to a more effective early warning system if this happened. Outside of looking for threats, a stronger Ilvan could also provide a lot more hints if VES ever wanted to find anything important. What can I do to strengthen Ilvan? VES knocked his fist against the side of his helmet a few times. He tried to come up with numerous solutions, but none of them were obviously good. I am not going to encourage my own men to convert to this faith. What else could he do, then? Should I try and spread the Ilvanese faith among other people? VES deeply felt repelled by this idea. He disliked religion and never fully bought into Prophet Ilvan's claptrap. As far as he was concerned, the original prophet was just a charlatan who happened to be spiritually gifted. This endowment caused his persuasion to skyrocket and allowed him to convert much more people into his cult than normal. The old charlatan died for a good reason and VES did not want to play a part in spreading further superstition. This left him in a difficult spot. He didn't want to spread the Ilvanese faith among his own people and humanity in general. None of them deserved to dedicate their lives to false beliefs. That's pretty much all of humanity. Who else can I hoodwink, then? He suddenly came up with a strange idea. Wait a minute, there are more people than humans in my fleet. Aren't there a lot of alien captives aboard the Dragon's Den? A highly unorthodox idea emerged from his mind. Chapter 3804, Empty Tunnel. VES had generated plenty of radical ideas in his life, but this one was definitely one of his more extreme ones. If anyone heard that VES wanted to spread a human religion among aliens, they would think he was bonkers. It is indeed a crazy idea. This was an especially mad endeavor when pretty much every alien hated the human race. Humanity had brought nothing good to their lives. During the Age of Conquest, humans learned to treat aliens as their prey. That mindset hadn't changed all that much during the Age of Mechs. Perhaps many humans born long after the glory days of the Age of Conquest had softened up their stance towards aliens, but all of that had started to make way for a renewed sense of conquest since the opening of the Red Ocean. At least the aliens in the Milky Way had millennia in order to reconcile themselves with humanity's dominance. The aliens in the Red Ocean were quite different. They were experiencing the full brunt and brutality of humanity's hunger for expansion. The Paklatons, the Pulmers, the Nunzurs, and even the space whales were experiencing the calamity of their era. Death and extinction loomed over their heads, and it was the humans that were responsible for destroying everything they held dear. Perhaps the only alien race that actually benefited from humanity's entry into the Red Ocean was the Vorabugs. The damn space bugs were so tenacious that they were bound to arrive and proliferate in the Milky Way sooner or later. It's too bad the Vorabugs aren't intelligent and rational enough to thank humans for giving them access to a much larger hunting ground. If the bugs were actually intelligent enough to hold a conversation with, VES would not hesitate to convert them to the Ilvanese faith. In any case, the rise of human civilization led to a direct drop in the quality of life of every alien that got in its way. The Paklaton race already lost all of their territories by now. All of their major planets had been scoured from life through massed orbital bombardment and sweeping mechs. The refugees that had eventually ended up in the hands of the Larkinson clan had every reason to hate their captors. The mercy that VES had provided to them was probably unappreciated by these resentful bird aliens. Therefore, pushing a human religion onto them was indeed a crazy idea. From what VES understood about the Paklatons, they were all aliens who were clever and sophisticated enough to stand by their principles. They were just like humans in that sense. Though there were undoubtedly idiots among them that could be fooled, far too many of the aliens hated humans to the core. Can I even convert them all to the Ilvanese faith? The important distinction here was that the aliens sincerely needed to believe in the great prophet and the content of his scriptures. Just forcing them to read the translated texts that Ilvan had left behind was not enough. They needed to believe in the prophet and what he stood for with their heart and soul. This is going to be difficult. VES might be the devil tongue, but he had never attempted such a ludicrous challenge. Perhaps he would have to pull out all of the stops. From using glows to starving the captives until they started to study the scriptures were just a few of the measures that he could think of. He was sure that a professional such as Kalabast could come up with many more ways to convert the Paklatons into Ilvanese believers. What then? Just believing in Ilvan was not enough. The spiritual feedback provided by ordinary humans was minuscule, and VES did not expect that to change for the Paklaton race. There were only two possible ways to raise the amount of spiritual feedback they could provide to Ilvan. First, he could attempt to put them into mechs and hope that the aliens succeeded in interfacing with the machines. This was obviously an impossible idea. Bird brains worked differently from human brains. At the very least, VES needed to get his hands on a neural interface that worked specifically for the Paklaton race, but what kind of neural interface specialist would be so bored to develop such a component for an alien race that would soon go extinct? Second, he could try and turn them into strong believers before helping them break through. VES had already taken the first tentative step towards doing so by implanting two different Paklaton individuals with a budget version of his companion spirits. This will take a long time to bear fruit, though. How else could derive more spiritual feedback from the aliens? Maybe I could get them to worship Ilvanese totems. VES thought for a moment. The word totem originally stood for a sacred object that was used for worship purposes. Though he hadn't specifically studied whether humans could provide a greater amount of spiritual feedback to design spirits if they worshipped in front of totems, VES had a hunch that this might be correct. It was easy to form a connection to the right spiritual entity if the totem pointed out the exact direction. I should look into this once I get back to the fleet. VES promised. Solving Ilvan's chronic lack of spiritual feedback was a long-term problem that could not be remedied in an instant. What VES was actually concerned about was finding the source of the resonating exotics cluster. The lack of results did not diminish his confidence that there had to be a hidden surprise on this moon. It is just harder to find, that's all. The problem was that the Larkinson clan would have to stay for months if not years in order to comb through the entire moon. Even if it was smaller than a normal terrestrial planet, searching through Iron Crusher's entire surface and interior required far too much work. There was no realistic way for the Larkinsons to find the needle in the haystack if the only search method was to pull out each individual strand of hay at a time. I need to come up with a better search method. There had to be more effective and efficient ways to find the source of the weirdness that his clan had discovered. For now, VES was inclined to let the digging continue for a few more days, but he feared that the chance of finding anything odd had already vanished. Part of that had to do with the uncertainty of whether they were digging in the right direction. The longer the distance, the more that tiny deviations in the angle of descent caused the mining team to miss the mark. The Larkinsons had no time to dig apart half the moon. VES planned to return to Davut in a couple of months at most so he could start a few new endeavors and facilitate the next round of mech designs. Pan de nouvelle com. It's not even necessary for me to find this supposed source. VES shook his head. The continued lack of results had tempered his eagerness a bit. Now that he was able to think calmly about this situation, he realized that he had become unusually fixed on discovering a novelty. His adventurous urges were acting up again. Rationally speaking, there was no reason why he should value this opportunity. It was not necessary for the Larkinsons to seek out this weirdness. VES would be completely okay if he just focused on fulfilling more attainable goals such as filling up the cargo holds with valuable exotics. I don't want to give up so soon, though. His intuition hinted to him that his suspicions might have merit. As good as they were, it was a pity that they weren't developed enough to give him an accurate direction of where he needed to go. He wasn't Ilvan, after all. Intuition couldn't accomplish much if VES didn't possess enough information to string a few clues together. Can I rely on my other design spirits? VES soon dismissed this question. None of his other design spirits were expelled in finding treasures or other unknown curiosities. Ilvan was his best bet. Damn. I need to think about this more. After seeing that the deep tunneling operation was unlikely to make any discoveries for the time being, VES ordered his armored shuttle to ascend and return to the initial cluster where all of the resonating exotics were buried. At this time, a lot more worker bees were working in this area. They were digging through soil and harvesting every piece of resonating exotic in their bodies. VES had ordered the clan to hurry up with mining all of these valuable substances. This was because he didn't know whether there was a strong threat buried underneath this moon. If the Larkinsons inadvertently woke up a monstrous beast, everyone would have to evacuate Iron Crusher as soon as possible. It would be an enormous regret if the mining teams had to leave all of their valuable gains behind. At this time, the Larkinsons had already brought much of the recovered materials to the Spirit of Bentheim. Even if we have to cut and run right away, we'll still be able to leave this star system while earning a profit. That said, VES wasn't satisfied with winning a small prize. He wanted the jackpot and did not want to rest until he solved Iron Crusher's biggest secret. Seeing that searching and scanning the surrounding terrain did not yield any good results, VES turned his attention to the valuable materials themselves. Please bring over all of the samples of all of the resonating exotics that you have found. VES requested the mining director. We have stored the containers with the samples elsewhere. It will take a moment to bring them up to you, sir. I can wait. VES simply replied and closed his eyes. He quietly brainstormed and tried to understand the situation of the moon a bit better. He only stopped once a series of floating boxes had entered the interior of the shuttle. VES picked up the first type of resonating exotic that he had come into contact with in this star system. Hoolivaster. The stealth resonating exotic. Its effects were fairly clear and its potency was within the boundaries of a second-class material. How did the MTA manage to find out its properties? VES wondered. There had to be a way to understand resonating exotics on a deeper level and determine where they came from. Resonating exotics were distinctly different from regular exotics but were far more difficult to decipher. Can I resonate with this rock? He tried his best but did not spark any reactions, as it should. He had attempted to resonate with different materials in the past and always failed. VES questioned whether there was more behind the resonating exotics. Could he get in touch with the source of these special qualities through a different method? Blinky. Mro. You try and see if you can make anything happen. Try your best to elicit a reaction from this rock. Mro? Blinky tilted his purple head as if he was wondering whether VES had gotten the wrong cat. Lucky was the undisputed mineral connoisseur in the clan. Lucky is a different kind of cat from you. VES argued against his own companion spirit. Lucky is better suited to solve material issues while you are more capable of handling spiritual matters. In other words, VES was getting desperate and just thought about letting his companion spirit inspect the samples of ores that the Larkinson had collected. After a bit of preparation, the star cat slowly approached the chunk of Hoolivaster and tried to touch it, only for the rock to go through Blinky's body. Mro. You didn't find anything noteworthy for me to know? This isn't enough. There has to be a better way to manipulate these rocks. VES didn't know what to do aside from fooling around with the samples of the excavated resonating exotics. From their spread pattern, it looked as if they were originally together but blasted apart after an unknown source had crashed through this moon. He suddenly froze. Wait a minute. When he looked towards the local map where all of the different resonating exotics were originally found, he tried to imagine that these materials had flung in each direction due to a destructive explosion. Maybe, an explosion that is big enough to shatter an alien starship. What did that make these quantities of resonating exotics? They might be the remains of an alien relic from the distant past. What, if I stick them all together again? Chapter 3805 Exploration Puzzle. There was little reason to think that sticking all of the resonating exotics back together would produce a special result. It was like throwing in a bunch of random materials in a barrel. Without processing them in a specific manner such as fabricating a new mech, there was no reason to believe that anything desirable would happen. In fact, the opposite was more likely to happen. A few resonating exotics were quite active and energetic. That was manageable under ordinary circumstances, but if VES forcefully blended them together, all of them might interact with each other in such a fashion that a destructive amount of energy might get unleashed. Every manual and instruction on exotic materials always included warnings about recklessly putting different energetic exotics in a single place. While it was possible to neutralize the negative effects of many of them by blending them into specific alloys whose formulas had been perfected over many years, this was clearly impossible to do for VES. Not only did resonating exotics behave differently from normal exotic materials, half of the different types of resonating exotics excavated underneath Violet Ridge were completely new to humanity. VES did not know the details of the unfamiliar materials at all. How could he or any other human possibly know how to blend them together in a stable alloy? It was folly to think that he could blend all 49 types of resonating exotics in a way that did not lead to the entire mountain range getting blown to pieces. What else can I do, though? He did not have many other ideas at hand. While he had already ordered his clan to begin additional digging operations, he had little confidence that tunneling in a handful of other directions would yield any results. At least there was solid logic behind the decision to dig in the original direction. There was no clear reason why digging in the other direction would allow the Lark incense to bump into anything remarkable. VES didn't care too much, though. The Andronidi was filled with mining mechs and mining machines. This was the benefit of owning a capital mining ship. The Lark Incense clan had lots of manpower and mining assets to spare. Aside from that, there was nothing stopping him from putting all of the resonating exotics together and seeing what would happen. At most, he needed to implement the proper safety precautions and make sure that he nor anyone else was near this potential disaster zone. In the interest of controlling the environment, VES instructed a mining team to excavate a large chamber to the side of the key mining tunnel. Although it would have been safer to conduct this little experiment on the surface of Iron Crusher or in deep space, VES speculated that he shouldn't go too far away from the original site of the resonating exotics cluster. If anything important happened but quickly fizzled out due to being at the wrong place, VES would definitely regret it if the event could only be triggered once. Although there was a risk that the entire attempt would produce an explosion that might affect the nearby tunnels, the Lark Incense had already made sufficient precautions. Many mining mechs and mining personnel retreated from the vicinity. More combat mechs were brought over to Violet Ridge, but they mostly remained on standby on the surface. VES had also instructed the original mining team to suspend their apparently fruitless attempt to dig all the way to a completely different side of the moon and return to the surface. The only mechs that remained in the vicinity was their escort. The new living sentinel mechs along with the Minerva and the Everchanger ought to be able to handle themselves. They were all sturdy enough to withstand most accidents as long as they kept a respectable distance. The armored shuttle carrying VES, Lucky and a team of console operators had retreated as well, though not too far. VES did not want to miss what might happen. If anything spiritual occurred, then his perception and expertise were crucial to understanding what was happening. Will that happen, though? VES wondered. There was no evidence that it should. While he had encountered plenty of evidence that certain alien races in the Milky Way had become proficient in manipulating spiritual energy, he had yet to encounter the same in the Red Ocean. Maybe what happens next will surprise me. Or not. That was the enjoyable part about all of this exploration. He could never guess what he might stumble upon next. Once he and his men confirmed that everything and everyone was in place, VES commenced the experiment. He decided to start small and cautiously press small samples of different resonating exotics together. He did not bother to think too much about matching their sizes, shapes and energy levels or anything. He just wanted to see whether putting them all together would produce a favorable response. He could figure out his next course of actions from the initial outcome. Commence the test. VES ordered as he observed the data presented by the projected screens. The method he devised to put all 49 samples together was relatively simple. VES had brought in a precise gravitic manipulation device that was able to precisely manipulate different objects through manipulating gravity. At first, nothing happened. Most exotics and resonating exotics do not produce violent reactions when put into close proximity with each other. The mining director stated. However, we should be seeing signs of elevated activity as the active materials subject each other to different effects that will probably alter their states. VES nodded in agreement. He knew more than enough about materials science to know that this was an inevitable outcome. In fact, this was one of the methods in which humanity and other races continually developed stronger warships and other assets over time. Brilliant scientists continually experimented with combining different exotics together in different proportions and methods. Most alloys that they created through trial and error ended up as flawed and inferior products that had no value. However, as long as they made enough attempts and figured out a few clues, they would eventually be able to win the jackpot and end up inventing a completely new alloy formula that offered superior toughness or other desirable properties. What VES was doing at the moment was far from that. He just pressed different rocks together without any attempt to refine the resonating exotics before alloying them together. That was an advanced step that he would only think about doing after he obtained an initial result. Sir. Yes. We are not measuring any significant rise in energy activity. The resonating exotics that we have put together have all remained stable. What? VES stopped his meandering thoughts and focused on the present. He observed all of the sensor readings and saw that the resonating exotics indeed did not produce any odd reactions. The fact that over 14 different samples and counting did not produce any notable outcomes was already weird in itself. The situation was too normal. Everyone slowly began to take this experiment seriously as the odd pattern continued. Previously, many Larkinsons thought that this little experiment was bound to end up in an explosion as all of the energetic exotic materials couldn't stand each other's presence any longer. Instead, the valuable and remarkable mineral ore samples obediently pressed together as if they were ordinary rocks when the Larkinsons knew they were clearly not. Perhaps a few instances of no elevated activity was within the realm of possibility, but the chances that so many resonating exotics just happened to get along with each other was no longer a natural result. This was especially the case when the introduction of each potentially unstable material reacted differently to all of the other ones that had been added earlier. The current outcome was as illogical as locking a Frit Amon and a Hexer in the same room only for the two to hold a tea party instead of a death match. It was like flipping a coin and having it land on heads over 500 times. At this time, no one doubted that they were on the right track now. Perhaps the entire effort to dig a tunnel that stretched on for 100 kilometers had been an enormous waste of time. The true solution of the puzzle had been in front of their noses all this time. If VES had not thought about randomly putting the samples back together, who knew how much time and effort they would have wasted on a useless diversion? These puzzles are too troublesome. VES said in an exasperated tone. If someone or something deliberately set this up, then I would definitely want to kill this fellow. I imagine that this is how many exploration missions proceed. There are many difficult phenomena that are impossible to crack without figuring the right solution. We are lucky that we have found a direction that may lead us to our goal. Let's not get too excited. VES cautioned. Nothing has actually happened yet. If this continues, then what will be the point of putting all of the different types of resonating exotics together? No activity is worse than too much activity. Though he grew increasingly more worried about the continued lack of disturbances, he suddenly grew more reassured when the final pieces were just about to press onto the amalgamation of different samples. Sir. Our sensors are finally detecting signs of instability. Let me see the data. VES carefully glanced at all of the sensor readings and discovered that the situation finally changed when the sample that contained Sealstan cobalt had come close. He manually took control of the gravitic manipulation device and slowly pulled this particular rock away from the rest. The sensor readings calmed down to their ordinary levels again. It was as if merging over 40 different resonating exotics was just another Tuesday. Even a fool would be able to recognize that Sealstan cobalt was special in this instance. Let's set this piece aside. Proceed with merging the remaining samples. He had deliberately set an order where the least powerful and reactive materials went first while the more active ones came afterwards. Powerful materials such as Substance 14 and Substance 19 joined their other brothers, but unlike their potent properties, they completely remain silent and obedient when remaining in close proximity with many other resonating exotics. People will hardly be able to believe that we are able to put 48 resonating exotics together without producing a catastrophic explosion. We aren't finished yet. The key material still needs to be added. The final moment arrived when the hand-sized sample of Sealstan cobalt slowly floated over to the ball of other samples. P.ANDAN.O.V.L. This giant ball began to shake as they reacted towards the approach of Sealstan cobalt in different ways. A few exotics heated up. Others vibrated as if they turned into turbines. The entire collection looked as if it turned into a powder keg that was on the verge of exploding. When the Sealstan cobalt finally inserted itself into a cavity that the gravitic manipulation device had deliberately created, everything seemed to freeze in time. The people in the armored shuttle held their breaths. Lucky's glowing eyes shone brighter as the cat grew intensely curious at what might happen. VES stiffened his body in case a powerful explosion might occur. The rigid wall and rigid spine mechs had all formed a tight shield wall in front of the entrance of the giant testing chamber. The Minerva and the Everchanger all glowed brightly in case they needed to take action straight away. After this inexplicable moment passed, the Sealstan cobalt and all of the other samples of resonating exotics suddenly shone and merged together in a completely unexpected fashion. What is happening? We are detecting a huge energy spike. This doesn't make any sense. Why are they melting together when they haven't been subjected to a lot of heat? Detecting dimensional fluctuations. The space around the site has grown unstable. The gravitic manipulation device has broken apart. Why did it get destroyed? The device got torn apart by a spatial anomaly. What spatial anomaly? It appears to be a portal, sir. A portal. Chapter 3806 Smooth Shell. A portal. A portal had appeared in the testing chamber. VES and many other Larkinsons became incredibly attentive as they observed all of the samples disappearing in place while a small portal emerged in their place. This was a completely unprecedented phenomenon that none of the Larkinsons had ever dealt with. How could they know that bringing together all of these special materials together would produce such an improbable result? What happened could not be explained by conventional human science. None of them would exhibit as much surprise if the portal showed up after piecing together all of the parts of an alien machine. Yet what actually happened was that the Larkinsons put many pieces of raw, unprocessed ore together without putting any thought into the sizes, shapes, proportions and other properties of the experimental materials. There was no point in asking how or why this could possibly occur. What VES really wanted to know at the moment was whether the portal was stable and where the opening led to. An unknown party must have definitely formed this arrangement in advance. Why? Is it safe? Can we expect anything unpleasant to emerge from the other side? Just because they managed to make progress didn't mean it was good. Who knew if the spatial portal was connected to a had they inadvertently opened up a gate that led into the middle of the blue supergiant star? Dozens of seconds went by as the people in the armored shuttle as well as the Larkinsons working aboard the capital ships of the clan analyzed the sensor readings as quickly as possible. Who knew how long the portal would last? They needed to figure it out quickly and decide whether to do anything quickly. Send in a probe. We have a few on hand, right? Just shove them in so that we can take a look on the other side. Fortunately, the Larkinsons had made adequate preparations so there were definitely plenty of bots and other devices on hand. A dozen probes of different shapes and sizes soared to the middle and passed through the portal. As expected, the Larkinsons immediately lost contact with them, but their operators had already accounted for that. The probes received different instructions that dictated what they should do in the event they became disconnected. VES waited impatiently for the initial wave of probes to turn back. Whether they could come back or not was still in question. Either way, the Larkinsons would have a better understanding of what they faced. Half a minute later, a head-sized probe flew back. Not only did it come back intact, it also brought valuable footage and other sensor readings. Retrieve the data from that probe but keep it on a self-contained system. No one is allowed to access them unless you have received express permission. Bring the probe to safety but make sure it is isolated from everything else. If that thing brought back any space germs or anything, the Larkinsons had to make sure these hazards didn't jump to the expeditionary fleet. To be honest, neither VES nor the others expected a spatial portal to appear all of the sudden. It didn't make sense. What they had done was far from building an entire Beyonder gate. Sir. The portal is slowly beginning to destabilize. How fast is it decaying? We cannot say as we do not know at what threshold the portal will collapse, sir. According to our hasty calculations, the portal will only be able to last for 96 hours at most. That long? This is only assuming the portal will remain active until all of the available energies have dried up. We cannot make any accurate estimations about the threshold until the portal disappears, but it should show increasingly more unstable signs when it comes closer to collapsing. I see. No portal could last forever without receiving enough support to maintain its existence. VES suspected that he could prolong or create a new portal if he brought in additional samples of all of the resonating exotics. The question was whether it was worthwhile for him to do so. He had already ordered his men to ship many tons of ore to his fleet. Did he have to order his subordinates to bring them all back again? VES was unwilling to do so if it meant burning away much if not all of the valuable resonating exotics that he obtained. Many of them were completely new and unfamiliar to the rest of humanity. If he submitted large quantities of undiscovered exotics to the MTA, he would gain a large amount of MTA merits for his services. In fact, even if he could only get tens of thousands of MTA merits at most, it was still worthwhile to give up a proportion of his total loot. VES needed to make sure he stayed on the good side of the association, and the best way to do that was to behave as a model mech designer who was eager to make contributions. Did he have to give all of that up just so that he could form a stable portal to whatever was on the other side? Let's wait and see. VES stuck to his cautious approach and did not send any actual humans or mechs over to the other side. In fact, the portal was so small that mechs couldn't even fit through the spatial anomaly. Human-sized figures should be able to pass through, but VES did not want to risk any of them getting lost for no reason because they failed to map out all of the dangers. This was why learning what was on the other side was so important. After enough time had passed to indicate that no other anomalies or dangers would emerge for the time being, VES turned his attention to the data retrieved from the returned probes. He did not know what he might find from the data, but he tried to keep it as confidential as possible in case there was anything controversial. VES moved to an enclosed compartment of the armored shuttle and waited until he received a data pad that stored a copy of the probe data. He switched it on and authenticated his identity before he went straight to the optical footage. Apparently, the other side of the portal was doused in darkness. The only source of light came from the probes themselves. The floodlights attached to their chassis illuminated a large and empty space that did not look that different from the tunnels and caverns dug by the worker bee mechs. VES immediately grew suspicious. Where the hell is this place? Is this space located on another part of this moon? The footage didn't last too long as the probe that made this recording only circled around for a short time before passing through the portal, which thankfully looked identical to the one that the Larkinsons had created. At least this short trip confirmed that anyone entering the portal could get back. Com. Although the visual footage did not reveal anything about the space on the other side of the portal, the probe contained many other sensor systems that might be able to tell another story. VES manipulated the data pad and accessed the other data feeds. Vacuum. No air. Complete darkness. No light. Virtually no particles floating around. There's gravity. The downward force is consistent with Iron Crusher's weak gravity. VES slowly concluded that this mysterious space might not be as far away as he hoped. The most obvious answer was that this site was just an underground cave situated elsewhere on the moon. The data gathered by the different sensors revealed more little details that strengthened this idea. I need to see what is actually out here. The data gathered by the first probe yielded no further results. Part of that was because the probe was tiny and weak. Another part of that was because the environment on the other side was subjected to a moderate degree of interference. This is not the sort of interference produced by artificial gemming. VES furrowed his brows. It's the sort of effect that appears when lots of energetic exotics or other abnormal terrain features are present. He fiddled with the data pad and switched to the footage of the other probes. These ones had been programmed to take wider circuits before passing through the portal again. One of them circled at a radius of 100 meters. Another one circled at a radius of 250 meters. The next one circled around at a radius of 500 meters. This went on and on until the probe that circled around for 1.5 kilometers finally observed something else than darkness. That's soil. An unnaturally smooth and stable wall of soil came into sight in the distance. While the probe did not stray any closer, VES was able to freeze the footage and zoom in so that he could observe this terrain feature in detail. This is artificial. While there were certain anomalies and natural processes that could have created such an exceptional site, these were extremely low probability events. P.ANDAN.O.V.L. The most likely answer was that someone or something had dug up this soil and created this smooth wall. As the probe ignorantly flew its circuit without making any attempts to explore the new terrain features, VES was able to see that the smooth wall continued to look this way in every direction. He froze the footage and accessed the other data gathered by the probe. On a hunch, he put them together and created a terrain model that roughly showed what the probe had observed with all of its sensors. A slightly curved wall came into view. It looked like an elongated piece of egg shell. This was only a small portion of what the probe had observed. If this oval wall is present in every other direction, how big is this space? VES adjusted the model so that additional lines appeared on the projected model. They basically followed the curves of the egg shell and went all the way around until an ovoid came into view. This egg-shaped space was enormous. Assuming that his extrapolations were accurate, the cavern was over 22 kilometers long at its greatest length. What the hell is out here? VES quickly switched to the footage and data gathered by the other probes. While they traveled further from the portal that they had emerged from, they encountered nothing but darkness and smooth soil walls. He still wondered why and how such a big space could remain stable for so long. Shouldn't the walls have cracked or collapsed due to lack of support? How much time had passed since this space came into existence? After a bit of time, VES received a second data pad that contained the data retrieved by the probes that returned later. He quickly accessed the footage of the one that had arrived last and sped it up. The probe actually couldn't traverse a perfect circle because it would bump into the soil wall if it proceeded any further. The stupid probe simply flew in parallel to this enormous surface before it finally began to circle around to the other side. At a certain point, the footage began to reveal a hint of gray. Something is there. VES held the data pad closer to his face as he watched the grayish shape grow bigger and brighter. Once the probe came close enough, VES completely froze as he took in the dramatic sight. An enormous skeleton came into sight. Not just that, but the part of the skeleton that the probe managed to capture with its sensors looked like a long spine that stretched all the way into the darkness. The size of this skeleton was enormous. Assuming that it was relatively complete, VES immediately dismissed the possibility that it belonged to a humanoid species. The shape of these bones looked so similar to that of an iconic group of species that VES did not doubt his current guess. These are the bones of a giant whale race. In fact, VES already had a more precise guess in his heart. The only species that could carve such a smooth oval underground cave was the phase whale. Chapter 3807, In Darkness. After confirming that the data retrieved from the probes did not contain any galaxy-shattering information that could completely break humanity's understanding of reality, VES emerged from the enclosed compartment and shared the data to a select group of clansmen involved in the current operation. What is this cavern? It's so big. Our previous sweeps should have detected it already if it is located close to the surface. Hardly any mining machine could have done a perfect job of excavating such a smooth cavern. It doesn't look like it has been dug by any machine at all. Is there even another entrance or an exit besides this spatial portal? These whale bones look enormous. If they correspond to the phase whales as we have guessed, then the entire skeleton must be over 12 kilometers in length. That's larger than a CFA battleship. What monster did we stumble across? No phase whale encountered by humanity is this long. More and more astonishing observations and guesses circulated among the excited clansmen as they let their imaginations go wild. They never expected that this impromptu exploration initiated by VES would uncover such an enormous discovery. Discovering a whole phase whale skeleton was a stupendous find, especially considering that phase whales were individually the most powerful alien race in the Red Ocean. The natives of the Red Ocean had always feared or revered the phase whales. It couldn't be helped. Once these powerful alien creatures leapt up from the gas giants they grew up in and entered the stars, they could overwhelm entire alien war fleets with their mastery of phase water and bioengineering. The only reason why the phase whales were not regarded as an existential threat by the other natives of the Red Ocean was because the race kept to itself most of the time. The phase whales rightly or wrongly considered themselves to be the strongest and most superior species around. As long as everyone else got out of their way, they had little reason to pay attention to the tiny ants who mostly relied on giant metal constructs to compensate for their inherent weaknesses. Phase whales are also known for another important fact that may be relevant to our situation. Director Rania Wadden reported as she stood in front of VES. The aliens are able to harness phase water in ways that are more advanced than anything we have witnessed before aside from beyond their gates. They are known to create entire pockets of space that are almost completely isolated from the rest of the main plane of existence. The records we have access to do not convey any details, but they suggest that phase whales have built up a lot of space pockets over the years. Are you suggesting this is a space pocket? How come it is affected by Iron Crusher's gravity? The woman shrugged. I can't explain that, VES. Maybe your hypothesis about it being a cave that is located on another part of the moon is right, but I cannot imagine that the arrogant and powerful phase whales would utilize their powers in this fashion. It makes much more sense that this is a pocket space that has previously been undiscovered. It explains how it has been left undisturbed for such a long time. We will find out soon enough. We are already sending in additional probes as well as communication beacons, positioning devices, and drilling bots to the phase whale cave. If this place is an entirely different pocket space that is isolated from the rest of reality, then we will find out soon enough. Director Rania and a team of exobiologists had come over shortly after discovering that there was a giant whale skeleton on the other side of the portal. The life or biotech experts did not possess any in-depth knowledge about the phase whale race. Hardly anyone understood them considering how difficult it was to find them, let alone capture or interact with the powerful aliens in any meaningful fashion. However, they were able to combine their own expertise with the public information available from the MTA and the Galactic Net to make all kinds of inferences. Director Rania, who decided to wear an organic protective suit for this visit, was brimming with excitement. This is a discovery that can further humanity's understanding of phase whales to a substantial degree. She gushed like a teenager who met an idol in the flesh. Even though it appears that this dead phase whale has aged for millions of years, its skeletal remains can tell us so much about their diet, their growth pattern, the effect of their phasing powers on their enormous physique and more. Right now, we urgently need to retrieve recordings of the front half of the phase whale skeleton. Our next wave of probes are already on their way. I'm just as curious as you to see what it looks like. VES said. The initial portal generated by putting a lot of different samples together had a finite lifespan. In order to make the most out of this temporary window in a giant phase whale sanctum, the Larkinsons brought all of the small-scale probes and other autonomous devices that they could send on short notice and crammed them through the portal. Hundreds of probes and other devices flooded the cavern on the other side. While the portal made it impossible to send wireless transmissions from one side to the other side for unknown reasons, the clansmen solved this problem easily enough by bringing over a thick cable and passing one of its ends through the murky portal. This simple trick was enough to establish real-time connections between the Larkinsons and their investigation tools. A lot of data poured in as the probes scoured every part of the cave they could access. The ovoid space was enormous, but the abundance of probes meant it did not take a lot of time to sweep through most of the areas. The only problem came when the probes attempted to explore the front side and more specifically the giant skull of the phase whale skeleton. As soon as the probes flew closer, they began to experience more and more interference and other disturbances. It was as if the probes were entering an anomalous region. Even though the devices were all designed to be relatively tough and resistant, they became increasingly unable to hold themselves together as they neared the skull of the giant creature. As soon as they moved a bit too close, the transmissions cut off. The Larkinsons were unable to regain contact with the devices anymore. Send in another probe at the missing one's position. I need to see what has happened. When another nearby probe closed in on the location where the communications break had happened, VES and the others saw that the probe that they had previously sent in was still active. According to its pre-programmed instructions, it should turn around and go back in the event it has lost contact. We are unclear why it is not returning. If it has lost functionality, then it should have crashed to the bottom. Why is it stuck in place? This was weird. The probe's anomalous behavior couldn't be explained according to common sense. The only viable answer was that there was an unknown field close to the front half of the phase whale skeleton that distorted the surrounding space to such a degree that the probes acted as if they had become paralyzed. The Larkinsons didn't give up at that. They sent a few more probes forward at different angles, only for them to all freeze in the same disturbing fashion. Probes mounted with larger and more powerful sensors and scanning systems maintained their distance but tried to record as much data as possible. Several of them even shone bright spotlights forward in an attempt to illuminate the darkness and make the distant whale skull visible, but to no avail. The space further forward had become so messed up that the darkness couldn't be dispelled anymore. In the hours the portal remained alive, the Larkinsons didn't give up attempting to get a decent sensor reading on that whale skull. Groups of engineers arrived and cobbled up improvised and improved probes on the spot. These devices passed through the increasingly less stable portal and tried out several ways to break the invisible blockade or achieve their goal from a distance. VES held out the most hope for the probe that extended a hollow tube from its chassis. As long as the main body remained in the safe zone, it shouldn't be affected by whatever weirdness messed up the probes up front. At least that was the theory. Ultimately, this attempt was a bust. The tube that was supposed to relay light and valuable data back to the main body inexplicably failed. At first, they stopped transmitting data through the solid transmission lines. Then, the end of the tube seemed to encounter an unknown danger that actually cut it off. When the probe retracted its hollow tube, the Larkinsons saw that it looked as if the tip had been cut off in an incredibly smooth fashion. "This looks familiar," VES gasped. "Isn't this the same kind of cut that had produced that strange space rock that we picked up shortly after entering the Garamel system?" Back then, VES and his staff speculated that the space rock could have only been cut in this fashion by manipulating space. Now that he and his clan had actually found a giant phase whale skeleton, his earlier guesses were no longer spurious. The Larkinson clan had proved that at least one phase whale had definitely visited this star system and manipulated pockets of space for unknown reasons. VES widened his eyes. "Wait a minute. We calculated that the space rock originated from Garamel I more than 100 years ago or so. This is a completely separate occurrence from what we've stumbled across." According to several clues, the discovered space pocket along with the phase whale skeleton had lingered for millions of years. They were ancient beyond belief. The two occurrences were unrelated, at least on the surface. However, they possessed several similarities. The way the phase whales of the distant past formed this underground space pocket led VES to believe the mysterious space rock had also been affected by the same phenomenon. If his guess was right, then a phase whale must have created another space pocket in the vicinity of Orlis. VES didn't know why the alien would do this. He also couldn't figure out the purpose behind the creation of such a remarkable place. Was it a sanctuary? A vault? A playground? Whatever the case, the flagrant Vandal combat carrier that was assigned to inspect the first planet from the giant star might be able to stumble upon traces of phase whale activity. "What are these phase whales doing here?" VES questioned with a frown. "There must be a reason why at least 2 phase whales visited this star system. I need more data." The investigation continued. The probes functioned well enough in the less dangerous spaces in the phase whale cave to retrieve lots of data, but VES wasn't interested in the tail end of the giant creature's skeleton. He and many other Larkinsons were hoping to glimpse the crucial skull and front of the once mighty creature. Any beast that had lived long enough to reach this size was an exceptional space creature beyond doubt. Not even the Titania could match the size of this enormous phase whale. VES harbored a few doubts, though. According to numerous sources, phase whales only grow until their bodies reach between 1 and 2 kilometers in length. How come the public database never mentioned that phase whales could reach such a stupendous size? Had all of the elders and most powerful individuals among the phase whale race so withdrawn in their own artificial enclaves? Their current infestation methods weren't working. VES knew he needed to send a more substantial scout when he next opened the portal. "Should I send in my Mechs?" Chapter 3808 Royal Tomb. The portal eventually fizzled out after more than a day. Fortunately, it clearly grew less stable in the last few hours of its existence. The Larkinsons had plenty of time to retrieve their bots, drones, probes and other equipment. They only left a few key devices such as a positioning device and transceiver in the hopes that they could locate the ovoid space if it happened to be located elsewhere on the moon. The search failed to turn up any results. The Larkinson clan had deployed thousands of Mechs in order to carpet search the entire surface of Iron Crusher. Each of the Mechs kept their sensors and communication equipment tuned for the powerful bursts of signals that the beacons left behind in the giant phase whale cave were transmitting on a non-stop basis. There are at least 3 possibilities why we have failed to detect the signals after sweeping across the entire surface of this moon. Colobast spoke to the group of people who had gathered in a conference room aboard a combat carrier that was hovering right beside Violet Ridge. The first possibility is that the signals are being blocked by the interference produced by the phase whale skeleton or highly energetic exotic materials. The second possibility is that the Royal Tomb is situated so many kilometers underground that the power of the transmitters that we have left behind are unable to penetrate through so much soil. The Larkinsons had already taken to calling the ovoid cave the royal tomb due to the presence of the giant phase whale skeleton. Just looking at it gave everyone a sense of the sheer amount of power and prestige the phase whale must have enjoyed back when it was alive. Even though the cave was completely devoid of decorations or monuments that could provide hints about the identity of this remarkable phase whale, the immense size and hardness of its remarkably intact skeleton already conveyed a powerful message by itself. Only a sovereign among phase whales could grow this big and strong. The third possibility is that we are dealing with a genuine phase whale enclave. In other words, an artificial three-dimensional pocket of space that the phase whales are known to carve out of our main dimensions and set aside in a different part of reality. The exact science of it is so mind-boggling that only the astrophysicists working for the Big Two should be able to understand this phenomenon. Silence fell in the conference room as the gathered Larkinsons and other guests took in the words. The suited figures all looked as if they were out of their depth. None of them had ever expected to encounter a find as dramatic as a mysterious cave which housed a gigantic phase whale skeleton. VES, who sat at the head of the table, broke the silence. I think it is safe to say that the so-called royal tomb is situated in a real pocket space or space pocket. Regardless, there aren't many powerful whale species in the Red Ocean and the phase whales are the most ubiquitous among them. They are also known for messing with space. The biggest source of doubt is the sheer size and length of the skeleton, but just because humanity has never registered one this big does not mean the phase whale race is unable to grow so big. They are masters of biotechnology and it is not out of the realm of possibility that they can alter their bodies to expand their size, isn't that right, Director Rania? The leader of the Larkinson Biotech Institute nodded. From what we know from various different sources, the phase whales are all individualistic as well as highly intelligent sentients. Combining these two traits means that they all tend to develop their own unique biological enhancements. One phase whale might choose to cover his body with armor. Another may decide to increase her stealth capability. There are others that have decided to transplant biological weapons across their bodies in order to turn themselves into giant killing machines. Perhaps the one in the royal tomb simply focused on size above every other consideration. A creature whose size is equivalent to that of humanity's largest battleships also comes with the downsides of a vessel of this scale. VES said as he glanced at the projection of the pocket space and the parts of the skeletons that the probes managed to record. Such a creature must be incredibly sluggish, incredibly heavy, and incredibly difficult to feed and sustain. The suited form of Rania nodded in agreement. The bioengineering challenges the phase whale had to solve must have been immense. There is a reason why bioships of this size and scale are extremely rare. Everything must be stable, interconnected, and within balance in order for such an immense living creature to stay alive. The Titania took more than 6 millennia to reach a length of over 5 kilometers, and that was through natural growth. Though these two existences aren't comparable, you can imagine the difficulty of growing a vastly more immense body. Creatures didn't grow huge without good reasons. While there were certainly advantages to expanding the scale of a body, the cost and effort required to keep everything in working condition grew exponentially greater. Not even a race as advanced as the phase whales should have much reason to turn into an immensely slow and inflexible giant. All of this sounds nice, but what do you Larkinsons intend to do? Marshal Ariadne Wadden asked as she sat at his immediate side. Although this discovery belonged to the Larkinsons, their clan was currently traveling alongside their allies. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan must have noticed the movements below the surface of Violent Ridge, so they had to be informed about this development sooner or later. Even if they could not provide any substantial help in this exploration, they could at least provide additional security in case monsters emerged. They also employed scientists and other specialists that were more than willing to lend their expertise to the Larkinson clan. The Glory Seekers and the Crossers all wanted this exploration to succeed and yield valuable results. The Larkinsons had already agreed to give them a modest share of any loot they could retrieve from the royal tomb. VES pointed at the projection of the royal tomb and its resident. The giant skeleton was notably incomplete as the front half was obscured by mist. None of the probes had managed to get a good look of what was in front. Now that we have found out that we can open a temporary space portal to this apparent pocket space, we intend to form another one that is larger and will hopefully last longer than the first one. Our goal is to form a gate that is large enough to haul away any of the giant phase whale bones inside this royal tomb. I don't think I need to explain to you how valuable these bones are. Their properties should definitely be exceptional enough to make powerful mechs or starships. Even if we do not make use of them ourselves, we can auction them off for an insane profit. A part of the probes and bots that entered the first space portal had tried to examine the accessible parts of the skeleton as much as possible. While the investigation methods weren't powerful enough to decipher everything that VES wanted to know, the initial details revealed that the bones were as hard and tough as first-class materials. Just using them to form the internal frame and armor system of a mech was enough to construct a quasi-first-class mech. With the size and quantity of all of the backbones in the royal tomb, the Larkinsons could build an entire mech regiment's worth of bone mechs if they managed to retrieve all of those valuable bones. Retrieving those bones will not be easy, sir. Director Rania warned. All of our bots have tried to pry away the smallest backbone at the end of the skeleton, to no avail. We have tried to cut, burn, freeze, pull and crush the whale bones, but none of our attempts has succeeded in leaving behind a mark. The skeleton is tougher and harder than we can handle. In addition to that, we believe it is protected by a subtle force field or other phenomenon that the phase whale may have set up before he perished. Patriarch Reginald frowned. These bones will make for excellent materials for my future expert mech and ace mech. We cannot leave them behind. If those bots do not have the power to bring the phase whale bones back, then we should bring in the big guns. Send in our mechs. If that isn't enough, then send in our expert mechs. And if that isn't enough? VES asked. This creature is dead, VES. No protective measure is invincible. We have so many powerful means of attack at our disposal that I will not accept an outcome where we will suffer a defeat against an inanimate alien corpse. It's not exactly a corpse. At least, it isn't whole. Rania pointed out. Have you ever wondered where all of the tons of phase whale flesh has gone? If this creature died in this chamber, there should still be traces of all of its biomass. Assuming the interior has remained as calm, stable and in vacuum for all this time, the phase whale's fleshy body shouldn't have disappeared. That was indeed an incongruity that VES was wondering about all this time. What if other phase whales stripped away the fresh before deciding to bring their king to this star system in order to entomb its skeleton? Maybe the giant phase whale decided to burn his flesh. Could other phase whales have visited the royal tomb after the giant creature's death and tampered with its remains? There were way too many questions and far too few answers. There was simply too little data to provide them with reasonable explanations of what took place in the past. It wasn't really important to them anyway. They weren't historians or archaeologists who were hoping to expand humanity's insight into the history of the phase whale. They just wanted to plunder as many gains from the royal tomb as possible. None of the people present in the conference room held any respect or reverence towards the long-dead giant phase whale. Its skeleton was a gigantic treasure in their eyes and they would not rest until they managed to get all of the giant bones into their possession. Retrieving even a portion of them would be difficult, though. Let's leave aside the question where all of the creature's flesh has gone. VES said as he focused on his main priority. We need to form and enact a plan to retrieve the bones. I agree with Patriarch Reginald that our previous hardware wasn't strong enough to separate the giant backbones. We need to send in our mechs in order to exert more power onto the skeleton, but to do that we will have to form a space portal that is large enough to accommodate not only our machines, but also the giant whale bones if we succeed in dislodging them from the greater whole. VES turned towards a scientist. How many materials do we need to sacrifice in order to form a large enough space portal? We have made non-stop calculations based on the data of the first space portal, but we cannot give you any solid answers, sir. According to our estimates, you will need to use up at least 70% of the quantity of resonating exotics that you have mined from this site. 70%? That's too much. Those resonating exotics were precious as well. VES could not bear the thought of throwing them all away on a venture that was not guaranteed to succeed. The phase whale skeleton was so tough and immovable that maybe their strongest mechs could not budge its bones. Chapter 3809, New Conditions. The giant phase whale skeleton was a tantalizing but confounding find. On one hand, its exceptional hardness and origin meant that it could probably be used to build exceptionally tough and strong assets. On the other hand, the skeleton was mysteriously suspended in the middle of the giant cavern while remaining absolutely unassailable. If the giant phase whale or whoever set up this tomb arranged all of these additional protections, then profiting from this find might be harder than everyone thought. This was why VES and many others were hesitating whether they should expend a lot of valuable resonating exotics just to open a giant portal. Assuming that it was not possible to break apart the giant whale bones into more manageable pieces, the portal needed to be substantially larger than a mech. This required the usage of a much greater quantity of resonating exotics. In an instance where they might not necessarily be able to retrieve any valuable plunder from the royal tomb, VES had to make a difficult gamble and hope that he had made the right decision. As VES continued to mull over what he needed to do, another scientist offered another option. We may not need to make use of so many resonating exotics to open a large portal, sir. She said. We hypothesize that the use of phase water can amplify the space portal and make it both larger and stable. What? VES grew skeptical. Are you sure about that? All of the phase water our clan has gained is locked in our vault. How can you know that this is possible when you haven't performed any experiments with this substance? The scientist projected a bunch of diagrams. We have examined the initial space portal carefully and noticed many signs that match the known applications of phase water. Due to this, we have formed a hypothesis that states that putting the resonating exotics together actually imitates the act of using phase water to open a portal. This, actually sounds plausible. This possibility brought up a lot of questions. Why would the phase whale responsible for setting up the tomb create such a strange way of marking and opening the space pocket? Shouldn't the phase whales inherently possess the possibility of going in and out without relying on all of those strange materials? VES, Colobast and many other Larkinsons could already smell that there was something fishy about this entire situation. The entire circumstance was set up in a way that opened up a chance that a group of non-phase whales might stumble upon the resonating exotics cluster and subsequently think about putting them together to open up this hidden pocket space. Then there was the inability to reach the front half of the giant phase whale skeleton. None of their previous methods succeeded in giving them a solid glimpse of the giant creature's skull. This was an important matter because the head of the phase whale was by far the most important part of the intelligent creature. Not knowing what was going on over there represented a massive risk. Who knew if anything dangerous might emerge from that area if they began to disturb the skeleton? All of these unknown dangers and challenges presented the Larkinsons and their allies with many difficult choices. VES was reluctant to use up a large amount of resonating exotics or any quantity of phase water without a strong guarantee that the venture would pay off for his clan. What if the second opening of the space portal yielded just as little results as the first time? What if all of their attempts to cut apart and take away a few bones ended up in abject failure? What if their activities in the royal tomb inadvertently triggered a prohibition that caused the space portal to collapse, thereby trapping every mech and mech pilot inside for eons? All of these questions and more plagued VES and the other decision-makers to the point of paralysis. None of them wanted to make a decision that could end up wasting a lot of valuable resources or killing a lot of good men for no good reason. Doing nothing or leaving was the safest choice. They might miss out on obtaining huge benefits, but they did not have to risk any lives and valuable resources if they did not mess around any further. Let's adjourn this meeting and continue to analyze the data. VES eventually suggested. The main reason why we cannot move with confidence is because we don't have enough clues to know how to meet our goals. We need more time to gather more insights and achieve a breakthrough in our understanding of the royal tomb and its giant resident. The meeting eventually ended. Those who were physically present left the compartment while those attending through virtual means disappeared even faster as their physical projections switched offline. Only Patriarch Reginald lingered for a moment. Professor Benedict has told me that the phase whale bones can be used as a replacement for many of the armor and structural components of our upcoming Mars project. They are superior in almost every way. The powerful expert pilot told VES. As I have stated earlier, I cannot accept the decision to turn away from this opportunity to harvest the best materials for my next expert mech. VES grimaced. It is not that simple, Reginald. There are treasures that we can only look at but not touch. I'm afraid that this skeleton might be the latter. From what I've learned about the phase whales, they are incredibly powerful and advanced and have been so for many eons. The skeleton we have found is protected by means beyond our comprehension. I am afraid that only first raters have the means to profit from this find. We will not give up this easily, VES. When I look at the footage of this once mighty phase whale, I feel the power and dominance of a peerless fighter and destroyer. There is nothing greater to me than using its very bones as the carrier of my own will and strength. The sheer desire and obsession radiating from Patriarch Reginald told VES that the man would not take no for an answer. This was annoying because VES came under even greater pressure to move forward. Although he liked to take a gamble every now and then, this entire situation stank. The phase whales or whoever was responsible for creating the royal tomb made numerous deliberate arrangements for specific reasons. VES had been fooled multiple times throughout his life. Each time, he stepped forward in haste without bothering to scout the situation properly. He may have made a lot of mistakes back then, but he learned his lessons and understood the value of information. This was why he did not want to move forward until they actually figured out what kind of arrangements the phase whales had made with regards to the space pocket. We will keep you informed as soon as we have formulated a solid plan to enter the royal tomb once again. He said. Do not take too long. Once Patriarch Reginald disappeared, only Lucky and a few guards were left. The cat showed no interest in the previous discussions. He instead spent most of his time chewing on the minerals he received. Of course, VES did not hand over any further resonating exotics to his cat. Lucky had to make do with pieces of ore mined from the other parts of the Violet Ridge mountain range. Meow. Stop complaining. The more resonating exotics you eat, the less materials we have left to open another space portal. VES thought about all of the problems he heard and what he could do to solve them. There were too many challenges and many of them were way beyond his capacity to solve. It couldn't be helped. He was a mech designer, not a scientist who excelled in exploring the traces of advanced alien races. His COMM suddenly chimed. Hey! When VES noticed who was calling him, he did not hesitate to accept the call. The projected form of a familiar friend came into view. Jovi. I haven't heard from you in a while. I have been busy these past few months. Jovi replied with a mild smile. Our previous agreement has set off a lot of waves. I also had to undergo a lot of preparation before my superiors deem me ready to take you up on your offer. The good news is that our wait should soon come to an end. We are currently waiting for another ship to arrive. Numerous important people are on their way to witness the procedure that you have planned and take care of other matters. The MTA journeyman was being deliberately vague. Whoever the MTA was sending to the expeditionary fleet must be important or possess special identities. VES knew there was little point in asking for more details. He would find out soon enough anyway. I see. That is good news, Jovi. I already finished my design of your companion spirit a while ago. I have a feeling that this isn't the reason why you are calling me today, though. Jovi's expression turned serious. That's correct. As you can imagine, we have been monitoring your clan's actions all of this time. Your remarkable discovery has not gone unnoticed to us. We have even slipped through our own investigation probes through that temporary space portal. The Phase Whale Enclave you have stumbled upon is of great interest to a couple of departments within our association. There are calls within our halls that we should claim the entire gigantic skeleton right away. What? This is our find. If you Meshers want this skeleton, you should have sent your own ships to this star system. Since you didn't, we have the right to claim our own discoveries. That is not entirely true, my friend. Some discoveries are too great or dangerous to be left at the hands of more ordinary people. Although VES was reluctant to move forward with trying to retrieve the Phase Whale skeleton, he did not want the MTA to swoop in and steal his rightful treasure. There was much about the Phase Whale skeleton that fascinated him. The mech designer in him was already drooling about making use of the remains to create fantastic works. Just like Patriarch Reginald, he was eager to take advantage of the bones to develop superior mechs. He also had a powerful feeling that these bones might possess additional qualities that were highly relevant towards his design philosophy. If the bones still had traces of life, he might be able to extract the most powerful spiritual ingredients that he had ever encountered up until this point. Although size was not necessarily an indicator for power and sophistication, a phase whale that had grown all the way to the size of a modern CFA battleship must have far surpassed the Titania in strength and intelligence. How could VES possibly roll over and let others harvest the fruit of his own efforts? It wasn't fair. I understand how you feel, VES. Not everyone within our association has disregarded your interests. My fellow survivalists and I have pushed back on the decision to take this discovery out of your hands. Along with the support of a few other supportive factions, we have succeeded in preserving your opportunity. You still have the right to continue your explorations and attempt to extract the bones from the Phase Whale Enclave. This was good news. It sounded like becoming an associate of the survivalist faction was not an empty gesture. Becoming a part of this club provided him with actual support from within the Mech Trade Association. Then, the Phase Whale skeleton is still mine? VES cautiously questioned. Jovi responded with a rueful smile. Yes, but not without conditions. You have 2 weeks to learn and retrieve everything you can from the Phase Whale Enclave that you have discovered. After that, regardless of any success or failure, the site and everything inside it will be ours. 2 weeks? That's too short. Can't you give us additional time? I'm sorry, VES, but that is the most that we can do. You don't understand the meaning of obtaining the skeleton of such an immense phase whale skeleton. In fact, even if you manage to pull it out entirely, we still have to insist that you surrender the majority of it to us. It has immense research value to our association. That. VES became speechless. This was brazen theft. Although he understood that the MTA could do whatever it wanted, he did not feel good about this intervention. Thankfully, Jovi softened the blow with his next words. We will not ignore your contributions, VES. We will award you with 15 million MTA merits for making this discovery and allowing us to take possession of most of the giant skeleton. We will allow you to keep 10% of all of the bones that you have managed to obtain. If you make any additional findings, we will grant you additional rewards. 10%. This was a pitiful proportion, but VES understood that it was already a huge concession on the part of the MTA. If the Meshers wanted, they could just take over the Phase Whale Enclave by force without paying any attention to his needs. A sense of helplessness filled his body. Chapter 3810, Tough Bones. 2 weeks. The MTA ultimately gave VES and the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance 2 weeks to make as many gains as possible from the Royal Tomb. After that, the entire space pocket and its contents were none of their business anymore. VES felt incredibly sore about the entire situation. If the Simile Halifax wasn't following around the expeditionary fleet like a stubborn barnacle, the MTA probably wouldn't have moved so quickly in claiming his discovery. Getting too close to the MTA is not always good. He reminded himself. The Mech Trade Association had its own interests in mind. His own wishes and desires always took a backseat in the face of one of humanity's most powerful organizations. It was because of the immense strength of the MTA that VES did not even think about defying or protesting the MTA's tyrannical directives. A mere journeyman was not qualified to voice his complaints. The good news was that the survivalists stood up on his behalf. Even if they ultimately granted him a few minor concessions, some progress was better than no progress. Of course, VES only had Jovi's word to go by. Who knew what really took place behind closed doors? It could be that his friend was exaggerating the role of the survivalists so that he would think more favorably about the faction. He shrugged. That wasn't something that he could investigate. All he could do was make the best out of the cards he had been dealt. I better make sure the MTA is far away from my fleet the next time I find such an amazing discovery. He resentfully muttered under his breath. After he reluctantly settled his roiling feelings, he passed on the news to the others. Naturally, their reactions weren't any better than his own, but they too had the good sense not to fight against this development. How could they fight against the MTA when their voice was even smaller than that of VES? They had no hope of overturning this new development. When VES called his wife in order to discuss the news with her, she did not exhibit a strong reaction. With a discovery of this magnitude, what did you think would happen? She stated as she held their daughter in her arms. Phase whales are the strongest native alien races of the Red Ocean. The Big Two has to leverage a large amount of firepower to defeat individual whales. Now that we have found the remains of what might possibly be the largest and strongest phase whale to ever exist, the findings that the MTA can make from this immense skeleton will surely facilitate the war effort. In comparison to all of these major gains, whatever you plan to do with those bones is not important. Whale! Orelai acutely yelled. Big whale! Gloriana smiled at her daughter. Yes, sweetie. Daddy has found a big whale, though it is long dead. The couple moved on to discussing their next moves. VES hoped that his wife could give him another perspective on the problem. Given our failed attempts to retrieve samples of the giant skeleton, it is clear the phase whales have implemented special means to preserve it. I am not sure about this, but all of the years that have passed since then may have weakened the protective measures. If this is the case, then we have a chance of breaking through them. We can do this in two ways. We can either decipher their mechanisms and unravel them, or we can rely on brute force to overcome the remaining barriers. These are my thoughts as well. VES nodded. Personally, I don't have much hope for cracking and dissolving the mysterious protection methods. We are way out of our depth. I can barely figure out a minute portion of luminar crystal technology. There is no chance we have the expertise and knowledge to figure out phase whale technology. That left the only viable option, which was to bring in the strongest and heaviest equipment and hope they were powerful enough to chip away the bones from the suspended phase whale skeleton. Of course, VES and his men could also attempt to dislodge the skeleton from its place and drag it through the portal hole. VES didn't think this was easy, though. The skeleton occupied the exact middle of the royal tomb and appeared to be fixed in place through unknown but undoubtedly powerful means. The married couple discussed potential methods to harvest portions of the skeletons. It is clear that the skull of the phase whale skeleton is where the protection is strongest. She told him. That is where the interference is strongest and also where the phase whale has developed the most when it was still alive. Our best chances of obtaining any harvest is to cut off the furthest end of the spine. The last vertebrae are probably the most vulnerable bones of the entire skeleton. Although they are not much compared to the total remains, don't forget that they are already large and heavy on their own. We can retrieve more than enough bone to construct a handful of high-quality mechs with all of the tons of bone material that we retain after handing over the rest to the MTA. I am not satisfied with taking off the tip, but I'll take it if we can't cut off anything further. VES sighed. Do you have any ideas on what kind of means we should use to cut the furthest vertebrae? The best idea that I can come up with is to send in the first sword and hope that its decapitator sword is sharp enough to cut through the part that connects the vertebrae together. Gloriana responded with a skeptical expression. You are seriously underestimating the phase whale skeleton if you think that has a chance of working. I have studied the data and analysis on the composition and hardness of the bone. It is harder than unending alloy, you know that? Even if 1,000 of the new Redax mechs chop at the skeleton with their powerful axes all day, the bones will not even show any traces of damage. In fact, their axes will break long before anything can happen to the skeleton. Normally, you're right, but expert mechs don't play by the same rules as ordinary machines. The first sword possesses the most potent cutting power of any single machine in our possession, and the reason for that is not because it is strong or possesses the sharpest mech sword, but because it is empowered by true resonance. I am hopeful that the reality-distorting effects of the first sword's cutting power can exceed whatever hardness and protection is keeping those bones together. Gloriana still didn't lift her pessimism. Okay. Let's assume that this is possible. What then? Have you seen the size of those bones? We are talking about a spine that has kept together a biological whale body that is probably as large and heavy as the most powerful CFA battleships in service today. The first sword may be larger than a human body, but its scale is insignificant compared to an organism of this size. I am afraid the first sword must hack its sword hundreds if not thousands of times in order to cut the furthest vertebrae, and those happen to be the smallest ones of the entire skeleton. He sighed. She was right about that. All of the recordings and sensor readings made it clear that not a single part of the bone remnants was of a manageable size. If we can't cut off even a single whole vertebra, then we can take a step back and chip away as many bone flakes as we can in the time we have available. This was an awful-sounding plan, but what else could his men do? The damn phase whale had grown too damned big before it perished. You need to form a better plan than hoping that the first sword can chip away at the surface of the vertebrae, VES. This is hardly an approach that instills confidence. Then maybe we can make use of our other mechs. Our ranged mechs can all switch their luminar crystal weapons to slicer beams. If we bring in enough mechs and have them fire at the same part of the skeleton all day, the vast quantity of concentrated attacks may overwhelm the damned bones. That sounds more viable, but you will be taking a great risk if you proceed with this plan. She responded. What if the portal destabilizes faster than we expected? What if the attacks trigger a dangerous defense mechanism that instantly crushes everything inside the royal tomb? You are risking the loss of thousands of mechs and mech pilots if you have miscalculated. I know. This is why I am not going to open up a portal right away. I am hoping that we can all study the data and brainstorm better solutions in the next few days. How many days? I truly don't know. VES shrugged. They discussed a few more suggestions, but none of them sounded any better than hoping that a literal miracle could magically dislodge the vertebrae from the rest of the giant skeleton. Once they finally ended the call, VES fell into thought. Cutting off the vertebrae was only one of his goals. He also had other goals, and he had a feeling that he could only fulfill them if he was able to reach the head of the phase whale skeleton. How can we possibly reach the front half of the skeleton? VES wondered. The interference and increasingly more violent hazards posed a lethal threat to any mech that attempted to go forward. Phase whales, especially the older and more mature ones, grew to become stupendously powerful creatures that could challenge the Big Two's best war assets and not get instantly crushed. Even if the skeletal remains were only covered by a fraction of the power of the phase whale at its height, that was still far in excess of what the entire expeditionary fleet could overcome. This is an engineering problem. VES stated. That means that it is possible to engineer a solution. We just have to be inventive enough. A 2-week time limit was tight but not unreasonably so. The measures granted the Larkinsons and their allies enough time to try out a few hopeful solutions. If those attempts failed to yield any positive results, then chances were that any subsequent solutions were unlikely to do any better. In that case, it might ultimately be a good idea to cut their losses and settle for the 15 million MTA merits as their principal gain from this exploration. VES ruefully smiled. It hurts to miss out on an insanely strong biomaterial, but 15 million MTA merits is not a trivial sum. I can do a lot with this much merits. Though he felt inclined to save them all up, he could choose to exchange them for many useful benefits. He could get his hands on high-tech goodies such as teleportation devices and first-class augmentations. He could obtain new perks or extend his current ones. He could exchange additional PPS. He could request permission to access and make use of restricted technology. He could solicit an MTA mech designer to contribute to one of his mech design projects. In other words, there were so many benefits that he could exchange for that VES should not be dissatisfied with the MTA's reward at all. His excursion to the Garamel system and back would definitely be profitable in the end. Those bones, though. VES really did not want to miss out on those powerful phase whale bones. They beckoned to him. It was as if he was lucky staring at a pile of first-class exotics. He could not resist the call to retrieve enough quantities of bone to make fantastic mechs out of this exquisite biological material. Phase whale bone will be my second unending alloy if I have anything to say about it. He vowed to himself. Chapter 3811, Mother's Choice. Uncle Brutus. A cute voice called. It's Brutus with an R, young lady. Can you say Brutus? Brutus. You will get it right eventually. A pink-suited figure ran towards the man who wore a dashing white piloting suit and hugged his leg. Brutus bent down and lifted the tiny but energetic figure of Aurelia up. The little girl giggled as the expert pilot automatically retracted his helmet so he could plant a kiss on Aurelia's forehead and cheek. Hi 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 hi. Kiss back. Aurelia did not hesitate to lean forward so that she could plant kisses on her uncle's smooth and handsome face. As uncle and niece showed their affection towards each other, Gloriana stepped inside Brutus' stateroom aboard the Indigo Tremor. She approached and hugged his body before looking at him with an evaluating gaze. You look good, brother. You seem stronger than before. I made a few new insights and deepened my control over the Star Dancer Mark II. My resonance strength has grown. Brutus smiled as Aurelia's tiny hands curiously rubbed over his stubble. What is your current peak? 20.75 Lavares. Gloriana gasped with surprise and happiness. You've already advanced to a mid-tier expert pilot. That's faster than I expected. There was no single uniform standard that defined the tiers of expert pilots. Different organizations maintain slightly different thresholds based on different combinations of factors such as resonance strength, actual combat strength, expert mech performance and actual battle records. However, most people used certain measures of resonance strength as a shorthand indication of the overall tier of an expert pilot. A demigod with a resonance strength that was approaching the upper limit was unlikely to be lacking in combat experience. A low-tier expert pilot's resonance strength ranged between 1 to 20 Lavares. A mid-tier expert pilot's resonance strength ranged between 20 to 40 Lavares. A high-tier expert pilot's resonance strength ranged between 40 to 60 Lavares. A peak-tier expert pilot's resonance strength ranged between 60 to 67 lavares. The latter happened to be extremely rare. These were basically old dogs who possessed many decades of combat experience and constantly worked hard to obtain their breakthrough chance. Unfortunately for most of them, they missed the best time for them to achieve their breakthroughs and suffered from the many ailments brought by aging. Of course, Brutus did not have to worry about this outcome as he was still in the prime of his life. In the eyes of Gloriana, Brutus checked all of the boxes for him to qualify as a mid-tier expert pilot. Though his combat experience was not too abundant, he had fought numerous pitched battles and never slacked off in his training. His new Star Dancer Mark II was substantially more powerful than his previous expert mech in almost every parameter. Now that his resonance strength had finally caught up, he had become an existence that could fight with a clear advantage against his weaker and less developed peers. This was enough for Gloriana to be happy for her older brother. As the two sat down on one of the couches in the central compartment, they entered into a discussion about all of the progress that Brutus had made as of late. The expert pilot had not only grown his resonance strength, but also polished his piloting skills and deepened his mastery of the Star Dancer Mark II. As he became a stronger and more capable pilot, his expert mech no longer fit him as well as before. The Star Dancer Mark II was tweaked for a demigod who was weaker than his current self. Part of the reason why Gloriana decided to pay a visit to the Indigo Tremor was to perform the necessary adjustments to her beloved brother's mech. Meow meow. As Clixie rested on Brutus' lap and kept Aurelia company, Gloriana contemplated the tweaks she needed to make in order to increase her brother's combat efficiency. I think you are ready to assume a greater degree of manual control over your machine. She concluded. The Star Dancer Mark II is one of the most agile and maneuverable mechs that I have been involved with. It is designed with quick and dexterous movements in mind, but we have locked part of it away because it requires too much fine control on your part in order to make the most out of this potential. If your familiarity, control, and multitasking is not up to par, then you are liable to trip up your own expert mech. I understand that, but I am more than ready for the challenge, sister. You know exactly what I focus on with my fighting style. Rifleman mech specialists generally excelled in two different directions. There were the long-ranged marksmen like Venerable Davia Stark who focused most of their efforts on pursuing maximum firepower and extreme precision. Expert pilots like these were at home in large, organized battles where they could sit in the rear and rely on the protection of their comrades to snipe distant opponents with impunity. The downside to this fighting approach was that they usually didn't polish their self-defense capabilities. While expert pilots were always skilled in every aspect of piloting a mech, their time was limited and they could only practice a limited skill set at a time. Marksman specialists had to spend much of their time increasing their accuracy and precision in a variety of difficult circumstances. This caused them to fall further behind in terms of dueling and close-ranged dogfighting compared to other expert pilots. Brutus pursued a radically different fighting style. He was the quintessential example of a mid-range duelist who could hold his own against other individual expert pilots. His long-ranged precision might not be as great, but he was much more able to track fast-moving expert mechs while performing evasive maneuvers with his own expert mech. Performing all of these intricate and interconnected actions demanded a lot out of every mech pilot. Expert pilots didn't have it easy either because their expert mechs required vastly more control in order to keep up with the extreme performance of enemy expert mechs. Gloriana took notes as Brutus conveyed his demands. She interpreted his requests and came up with an increasingly more precise plan on how to tweak the Star Dancer Mark II. The firepower of my rifle is falling behind, Brutus told his sister. That shouldn't be the case. She frowned. The Hexacris is one of VE's custom-developed Luminar crystal rifles. It is as powerful as it can be at its size and budget. It's a weapon designed to fight against mechs and expert mechs. It is not designed to fight against alien warships and these space monsters we keep bumping into. What if we encounter an angry descendant of that giant phase whale skeleton one day? The Hexacris loses most of its advantages against such a large and massive opponent. What I require in this scenario is not a light and fast-firing energy rifle, but a large and heavy gun that doesn't need to be too precise but can disgorge powerful, penetrating shots. That should be possible, but let me think this through, Gloriana said as she fell into thought. The Star Dancer Mark II was not optimized for this mode of combat. While the advantage of humanoid mechs was that they could handle any sort of weapon that fit in their hands, that didn't always mean that it was wise to equip them with substantially different weapons. If the Amaranto's instrument of vengeance happened to fall into the hands of her brother's expert mech, then the powerful precision rifle would not be able to output as much damage due to constraints in energy transmission. In addition to that, the Star Dancer Mark II's configuration was not designed with long-ranged precision in mind. Many stabilizers, compensators, and adjustment systems that turned the Amaranto into an excellent sniper platform were absent in her brother's machine. The Star Dancer Mark II instead dedicated much of its capacity to enhancing its mobility and agility. If the Hexer expert mech wasn't moving around like a nimble hummingbird, then Brutus wasn't utilizing its strengths to the fullest. The drop in efficiency resulting from a mismatch between weapon configuration and mech configuration was so significant that Gloriana couldn't stand the thought of facilitating this approach. However, she knew that her brother was right. Having a bigger if more unwieldy mech rifle at his disposal could make a substantial difference in a battle against one of the many native alien forces in the Red Ocean. She let out a sigh. I will talk to VES about this. The design project shouldn't take much time to complete. The only variables we need to think about is deciding what materials we should use to develop a superior weapon. Now that she accepted Brutus' request, she wanted to make sure that her husband delivered a great result rather than going through the motions. Once Brutus finished outlining all of his preferences with regards to a possible second luminar crystal rifle for his expert mech, he addressed a different topic. Mother is in the process of arranging a marriage for me. He revealed in a neutral tone. She is. Gloriana became excited all of a sudden. That's great news. Who will be your potential partner? Mother is in talks with the Ivern matriarchal dynasty about matching me with Lady Callisto Ivern. Callisto Ivern? I haven't heard about her. Is she to your liking? Gloriana asked. Lady Callisto is a gorgeous woman. Brutus admitted. The Iverns are being highly sincere this time due to our Wadden dynasty's close relationship with your husband. Lady Callisto Ivern has maintained a low profile in Hexer society, but she is a main branch descendant who has already become one of the executives of a major company that the matriarchal dynasty has founded in the Red Ocean. If the marriage is set, Lady Callisto will move into our fleet and take charge of some of the logistical affairs of the Glory Seekers. It sounded like a good match to Gloriana. Lady Callisto was a Hexer of superior birth and standing. Backed by one of the 6 most powerful dynasties of the Hexer people, her presence in the expeditionary fleet meant that the Glory Seekers stood to gain greater access to resources, woman power, and starships. However, even as Gloriana admired her mother for forging a closer alliance between the Waddens and the Iverns, she neglected to pay attention to her brother's sinking expression. Little Aurelia noticed the changes in Brutus' expression and tilted her head. Uncle sad? No. Not quite. Maybe. I don't know. He softly said as he rubbed her precious hair. Gloriana frowned as she snapped out of her thoughts. Brother, you are not happy with our mother's arrangements. He sighed. You haven't lived with us, so you probably haven't noticed all of the changes that have taken place within our ships. Just as with my fellow soldiers in the fleet, my time in the fleet has changed me. I am proud to call myself a glory seeker, but our state is dying, sister. That is just a temporary setback. She insisted. The Hexadric hegemony may be about to fall, but a newer Hexer state will assuredly rise again in the Red Ocean. Brutus shook his head. It won't work, Gloriana. The Hexer way of life has failed. The more we have traveled outside of the borders of the Hexadric hegemony, the more we recognize how much the lessons we have learned are wrong. Each time we pray to the Superior Mother, we do not feel she is admonishing us for thinking this way. She has taught us that women as well as boys deserve equal compassion. Do you think that Lady Callisto Ivern will be as open-minded? Even if she is willing to play along. I do not think I will be happy with tying my life to a Hexer who constantly wants to be in charge. I want to spend my life with a different woman. Gloriana froze. It was as if she was completely incapable of processing her brother's defiance against their mother. Chapter 3812, Grown-Up Boy. Gloriana looked conflicted at the expert pilot who was sitting at her side. The brother who happily held and cuddled with his niece had just conveyed an intention that did not sit well with her. She almost couldn't believe he went as far as voicing his displeasure at his mother's latest arrangement. Did he realize how much damage he could do to the Waddens and their mother if he single-handedly spoiled a potential opportunity to bring the Wadden dynasty and the Ivern matriarchal dynasty closer together? There was more than just his happiness at stake. The Brutus she used to know was a perfectly obedient son. He had always followed the instructions and arrangements of their mother without showing any rebellious tendencies. He did not just follow Constance Wadden's orders because they came from their mother. He did everything he could to act according to the plan that was given to him because it was an excellent development path for a boy in a Hexer society. His diligence paid off in spades. Not only did he succeed in becoming a powerful mech pilot in a society that was reluctant to hand over deadly mechs to boys, he had broken past his limits as a mortal and become an exemplary warrior that was entrusted with greater power. As far as Gloriana knew, her brother's life always turned for the better when he worked earnestly to meet their mother's expectations. Why did he choose to turn away from her latest promising arrangement? Was it such a bad idea to start a family with an excellent woman from the Ivern matriarchal dynasty? You don't understand. Venerable Brutus repeated. I love our mother and I am still grateful for everything she has done. If I was still back home, I would not think twice about accepting her plans for me. However, our home is about to get overrun by the Friedaymen. Why should I continue to abide by the rules and customs of a state that constantly emphasizes its superiority but has proven to be inferior on the battlefield? Gloriana couldn't take it any longer. What is wrong with you, Brutus? Our mother isn't trying to ruin your life. She is doing what is best for you, as she has always done since she has started raising you. Don't you know how many Hexer boys would want to be in your place? I might not know much about Lady Callisto Ivern, but if she is like the other main branch descendants of the matriarchal dynasty, she is bound to be an excellent woman in all aspects. Brutus sighed again. According to the standards of other hexers, you're undoubtedly right. That doesn't mean my own standards are the same. They've changed, sister. Traveling through the galaxies and coming in touch with different cultures has opened my eyes. In fact, the greatest examples of how much happier men and women can be are the Larkinsons. When I compare my life to that of the other men in the Larkinson clan, I do not see any reason why I can be as free and happy as them. If I want to start a family of my own, I want it to mirror the families of the Larkinsons rather than the Hexers. Though Gloriana still had difficulty accepting these words, her daughter was not as doubtful. Uncle happy? Aurelia innocently asked. Brutus smiled back. Your uncle is already happy now, but he won't be if your grandmother forces me to marry a Hexer. Hey! His answer was beyond the little girl's range of understanding. She was still a baby, after all. Her designer genetics only mildly boosted her cognitive development at this early stage. Her rapid growth process would not start until she was ready to attend school. That didn't mean the little girl got stuck like her mother. Her thoughts were much simpler and pure. Family! She cried as she stretched her tiny arms towards Brutus. He lifted her closer so that he could embrace her small and precious form once again. He could feel the warmth flowing from his loving niece in spite of the insulating properties of their protective suits. Family! Brutus said as he closed his eyes. Family is what I am trying to strive for, sister. I am happy with how our mother has taken care of me, but I have already grown up and do not need her care anymore. I think I deserve to live my own life now. I know that if I continue to let others decide what I should do, I won't be happy anymore. You. Do you trust me? He asked. Do you trust my judgment on this, or do you think I'm misguided? His question caused Gloriana to get embroiled in an inner struggle. Her respect for her mother was warring against her adoration towards her brother. The problem was that she loved both of them in equal measure. She did not wish to be put in a position where she had to choose one over the other, but her brother wasn't content with her indecision. Why must you be so opposed to our mother, Brutus? You can still talk to her and inform her of your wishes. Do you think I haven't tried? She heard me out, but then she went right back into negotiating an alliance with the Avern matriarchal dynasty. You can't blame her for that. The arranged marriage she is setting up can change the lives of all of our relatives. Our Wadden dynasty is about to complete its complete migration to the Red Ocean. I don't know if you haven't noticed, but it is dangerous out here. The more allies and backing our dynasty can secure, the greater the chance that every Wadden will prosper. They can work for their own prosperity. Brutus retorted. Look, I am still willing to help our parents and our relatives, but I refuse to be their slave. Our dynasty will be completely fine without me. There are more than enough excellent Wadden boys who can become the perfect docile partner to a personality as august as Lady Callista Ivern. It doesn't have to be me. Let me pursue my own happiness. Gloriana fell silent as she registered the earnest desire in his plea. As much as she wanted to stand up for her mother, she could not bring herself to put down the bother she grew up with. She loved him too much to crush his desires. I thought you dedicated your life to fighting for the Waddens. You're not entirely correct. I dedicated my life to protecting you. He replied with a firm expression. Now, I have expanded my goals. I want to start my own family so that I can protect it as well. Everyone around me is growing older, and I am no exception. Cuddling with little Aurelia here has grown my desire to have my own kids. Hi 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 hi. Gloriana's daughter giggled as he affectionately rubbed her head. Brutus grew firmer in his desire to pursue a different life. I don't think you want to raise your daughters into discriminatory women and your sons into subservient boys. You may hide behind the excuse that VES is forcing you to compromise, but I think that deep down you have reached the same conclusion as I. The old Hexer way of life is a disaster. The fact that you aren't able to respond immediately tells me that you do not object as strongly as you think you should. He pointedly remarked. Brutus gave her time to sort out her conflicting thoughts. In the meantime, he continued playing and teasing his cute little niece. In the end, Gloriana relaxed her posture. I am not our mother, so I can't speak on her behalf. Though I do not approve of your choice, I know better than to change the mind of an expert pilot when he has made up his mind. You will have to face our mother by yourself if she comes in person and asks you to account for yourself. Other than that, I will stand by your side and support you regardless of your decisions. A few seconds passed before Brutus nodded. Thank you, sister. I really wanted to hear that from you. I know it must be difficult for you to respect my wishes over our mother's intentions, but we will all be happier for it in the end. She sighed and looked around her brother's stateroom. What now? I need to get married in quick order. He answered. You what? You know how our mother can be. She won't listen to me and will continue to engage with the Avern matriarchal dynasty until the arranged marriage is set in stone. I don't want to cause a diplomatic incident due to her obstinacy, so the best way to stop her plans from coming into fruition is to preempt her with news of a marriage on my own terms. It was quite a clever plan, actually. There was no way the Iverns would agree to continue treating Brutus as a potential partner for someone as important as Lady Callisto Ivern if he was already taken. Hexers were prideful about that, and it only grew worse at the upper echelons. Gloriana furrowed her brows. Short notice as in weeks. I need to be married within a month. That's too short. You can't possibly find a suitable woman and go on enough dates to know whether you will be happy with her if you commit to her for the rest of your life. If Brutus was a normal person, then Gloriana might not be so bothered about it. The newly wedded couple could just file for a divorce if their relationship was no longer sustainable. He was an expert pilot, though, and people like him tended to take their vows of marriage more seriously. I know, Gloriana, but what else can I do to stop our mother? She cannot be reasoned with. Only actions will force her into surrender. This is why I am asking for your help. As much as I like and respect my fellow female soldiers among the glory seekers, they are still too hexer for my liking. I would like your help with introducing me to a lovely Larkinson woman who is open to a fast-track relationship. You're asking a lot from me, you know that. That is why I don't think I can manage this on my own. You've been a part of the Larkinson clan for years. You must know plenty of women over there. Some of them will not say no to me, right? Gloriana pursed her lips. She could think of several women who would love to hook up with a young and dashing mid-tier expert pilot who was directly related to the Larkinson patriarch's wife. She was not sure whether their love for him would be pure, though. I need to think carefully about this. She replied. Don't worry. I will help you as much as I can. I just need time to form a list and investigate their relationship potential. Since your happiness is at stake, I am determined to do this right. The fit between you and your future wife must be perfect. That's great. I hope you will be able to get everything done within a few weeks. The journeyman mech designer treated this challenge as another project and switched to her work mode. She considered all of the possible steps that she could take to make this search faster and more reliable. She suddenly came up with an expedient course of action. I know how I can find a date for you within a day. How? Gloriana grinned. By using the same method that has led me to my husband. We can make use of an automated matching process to quickly seek out the most compatible women among thousands of Larkinsons. Are you sure it will work? Of course it will. Don't worry, brother. I will whittle down the list of eligible candidates by using my own judgment. Your new wife cannot be too average. She has to be as perfect as possible. Chapter 3813, Making the List. The Larkinsons maintained an extensive and detailed personnel database. This was pretty much standard practice among many organizations. None of them wanted to lose track of their own people. That would be stupid and potentially dangerous, as the ones they neglected might turn into spies or saboteurs without their notice. Keeping track of people's movements, actions, and other parameters was much easier when they spent most if not all of their time aboard starships that were fully under the control of the respective organization. The Larkinson clan recorded more information about its people than normal. Its patriarch was a bit paranoid and valued his ships. The outbreak of the Crown Uprising had spooked him quite a lot, causing him to push for greater monitoring and tracking. An entire department existed within the clan that primarily busied itself with checking up on and managing over 200,000 clansmen. Though each of them were relatively free to make their own life choices, the Internal Affairs Ministry regularly nudged or advised those that were feeling lost or out of place in the Larkinson fleet. If Gloriana wanted to get started on forming a list of suitors for her brother, she could just call the Internal Affairs Ministry and ask to run the matchmaking software on its entire database. She had a better alternative in mind, though. Although Internal Affairs did collect a lot of details about the lives of every clansman, she happened to know about another wing of the Larkinson clan that collected even more data. I need to make a call. She told Brutus and passed over her daughter to his care. Look after my baby for me while I get that list I promised. She raised herself to her feet and stepped away so she could speak to one of the more annoying women in the Larkinson clan. Though she did not like to talk to the woman in question, Gloriana had to admit there was no one else who knew the Larkinsons better. After she fought over her hesitation, she made the command and initiated the call. A small bust projection of Calabast soon appeared above her suited wrist. Calabast looked as attractive and dangerous as ever. Her luscious black hair and her fully equipped infiltrator suit gave her an impression of a woman who knew what she was doing. The spymaster of the Larkinson clan would have been a model hexer if she didn't renounce her original citizenship. Gloriana. Calabast spoke without much pretense for politeness. It is rare for you to approach me on your own initiative. What is it now? Do you want logs of the women that VES has spent time with the last month? Do you want to download footage of him in the bathroom? None of that today. I am calling because I need the help of your black cats in finding a future wife for my brother Brutus. This needs to be done quickly before we run out of time. Oh? This sounds interesting. Please explain his situation to me. I take it that this is not a regular request. Gloriana straightforwardly summarized her brother's predicament and the need to get married quickly. Calabast didn't laugh, fortunately. She did look amused. The boy has finally decided to grow into a man. Bravo! I expected him and the glory seekers to diverge from the culture that we all grew up in, but his translation has reached this stage a lot faster than I expected. What a pleasant surprise! Your news has already made my day. As a former hexer, Calabast had first-hand experience in transitioning from a typical hexer to a more reasonable human being that was more aligned to galactic norms and standards. She applauded any other hexer that managed to climb out of the pit of ignorance and hatred that was formed by the poisonous culture they grew up with. It was not easy for the hexers to renounce all of the fundamental teachings they embraced as truth. Will you meet my request or not? Gloriana asked in an irritated tone. I will. Don't be so impatient. I will cooperate to the best of my abilities. In my opinion, Venerable Brutus deserves a reward for making a brave decision. His success will serve as an example and an inspiration to the rest of the glory seekers. As a former hexer and a spy master, how could Calabast possibly be ignorant of the developments taking place within the glory seekers? Although the Mech force was nominally a part of the Wadden dynasty and the Hexadric hegemony, both of these organizations had become increasingly more distant entities to all of the boys and women serving aboard the Indigo Tremor and sister ships. Due to the strength and prominence of the Larkinson clan, the glory seekers constantly witnessed and came into contact with people who were having a much better time in the expeditionary fleet. This persistent exposure exerted a constant influence on those that had previously lived highly insular lives. Though few of them had taken the crucial step like Venerable Brutus, it was only a matter of time before the estrangement grew too great. If the hexers back home were more aware of how people changed when exposed to different environments and cultures, they would have implemented more measures to prevent the glory seekers from straying from their culture. It was too bad that the people in charge were so conceited about their superiority and so inexperienced with cultural assimilation that they completely missed what was happening. Calabast grinned wider. She loved a good show and looked forward to seeing how the situation would develop further. For now, she had to help Gloriana's older brother complete his own transition. I know just what to do. Let me set this up. Give me a few minutes. After Calabast accessed the database, activated a matchmaking program and configured its settings, she turned her attention back to Gloriana. Before I begin with the initial matching process, what specifications do you wish to impose? Please limit the search range to female Larkinsons who are between 20 and 40 years old. They must be healthy, able, and have an attractiveness index that is above 0.80. They should not be married or committed to a serious relationship. The candidates must either occupy at least mid-level positions in the clan or have parents that occupy upper-level positions. They must be at least moderately attracted to a male person with my brother's parameters. Please exclude any candidates who are members of the Eye of Ylvan, the Sword Maidens, and the Penitent Sisters. Most of Gloriana's specifications sounded reasonable if a bit picky, but her last specifications went a bit too far in Calabast's opinion. Those groups happened to hold plenty of women who could easily get along with Brutus. Calabast responded. Why do you want to filter out their names? Do I even need to explain it? Fine. The Ylvanese believe in the wrong god. The Sword Maidens are too crude and uncivilized. I don't think I need to explain why the Penitent Sisters are wholly unqualified to pair up with my brother. Does that offer enough clarity? At least you put thought into the matter. Let me initiate the search. As soon as Calabast started the process, the blinding Banshee's processors and ACE became fully active. Every spare processing power was being used to perform an immense amount of calculations, all for the purpose of analyzing as much data on eligible women as possible so that the matchmaking program could estimate the compatibility between them and Brutus. The software that Calabast employed was not a basic one that only analyzed brief records and documents. They also looked through thousands of hours of footage in order to look for specific patterns of behavior that could enrich the data used to formulate the list. Neither Calabast nor Gloriana spoke as they patiently waited for the matchmaking program to crunch all of the numbers. Soon, a chime sounded at Calabast's end of the call. The woman looked at her terminal and curled her lips in amusement. Well. These matchmaking programs indeed know what they are doing. Give me the list. Gloriana demanded. No. Why not? Because you will be wasting far too much of your time in investigating each of the names in person. I am also afraid that you will harass them with invasive questioning. Calabast answered. There are over 100 names on the list. Let me help you by leveraging my expertise in presenting you the women that I think you will find particularly interesting. Hurry up, then. I don't have all day. Well, you should know the first name quite well. Sarah Foykin is a successful journeyman mech designer with bright career prospects. She is single, polite, and respectful. Her greatest apparent personality defect is that she is a workaholic as well as somewhat boring. If you want a safe choice, I think you cannot go wrong with Miss Sarah. Though Gloriana agreed with Calabast's points, she happened to know Sarah more personally. This match will never get off the ground. She judged. Sarah Foykin may be available, but she maintains her own pride as a journeyman. She will insist on starting a proper relationship before she is ready to marry. This will take years that we do not have. The matchmaking program shouldn't be wrong. If it has been judged that Sarah Foykin is highly compatible with Venerable Brutus, then I think you should give it a shot. She may be more open-minded towards your conditions than you think. Calabast insisted. Let's leave her name in reserve. Please provide me with another suggestion. The spymaster glanced at the list for a few seconds before presenting a second name. If you are interested in matching your brother with a future stalwart of the Larkinson clan, then Vivian Psy is a compelling choice. The chief shipwright may be young for her current position, but she already occupies a key position in our upper hierarchy. She possesses a more assertive personality than Sarah Foykin due to fulfilling her leadership duties. Gloriana had only spoken to Vivian a handful of times since their work hardly intersected with each other. She had heard mild praise about Vivian from other corners of the clan, and never heard anything egregiously bad about the chief shipwright's competence or personality. Miss Vivian Psy is an interesting prospect, but I know too little about her to make an immediate decision. I will put her on the short list as well. What else do you have, Calabast? Isabel Coden may not be an expert pilot like Brutus, but it is only a matter of time before she undergoes apotheosis. As a future expert pilot that possesses a highly similar specialty and piloting style to your brother, Miss Isabel can serve as a great training partner and battle companion. She possesses a milder and more introverted personality compared to the other candidates on the list, so it is unlikely that she will order Brutus around. What is also important to note is that Isabel's personality and attitude are still malleable since she is just an expert candidate at the moment. Though Calabast's logic was sound, Gloriana still looked down on Isabel Coden. The woman wasn't prominent in the Larkinson clan at all and wouldn't have attracted any notice if not for being the latest pilot of the Quint. I will issue my judgment on her later. What else do you have? Calabast grinned. If you want to aim for the top, then how about introducing your brother to Commander Kausela Ingvar? Our clan's latest expert pilot is the most promising talent that has risen up from the ranks. With her personal strength as well as her rapidly rising command capabilities, she is one of the favorites to take over General Verl's position as the highest military leader of our clan. Although she has zero relationship experience as far as I am aware of, the matchmaking program actually thinks that there is a good chance that a relationship between Kausela and Brutus will work. The downside is that the two will have to click at first sight in order for their marriage to have any hope of getting realized. Of all of the candidates on the list, the Sentinel Commander was by far the most ambitious choice. Chapter 3814, Expert Guard Dog. No. Please reconsider. I truly have a great proposition for Commander Kausela, but how can I present it to her when you are blocking my way to her cabin? You don't need to meet with my sister. I can smell your intention a light year away. Your thoughts are so impure that you will unnecessarily distract her from her upcoming mission. Do you know what is at stake right now? Our troops will soon pass through a portal and enter a mysterious pocket space where we must leverage as much power as possible to cut apart a gigantic skeleton. That is what is important right now. We are all operating under heightened alert right now. This is no time for fun and games. Though Venerable Brutus tried to remain graceful as his mother had taught him, it became harder for him to maintain his composure. After paying a visit to the temporary surface base set up by the Larkinson clan, he asked around and found where the expert pilots were residing when they weren't on duty. Ordinarily, it shouldn't have been a problem for him to meet with Commander Kausela. He was one of the most important soldiers of the Glory Seekers and possessed the necessary status to meet with the Sentinel Commander. Unfortunately, his attempt to present his case to the Sentinel Commander was interrupted by the forceful blockade of the latest expert pilot of the Larkinson clan. Even though Venerable Brutus was certain that neither he nor Gloriana spread any word about his plan to escape his mother's arranged marriage plans, Venerable Iman Ingvar somehow derived his own conclusions about the Glory Seekers' approach and took offense. The two expert pilots stared down at each other with both their eyes and their extraordinary willpower. In his view, Venerable Brutus merely wanted to present a business proposal to the woman in his mind. Though he didn't approach her purely out of love, he did not see anything wrong with a transparent and open discussion about how they could both benefit from forming a marital union. Commander Kausela should be rational enough to weigh his proposal on its merits. An expert pilot that was able to become smart and intelligent enough to retain her command position should not be overly swayed by her emotional impulses. This was also why Brutus thought it was a great idea to approach the Sentinel Commander first. It was a pity that he miscalculated. Her brother not only possessed the opposite inclinations, but also stood before the entrance of her cabin like a loyal guard dog. Now, this hound had become agitated and would not stop barking against Brutus. Venerable Iman's fiery and aggressive willpower collided against Venerable Brutus' firm and protective willpower. In truth, there was no contest. Brutus had just become a genuine mid-tier expert pilot and had already gone through a lot of tempering over the years. Iman was like a recent graduate of a Mech Academy who fearlessly issued a challenge towards a veteran pilot. If Venerable Brutus truly wanted to, he could leverage his considerable strength to defeat and humble this recently advanced expert pilot. This was not a wise course of action, though. Venerable Iman Ingvar was an ally and a powerful comrade who Brutus might be relying upon in future battles. Generating bad blood with such a pivotal figure was not wise. Aside from that, Brutus hadn't forgotten that he had come here to appeal to Commander Kausela. How could he possibly make a good impression on her when he just humiliated her close sibling? The lack of good options frustrated Brutus. He tried to reason with the agitated hound a second time. My plan should not disturb your sister's preparations. I will only require a brief moment of her time. After I have made my case, she can decide by herself whether she is willing to cooperate with me. As long as she indicates her lack of interest, I will depart immediately and bother her no further. Iman snarled and showed his teeth at the older and stronger expert pilot. You can get lost right away. I already know what my sister wants and you are not on her mind at all. Emasculated hexer boys like you have no place in our Larkinson clan. Go back home to your fellow glory seekers and hook up with the shrews over there instead. Brutus finally couldn't stand it anymore. Iman went too far by insulting the brave and honorable female soldiers that had risked their lives in past battles. Do not insult my fellow female soldiers. They are not shrews who deserve mockery. I will call you and your hexers whatever I like. None of us in the Larkinson clan have ever liked you glory seekers, to be honest. We all know the only reason why you are even a part of the expeditionary fleet is because we couldn't have turned you away when we were weaker. That's no longer the case now. You hexers are becoming less and less relevant, so do us all a favor and get out of our way, boy. Brutus took a few steps forward. You are entitled to your opinions, but it is clear to see that your sister has inherited the bulk of your family's intelligence. Your attempt to obstruct my path is not only unwise, but also counterproductive. Drop your animosity and let me proceed forward. No. Iman stubbornly repeated while raising his fist. Don't test me, Brutus. I will punch you if you take one more step forward. You are too weak to beat me in a fight. If you were smart enough to take stock, you would know that already. My sister is my life. Just as Iman was about to dive onto the other expert pilot, the door to the cabin slid open without warning. Iman, stand down. Commander Kausela barked out as her suited form emerged into the open. Though Venerable Iman had become so agitated that he was only a single thread away from brawling against Venerable Brutus, the voice of his sister instantly froze his momentum. He could not defy his latest order, so he forcefully pushed back his indignation and took a few steps back. His eyes still smoldered with resentment as he took up a guard position in front of his sibling. Kausela placed her hand on his shoulder and pushed him to the side. You have disappointed me, Iman. I am never unaware of what takes place around me, so I know exactly how you have conducted yourself earlier. I trust you to fight alongside me in battle, but this is no combat situation. I am more than able to take care of myself outside of the cockpit, thank you. Your misguided attempt to serve as my honor guard is completely superfluous and detrimental to your own rest. I chose to stand by your side by my own choice. Iman turned around and argued. My entire life revolves around you now. I can't relax unless I am personally assured of your safety. You are going overboard, Iman. This is not normal. You have your own life. But sister. Take a break. Kausela ordered in a firm and uncompromising tone. Go back to your own cabin and enjoy a proper rest. You cannot fight at your peak if you keep ruining your own health by insisting on this foolish pattern of behavior of yours. I do not need your protection in the middle of other Larkinsons. Before you say anything, Brutus is not a threat. I can handle him myself. It was clear that Iman was not welcome here anymore. He glared one last time at Brutus before he reluctantly walked away. Come inside. When Brutus and Kausela entered the cabin and took their seats next to the latter's work desk, the two gauged each other for a moment. Unlike Iman, his older sister was much calmer and more measured as a person. She looked at Brutus with clear awareness. I apologize for Venerable Iman's attitude towards you. She began. His aggression towards you is misplaced, but his heart is in the right place. What can I do for you, Brutus? This was it. Venerable Brutus could finally make his case. He took a deep breath and let the earlier incident fade from his mind as much as possible. I have a proposal. Please allow me to explain it in full before you react. He proceeded to explain his own circumstances and present his proposed solution to his predicament. He revealed his intention to form a relationship with Kausela and laid out several reasons why it might be good for them to form an intimate partnership. Neither of us are normal people anymore. He told her. We are demigods and more than human. It is hard for us to have relationships with ordinary people who do not have the strength and experiences to understand all of our facets. Though I am aware that I am making a presumptuous request by pushing for an expedited marriage, I am truly attracted to you. Together, we can form a union that will remain in parity for many years to come. Neither of us have to worry about the other falling behind. Will you give me a chance to prove that I am worthy of your affection? Commander Kausela abided by his terms and did not make any comment before he finished his case. Now that he had completed his pitch, Brutus waited tersely for the potential marriage candidate in his mind to offer her response. Cosella eventually spoke her mind. Relationships are a distant priority to me. Ever since I have joined the Larkinson clan, I have thrown myself into my new duties and responsibilities. My life entered the right track and I continually managed to step up and meet everyone's expectations in me. I have no intention to change this. Becoming an expert pilot is not the end of the road to me. It is the beginning of a new journey. The coming years are a sensitive period to both the Larkinson clan and my own development. I will not allow outside factors to distract myself from my work and my responsibilities to the clan. As one protector to another, I believe you understand where I am coming from. A relationship between us will never work because I am already married to my work. Oh. Cosella sighed. Even if the Larkinson clan is no longer in a critical period, I still would not be inclined to accept your proposal. What you seek in a relationship is different from what I seek. Others may feel blessed for starting a relationship with an expert pilot, but I do not fall into this category. It is the opposite. I already have one stubborn fool in the form of my brother. I do not have the patience to tolerate another trying to become a part of my daily life. I see. Brutus flatly replied as he wearily stood up. I understand your reasoning. I will not waste any more of your time. I will leave you to your preparations for the coming operation. The Sentinel commander stood up as well and exchanged a handshake with the Glory Seeker expert pilot. I may not be open to a relationship with you, but I am still glad to fight at your side. I hope my answer does not discourage you from fighting as we did before. Brutus gave her a reassuring smile. Have no fear of that. I will fight as vigorously as ever before. I am more concerned about your brother, though. I hope that his current feelings will not hinder him in future battles. I will sort him out after this. I can promise you that. Iman's breakthrough is too recent and he is still not accustomed to the changes he has undergone. He should still listen to me, though. He will get better as long as he is open to my instruction. I hope so, Commander. I hope so. Brutus replied. Chapter 3815, Brutus the Blockhead. Venerable Brutus Wadden did not accomplish his objective when he managed to gain an audience with Commander Cosella Ingvar. He did not let this defeat affect his composure. So what if a woman rejected his proposition? There were thousands of eligible women in the Larkinson clan. He had many chances to find a suitable life partner and succeed in his plot to foil his mother from binding him to another Hexer lady. Don't worry, Brutus. Cosella is an expert pilot and a Legion commander. It is normal for her to hold different standards. Gloriana soothed him when he called her after his failed meeting. You are still an attractive man that women would be lucky to have in their lives. You are strong, nice, well-mannered, well-educated and well-bred. Not only that, you are related to me and by extension the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. If women can overcome their prejudice against people raised in the hegemony, they will surely recognize the value of becoming your marriage partner. Venerable Brutus sighed. I hope you are correct in your assessment. I shall continue to go down the list and hope that one of the candidates is more receptive to my offer. The response from Commander Cosella had humbled him and diminished his confidence a bit. While he was aware that convincing someone as powerful and busy as the Sentinel commander had always been an uphill battle, he had hoped that his charm and his sincerity would have been enough to sway her mind. A pity. He tried to remove everything about Cosella from his mind and focus on developing his liking for the next woman on the list. After all, it wasn't appropriate for him to be pining for Cosella when he was trying to convince another woman. He sought out and approached Isabel Coden with renewed hope. Under the shadow of the Quint, Venerable Brutus waited for the rising expert candidate of the Larkinson clan to give her reply. An unexpected source spoke up before Isabel could share her thoughts. Give up, Brutus. Her heart is in a different place. Your attempt to overcome your own personal crisis by dragging in a Larkinson is selfish and shameful. I will not allow you to disturb the progression of my latest student. Venerable Brutus turned and frowned at the dormant Mech. While I respect your strength and contributions, it is not your place to intervene in the personal lives of the humans you serve. Please allow Miss Isabel here to make her own decisions. A source of strength buried deep inside the Quint began to rouse all of a sudden. Both Brutus and Isabel stepped back in shock as the Quint's eyes flashed with power even as the machine spontaneously booted up on its own. What? Isabel lost her composure. The cockpit is empty. There shouldn't be anyone in the piloting seat at the moment. The Quint did not seem to play by the rules and completed its emergency startup sequence in a matter of seconds. More power and fury radiated from the Quint as the living mech brought its strong and formidable fighting intent to bear against the presumptuous Glory Seeker. The terrain around the site shook and rumbled as the Quint purposely lifted its leg and stomped it down with force. Then, the Quint quickly shut down its systems and went offline again. If not for the fact that it had remained in a stepping posture, the two expert pilots would have thought that the living mech's autonomous actions were just an illusion. Both of them fell silent for a time even as nearby mech technicians became alarmed. I think you should go. Isabel eventually said. Maybe that is for the best. Venerable Brutus said and nodded. Good day, miss. He was not stupid. Even without the quint's overblown response, Isabel's attitude and response towards him already told him what he needed to know about his chances. In the next few hours, he sought out several more female Larkinsons. Since they were not stationed on the surface of Iron Crusher, Venerable Brutus entered his expert mech and flew back to the main fleet where he entered a few vessels and approached his targets. I have no interest in helping you avoid an arranged marriage by rushing into one myself. Vivian Tsai responded with a bewildered expression. I am sure you are nice and all for a male hexer, but how can I possibly feel comfortable with marrying you after less than a month of dating? This is crazy. My father will kill me if he hears about this. Maybe others will be glad to marry an expert pilot on the spot, but I am not like those women. Please leave. I have ship design projects to work on and they will not get any more complete the longer stay. Venerable Brutus left as instructed. It was fortunate that he had entered the chief shipwrights department with little expectations to begin with. He already had a hunch that a woman that worked with starships all day would not be enamored with someone involved mechs. Let's see if I have better luck with a mech designer. When he sought out Sarah Foykin, the woman did not show any enthusiasm towards him. Her reasons for rejecting him were the same as that of his previous target. I am sorry, Venerable Brutus, but this is no way to start a relationship. She said as she crossed her arms. Besides, I am a Larkinson and you are a glory seeker. I do not think either of us will be able to spend enough time together if we are assigned to different ships. After Brutus walked away with the latest rejection on his mind, he wondered why he got rejected multiple times in a row. Is the matchmaking software faulty? Why have none of these women shown any willingness to marry me? Am I that bad of a marriage prospect? Venerable Brutus was normally confident in his own qualities, but the way that Commander Cosella and all of those other women shot him down caused him to fall into a spiral of doubt. Was he ugly? S. Was being a hexer that bad? Were expert pilots too troublesome to marry? Maybe it's not my fault. Maybe it's the Larkinsons who are wrong. Was Brutus barking up the wrong tree? Perhaps he should approach the crossers instead. As the glory seeker expert pilot contemplated his next moves, a pair of Larkinsons chuckled at what they saw through the footage projected in front of their eyes. Both Ves and Colobast smirked as they enjoyed the sight of Brutus failing to seduce a single woman on his list. This dolt is so dumb. Ves snorted. He doesn't know how to approach a woman at all. How can he possibly expect them to take a liking to a shotgun marriage? Colobast shook her head. It's not his fault. It's the fault of how the hexers raise their boys. Brutus grew up in an environment where he had little to no control over all of his major decisions. He was raised to follow orders. Taking initiative is an alien concept to him and he is only beginning to shed his passivity at this time. Back in the hegemony, the women arranged everything for their boys. Brutus never had to worry about trying to seduce a woman because his mother is expected to match him to a lady. This confirmed with the hexer premise that boys were too immature to make their own decisions. There was no way that Brutus could approach a normal woman and receive a positive response when his romantic sensibilities were non-existent. Colobast turned to Ves. As funny as it is to see Brutus fumble, do you want to end this farce and help him succeed? Oh? You actually think you can make Brutus succeed? I do. I haven't remained idle, you know. Even as I formed the list that Gloriana has demanded, I performed my own analysis of the situation. Seeing how Brutus presented his case to his candidates has given me more data that has refined my own model of his seduction game. Most of the women on the list will surely turn him away if he maintains the same approach. That happened to be his judgment as well. Ves knew quite well from personal experience that those matchmaking algorithms were hardly perfect. The data that could be fed to them were always limited and not always reliable. The formulas used to calculate all of the variables never completely reflected reality either. It was a lot better to rely on good old common sense, a quality that hexers such as Gloriana and Brutus both happened to lack. Not all hexers possessed glaring blind spots, fortunately. Colobast had worked hard to regain her common sense and was able to analyze this situation from a more objective perspective. She activated her COMM and summoned a different list than the one she handed over to the Wadden siblings. She looked through the names and crossed out many of them until she finally came across a candidate that looked a lot more compelling than the rest. Her lips curled in anticipation. I think this one will be more receptive to Brutus' overtures. Ves leaned in and saw the name that Colobast had marked out. Her? I admit, this is certainly a bold choice. There is one problem, though. I am pretty sure that this name falls outside of the criteria set by my wife. Oh, relax. Her rules do not matter in the face of her brother's happiness. There are few women that can truly handle a man with an upbringing as unnatural as that of Brutus. The name that I have chosen will not be bothered by this. Instead, I think she can do a lot of good to him. He needs a partner who can take the initiative and lead him to a different life than he has experienced before. Though Ves was not certain whether this potential match would work out for the two, he could see the logic in this choice. She was certainly a firecracker. As VES weighed the pros and cons, he eventually decided that tying Brutus down with this particular woman was actually a good idea. Do it. He told his spymaster and secret matchmaker. Push her into Brutus' arms. Make sure you work discreetly. Don't worry, VES. It doesn't take much to nudge her in the right direction. An hour passed by as Brutus looked at the names that he had already crossed on his list. Though there were plenty of candidates that he could approach, he had a feeling that none of them would react any better. As Brutus tried to muster up the courage to request a meeting with the next name on the list, a strong and firm hand unexpectedly squeezed his bottom. I beg your pardon. An arm suddenly wrapped around his shoulder. Heya, hotshot. I heard you were looking for a date. Leave all of those sluts and prudes behind and follow me. I know a place in Twilight City where we can get loose. I can give you a much better time. What do you think? Brutus had faintly felt the woman's approach but thought nothing of it at first. He did not expect that he was her target. Commander Sendra. I still have a mission to perform, so. Your mission is over. The Sword Maiden commander announced even as she dragged his body towards the hangar bay. Rumors have spread throughout the fleet of your deeds, you know. Something about how you are desperate to receive a real woman's touch. Well, look no further, because I am here to save the day. Commander. This is truly inappropriate. Brutus said as he tried but failed to pry Commander's arm from his body. My sister will not have good words for you if you persist in accompanying me. She does not approve. Sendra snorted when she heard his feeble protest. I thought you were trying to get under the skin of your mother. How is letting your sister dictate your love life any better? You should follow me instead. I can teach you how to be a real man. Chapter 3816, Clean. Looks like you made a good pick, Calabast. VES smirked as he observed the live footage. Seeing how Legion Commander Sendra of the Sword Maidens overwhelmed the Glory Seeker expert pilot and took him on a spontaneous date to the most exciting ship in the expeditionary fleet almost made his day. Why did you think that Commander Sendra is a good choice for Venerable Brutus? VES asked his spymaster. I mean, the two are completely different people. Though both of them are mech pilots, Commander Sendra does not appear to be the sort of woman that Brutus has in mind when he is looking for a potential wife. I don't disagree with you, VES, but I am certain that Sendra thinks differently. She may be a sword maiden, but don't underestimate her shrewdness. She harbors a lot of ambitions, you know. She is keen enough to recognize the political benefits of marrying someone as important as Venerable Brutus and also unscrupulous enough to do her best to convince her prey that he should look no further. Perhaps a more assertive man might be able to muster up the courage to reject Commander Sendra's advances, but Venerable Brutus was still too inexperienced in this regard. From what VES knew of his hapless brother-in-law, there was no way that he could shake off a female shark once she had sunk her teeth in his flesh. Still, this might be exactly what Brutus needed in a partner. A more normal woman probably wouldn't be able to tolerate the consequences of his Hexer upbringing. Keep track of their relationship and make sure that Brutus doesn't end up miserable. He instructed. As much as I think it would be funny if Brutus learns how to stand up for himself by a sword maiden of all people, I don't want to deal with Gloriana's constant complaints if anything goes wrong. I'm already on it, VES. Do you think I am that careless? I never leave a job half-finished. My black cats are constantly in the vicinity. I am also paying personal attention to this matter. Nothing will go wrong. I can guarantee at least that much. The black cats possessed a wide latitude to take action in the expeditionary fleet. While handing over a lot of permissions to a spy group could easily backfire in many circumstances, VES wasn't particularly worried. Calabast was one of the few people he trusted with his greatest secrets. Sure, she had inserted herself forcefully in his life, but as long as she depended on his success to fuel her own rise, there was no way that she would abuse her power to her own ends. As for the black cats serving under her, their connection to the Larkinson network should keep them straight for the most part. The Golden Cat was not an illusionary existence, and her constant influence over the clan kept everyone united to a degree. With this affair over with, VES turned back to his main preoccupation. After several days of brainstorming, experimentation, and preparation, the Larkinsons and allies tasked with developing an action plan were finally ready to present their progress. VES entered a conference room inside a building located in the temporary base on the surface of the moon. A couple of expert pilots, officers, scientists and other staff were already present. Everyone here has worked hard, and I am grateful for that. You all know what is at stake. While we could have settled for our current gains and left this phase whale enclave to the MTA, who are undoubtedly better equipped to take advantage of it, this is our discovery. It is not the turn of the Meshers to profit from this amazing find. I hope to hear enough good news to start our upcoming operation with confidence. Director Rania, let us begin with you. What can you tell us about the properties of the phase whale skeleton? Gloriana's cousin stood up and activated a projection that showed the known parts of the enormous skeleton. The exobiologists under my command have performed extensive studies and consulted tens of thousands of different books and articles on the phase whale race. While humanity's direct interactions with them are rather scarce, the big two as well as numerous pioneers have already fought and studied them enough times to get a good understanding of their direct properties. The big two has also plundered a lot of alien libraries which contain knowledge of what the native alien races know about the phase whale race. We finally have an understanding of what kind of an existence this deceased specimen may be. There are only a few phase whales that have ever grown this large and heavy. Director Rania activated a second projection that showed an image of a phase whale that matched the proportions of the partially obscured skeleton that the Larkinsons had found. There is still much about the phase whale race that humanity does not know, so there are only scant sources that directly mention an existence such as the one depicted in this composed image. The image of the intact phase whale looked odd and even disconcerting. Everyone in the conference room knew what normal phase whales looked like. Though the powerful alien race did not think like humans at all, they possessed a remarkably elegant and beautiful aesthetic. They took great care of their bodies and made sure they were as smooth, uniform, and graceful as possible. No healthy phase whale looked ugly in people's eyes. Even if phase whales suffered injuries and incurred scars, they were so adept at augmenting and modifying their own bodies that they could easily work away these temporary imperfections. The phase whale in the image was completely different. The creature looked more cruel than normal as it snarled and revealed giant, pointed teeth. The gigantic phase whale's hide was rough and irregular. It was marked by wounds, irregular growths, and other horrible-looking scars. Is this creature diseased or something? VES puzzlingly guessed. Is the phase whale suffering from a form of incurable cancer maybe? No. Rania shook her head. A phase whale that looks like this did this all to itself. You see, when normal phase whales reach maturity and leave the gas giants that they grew up in, they give in to their curiosity and explore different star systems and phase whale enclaves. Over the course of their travels, they gain inspiration from what they witness and develop their own plans for self-improvement. Once they have made enough gains, they will settle onto a gas giant or other site and slowly begin to research methods to strengthen and augment their own bodies. We know that already. What makes this abnormal phase whale different, then? I was getting to that, sir. This process is a slow and repeating cycle. Phase whales continually explore new curiosities, perform new research on self-augmentations before enacting their upgrades. A single cycle can take decades if not hundreds of years. There are even examples where phase whales have shut themselves in their biolabs for millennia just to get everything right. That sounded remarkably similar to how mech designers like VES approached their work. Of course, the time frame for human mech designers was a lot more compressed. VES would turn into a skeleton long ago if he dared to spend millennia on developing a new innovation. One of the disadvantages of the phase whales is that they do not easily pass on their own research and accomplishments to others. The only exception is their direct offspring, but even then not everything gets passed on. This has led to a pattern of long-term stagnation as the phase whales have only marginally grown stronger over many eons. The phase whales must have been extremely assured of their superiority. Such a pattern of behavior was only fine if stronger external threats did not show up. Their presence across the Red Ocean allowed them to keep an eye on every alien race. VES wouldn't be surprised if the phase whales secretly inhibited the progress of the stronger alien races over the years so that the status quo would never be broken. Still, the advantage of this custom is that the phase whales have grown to become quite diverse from each other. Rania continued. Every phase whale is a fundamentally different subspecies. They had taken an active hand at their own evolution and attained power and abilities that are never completely identical to that of others. For a long time, this has been the state of the phase whale civilization. There are many different individual talents that each developed their own advantages. The director of the Larkinson Biotech Institute stared deeply at the two projections. No intelligent race is monolithic, however. There are bad apples in every alien civilization. Though the vast majority of phase whales are avid researchers who are constantly engaged in deepening their understanding of reality, there are also delinquents among them who lack the patience or mental fortitude to spend hundreds of years on developing minor biological enhancements. So what do they do, Director? Isn't it obvious? Rather than working hard for many years, they hunt down another phase whale and take their victim's best enhancements for themselves. That sounded remarkably human. These phase whales might not be as alien as VES had initially thought. The delinquent phase whales are able to plunder the hard work of others by one of the simplest and crudest methods possible. They defeat their targets in combat and eat the biological parts and organs that they value the most. Through an unexplained process, the winner can forcefully assimilate the stolen biological augments and gain strength in a fraction of the time it takes to develop these improvements the proper way. A lot of people in the meeting reacted with disgust at this story. Even though they did not necessarily care about the phase whale race, cannibalism was one of the universal taboos that never failed to arouse the disgust of humans. Rania gestured towards the scary mutated phase whale image. The cannibal phase whales do not end up like this straight away. In the beginning, the changes to their bodies are relatively modest. It takes multiple hunts and assimilation attempts for them to slowly lose control over their own bodies. The reason for that is that the assimilation process is never completely flawless. There are always faults and unintended side effects that disrupt their bodies. One biological error does not make a difference, but what about 1,000? Each of these faults can interact with each other in unpredictable ways, thereby forming mutations that significantly impair the bodies of the cannibal phase whales. I understand. VES looked enlightened. The cannibals only know how to steal. They have never put in the hundreds or thousands of years or research into fully understanding every biological augment. Another problem is that the ones they plundered from their fellow phase whales aren't adjusted to a different physique. The mismatch between biological parts will only grow more severe as the predation continues, thereby causing their bodies to grow progressively more painful and weak. Rania nodded. This is why these criminals are referred to as unclean whales by the phase whale race. Once the unclean whales set upon this taboo path, they fall into a vicious cycle. They need to consume more phase whales in order to become stronger and stave off their biological time bombs. That leads to further conflict and mutation in their bodies that spurs the unclean whales to go on another hunt. This can go on and on until their heavily degenerated bodies turn into such a biological horror that they explode by themselves. Everyone looked at the projections of the simulated whole unclean whale and the actual skeleton found in the royal tomb. Is this the skeleton of one of those self-destructing whales? VES curiously asked. Not quite. Rania shook her head. If our theories are correct, you are looking at a whale that has overcome all of those malignant mutations. Such an existence is a myth that is so obscure in phase whale society that we are still not certain whether our preliminary conclusion is correct. This is a so-called clean whale. It is a cannibal whale that has devoured many fellow phase whales yet achieved perfect assimilation. It is one of the most fearsome tyrants that the Red Ocean has ever birthed. Chapter 3817, Overcoming Resistance. Phase whales came in many shapes and sizes, but few grew to exaggerated sizes like the one that grew the gigantic skeleton. Now that everyone learned about the so-called unclean whales and clean whales, they immediately harbored more vigilance towards the royal tomb. What kind of phase whale was the one that had been buried in this space pocket? Was the monstrous creature truly related to the extremely rare occurrence of cannibal whales that had mastered their own mutations? VES and the others stared at the simulated image of the unclean whale that had grown to an immense size. Real and accurate depictions of the delinquent whales didn't exist as every source that mentioned them did not dare to offer too many descriptions. Perhaps the people that wrote those entries did not wish to entice other phase whales into committing the same taboos. If the skeleton truly belonged to a mythical clean whale, then it was no wonder why the Mech Trade Association insisted on taking over this site. That skeleton could provide many key insights on the phase whale race as well as directions for higher biological development. Even if not a single speck of living whale tissue was left in the royal tomb, the MTA's research teams probably possessed more than enough examination methods to derive a lot of clues out of the remarkably preserved skeleton. Still, did the skeleton truly belong to such a fearsome existence? Everyone looked at the projected images once again. Due to the lack of detailed information, the exobiologists working for the Larkinson Biotech Institute could do little else but to use their imagination and expertise to shape an approximation of an unclean whale. Which one is it? Patriarch Reginald Cross spoke up as he tried to estimate his chances against these super whales. What sort of enemy are we dealing with? If we have truly barged in the territory of one of these peak monsters, then maybe we should reconsider this whole operation. A few people looked surprised at him. The Cross Patriarch wasn't exactly known for his timidity. Although the Crossers had been beaten black and blue in the past, the high-tier expert pilot always maintained his fighting spirit. For him to beat down his courage and voice his hesitation meant that even he didn't think he could stand a chance against threats of this magnitude. Everyone turned to Director Rania, who responded with a modest smile. Let me respond to your doubts by laying down the facts. First, despite its powerful star, the Garamel system has never attracted much attention from the native alien races. Second, we have only found faint traces of past phase whale visitations. Third, the space pocket that we have managed to uncover was hidden in an unusual manner. Fourth, unclean whales are extremely rare and we have found no record of clean whales emerging in hundreds of thousands of years. Fifth and most importantly, we did not come across a living whale. We have only managed to uncover the skeletal remains of one in the ovoid cavern. Evidence suggests that the once powerful creature has been dead for millions of years. While everyone had made a lot of guesses and inferences based on flawed and limited data, they could trust at least this much. Director Rania deliberately iterated these points so that they could all make decisions based on reality rather than their fears. She flicked her eyes at everyone and inwardly nodded in satisfaction. The nature and context of the space pocket is still unclear, but it is hard to imagine that the phase whale is still alive after all these years. Biological life forms all follow the same rules. The only significant threats that we can expect are from the arrangements made by the entities that have made the royal tomb. Are you suggesting that the giant phase whale did not make this pocket space in the first place? My staff and I have been wondering why the skeleton is suspended and fixed in place in the center of the space pocket. General Verl spoke up. It may be that our assumptions about the royal tomb are wrong. What if it is not an honored burial place for a great or important figure among the phase whales? What if, we are looking at a prison that has solely been created to hold one of the most powerful and heinous criminals among this race for eternity? That sounds plausible. Everyone fell silent as they mulled over the alternative idea and found that it might actually be true. Given what they heard about clean and unclean whales, these powerful but detested figures probably did not wish to perish so easily. Perhaps the orthodox phase whales managed to gang up on one and forcibly imprisoned their captive in their version of a prison. There were still a lot of holes in this story, though. This doesn't quite make sense. VES said. If the royal tomb is actually a prison that holds an unwanted captive, then why did the phase whales sprinkle so many random resonating exotics underneath Violet Ridge? It's as if they built a maximum security prison only for them to bury the keys underneath a rock located outside the main entrance. The phase whales can't possibly be this stupid. They're one of the smartest races in the Red Ocean. It did not make sense. Many people grew confused again. What were they supposed to believe? Was the royal tomb a prison or a hideout? Commander Kosella Ingvar crossed her arms. If the logic does not make sense, it is because we do not have the complete picture yet. The only real insight we have gained so far is that the Garamel system is much more significant than we initially thought. We need to keep searching for clues so we can fill in the missing variables and gain a clear understanding of what we face. We don't have time for that. VES impatiently said. We are working on a time limit here. We do not have the expertise and tools to reconstruct an entire saga of what has happened here, nor are we able to trace this deceased phase whale's entire life story. It isn't even necessary for us to figure all of this out. All we must do is to get in, cut off a few bones, and get out. While I would like to obtain a greater harvest than that, if we aren't equipped to harvest more, we will leave it at that and remain content with what we've gained. The circumstances were way too difficult. They did not need to make it more complicated for themselves by wasting too much energy on deciphering the backstory of the royal tomb. VES brought the meeting back on track. Let us proceed with discussing more concrete plans on how to take advantage of this situation. Director Rania, please tell us what is hindering us from chipping away at the bones. I cannot tell you much as our sensors and scanners have only made partial readings of the skeletal remains. She stated. What we can tell you is that any attempts to damage them must overcome at least two barriers. The most obvious hindrance is the immense hardness of the bones. While they are not as heavy or dense as I expected, we have gained clues that their structure and material composition are absolutely incredible. Our probable estimation is that the whale bones are as tough as the materials used to plate the hulls of first-class warships. That was an amazing standard. At the very least, that implied that the whale bones were at least as tough and difficult to damage as unending alloy. While the Larkinsons might possess weapons that could damage the bones, the sheer volume and thickness of the whale bones meant that it would take a huge amount of time and effort to cut off a single spine bone. That isn't all. Rania spoke as she activated another projection that depicted a hypothetical cross-section of the phase whale bone. If we only have to overcome the hardness of the bone, then we work at it by making gradual but persistent progress. Our earlier examinations have found another obstacle, though. All of our attempts to take samples of the bones have failed because the bones are suffused with an unknown energy field that forcefully repels any attack. They ran footage of a bot that was equipped with a powerful plasma cutter. Despite striking the same spot for several minutes, the whale bone looked as pristine as ever. The bone did not even grow hotter. This protective energy field reinforces the entire structure of the skeleton. Rania stated. You can forget about cutting through the bones if we cannot find a way to neutralize or overcome this effect. The most notable aspect about this energy field is that it gradually becomes stronger the further you move towards the front of the skeleton. We believe that there must be an alien shield generator around the skull of the deceased creature. Most people already knew about the energy field, but Rania was able to provide more data on its protective properties. Overcoming this shield would be extremely hard. The good news is that the energy field has likely weakened after millions of years have passed. The protective measure likely would have been much stronger and more impregnable if we stumbled upon the royal tomb when it was still fresh. That might be true, but the tech utilized by the phase whales was still extremely powerful. The direct implication of this protective energy field is that piling up a lot of weak attacks will not necessarily inflict any damage. VES concluded. So long as the energy source and the shield generator hold up, we can go at it for months and still fail to make a single mark. We will have to rely on our top strength to overcome this obstacle. That meant that the Golden Skull Alliance needed to rely on its expert mechs and other trump cards in order to achieve results. VES turned to Ketis. He had invited her over because she had been working on a special solution to this problem. Ketis, tell me about your progress. You started up a special project with Professor Benedict Cortez of the Cross Clan, right? Yup. The female swordmaster acknowledged. One of the most obvious ways we can overcome all of this resistance is to rely on a powerful expert pilot and expert mech to force a cut. My specialty is well suited to this, but I am not sure whether the first sword and its decapitator sword are strong enough to do the job. This is why I decided to work on another solution that could exceed the cutting power of Venerable Dice's expert mech. She turned towards Patriarch Reginald. The strongest expert pilot in our fleet is the Cross Patriarch. If true resonance empowerment is the key to breaking the phase whale bones, then there is no one better than I can work with. The only problem is that his Balvo's Rage is not the suitable mech to wield a heavy melee weapon. My upcoming Mars project will do a better job at this. The Cross Patriarch boasted. That will only be the case in the future. Kedis responded. While the Mars project doesn't exist yet, that doesn't stop me from designing a powerful weapon for it in advance. I teamed up with Professor Benedict to design a monstrous saber that we have expressly designed to hack through the toughest materials. She fiddled with her COMM and projected the nearly completed design of a thick and heavy mech saber. Compared to the decapitator that accompanied the first sword, the latest weapon designed by Kedis was much more optimized to cut through hard bone without breaking or getting damaged in the process. Kedis had also tried her best to maximize its sharpness as much as possible without compromising too much on hardness. In fact, she didn't need to worry about the weapon breaking easily. As VES studied the diagram and its technical parameters, he discovered that it was actually made out of extremely luxurious materials. Patriarch Reginald looked hungrily at the projection. Since this saber will be one of the future weapons of my Mars project, we have readily agreed to put the high-quality materials that our cross clan has accumulated at her disposal. If this saber is strong enough to cut through that massive skeleton, then it is strong enough to cut through any phase whale. This was a whale-cutting saber. Chapter 3818 Whale-Cutting Saber. The plan that Kedis and Professor Benedict had chosen to work upon was not the most optimal solution to the problem. Patriarch Reginald Cross may be decent in melee combat, but he did not develop this aspect too much. The powerful expert pilot's true forte was his skilled and aggressive use of integrated ranged weapon modules. While the Balvo's Rage's firepower was impressive, they did not excel in penetration and overcoming the toughest possible resistance. The best way to enhance its penetration capabilities was to leverage Kedis' specialty to outfit it with a new cutting implement. Its axe might be a strong and sturdy weapon, but the decapitator was actually superior when it came to sharpness. While it would have been great if Patriarch Reginald and his Balvo's Rage could wield the decapitator if Venerable Dice and the first sword weren't strong enough to do the job, there was a big problem with handing over such a powerful weapon. Part of the reason why the decapitator was so unnaturally sharp was because it was laced with bisonite. Venerable Dice was highly compatible with this resonating exotic, so she could easily tap into the potential of the remarkable weapon. The biggest shortcoming of relying on her was that her resonance strength and expert mech were not quite good enough. Venerable Dice was only an expert pilot for a few years and the first sword was only a mid-tier expert mech according to the standards of the mech industry. In other words, there was a huge gap in absolute power. What if all of the techniques and tricks that Venerable Dice could bring to bear simply weren't powerful enough to overcome the phase whale skeleton's protective energy field? The only viable choice was to turn to a more powerful expert pilot. If the Golden Skull Alliance could rely on Dice and her expert mech to do the job, then Kedis wouldn't even need to design the whale-cutting saber in advance. The same could not be said for Patriarch Reginald. He was a high-tier expert pilot that was already approaching the resonance strength of a peak-tier expert pilot. Unfortunately, he was also a completely different expert pilot and favored a completely different fighting approach and skill set. Kedis could not rely on a material that was able to provide a powerful amplification to cutting power because there weren't any related resonating materials in stock that were compatible with Patriarch Reginald. However, the presence of these resonating materials weren't necessary to achieve superior cutting power. Even with more general materials, the whale-cutting saber that Kedis was working on could still overpower the protective measures keeping the phase whale skeleton intact through brute force. This was the gap between a low-tier expert pilot and a high-tier expert pilot. Patriarch Reginald's force of will was so much more powerful that mere numbers couldn't adequately describe the gap between him and Venerable Dice. As Kedis finished explaining her progress on the whale-cutting saber, VES turned to its intended user. Reginald, how confident are you in hacking through the skeleton once you are able to wield this new saber? The other clan leader fell into thought and made his own estimations. I cannot say whether I will succeed. He admitted. From what I have learned about this new saber, it is capable of cutting through your shield of Samar as long as I launch enough attacks. Whether that is enough to overcome the defenses of the phase whale skeleton is another matter. My best chance is to cut the tail end of the skeleton. According to the information that we have received, the protective energy field is weakest when it is as far away from the head of the skeleton as possible. The harvest that they could gain from that would be disappointing. While the tailbone was still incredibly large and massive, it was only enough to build a handful of bone mechs and no more after the MTA took away its 90% share. This was not enough to make this effort worthwhile. The spine bones at the rear half of the skeleton happened to be the smallest ones. The ones that were closer to the front were many times bigger. I want more than just the tailbone at the end. VES stated. It would be great if we can cut the skeleton in the middle or at least the rear third section. We only need to saw through one bone in order to separate an entire string of spine bones. As long as we are able to overcome the suspension effect, we can drag it out the portal and break it down at leisure. It was incredibly troublesome to cut through each and every single spine bone, but the Golden Skull Alliance did not have to rush this effort. As long as the Larkinsons and their allies managed to retrieve a section of the spine, they could bring it back to Davyut. There were plenty of industrial companies in the booming star system that likely possessed much better means to process all of the remarkable bone material. In fact, the Golden Skull Alliance might not need to go through all of this effort. As long as the spine section became disconnected from the rest of the skeleton, the protective energy field generated from the skull would no longer cover it anymore. Perhaps the graveyard's salvaging and processing machines would be sufficient enough to break down the gigantic bones into more manageable portions. The more VES thought about all of the fantastic bone material that he could gain, the more he wanted this operation to succeed. After the people gathered in the conference room finished their discussion on the plan to equip Patriarch Reginald with a whale-cutting saber, VES concluded this topic with one final question. Will developing and fabricating the whale-cutting saber in advance affect the outcome of the Mars project in any way? I prefer to wield an axe rather than a saber if I have to fight with a melee weapon. Patriarch Reginald replied. We will retain the whale-cutting saber as a backup and an alternative option for my Mars project. The only inconvenience is that we are using up rare and expensive materials that we have initially reserved for my future axe. We will have to return to Davyut and purchase another batch of materials in order to fill this gap. Will this be problematic for your clan? We can easily absorb the additional costs. Our cross clan is not as poor as before. Professor Benedict has early earned a considerable amount of money by lending out his design ability to well-paying clients. Besides, the whale-cutting saber is not a waste of money and resources. It can play an even greater role against well-armored opponents than my future axe. Oh. That sounds good. It was nice to have multiple options available. The axe favored by Patriarch Reginald was actually designed to be wielded by a single arm. It was a fine weapon to hack apart weaker mechs with ease while being handy enough to duel against more powerful opponents. The whale-cutting saber was a larger, heavier, and more unwieldy weapon. It could only really be wielded by two arms, which made it less convenient for the Mars project to fight like a discount hero mech and by wielding a shotgun at the same time. However, VES could see the advantages of deploying into battle with the latter. The name said it all. There were hardly any better weapons to chop through gigantic astral beasts than this weapon. VES turned to Ketis. You are designing the whale-cutting saber according to the specifications of the Balvo's Rage, right? Will it still be fine if it is passed on to the future Mars project? I can always modify it afterwards so that it better fits the new expert mech. I don't think there will be a problem. That was good to hear. The meeting moved on. The people in the conference room brought up other plans on how to cut through the phase whale skeleton. They ranged from using energy fields to counterbalance the protective one covering the gigantic bones to bringing in heavy-duty mining lasers to drill through the same spot day and night. Although VES admired the creativity of these plans, he did not possess a lot of confidence in these measures. What about the plan to overcome the defenses of the phase skeleton with our ranged expert mechs? Commander Melker asked. Do we have enough firepower to succeed? Several expert pilots were a part of this plan. Patriarch Reginald, Venerable Brutus Wadden, Venerable Joshua Larkinson, Commander Kosella Ingvar and most notable Venerable Davia Stark would be doing all of the work this time. Each of them piloted expert mechs with powerful ranged capabilities. If they all empowered their attacks with true resonance and concentrated them on a specific point, they could overcome a lot of resistance. Since VES had designed much of the ranged weapons used by these expert mechs, he possessed a good understanding of this plan. We do not know whether this plan works better than the ones that rely on using melee weapons to cut through the bone. The main difference is that all of our ranged expert mechs are equipped with energy weapons. The way they deal damage and the way that expert pilots empower them are different. While the firepower of 5 ranged expert mechs should not be underestimated, it might not end up doing anything if the protective energy field is especially effective in neutralizing energy damage. This was always a possibility. Even if many of the ranged expert mechs were armed with versatile luminar crystal weapons, the phase whale tech responsible for preserving the gigantic skeleton was probably superior. The Golden Skull Alliance's only hope was that persistent attacks from all of those expert mechs would be enough to exhaust their target. Personally, VES was afraid that the protective energy field could not be exhausted through these means. Quantity might not be enough as long as the attacks did not surpass a high threshold. Perhaps only the Amaranto had a realistic shot of overcoming the defenses of the phase whale skeleton. A powerful enough attack from Venerable Davia Stark and her masterwork expert mech might do the trick. What if all of this is not enough? General Vril asked. We are relying on the mechs, weapons, and equipment that we have on hand, but they are hardly the most powerful tools at humanity's disposal. What if we are too weak to defeat the remnant of what might possibly be the most powerful single organism in the history of the Red Ocean? Then, we may need to resort to other solutions. VES replied. Perhaps the royal tomb is a puzzle. The phase whales or whoever constructed all of this may have implemented a sequence that will allow us to deactivate this powerful protective energy field. Once it is done, it should be a lot simpler to saw through these spine bones. How can we do that, sir? VES smiled and pointed at the projections. I don't know, but if I have to make a guess, I think the head of this giant skeleton must hold answers. Are you sure about that, sir? It sounds too good to be true. Isn't the forward part of the skeleton unreachable? That is true. We have only attempted to go deeper with probes, bots and other autonomous devices. They are all weak and incapable of handling increasingly more dangerous conditions. Perhaps the story will be different once we attempt to push through the hazard zone with our best and strongest mechs. I am thinking about whether it is a good idea to send in the Shield of Samar. The expert heavy space knight wasn't designed to operate under these conditions. Who knew what kind of dangers loomed ahead? Without a key or a countermeasure, even a mech as tough as the Shield of Samar might get sliced apart by the residual defenses of the Royal Tomb. Chapter 3819, Second Portal. The Larkinsons, Glory Seekers, and Crossers each contributed a lot to the upcoming operation. After everyone gained a better idea on what they were working on, they resumed their preparations and hoped that their efforts would pay off. They did not want to open up another portal at great cost only for the gigantic skeleton to remain as pristine as ever. Several days went by as the different parties completed their work. Kedis and Professor Benedict have worked day and night to design and fabricate the whale-cutting saber. VES became so intrigued by this project that he decided to see the new weapon for himself. He shuttled over to the cyclical engine and entered Professor Benedict's high-end workshop. Once inside, VES briskly approached the two mech designers as they gazed at their work. It did not look like a rushed product at all. Despite developing it for less than a week, the heavy saber looked as if it took weeks if not months to design this impressive armament. While it was not a masterwork weapon like the decapitator, the new heavy saber was remarkably high in quality. VES had no doubt that Kedis had poured in all of her passion in this rushed project, but that wasn't enough to explain how this mech weapon became so good. The only explanation that made sense was that Professor Benedict had learned a lot about quality and masterworks during his last collaboration with the Larkinson mech designers. If VES studied the nuances of the whale-cutting saber carefully, he could spot a few elements that vaguely looked as if Professor Benedict took inspiration from VES and Gloriana's approach. VES had no reason to be unhappy about this. Any solution was fine as long as the whale-cutting saber performed better in the end. What do you think? Are you satisfied with your work? Kedis shrugged. I wish we had more time to make this weapon, but we did the best we could. This is a worthy weapon for the Balvo's Rage and only needs modest changes in order to be just as good in the hands of the Mars project. Professor. I have never designed a melee mech armament that is as odd as this work. Benedict said as he sounded as if he still had trouble recognizing his own work. Miss Kedis here is able to impart her weapons with several advantages, a few of which I have never seen from other mech designers. I cannot say whether Patriarch Reginald will take a liking to all of its features, but I do not doubt its cutting power. I couldn't implement as many of my design solutions as I liked since Patriarch Reginald is neither a saber wielder nor a sword maiden. Kedis let out a regretful sigh. I had to cut back on what I could add from my sword master powers. I developed a new saber style that I have adapted from my other styles and condensed the moves into just a handful of powerful moves. If Reginald accepts my teachings and takes the saber style seriously enough, he may be able to master the moves within a week. That will give him a better chance at cutting through the resistance. Will it be necessary, though? VES wondered. Kedis thought for a moment. Maybe not. Patriarch Reginald is not a novice in combat. He has developed his own methods and techniques to enhance the strength of his melee attacks. Still, the new techniques I've imparted to this saber perfectly matches the properties of this weapon. They also make the most out of the sharpness that I have tried my best to maximize for this weapon. The whale-cutting saber was a departure from many of her other weapon designs. Unlike the great swords that she designed for the Monster Slayer and Second Sword designs, the heavy saber made no pretense about its unsuitability for dueling. Its blade was way too long, heavy, and thick to be swung around with skill and precision. The weapon was solely made to perform the simplest swings. Nothing more was needed to leverage more power from the blows. With the mechanical strength of the Balvo's Rage, the expert hybrid mech was not able to swing the weapon quickly at all, but it was worth it as long as the individual attacks were powerful enough. VES came closer to the finished weapon and examined the cutting edge closely. He clearly identified the influence of Kedis' core design philosophy. This saber is designed for cutting and nothing else. Kedis said as she approached her own work and knocked her armored fist against the flat surface of the gigantic blade. The decapitator is more refined and benefits from having bisonate, but my new work is designed in a way that can give a high-tier expert pilot a better chance at condensing and converging his power. I couldn't have done it without this guy's help. This saber incorporates a large quantity of materials that we intended to save up for the Mars Project's axe. I could not allow their efficacy and potential to go to waste. Professor Benedict said. The Cross clan supplied all of the resources to make this saber, so VES did not feel bothered by its cost. Have the two of you come up with a good name for this weapon. I'm happy with calling it the whale-cutting saber. Kedis replied after a few seconds. With capital letters, that is. It's a simple and unpretentious name, but one that will hopefully strike fear in every space whale's heart one day. VES turned to the senior mech designer. Are you okay with this name? Benedict looked as if this was a childish matter. Miss Kedis is the lead designer of this project. She deserves to name the weapon. Since he did not object to the name proposed by Kedis, the weapon would henceforth be known as the whale-cutting saber. VES wondered whether this direct and brutal-sounding name would attract the hatred of any phase whales. How would these space creatures feel if they stumbled upon a weapon that was expressly designed and named to kill the strongest of their kind? Let us pack this weapon up and bring it to the Balvo's rage. Kedis said. Patriarch Reginald must get accustomed to it as much as possible. I will personally advise and help him master the techniques associated with this saber. You do that. I will talk with Crossers a bit longer before I return to my flagship. VES lingered for another hour as he talked to Professor Benedict about their recent challenges in the Garamel system. Surprisingly, Benedict showed substantial concern towards VES. You are heavily committed to this operation. Maybe too much. Have you ever thought about what state you will be in if we have used up much of our time and resources in vain? VES pressed his lips. We are indeed taking a big risk, but I would not feel good about myself if I passed on this attempt to obtain a fantastic material that is definitely unique. These bones are not only strong and light compared to the other materials, they are also organic. And that matters. Free web novel. Com. It does to me. I have a special affinity for organic materials and components. VES replied. While I am not a biomech designer, I have always wanted to incorporate more biological components in my classical mech designs. Any mech that I design with this bone material will probably possess a lot of extra advantages that cannot be easily substituted with other materials. VES had a strong hunch that he could develop mechs that were stronger than the expert mechs he had designed so far. Unending alloy was great, but it was ultimately a cold, hard metal material. The bones in the royal tomb were not only organically grown, but also accompanied the life of an ancient phase whale for many years. This should have left a strong imprint of the enormous beast in the bone. If VES could extract or take advantage of this property in another way, he had a strong suspicion that his design philosophy would be able to advance by leaps when he succeeded. This was why VES was determined to go through with this gamble. Costly or not, this might be his only opportunity to get his hands on the bones of such a stupendously powerful organic existence. Considering the rarity of creatures of this power, it might take a century before VES stumbled upon a similar chance. After VES had made his determination clear, Professor Benedict no longer tried to temper the younger mech designer's expectations. We will see tomorrow whether our work is sufficient. The next day arrived pretty soon. A lot of mechs and personnel got ready as they prepared to open the space portal a second time. This time, the Golden Skull Alliance prepared to use up almost 2/3 of all of the resonating exotics excavated from the site. This was a hefty sacrifice, but also a necessary one according to the calculations. The Glory Seekers had actually taken it upon themselves to calculate the exact quantities and usage of the resonating exotics. While they did not possess any strong advantages in this area, they still possessed ties to many Hexer organizations. The Glory Seekers therefore supplied all of the relevant data to a distant research institution. After a lot of research, the external scientists came up with a way to open a portal that was large enough to accommodate the giant bones with moderate room to spare. There was no need to waste more resonating materials in order to make the portal any bigger. VES looked impassively from a commander center as lots of bots as well as gravitic modules slowly brought the resonating materials together. Each of them had been lightly processed so that they touched each other as much as possible. Once all 49 resonating materials pressed together, the same changes occurred as last time. The resonating exotics are disintegrating. Detecting strong spatial fluctuations. The space portal is larger and more powerful than before. How long will it last? Unknown, sir, but our preliminary readings suggest that it will last beyond the deadline. The formation of the portal was a lot slower and more violent than the first time. It was as if this unknown process had to put a lot more effort into ripping reality apart to form this portal. VES grew a bit nervous as several minutes went by. The space around the entire underground site seemed to shake. Pull back. Don't stay too close. Many shuttles, mining mechs and other assorted vehicles and equipment left the mining tunnel entirely. The living sentinel mechs backed off as well but still maintained their battle-ready posture. The Minerva floated behind them as Commander Kosella Ingvar began to feel less at ease with the developing portal. After 4 minutes of spatial convulsions, the portal finally stabilized. An opaque surface came into form. Just like usual, its surface did not offer people at this side a glimpse of the other side. A large collection of bots and probes immediately flew through the portal. Strangely enough, none of them returned. VES began to frown. What is the matter? The first bots should have arrived up to a dozen seconds after they entered the royal tomb. As other people grew confused as well, an unexpected development occurred. A biological monster that was half the size of Mech emerged out of the large portal. The creature looked like a fat and oval fish that had somehow swam into space. What is that? Unknown organism. We have yet to find a match in the database. Our scanners have detected partial phase whale DNA from this new creature. What? Just as VES tried to figure out what was going on, a second fat fish flew out of the portal. The unsympathetic-looking monster bumped into the first one. Then a third one appeared. A fourth one arrived right afterwards. The fifth and sixth fish monster squeezed through the portal at the same time. The stream of fish monsters kept pouring out of the portal as if this was just the start. In the meantime, the first fish monsters to appear on this side of the portal finally regained their bearings. They observed the expanded mining tunnel and quickly set their predatory sights on all of the mechs in the vicinity. The monsters seemed to take offense at the mechs and rapidly dove forward in order to smash the metallic machines. We're under attack. Chapter 3820, Fish Whales. Underneath the hot and burning star that brought heat and light to the Garamel system, a major turn of events had occurred. After an unknown amount of years, the star system finally became host to a battle. The eruption of conflict happened unexpectedly. When the Golden Skull Alliance meticulously prepared to open the space portal a second time, none of its members expected to be met by a horde of strange fish creatures. The small whales or large space fish were terrible creatures that exhibited no intelligence but plenty of aggression. When encountering the mechs and vehicles of the Golden Skull Alliance, they did not attempt to communicate or understand the unprecedented situation. Instead, they gave in to their feral nature and used their own meaty bodies to surge forward and bowl through the first wall of mechs. Fortunately for the surprised and bewildered humans, the Larkinson clan had never loosened its precautions. Even though there was little evidence that opening the portals would unleash so many bloodthirsty monsters, the Larkinsons mustered up many mechs and put the ones stationed close to the portal site in a battle-ready state. The formidable shield wall composed of both the new and old mech models of the living sentinels finally faced its first real test. Hold your ground. Steady your position. The fish monsters keep colliding against our shields. The majority of the fish monsters that emerged from the portal appeared to be simple creatures. They did not bother to take a look at the situation. They just mindlessly followed the lead of their charging brethren and went on the attack as if they were facing their arch-nemesis. Damn, these monsters are crazy. These white beasts aren't as scary as you think they are. One good attack is enough to debilitate them. Focus on wounding as many of them as possible. Over 100 partial whale creatures had already emerged out of the stable portal. These large and aggressive beasts could have generated a fair amount of confusion and deaths if they managed to spread out and surround individual mechs. However, their inability to break through the shield wall of the living sentinels caused many of them to be unable to bring their swarming threat to bear. Ranged mechs arrived from the rear. The bright warriors armed with luminar crystal rifles helped suppress the influx of fish whales with their laser beams and positron beams, but the effect of their firepower was less than expected. The fish monsters have too much meat and blubber on their bodies. Our energy attacks are being diffused by their body mass. The fish whales turned out to be a lot more resistant to energy damage than physical damage. Stick to melee mechs and mechs armed with ranged kinetic weapons. Do we have any mechs armed with gauze weapons on hand? We only have a handful of Eternal Redemptions on standby. The Cross Clan are dispatching mechs armed with gauze rifles. Good. As soon as the situation stabilized a bit, the living sentinels realized that the monsters weren't that strong at all. Many mech pilots and many analysts stationed in the fleet frantically studied the behavior and parameters of the white miniature whale beasts. Soon, they figured out the threat posed by the mindless creatures and how to cope with their seemingly endless numbers. Report. What do we know about these giant fish? VES demanded as he pointed his finger at the projected footage of the ongoing battle. Sir, the unknown bestial species designated as fish whales are artificial hybridized life forms that contain phase whale DNA and genes taken from other species. They have not evolved naturally but show numerous signs of degeneration and mutation. What do you mean by that? We do not have evidence yet, but we believe these species were originally more docile. Over a long period of unknown development, their physiologies and mental activity have become more aggressive and warlike. It is as if they were being bred into becoming cannon fodder. When VES glanced at the continuous outpouring of white fish whales or whatever they were called, he could easily agree with this tentative conclusion. Whoever or whatever was in charge on the other side did not mind sending all of these mindless fish whales to their deaths. Of course, it could also be that no intelligence was in charge of the other side of the portals. These fish whales could have evolved into their current form by adapting to the needs of a cruel and deadly environment. Either way, none of this bode well for the Golden Skull Alliance. VES was sure that the second portal opened up a space channel to an entirely different destination than the first portal. Let alone being able to harvest a portion of the extremely valuable and unique giant phase whale skeleton, VES didn't know if the threat from the other could be contained. Let us leave their DNA and origin aside for a moment. Tell me more about their offensive and defensive capabilities. According to our observations, an individual fish whale does not pose a great threat to our mechs. Their bite force is rather powerful, but the physical shields of our bright warriors and rigid walls can withstand the attacks for the moment. They pose a considerable threat if they are able to bite through our lighter mechs or the weak points of our heavier machines. In other words, keeping them contained was a high priority. As long as they unleashed their offensive against the strongest defenses of the battle line, the fish whales wouldn't be able to deal any significant damage. As for their defenses, most of the fish whales appear to be juvenile and underdeveloped. Though they have a shadow of phase whale physique in their bodies, their growth environment appears to be too limited to provide adequate nutrition and growth for them. The vast majority of the white beasts are soft targets. Their skin and exterior can easily be cut and punctured, and their flesh isn't dense enough to absorb incoming blows. The only notable advantage that individual fish whales possess is that they are rather meaty. Their brains are protected by a thick skull and their internal organs are buried deep within layers of flesh. Injuring them is easy, but killing them will take more work. That was evidenced by the large amount of pained and bleeding fish whales that had been pushed to the side of the expanding battlefield. Whether they were cut by the swords of the rigid walls or punctured by the spears of the rigid spine, the heavily injured beasts silently cried and convulsed as they tried to cope with their pain. More and more injured fish whales were pushed to the side. The reddish blood escaping from their wounds started to soak the rock and soil underneath, while the occasional fish whale carcass fell onto the diagonal mining tunnel and slid down into the depths below. In the meantime, more brethren joined the ranks of the wounded as the arriving fish whales mindlessly charged towards the shield wall, only to be cut down or pierced through their bodies with ruthless efficiency. Watch the sides. The fish whales are beginning to spill beyond the shield wall. More fish whales arrived through the portal at a time than before. So many of them charged forward that more and more of them were forced to move around the side. This was bad because the amount of sentinel mechs weren't enough to block the flow of fish whales. Fortunately, the living sentinel mechs weren't the only ones that were present. The several squads of Valkyrie mechs of the Glory Seekers swept in and impaled the fish monsters with their spears. The Crossers dispatched numerous mech companies that consisted entirely of tough and sturdy mechs. The avatars of myth that had remained on standby entered the mining tunnel as well to hunt down the ones that threatened to outflank the defending mechs. For a moment, the situation stabilized a bit. More mechs were gathering at the entrance as well, but each of them received orders to hold position because the mining site could not accommodate any more machines for the moment. As the various mech commanders and other officers steadily gained control of the situation, VES and many others began to relax a bit. Though the threat of the endless tide of fish whales was still considerable, they were manageable as long as they did not do anything else aside from charging forward with their bodies. The shield wall held even if the tower shields of the rigid walls and the bright warriors started to dent from withstanding all of the collisions. These fish whales are crazy. They don't hesitate to smash their brains silly in order to collide against our shields. Our energy shields can't hold long against these continuous physical impacts. The incoming kinetic energy is too big. Just rely on your physical shields for now. The Cross Clan has already sent additional Space Knights. They can take our place once our tower shields are on the verge of falling apart. No one was able to guess how long this would last. How many fish whales were pressing forward on the other side of the space portal? 1,000? 100,000? 1,000,000? No one knew. Even if the Larkinsons managed to capture a fish whale alive, there was no point in interrogating them. These cannon fodder fish were too stupid to communicate with. They were completely unlike the sagely and intelligent phase whales that had likely created their race. While General Verl and many other commanding officers were initially happy that they managed to hold the line, they grew increasingly more concerned as the flow of fish whales continued to rise. This was a sign that the amount of fish whales on the other side might be far more terrible than they hoped. Sir! The injured fish whales are cannibalizing each other. What? Over 100 fish whales had perished from their wounds, but hundreds more only came away with severe injuries. These fish whales grew weak and unsteady, but their ferocious eyes and their snarling maws made it clear that they had not retracted their aggression at all. Each of them glared hatefully at the metal machines that were responsible for making them bleed. The humans initially expected these injured beasts to pick themselves up and charge forward again. They instead turned against each other and proceeded to bite and chew at their fellow fish whale brethren. Many people grew sick as they watched the giant fat fish tear each other's flesh and crush each other's bones. Unlike the smaller and cleaner wounds inflicted by human weapons, the damage that the fish whales dealt to each other was much more savage. Blood of their kin soaked the sharp teeth of the fish whales as they gorged upon their defeated brethren with insatiable hunger. The injured fish whales are rapidly regenerating as they eat. Many people became shocked when they saw how fish whales were healing their grievous injuries in less than a minute. As soon as they devoured the biomass of their own species, their wounds and missing biomass rapidly squirmed and expanded until the fish whale became whole again. This isn't natural. This is definitely a product of sophisticated genetic engineering. Damn, those fish whales are charging forward again. Our shield walls are getting pushed back. The constant collisions were hard to counteract, especially when multiple fish whales in a row were trying to press forward. None of the mechs in the mining tunnel were standing on solid ground. They had to rely on the forward thrust of their flight systems in order to avoid ceding ground to these mindless beasts. More fish whales emerged than what the mechs in the tunnel could kill. Now that the injured ones cannibalized their weaker siblings, the influx of fish whales had become even greater. We need backup. It was then that a detachment from the flagrant vandals head from the rear. The ferocious piranhas and other light mechs flew forward and stopped behind the shield wall. While their daggers and other light weapons were not suited to slaughter the thick and meaty fish whales, their presence nonetheless brought a substantial advantage to the defenders. Their infamous glows were beginning to act on the approaching fish whales. Chapter 3821, Pressing Horde. The glows of the ferocious piranhas are having an effect. The pressure against our forward mechs has dropped. The fish whales in the front are being debilitated by suppressive glows of the flagrant vandals. Damn! The fish whales are too mad and bloodthirsty. Their desire to attack us is too strong. Ferocious piranhas or not, the hyper-aggressive hybrid creatures did not let a painful and disorienting glow stop them from biting through the mechs that stood in their way. Still, the harmful glows acting upon their berserk minds helped a lot in disrupting instinctual behavior. Their movements, their reaction time and their attacks deteriorated by at least 20%, causing them to become less scary opponents. Some of them even slowed down to the point of frustrating the fish whales pressing from behind. The latter even resorted to biting the vulnerable tails of the monsters that had stalled. These monsters are cruel and heartless. Keep killing them, then. Letting them live will only threaten our lives even further. Hundreds of white fish monsters had appeared on this side of the mining tunnel by now. There were so many meaty creatures in the way that many of them were actually pushed into the direction of the kilometers-long tunnel that the Larkinsons had initially dug. The congestion grew so bad that more and more feral creatures that had been pressed to the periphery started to bite the tunnel walls. Ranged mechs, focus your fire on the fish whales pressed against the tunnel walls. Do not let them reach the surface or the other mining tunnels. The vast quantity of fish whales were beginning to become increasingly more unbearable to handle, and this was when the Golden Skull Alliance faced them in highly favorable conditions. As soon as the hordes of fish whales spread out and gained a lot more maneuvering room, the difficulty in stopping them and defeating them would skyrocket. Even if their bodies weren't particularly strong, their vast numbers along with their aggressive behavior meant that mechs could easily succumb even if they defeated a lot of fish whales. We can't allow them to play their game. Only by stopping them here can we deal against them in a controlled manner. The weaknesses of the stupid beasts had become increasingly more evident during this crazy tide. The fish monsters were too stupid to organize themselves and employ any hint of coordination in their offensive. If they actually had any intelligence, they would have coordinated their movements to force a breakthrough at a specific location. Their lack of ranged attack methods was a huge shortcoming. Although the growing numbers of fish whales looked increasingly more formidable, the truth was that only the monsters at the front could inflict damage onto the defending machines. The ones that were milling behind could not inflict any damage from a distance. It was under these conditions that the Golden Skull Alliance slowly gained the upper hand. While there was only a limited amount of space for their melee mechs to play a role, their ranged mechs had a lot more leeway. Although the fish whales could easily cope against heat and energy damage, the mechs armed with luminar crystal rifles weren't helpless in this situation. Switch to kinetic beams. We need to punch these monsters in order to disable them. Try to hit them on their heads. Knocking their skulls will concuss them long enough to turn them into prey for the fish whales pressing from behind. The ranged mechs carefully fired their shots through the gaps in the shield walls. Their kinetic beams struck like getting hit by giant sticks. The flesh of the monsters deformed upon impact. Any black eyes popped apart when a kinetic beam up close. In certain cases, the ranged mechs succeeded in knocking the skulls of the fish monsters. Although the beams rarely penetrated through the bone matter, the strikes often damaged skulls to the point where the fish monsters were no longer able to tell up from down. In this situation, slowing or stalling the fish whales bought valuable time for the mechs confronting the disabled creatures. Even if it only took a dozen seconds for the healthier monsters to tear the crippled monsters apart, this was more than enough time to rotate another mech to the front. As the Golden Skull Alliance continued to adjust to the current crisis, Commander Melker began to feel uneasy about this situation. Though his avatars were holding the flanks, he could not help but grow concerned about the future. How many fish whales did they need to kill in order to stop the tide? If millions of fish whales waited their turn on the other side of the portal, then the expeditionary forces would definitely get exhausted before they could win the battle. This is turning out to be a battle of attrition. If that was true, then the Larkinsons were not in a good position. Battles of attrition just happened to be one of their weak points as all of their elite forces were trained and equipped to fight quick and decisive battles. The mechs of his avatars weren't configured for long sieges and drawn-out offensives. The ranged mechs would run out of energy cells quickly while the melee mechs would begin to malfunction due to their accelerated wear and tear. Although the mech forces could probably last for a few hours by rotating their mechs at the front on a regular basis, what if the tide never ended? We can't go on like this, General. Commander Melker voiced his frustration over the command channel. We need to cut off the fish whales at the source. We are not ready to act, Commander. We are still trying to understand the threat and what went wrong with the second portal. Acting rashly has got us into this mess. We cannot repeat our mistakes and move before we figure out a way to resolve this problem by the root. Our mechs will get chewed apart by these fish whales before you are done with analyzing the situation. The gold beacon hovered closely behind a company of his avatars. The custom-ranged mech barked out one kinetic beam after another. Though only a portion of the shots hit the more critical parts of the alien bodies, the added punch of its custom rifle's attack was quite formidable. Even so, Melker did not feel as if he made any difference with his new and pristine custom mech. The gold beacon was more of a command and control mech anyway, so he paid more attention to the ebb and flow of mechs and fish monsters than on his personal contribution to the battle. It was because he was viewing the battle from multiple angles that he grew concerned about the sustainability of their current approach. He briefly directed his attention to the nearby expert mechs that had not done much since the outbreak of hostilities. The Minerva was hovering close behind the sentinel mechs but had yet to extend its iconic command field. The Blade Chaser hovered protectively besides the Minerva but otherwise did not sink its twin swords into any beast flesh. The Shield of Samar and the Everchanger were only providing moral encouragement to the units stationed at opposite sides of the wide tunnel. The Amphis and the Balvo's Rage were hovering in the far back without displaying any intention to attack the fish whales. There were a few other expert mechs on hand, but each of them were keeping their distance from the ongoing battle. Why aren't our expert mechs making a move? Melker wondered. They can demolish dozens of these beasts at a time. Our current mech forces can handle the pressure. General Vril replied. We need your avatars and the other mech legions to hold the line as long as possible without increasing our consumption. While our expert pilots can make a difference, it is a waste to expend their combat power on cannon fodder. Their power is great but their endurance is not endless. The logic was sound but the people fighting against these violent beasts didn't care about that. It became increasingly harder for the defensive mechs to hold back the advancing beasts. As numerous minutes went by, an alert sounded inside the gold beacon's cockpit. We have detected several variant fish whales. Melker immediately split his attention so that he could view the footage of a handful of abnormal hybrid whale monsters. These ones clearly stood out from the swarm of white and pale fish whales due to their size and different colorations. Larger than an ordinary fish whale, these crueler and older-looking monsters possessed dark blue hides that clearly attracted the notice of their lesser brethren. In fact, the white fish whales acted differently around the larger blue monsters. As Melker observed how the slightly smaller fish whales pooled around the larger monsters without biting or bumping against each other, his body chilled for a moment. These blue ones are commanding their younger brothers. The influence of the blue fish whales wasn't great. They could only command the attention of around a dozen or 2 dozen lesser fish whales at most. However, this was enough to turn a mindless mob into a more focused attack unit. After their blue fish whales managed to get their bearing, they released a soundless roar and charged forward with its fellow subordinates acting as its spear. Careful! The blue fish whales are approaching. The blue fish whales not only advanced with greater momentum, but also possessed an invisible quality that caused any berserk white fish whale in its way to move aside. This gave the blue fish whale and the rest of its formation a clear corridor to slam into the shield wall of the living sentinels. For the first time since its completion, the rigid wall model failed to hold the line. The blue fish whales were not only larger, stronger, and tougher than the ordinary fish whales, they also used their limited control and intelligence to pull off several uninterrupted charges at once. The power of these alien creatures along with the fact that numerous of them broke past the shield wall at the same time completely caught the defenders off guard. Plug the gaps and annihilate the ones that broke through before they can disrupt our formations further. It was critically important for the defensive lines to hold against this type of swarming opponent. Fortunately, there were plenty of reserves that took action. The mech units dispatched by the Penitent Sisters and the Battle Criers had been waiting to respond to situations like these. Since firing any ranged weapons at the alien shock troopers could easily lead to friendly fire in this narrow and congested battlefield, only their melee mechs flew forward. Spears and swords relentlessly attacked the white fish whales from multiple directions. Even if they were following the orders of their betters, they were still fairly weak and vulnerable against determined mechs. The blue fish whales on the other hand were much harder to deal with. Their hides were much harder to cut or puncture and they displayed significantly greater speed and combat acumen. Their cruel eyes glinted as they feinted an attack on a rigid spine mech only to dart to the side so that they could use their extremely hard teeth to chomp through the rear armor of a rigid wall mech. Although the rigid walls were able to take a lot of abuse at the front, their rear protection was a lot more limited. The biting force of the blue fish whales was so great that the monster easily tore through the rear armor with its first chomp. After it chomped another time, its sharp and lethal teeth bit through the rear half of the cockpit and crushed the sentinel pilot into pieces. The Larkinson army suffered its first loss since the start of this battle. No. Slaughter these blue monstrosities. An expert pilot could no longer hold back. Venerable Iman Ingvar grew furious as his blade chaser darted forward and sliced the body of the closest blue fish whale. Other mech units were beginning to handle the blue monsters as well, but not before the alien creatures successfully eliminated half a dozen defensive mechs. The defensive lines became disarrayed, thereby giving the main body of the fish whale horde a greater opportunity to push their opponents back. Alert! We have detected a second wave of blue fish whales. This time, there are 17 of them. Each of them are preparing to charge our lines. Stop them before they can pull off their attack run. Chapter 3822, Variant Creatures. Only a handful of blue fish whales had already managed to breach the defensive line earlier. Now, 17 of them had emerged from the portal at once. From the way they spread out and took control over their lesser brothers, it looked like they were preparing to launch the same attack run. The blue ones are much stronger than the white ones. We can't let them go through with their charges. What are our ranged mechs doing? Shoot them down already. We can't. There are too many white bodies in the way. Hundreds of ranged mechs were trying to land their attacks on the blue fish whales, but aside from a few rare exceptions, each of their attacks fell far short. While the white fish whales were not that big and tough compared to an actual mech, they were still solid enough to absorb pretty much every ranged attack trying to pass through their bodies. It took entire volleys to obliterate a white fish whale, but that didn't help as much when another one immediately occupied the position vacated by its dead brother. As the blue fish whales were about to perform their organized charges, General Vril finally allowed the more powerful mech units in reserve to take action. The Minerva is moving forward. Up until now, Commander Kosella Ingvar had done nothing aside from issuing orders and providing an invisible morale boost to the living Sentinel mech pilots holding the line. She was proud of her mech legion. She was also pleased that the combination of the rigid wall and rigid spine mechs held up so well against so much physical pressure. Though the blue fish whales had eventually managed to break through the shield wall, she did not blame her pilots for this failure. The more elite enemy units were simply a bit too strong for them to handle with their current means. It's time to take action, Minerva. She whispered. As much as she agreed with General Vril's stance that this was just the start of an extended engagement, she did not feel comfortable with standing aside so that her troops could handle this challenge by themselves. Part of the reason why mech commanders like her wanted to lead the troops from the front was because of their strong desire and obsession to do everything in their power to protect their comrades and succeed. The Minerva glowed brighter as its command field expanded a bit. Even though Kosella did not use it to lend her power to her fellow soldiers as of yet, the Sentinels and other friendly mech pilots gained a bit more confidence after they picked up her influence. Not only that, but Kosella also extended her influence among the hundreds of alien creatures that were madly trying to press forward. It was easy enough for her to detect the blue fish whales that were about to perform their formation-breaking charges. They were not only 50% bigger than their lesser kin, their bodies also exuded a lot more mass and power. The threat they posed was much greater. Aside from gaining greater awareness of where the blue fish whales were located, Kosella also tried to figure out how smart they were. How much autonomy and intelligence did these larger fish whales possess? They're smarter than the white fish whales, but what cleverness they've gained is entirely dedicated towards aggression and conflict. The blue fish whales were also bred for war. Kosella sensed nothing in them that spoke of an ability to think rationally or apply themselves to other pursuits than fighting. The Minerva brought its custom Luminar crystal rifle to bear. The Irvin was a transformable rifle that came with 2 firing modes. This time, Kosella had left the weapon in its marksman configuration. A long and heavy rifle that vaguely looked similar to the Amaranto's instrument of vengeance laid in the expert command mech's arms. The weapon glowed as Kosella and her expert mech generated a fair degree of true resonance. At the same time, Kosella switched the attack phase of her primary weapon to a slicer beam. If my attacks can't get around all of the cannon fodder, then let them go through the bodies instead. When Kosella pulled the trigger, the Irvin spat a deceptively thin but concentrated energy beam. If not for the fact that Kosella empowered it with resonance, few people and aliens would have noticed the powerful attack. The beam instantly propelled forward and sunk through the body of a white fish whale that was just about to slam its head against the tower shield of a rigid wall mech. Then the beam penetrated through the other side of the injured fish whale before passing through the body of the next alien victim. More than a dozen white fish whales fell victim to this unstoppable attack. The craziest part of this was that the slicer beam hardly lost power after passing through all of those bodies. When the thin beam finally struck the blue fish whale, it accurately penetrated through the middle of the skull and cut through the brain that governed the monster's actions. The blue creature thrashed in for numerous seconds before falling silent. Commander Kosella didn't pay much attention to the results of her attack. She had already estimated how much penetration power the slicer beam possessed after empowering it with her will. Although the bodies of the white fish whales were rather annoying, the power of an expert pilot and an expert mech was not trivial. The Minerva adjusted its aim and fired a second shot. An instant later, another blue fish whale got injured. This time, the slicer beam failed to hit the brain but cut through the spine of the monster instead. This caused it to lose control over itself. When the blue fish whale became increasingly more vulnerable, the white fish whales no longer respected it anymore. The white ones are eating any blue ones that show weakness. This dynamic provided a lot more convenience to the troubleshooters that were tasked with eliminating the blue fish whales. Due to the cannibalistic behavior pattern of the fish whales, the defenders only needed to draw enough blood for the surrounding fish whales to finish the job. This was highly convenient for Kosella as she never needed to land another shot to finish off her targets. As the blue fish whales began their charge, the Minerva was nowhere done with eliminating all 17 of the high-priority targets. Expert mech or not, the Minerva could only attack one of them at a time. Fortunately, there were additional units on the job. A mech company of Avatar ranged mechs focused their fire in a single direction. Even though there were lots of cannon fodder in the way, the constant attacks forcefully eliminated them one after another. When a blue fish whale finally entered the sights of the Avatar mechs, a torrent of kinetic beams slammed against the hardened body and skull of the leader monster. While the continuous kinetic beams failed to punch through the skull of the blue fish whale, the attacks were more than enough to stall and mess up its advance despite its tougher exterior. "Let me help you, Kausela," Venerable Joshua said as he covered a different angle with his own Vitalis rifle. The Everchanger imitated the actions of the Minerva and fired resonance-empowered slicer beams that passed through numerous alien bodies before crippling the blue priority targets. Although the damage output of the Vitalis was lower, it did not make much of a difference in this situation. By the time the Larkinson ranged mechs eliminated 13 of the blue fish whales in quick succession, the remainder had gotten close and threatened to slam through the defensive mechs once again. "Countercharge the blue fish whales." The shield walls parted a bit in order to allow for the passage of ferocious melee mechs. In one area, a squad of Valkyrie Redeemer mechs of the Penitent Sisters charged forward and impaled a blue fish whale in multiple different areas. Though the resilient creature did not die in an instant, its crippled state had already doomed it in the eyes of its greedy cannibal brothers. In another area, the Blade Chaser charged forward and stabbed its swords through the body of another blue fish whale. The power and maneuverability of the custom mech was excellent despite the ceiling on its performance. As an expert pilot, Venerable Iman was far superior against most opponents, especially the stupid fish whales that only acted upon their feral instincts. "I'm not done yet," he snarled. The Blade Chaser was surrounded by white fish whales, but it easily squeezed through the bodies of the monsters whenever possible and cut them down with its twin swords when there was no other choice. Soon enough, the custom swordsman mech approached another blue fish whale and intended to skewer it in the same way as before. However, the target in question was a lot more aware than its deceased colleague. The blue fish whale actually aborted its charge in order to face the new threat. After transmitting an invisible command, all of the white fish whales around it swarmed towards the Blade Chaser as if they wanted to grind the powerful custom mech from all sides. "You think I'm easy to ambush? Think again." The Blade Chaser sliced through the white fish whales that posed an immediate threat and used the bodies of other creatures as its shield. In some cases, the fish whales became so eager to devour their dead or crippled brothers that they no longer paid as much attention to the Blade Chaser anymore. These cannibal creatures should have gone extinct a long time ago. "Let me help you on your way." The Blade Chaser truly showed the potential of its explosive moves as it forcefully fought through numerous white fish whales and finally sliced its blazing blades through the belly of the fish-like creature. Just like other creatures, the blue fish whale did not feel good after getting disemboweled. The white monsters no longer cared about completing their charge against the human mechs and instead fought against each other to devour as much of the blue fish whale as possible. Iman briefly became distracted as he wondered whether the cannibals would morph into a blue fish whale instead. It doesn't look like that will happen, thankfully. Although the white fish whales that had consumed the flesh of its superior brothers became stronger after they finished their meals, they did not undergo any qualitative evolutions. In the end, the defenders smacked them down just as easily as they defeated the regular white fish whales. The Blade Chaser and the other melee mechs retreated once they finished their jobs. It was quite dangerous to remain outside of the shield wall for an extended amount of time. The tide of white fish whales never ended. A subsequent wave of blue fish whales emerged half a minute later. There were 23 of them this time, but with the lessons of their earlier success, the defending side managed to take them down with the same tactics as before. Numerous people began to feel uneasy about this situation, though. "We'll face an even bigger wave of Sergeant Fish next time. Our mechs can't take them down from a distance. There are too many soldier fish in the way, and who knows what else will emerge from that portal." By now, the soldiers already came up with their own names for the two varieties of fish whales. The white fish whale became known as the grunt fish due to its weak and disposable nature. The blue one became known as the sergeant fish because it always took charge of a limited amount of grunt fish in the immediate vicinity. As the new names were being put to use, the Minerva, the Everchanger, the Blade Chaser and many other elite mech units did not slack off in eliminating the sergeant fish before they succeeded in breaking through. As the defenders slowly adjusted to this rhythm, the portal suddenly disgorged a new fish whale variant. "Watch out! A red fish whale has emerged." This one was much different from the previous two varieties. First, it was larger than the sergeant fish and could rival the size of a full-sized mech. Second, its body began to fluctuate as it was about to activate an intrinsic ability. "Take IT down before IT does anything." Kausela reacted the quickest as she noticed the red one's arrival the soonest. The Irvin swung in the direction of the new fish whale, but the creature disappeared before she could pull the trigger. "Our sensors has registered emissions corresponding to the use of phase water. Where did the red go?" "It's behind us." The large and powerful red fish whale emerged in the middle of an avatar-ranged mech formation. Shortly after it appeared, it immediately slammed against the thin-ranged mechs around it before biting off a third of the mech in front of its maw. The red fish whale can teleport. Chapter 3823, Altered Portal. White fishes, blue fishes, red fishes. It didn't end. A constant stream of fish whales continuously poured out of the large space portal with no end in sight. Although the quantity of variant fish whales arriving in the mining site was a fraction of the numbers of the white fish whales, each of them exhibited power that equaled or even surpassed that of an ordinary mech. The sergeant fish not only rallied nearby grunt fishes, but also utilized its superior toughness to charge through shield walls. The more deadly assassin fish did not even have to approach the human defensive lines in the first place. By utilizing the power of phase water, this special and more advanced fish whale directly teleported behind the shield wall and wreaked havoc with its tough and larger body. Although the surrounding mech stationed behind the immediate front quickly made short work of the lone assassin fish, the damage was already done in most cases. The assassin fishes are not larger and tougher than the sergeant fish, but also smarter. We cannot say whether they are able to analyze our formations by themselves or rely on data fed by other fish whales, but they always manage to teleport where they can do the most damage against our mechs. 15 of our ranged mechs have already been taken out of action while over 40 have sustained varying degrees of physical damage. Disperse our rifleman mechs and make sure that melee mechs are closer on hand. Call in additional space knights from our reserves and make sure they are ready to block any assassin fish from destroying our ranged assets. The intensity of the sudden battle heated up as the proportion of sergeant fishes and assassin fishes steadily rose. Although the number of red fish whales passing through the portal was still relatively constrained, even 3 or 4 of them could inflict real damage onto the more vulnerable mechs of the expeditionary forces. Their signature teleportation tactics were extremely difficult to deal with. They only needed a few seconds to lock onto their coordinates and teleport behind the main line in an instant. Although the Minerva, the Everchanger, and a few other mechs always prioritized the takedowns of the assassin fishes over other fish whales, the elite fishes attacked too quickly before they could all be taken out in advance. These sergeant fishes are getting harder to handle now that so many of them are appearing at once. Now that the assassin fishes attracted much of the attention of the expert mechs, it was up to the regular mech forces to eliminate the hardy blue fish whales. Although the mech pilots and mech officers were constantly coming up with better solutions and tactics against the sergeant fishes, when more than 30 of them appeared in a wave at a time, a few of them succeeded in pulling off their charges, making it more difficult for the mech forces to hold the line. We need more fast responders. These blue fishes aren't that tough. Their rear isn't as tough as their front. Hundreds of mechs had already approached their limits and had to be pulled out of the front line in order to replenish their supplies and undergo emergency repairs. Fortunately, the amount of elite fishes emerging from the portal still remained relatively scarce. The more the expeditionary forces fought against the fish tide, the more they became proficient at beating the artificial race's crude and rudimentary tactics. One of the greatest shortcomings of the fish horde was its lack of strategy and coordination. The absence of a top commander that could coordinate the movements and attack patterns of all of the alien fishes meant that the enemy beasts never came close to utilizing its full potential. General Verl and many leaders could already make many inferences about the nature of their current opponent by observing how incompetently the fish whales attempted to overrun the mechs in their way. The fish whales may have quantity on their side, but they evidently didn't value them a lot. There was either a lack of truly intelligent commanders on their side or the vanguard troops pouring out of the portal were simply not valued enough to bother coordinating their actions. Whatever the case, as long as the fish whales acted like beasts, handling them was much simpler. If not for their sheer quantity and the continuous arrival of more body mass, the mechs would have been able to push forward by now. At this moment, it was already challenging for the expeditionary forces to hold their ground and prevent the tide of fishes from gaining more space and room for maneuver. While the various mech units did their best to cope with the tide of fish whales, the leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance constantly discussed what they should do in the face of this threat. The fish whales have already shown 3 different variants, but it is likely that they have more abnormal fish types in store. Director Rania stated. There are clear traces of artificial design in these creatures. They are biological products made for warfare, but what they have shown so far is not enough to compete against the strongest alien races in the Red Ocean. It is conceivable that there are even stronger, smarter, and more bizarre fish whale variants in their current habitat. Marshal Ariadne Wadden grew concerned. If that is the case, then we must end this farce. We cannot allow this portal to continue disgorging fish whales without limit. We need to destroy the gateway before it is too late. No. VES vigorously disagreed. The enemy force is strong, but we can handle them. What we have deployed so far is only a fraction of our combat power. We can defeat many more fish whales as long as we fight on more open ground and as long as we employ our various trump cards. We do not have to destroy the portal right away, not after we have sacrificed 2/3 of the valuable resonating exotics that we have harvested from this site. VES found it unbearable to put a stop to this venture even if it opened up a gate to an entirely different space. It was one thing to turn away from the Garamel system without attempting to enter the royal tomb. However, now that they committed to a gamble, VES did not want to turn away from the game unless he could gain a prize at the end. Anything less amounted to a serious waste and a massive loss of opportunity. You are thinking about invading the territory of the fish whales on the other side of the portal, am I correct? Professor Benedict guessed. I knew you might. Ever since we detected a hint of phase water from the bodies of the assassin fish, your mind must have begun to turn. The existence of the red fish whales proves that there is definitely a source of phase water within their reach, and it must be significant if so many of them can teleport. VES smirked. That's right. The numbers of the fish whales may be greater than we can handle, but as long as they fight like beasts, it is unlikely that they will be able to utilize their numbers to their full potential. We can invade their territory like we are pacifying a wild, untamed planet. In any case, we don't need to stick around long enough to defeat every single fish whale and colonize whatever territory is on the other end. We can just make do with plundering their source of phase water and whatever other treasures the phase whales have left behind. The Glory Seeker leader looked shocked at VES projection. Do you know what you're talking about? We do not know how numerous they are, but what we are facing at the moment is just a fraction of their numbers. In addition, there must be stronger and wiser fish whales in weight that are not in a hurry to confront us. If I was in their place, I would wait and allow the cannon fodder to exhaust the opposition. If we recklessly push forward and fight our way through the portal, we will be forced to confront these apex fish whales in advance and in an environment of their choosing. As the discussion continued, Professor Benedict made another important announcement. We have completed a preliminary study on the nature and the behavior of the space portal. According to our scientists and the external experts that we have consulted, the spatial phenomenon that we have activated is different from the one before. How different is it? VES critically asked. If our analysis is correct, the space portal is stable and permanent. Through unknown means that we cannot fully explain, the space portal shows no sign of instability that characterized the smaller one that we have initially generated. The most likely answer to this is that the fish whales or another source has employed special tech that forcefully anchors the spatial phenomenon and keeps it active as long as this portal device remains active. What? A lot of people attending the virtual meeting reacted with shock. Everything should have a limit. Marshal Ariadne frowned. Can we destroy the portal on our end? It is theoretically possible, but... Professor Benedict consulted a few numbers. Conventional attack methods will not affect the portal in the slightest. The only means we can utilize are weapons or devices that can directly affect the stability of space-time. Don't we have dimensional smoothers and other anti-teleportation solutions in our possession? There is no point in trying. They're too weak, Marshal. The dimensional smoothers are strong enough to prevent warping ships from coming too close, but don't forget that the phase whales are the masters of space warping. Their understanding and application of phase water and spatial technology can rival that of first-rate states. VES studied the calculations shared by the Cross clan. Although he didn't understand much about this specific field, he could clearly tell that the space portal was unprecedentedly strong and stable. Unless the MTA made a move, it was impossible for the expeditionary forces to destroy the portal from this side. We need to make a decision. VES said. If we assume this fish tide is endless, we only have two options. We can either pull back from this moon and retreat from this star system while being hounded by a continuous stream of fish whales, or we can push forward, enter the portal and take over whatever alien device is responsible for stabilizing the portal. By then, we can decide to pull the plug if the threat is too great, or we can stay a little longer and loot whatever the fish whales depend upon to grow so strong and numerous. Nobody missed the fact that the Larkinson Patriarch favored the second option. It was a massive gamble, but it also made sense if the portal couldn't be destroyed so easily. We do not know anything about the strength of the opposition on their home ground. Marshal Ariadne reasoned. Entering the portal is an excessive risk. There is no guarantee that we will gain anything valuable if we push forward. We should cut our losses while they are still limited and beat a steady retreat. Profit may be important, but lives are even more important. We are not fighting for the survival of our fleet here. This cause is not worth the price we need to pay. The Larkinsons wanted to push forward while the Glory Seekers wanted to retreat. Both VES and Ariadne turned to Benedict, who spoke on behalf of the Cross clan. The senior mech designer paused for a moment before he spoke. I have just talked to our Patriarch. He is against retreating. He wishes for us to advance and challenge these fish whales on their own turf. The consensus was pretty clear, then. The Larkinsons and Crossers both wanted to invade the portal. Whether they wanted to satisfy their greed or battle lust, neither of them wanted to stop just because they stumbled upon danger. At this point, it didn't matter if the Glory Seekers had cold feet. They could only play along and make sure the expeditionary forces succeeded in their counterattack. Chapter 3824, Vanguard Composition. Now that the Golden Skull Alliance decided to stop remaining passive, the leaders immediately formulated a plan. Much of it was tentative and general, as no one could tell what was on the other side of the portal. Was it a secret phase whale mansion? Was it a ruined alien city? Was it a wild and undeveloped wilderness? Was it a fractured space pocket that was already beginning to fall apart? No one knew. People could make guesses based on what was pouring out of the portal, but none of them were confident in their answers. The only way to know for sure was to head inside and confirm the situation on the other side of the portal in person. There was no other way. The Larkinsons had already tried to sneak through hundreds of different probes, some of which were microscopic in size, but the dense crowd of fish whales made it impossible for any of them to survive the journey. Even the stealth probes dispatched by the black cats got taken down. The fish whales appeared to be quite sensitive towards what was happening in their immediate surroundings. The elite variants were even more perceptive than their ordinary white brethren. The Larkinsons and their allies had no choice but to give up their attempts to scout the enemy's terrain. They needed to push forward and pass through the stabilized portal without any solid idea of what they might face. The dangers of such a mission could not be understated. Any mech that passed through the portal might encounter an alien defense mechanism that could instantly wipe them all out upon entry. The vanguard must be strong enough to push the tide of fish whales back. VES stated to General Vril. However, they must not be important enough that their loss will hurt our overall strength. I will not approve of any plans to send our expert mechs in the first wave. Their loss is much harder for us to replace. It was virtually impossible to poach expert pilots from other organizations. These strong-willed individuals were usually loyal to a fault. Ordinary enticements didn't work on them, especially when their employers put a lot of effort into keeping them happy. As such, the only way the Larkinsons could expand their roster of expert pilots was to nurture them from their own ranks. This was bound to be a slow and gradual process. In comparison, it was much simpler for the Larkinsons to replenish their regular troops. The clan lost hundreds if not thousands of mechs and mech pilots in prior battles, but the Larkinson army always bounced back with relative ease. The reason for that was that it was easy for the clan to make up for its losses. The spirit of Bentheim could easily pump out mech after mech as long as the supply of raw materials was sufficient. The Larkinson clan also arrived in the Red Ocean with a surplus of mech pilots, so VES had plenty of ready and able reservists to call upon to fill the missing positions. Even if this pool of manpower ran out, it was not a big problem to go on the job market and hire additional batches of mech pilots. While there weren't a lot of mech pilots for hire in a dwarf galaxy where security was in high demand, it was not impossible to hire hundreds of slightly inadequate pilots. There were probably good reasons why these pilots failed to find satisfactory employment up until now, but if there was one thing the Larkinson clan was good at, it was training and converting outsiders into loyal and reliable soldiers. Due to these considerations, the Larkinson clan, Glory Seekers, and Cross clan all mustered up the necessary troops. Over 1,000 mechs that were still on standby were called up to form the vanguard. Among the Larkinson's forces, General Vril had decided to tap in the avatars of myth, the flagrant vandals, the penitent sisters as part of the first wave. The mechs dispatched by these mech legions needed to face the brunt of the fish whale onslaught. It was not enough for them to stand their ground. They needed to push forward and gain more space for the expeditionary forces. General Vril quickly explained their next moves to VES. We do not know what is on the other side of the portal, but if we can control enough space, we can send in our second wave in order to secure a beachhead into enemy territory. This is just as important as we need to make sure we retain an escape route in case our forward troops encounter too many fish whales. The second wave consisted of at least 800 mechs and mostly consisted of defensive mechs and ranged mechs. The living sentinels, the battle criers and the Eye of Ylvan were being tapped to help control the space portal on the other end. Their job was to do the same as they were doing now, and that was to hold back any fish whales from going forward. In order to boost the defenses of the planned bridgehead, General Vril decided to call in the big guns. A mech company of transcendent punishers were on their way to the mining site as their firepower could play an immensely useful role in mowing down hordes of cannon fodder fish whales. What about the sword maidens? VES asked. You haven't mentioned them before. Given their inclinations, I am sure they would love to hack their big swords through the flesh of these alien creatures. The leader of the Larkinson army frowned. Their role will be much more limited and specialized in this operation. The sword maidens are strong offensive assets, but their defenses leave much to be desired, sir. I am sure they can adequately handle individual fish whales with skill and patience, but the nature of this battle does not allow them to fight on their terms. Without additional defensive support, the fish whale horde will rapidly damage and wear down the vulnerable sword maiden mechs. The general was right. The sword maidens could deal a lot of damage but they weren't as good at taking it. The new second sword model designed by Ketis only partially addressed this shortcoming, and there weren't enough of the newer and stronger mechs in the hands of the sword maidens to make a difference. VES briefly hummed. What are your plans for them, then? I only intend to send in a limited amount of sword maiden units through the portal. It is not necessary for them to waste their time on fighting the grunt fishes. With their skill and offensive power, it is much better to deploy them against the elite fish whales. That's a good idea. What of our expert mechs? It is too irresponsible to put them in the first wave, but as long as we have secured a beachhead and confirm that the space portal is fully under our control, I recommend that we send in a limited amount of expert mechs. 3 should be enough. We still need to retain enough on this side of the portal to defend our fleet from any other surprises that might occur. There was always the possibility that the fish whales or another threat might emerge from a different direction, Leaving the fleet vulnerable to raids and greater attacks was unacceptable to VES. The starships and capital ships were the foundation of his clan. He could still afford to lose whatever mechs and personnel he sent through the portal, but once he lost his fleet, it was game over. Which expert mechs will we send through the portal? VES asked. Well, you can already count on Patriarch Reginald Cross to lead the vanguard. General Vril answered in an exasperated tone. With the Balvo's Rage taking the lead into invading fish whale space, we do not have to dispatch too much firepower. I am currently thinking about sending in the Minerva to lead our troops, the Dark Zephyr to scout the unknown enemy terrain and the Shield of Samar to help defend the beachhead. VES especially liked the decision to send in the Shield of Samar. With Venerable Janza guarding the crucial portal, the chances that the fish whales could cut off the vanguard's escape route were much lower. Even if an accident took place, he would rather lose Venerable Janza than Venerable Joshua. Still, there were other assets that VES did not want to lose. The Minerva. There are too many reasons why she should be a part of this invasion. General Vril replied. First, we need a leader with enough competence, intelligence, experience, and prestige to lead the troops on a separate battlefield. It is especially important that the highest commander in the field is strong enough to resist the demands of Patriarch Reginald Cross. Anyone could guess that the high-tier expert pilot was eager to provoke the biggest fights that he could handle. This wasn't necessarily bad as long as he had the strength to confront his opponents, but what if he miscalculated? What if he poked the hornet's nest? Someone like Commander Kosella Ingvar could counterbalance Reginald's influence and make sure that the troops did not do anything excessive. Though VES was highly reluctant to risk such a precious asset, the amplification that Kosella could provide was too good to pass up. It was especially useful in operations like these where directly strengthening hundreds of troops was much more useful than bringing in an additional expert mech. Very well. Let's do this then. When will you be able to start? General Vril glanced at the time. We will be ready to move in 1.5 minutes. Most of our mech units are already in place. Get ready for a major turnaround. We plan to make a number of big moves in order to interrupt the fish whale tide and push them all back. They did not have to wait long before the expeditionary forces were ready to begin their counterattack. Even if their preparations weren't perfect, General Vril and the other leaders were unwilling to give the fish whales more time. Who knew what other fish whale varieties might show up over time? Before a possible fourth variety of fish whale could emerge through the portal, the Golden Skull Alliance finally enacted its plan. The Everchanger made the first move. The expert mech moved forward and began to exude more power. Its green corona grew brighter as Venerable Joshua actively resonated with the iridescent mercury integrated in his expert mech. At the same time, the Everchanger switched its glow to one formed by a familiar combination of design spirits. The unique influences of Lufa, Zigra, and Kilangso all combined together in order to form a disorienting glow that characterized the ferocious piranha model. Of course, the fish whales had already displayed a certain degree of resistance towards its mental effects, but they were not completely immune to the disturbances. After the Everchanger activated its resonance ability, its glow encompassed the entire battlefield. Hundreds of fish whales slowed down as they partially lost their concentration. The Everchanger not only disrupted their rhythm, but also slowed down their offensive. Reginald. After hanging back all this time, the leader of the Cross clan finally went into action. The Balvo's Rage had already begun to accumulate power and momentum as it advanced forward. The shield wall in front of its path automatically parted aside so that the powerful expert mech moved to the front. Though the nearby fish whales rapidly attempted to chew through the high-tier expert hybrid mech, its resonance shield was too strong. None of the biting and collisions shook Patriarch Reginald's resolve. Once the Balvo's Rage had reached its peak state, the mech flashed with light and power as it unleashed all of its ranged weapons at full power. For the glory of the Cross clan. Several powerful positron beams seared through the bodies of dozens of grunt fishes. Their bodies stood no chance against the might of a volley of resonance-enhanced beam attacks. The beam unleashed by the chest-mounted positron cannon was especially deadly. Its passage had left a clear line of burned and defeated fish whales in its wake. Not only that, but a pair of missiles surged forward and split off only to detonate with incredible power at the sides. Their massive blasts tore through the bodies of at least 30 fish whales while damaging at least twice that amount. If that wasn't enough, the shotgun in the hands of the Balvo's Rage had barked out once, spreading pellets that practically mowed down dozens of fish whales in an expanding cone in front of the powerful hybrid expert mech. Advance. The Everchanger and the Balvo's Rage had opened the way forward. Chapter 3825, Shoving Fish. The fish whales were completely caught off guard. It wasn't difficult to surprise these feral and uncoordinated beasts, but that wasn't enough to push back the tide of alien monsters. Only a huge amount of shock power could interrupt their momentum and make them recede. The initial volley unleashed by the Balvo's Rage happened to kill over 100 fish whales outright. Though Patriarch Reginald was not able to repeat this power move for the moment, the expert mech in his hands continually unleashed death and destruction at a pace that others could not match. After so many different incidents and battles, the Balvo's Rage finally encountered a battle scenario where its mech type and configuration could fully utilize its advantages. The fish whales that showed up so far weren't strong enough to overwhelm the Balvo's Rage. Neither their quantity or quality were sufficient, as every fish whale attack simply bounced off its stupendously powerful resonance shield. In fact, Patriarch Reginald did not even have to worry too much about the response from the alien fish monsters. With the Everchanger constantly suppressing every fish whale entering the current battlefield, the Balvo's Rage had it easier than ever. There were so many fish whales in front that Reginald did not even have to put much thought into aiming his powerful weapons. No matter where all of the positron cannons and other weapon systems were aimed at, their firepower was bound to demolish tens of fish whales at a time. The stupendous might of this single expert mech completely changed the battlefield. While more fish whales continued to pass through the portal at an uninterrupted pace, the Balvo's Rage nonetheless succeeded in stopping the enemy offensive by raking through their lines with impunity. As VES watched the turnaround from the command center, he gained a completely new appreciation of hybrid mechs. This mech type is a bit difficult to employ in the right circumstances, but in situations where there are lots of cannon fodder, there are only a couple of other mech types that are more effective against these opponents. Swarms of cannon fodder units were hard to deal with for most expert mechs. Most of them were designed to deal against powerful single targets as opposed to wiping out as many weaker targets as possible. The only mech types that could do better in this situation was an expert artillery mech or an expert striker mech. VES was especially keen on adding the latter to the Larkinson clan's mech lineup in the future. Although expert striker mechs weren't really great at dueling other expert mechs, they excelled at wiping out entire mech companies in quick succession. Against a swarm of fish whales, the expeditionary forces would have never been pressured to this extent as long as there was a single powerful flamethrower-wielding expert mech in sight. Though it was still questionable whether an expert striker mech could keep spitting out flames for hours on end, it was already enough for it to take action occasionally in order to relieve the pressure. The Balvo's Rage continued to bowl its way forward at a steady pace. The expert mech had advanced so far from the defensive lines that the fish whales couldn't resist attacking it first. Every nearby opponent ignored their prior targets that were further away and mindlessly charged the expert hybrid mech as if they were heat-seeking missiles. That was exactly the wrong move to make. No matter whether they were grunts, sergeants or assassins, none of the fish whales could do anything to take down the Balvo's Rage in a short amount of time. Their misguided aggression not only failed to contain the powerful expert mech, but gave the other mech forces much more room to maneuver. The latter part was especially important. There was ultimately a limit to what a powerful mech could do to push back the enemy. Commander Casella's eyes glowed as she infused more power into her command field. Sentinels. Advance. The main shield wall units moved forward with indomitable power. The rigid walls and bright warriors no longer held their positions but flew forward with their battered but still intact tower shields up front. Any fish whale that happened to be in front of them were unable to halt the advance. This was not just because many of them were attacking the wrong target or because they were being suppressed by the Everchanger. The influence from the Minerva massively boosted the effective combat performance of commandeered mechs. We are invincible. None of these fishes can last against my spear. Shove these alien monsters back. With the added power and coordination of Casella's command field, the mechs advancing at the front make such quick work of the fish whales up front that it was as if they were clearing a lane of snow. Rifleman mechs, clear the way towards the portal. The Larkinson mechs armed with luminar crystal rifles shone as Commander Casella did not hesitate to expand her influence towards them as well. Normally, the energy weapons were not that effective against the fish whales. The alien creatures weren't particularly tough, but they possessed a lot of body mass that could absorb a lot of energy damage before their critical organs were at risk. Even switching to kinetic beam mode did not massively improve the effectiveness of the luminar crystal rifle. It was a different story now that every expert rifleman mech gained a hint of the power of true resonance. Though Commander Casella was not that strong of an expert pilot at the moment, the modest enhancement she extended to the surrounding mechs was enough to qualitatively transform their damage output. Their positron beams succeeded in punching through the flesh and blubber, allowing them to scour the internal organs and in certain cases the brain of many grunt fishes. Other beam types proved to be effective in different ways. The slicer beams were able to penetrate through the bodies of 3 or 4 grunt fishes at the same time, while the kinetic beams turned out to be quite effective at concussing the sergeant fishes. With the support of the commandeered ranged mechs, the mechs forming the shield wall were able to accelerate their forward progress as there were a lot less enemy bodies in the way. Watch out! 4 assassin fishes have just emerged from the portal. The distinctive red fish whales stood out so much from their white brothers that it was impossible to miss their arrival. Though the assassin fishes paused for a moment as the Everchanger's disorienting glow affected them from afar, their urge to attack the opposition was too strong for them to remain distracted. As the assassin fishes prepared to make their signature teleportation attacks, Commander Casella was already attempting to preempt their moves. A torrent of empowered slicer beams passed through the bodies of any grunt fishes in the way and struck the heads of all 4 red fish whales. Though the elite creatures were too tough to get taken out by the slicer beams that had weakened after penetrating through multiple bodies, the attacks still interrupted the actions of the assassin fishes. This bought more time for the Minerva to take action itself. With its Irvin rifle in its most powerful firing mode, the expert command mech fired one powerful beam after another that possessed enough power to demolish the brains of all of the high-priority threats. The current wave of assassin fishes are no more. Keep up the advance. More fish whales were being defeated than the new arrivals could make up for, but Commander Cosella didn't feel comfortable with the current pace. If a fish whale with a different color showed up, the momentum of the expeditionary forces might get stalled again. This was why it was important to reach the portal and secure a beachhead on the other side before more variables came along. Sword Maidens, strike the fish whales and clear a path forward. With pleasure, Commander. 2 Sword Maiden mech companies advanced from the rear. With the help of Commander Casella's intimate control over the mechs under her command, the shield wall units perfectly parted whenever the Sword Maidens' mechs were about to pass through. The great sword-wielding mech soon went into action. With the shield wall close at hand and always ready to provide support, the Sword Maiden mech pilots had few scruples about this fight. They boldly drove machines forward and used the biggest and most brutal moves to chop apart these meaty targets. Don't hit their skulls. It takes too much power to crack them open. Try to tear through their bellies. Their internal organs are vulnerable from below. The Sword Maiden mech pilots quickly figured out the most effective ways to eliminate the grunt fishes. Their thick flesh and blubber parted easily enough when struck by the sharp and heavy blades of the second sword and bright warrior mechs. Compared to the all-rounder mech model that the Sword Maidens had long been dissatisfied with, the new second sword model completely met their expectations. Their added power, control, and fit were so much better that the few lucky mech pilots assigned to the new model were fighting as if they were experiencing nirvana. The Sword Maidens had assigned their limited quantity of second swords to the best and most skilled of their pilots. As a result, the second swords were killing the stalled grunt fishes twice as fast as the great sword-wielding bright warriors. There's no comparison between these two mechs. The second sword is literally made to fight like this. All my moves are flowing so much better that I can't go back to my old mech. Not everything went right for the Sword Maiden shock units. The fish whales weren't completely paralyzed and they began to muster up more and more power to eliminate the Sword Maiden mechs that were on the attack. It didn't help that Commander Cosella wasn't able to commandeer the Sword Maiden mech pilots as effectively as with other groups. The Sword Maidens developed a persona that disdained looking up to gods or any other higher authorities. They only worshipped their own strength. As such, Commander Cosella wasn't able to sync up with them as much as she did with her Sentinel mech pilots. Fortunately, the Sword Maidens were confident but not stupid. They were quite aware of how their mechs might not feel so good anymore after getting smacked head-on by a fish whale tail. Whenever their circumstances turned dicey, they did not hesitate to retreat. The defensive mechs under the influence of Commander Cosella always moved quickly to support the troubled Sword Maiden mechs and relieve their pressure. Through these tactics and more, the human mech forces not only mowed down an unprecedentedly high amount of fish whales, but also managed to get close to the stabilized portal. Ha 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 ha. None of you fishes can stop my expert mech. If I was piloting my Mars project already, you weaklings would have made way a long time ago. Patriarch Reginald was enjoying himself as he rendered many fish whales into scorched and cooked piles of flesh. The dead creatures fell into the diagonal tunnel beneath in droves and slid downwards under the pull of Iron Crusher's weak gravity. Thousands of the beasts must have slid down the seemingly bottomless tunnel as the expeditionary forces did not give the living fish whales the opportunity to satisfy their cannibalistic urges. After wiping out a wave of blue fish whales head-on by blasting them with an empowered shotgun blast, the Balvo's Rage finally arrived in front of the portal. Get out of my way, fishes! The powerful expert hybrid mech had already fired all of its weapon systems at full power, but it still had a lot of power left in the tank. Patriarch Reginald did not hesitate to fire multiple powerful volleys right through the portal despite not knowing what was on the other side. In fact, no one knew whether any of their ranged attacks would even reach the other side of the portal. It's working. The portal doesn't allow for the transmission of visible light, but all of those attacks must have struck the fish whales that were above to arrive. With no fish whales clogging up the way forward, Patriarch Reginald did not wait any longer. See you on the other side. The Balvo's Rage fearlessly passed through the large portal and instantly reached another destination. Chapter 3826 Mysterious Enclave. For the first time in an indeterminate amount of years, a stranger had stepped into a foreign realm. The surrounding native life forms grew confused as an entity that was completely different from themselves had abruptly invaded their territory. The fish whales around the ruined and derelict portal site had already been hit by the energy attacks launched from the other side of the portal. Now, a strong and powerful metal monster had emerged. In this space that was dislocated from the main reality, none of the creatures had ever seen anything that resembled a humanoid combat mech. Stupid as the fish whales might be, they recognized a foreign intrusion and a threat when they saw one. The Balvo's Rage that had arrogantly intruded into their territory was not only different from the fish whales they were accustomed to interacting with, it also radiated clear hostility towards their kind. In the airless environment that was somehow illuminated by the filtered rays of the blue supergiant star that was situated in the heart of the Garamel system, the large number of fish whales released silent roars that their bioengineered senses were somehow able to hear and charged at the foreign intruder in unison. Though Patriarch Reginald was fascinated by the alien environment and the sheer amount of fish whales that was surrounding his position, he did not show any fear towards the feral fish monsters that were propelling their way forward. Weak. Do you think that quantity is enough to overrun my expert mech? Let me show you what a real expert mech can do. The Cross Patriarch roared. At the same time, the Balvo's rage glowed with power. Its multiple weapon systems, which had already grown hot and strained after firing them at high power multiple times, became stressed once again as their controller forced them to fire at close to maximum power. The entire surroundings lit up in a flash bright enough to blind the fish whales as hot and powerful positron beams burned through the bodies of over 100 fleshy monsters. However, all of this devastation only eliminated a fraction of the fish whales in the area. Thousands of them milled around in this strange low-gravity planetary environment. So many of the white creatures were pressed against each other that it was as if the Balvo's rage had ended up in the middle of a titanic flesh structure. Still, the Balvo's rage was hardly done with its outburst. Shortly after firing its myriad of powerful energy weapons, it lifted up its short but substantial shotgun and fired multiple times in different directions. By the time the Balvo's rage emptied the drum magazine of its shotgun, thousands of sprays of blood soaked the surroundings in a tide of red as the bodies of all of the fish whales were run through by many penetrating pellets. Although ordinary shotgun pellets shouldn't have been powerful enough to penetrate the bodies of the fish whales to this extent, when backed by the powerful resonance strength of the Cross Patriarch, the shotgun in the hands of the Balvo's rage reached an entirely new level of lethality. Only other expert mechs that were able to resist the reality-distorting effects of hostile true resonance were able to negate the enhanced damage. It was a pity that the fish whales lacked this capability. None of them had ever demonstrated any hint of extraordinary prowess. Even the most deadly assassin fishes were only capable of performing their teleportation ability by relying on face-water-infused bio-organs. Since the alien creatures were unable to muster anything comparable to a high-ranking mech, Patriarch Reginald had become completely unscrupulous. Though the constant attacks unleashed by his Balvo's rage rapidly consumed its resources, its expert pilot did not relent because he had an important mission. The Balvo's rage was tasked with clearing the immediate surroundings so that the next arrivals had enough space to deploy into formation. The next wave of mechs soon arrived. Several assault-oriented mech squads belonging to the avatars of Myth and the Cross clan flew out of the portal and quickly deployed into formation despite entering a completely different environment. The combination of offensive space knights, swordsman mechs, lancer mechs and other armored machines provided the arriving squads with a lot of pushing power. Though the mighty Balvo's rage had already freed up a lot of space around the portal site, the surviving fish whales weren't staying idle. Too many of them still remained alive. They surged forward and quickly filled up the space that were previously occupied by their deceased brethren. They're coming. Interrupt their approach and slow them down. More are on their way. While all of the fighting was going on, one of the mechs that had arrived into the unknown pocket space did not actually stick around. The new Light Hunter mech instead lingered at the portal entrance and ran all of its sensor systems at full power in order to record as much observation data as possible. At the same time, the mech channeled a lot of energy into its signature semicell orb. The module grew hotter as it began to perform a sweeping active scan in a 180-degree angle of the immediate surroundings. Many details about the terrain, the mechs, the distant environmental features as well as the weird space and sources of light entered the databanks of the newly built Scout mech. At the same time, the Light Hunter received an extensive data burst from the Balvo's rage. The high-tier expert mech had entered the mysterious pocket space a bit earlier and captured its own data. Once the flagrant Vandal mech had completed its brief mission, it passed through the portal once again. The expeditionary forces residing in normal space urgently needed this crucial data so that they could gain a better idea of the circumstances on this side of the portal. The safe return of the Light Hunter mech at least proved that entering the portal did not equate to instant death. It is safe to enter the portal. A large horde of fish whales are swarming close to the portal, but they are no worse than the ones we have fought so far. Clear them out and establish a temporary fort at the gate site. The biggest source of doubt that made many people hesitant about entering the portal was the inability to know what would happen when they entered the portal. Now that the collected data showed that the other side was not only stable, but also not an enemy stronghold, the next squads of mechs fearlessly poured into the portal. The tables had turned. After enduring the constant invasion of the fish whales into the mining site, the human mech forces could finally enact their revenge against the hostile alien races. The amount of melee mechs rapidly rose as they arrived in batches and quickly fought to interrupt the tide of fish whales and push them back when possible. The initial struggle was difficult. Even after the Gold Beacon and several ranged mech companies had arrived to provide firepower support, the sheer quantity of fish whales made it difficult to defeat them quickly enough to prevent them from using their numbers to their advantage. There's too many of them. Our mechs are getting battered by all of the alien bodies. We're getting outflanked in multiple directions. Careful. The sergeant and assassin fishes are about to attack. With the blue fish whales charging at the mechs from the front and the assassin fishes attacking the human machines from the rear, the vanguard suffered a lot of damage all of a sudden. Hordes of grunt fishes descended upon any damaged mech that was unable to control its own movement anymore. Their toothy maws crunched and tore the mechs into several pieces. Few mech pilots managed to survive this onslaught. During this critical period, there was practically no room for the cockpits to eject. Even if they did so, they were liable to fly right into a tide of feral and bloodthirsty fish whales that mercilessly crushed the ejected modules into pieces. Backup is coming. Hold your ground. The vanguard troops were still pouring through the portal without stopping. In a short amount of time, several hundred mechs had emerged and began to work earnestly in pushing back the sheer quantity of fish whales. Soon enough, several notable units arrived. The Radiant Quint piloted by Isabel Coden and the ostentatious B-Man piloted by Vincent Ricklin both arrived at the same time. Due to receiving a brief information package prior to entering the portal, neither expert candidates became lost upon entering the mysterious pocket space. Fear not, men. Your savior has arrived. Vincent roared as his custom hybrid mech went to town on the enemy fish. Although his B-Man only possessed a small fraction of the firepower of the much more impressive Balvo's Rage, it still had its good points. The most distinctive advantage of Vincent's custom mech was that its main armaments consisted entirely of kinetic weapon systems. A dozen missiles launched from the rear launcher module and slammed into the fish whales before exploding the bodies into bloody particles. The gauze cannons integrated into the mech fired one round after another. Each of them struck with enough force to stun or cripple a grunt fish. If that wasn't enough, the small laser weapons mounted on the side of the B-Man's handsome-looking head peppered the nearby creatures with laser beams. Though the damage was hardly fatal to the alien creatures, it still contributed to the fight. Overall, the B-Man was practically in its element right now. Vincent was having the time of his life as he could fire all of his weapon systems with little concerns about getting attacked. The fish whales were so stupid and mindless that they only focused on attacking the closest enemies. Only the assassin fishes possessed the intelligence to bypass the closest targets in order to attack the weakest enemies. With the Balvo's Rage and the many melee mechs blocking the overwhelming majority of hostile fish whales, the B-Man fired all of its weapon systems with no concerns about running out of ordnance. All of the rounds and missiles were meant to be used. Saving them up was pointless as the Larkinson clan already planned to ship over a lot of supplies once the gate fort came online. Ha 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 ha. Kill these fish. We're all eating grilled fish tonight. Compared to the crazy attacks of the B-Man, the Quint fought at a much more measured pace. Although the Quint was arguably the most impressive standard mech in the Larkinson Army's mech roster, it was not exactly up to date anymore despite its numerous upgrades and modifications. The B-Man was not only newer, but was also much more suited to fight the weird fish whales. Fortunately, Isabel did not let herself get bothered by that. She was not interested in competing against her fellow expert candidate. Good work on holding back the fish swarm. Commander Melker called as the first phase of the invasion was complete. Make way for the second wave. The living sentinels are coming. The tide of the battle turned once the second wave arrived. Before this point, the sentinels and other defenders had to stay back in order to eliminate all of the fish whales that had already entered the main reality. Evidently, the defenders killed enough of the invading enemies that it was finally safe to deploy them on this side of the portal. The defensive mechs of the living sentinels began to form their sturdy shield walls. This not only made it a lot more difficult for the fish whales to press the invading mech forces back, but also provided valuable defensive cover for the vanguard mechs. Still, a defensive posture was far from enough to eliminate thousands of fish whales and turn this area into an oasis of calm. The Golden Skull Alliance had to go on the attack. Commander Cosella did not hesitate to activate her command field and infuse hundreds of mechs with her willpower. Eliminate the immediate threat and clear this space of hostiles. Yes, Commander. The Larkinson mechs burst out with greater power than ever. Chapter 3827, Beaten Back. The battle to secure a stable beachhead inside the mysterious phase whale enclave turned into a grueling and grinding affair. Though it did not drag on for hours, the battle nonetheless tested many mech pilots as they constantly had to stay on their toes while fighting a high-intensity battle against fearless and relentless biomonsters. Thousands of fish whales were already in the area when the Balvo's Rage initially arrived in the unknown phase whale enclave. Many more poured in from the surroundings as they became attracted by the expanding violence. In the end, over 13,000 fish whales swarmed towards the portal site in order to slaughter the foreign intruders. The battle turned into a hard-fought affair. Though the human mech forces were no longer constrained in numbers due to fighting in a cramped mining tunnel, the downside of fighting in an open environment was that they had to defend against attacks from multiple directions. The fish whales arrived from every direction except below. This meant that the Larkinson mechs had to form an all-around defensive perimeter that limited how much the mechs could cover for each other. Ranged mechs that were providing firing support towards the front were unable to lend the same assistance to the sides or rear. The only solution to this problem was to deploy more and more mechs until there were enough to suppress all of the converging fish whales. Snipe the assassin fishes. Do not let them get close enough to perform their teleportation strikes. Our tower shields are getting battered to pieces. Where are the replacements? The sergeant fishes are charging from 3 directions. We can't eliminate all of them before they pull off their attack runs. The expeditionary forces eventually succeeded in establishing a beachhead, but not without paying a considerable price. Hundreds of mechs had fallen and plenty of their pilots had fallen as well. The human and material cost of this hastily planned offensive was considerable, but none of the soldiers thought about that for the moment. Even after the invaders had apparently wiped out all of the fish whales in the immediate area, there were probably many more in the mysterious phase enclave. This pocket space is huge. It's a lot larger than the so-called royal tomb. Our preliminary estimates suggest that it is as large as a modest-sized moon. With this much space, the fish whales occupying the area surrounding the spatial portal probably amounted to a minuscule proportion of the total population of native inhabitants in this isolated habitat. Don't get cocky, kids. These bastards may have been much, but do you really think this is their home? Do you see any places where they nest or where they rear their kids? I bet you haven't. The real core territory of the fish whales must be somewhere deeper inside this pocket space. Until we get a good idea of how many enemies are residing in this place, we should stay put and make sure we can repel any subsequent fish whale attacks. Fortunately for the exhausted mech pilots, no large-scale attacks ensued. The mech units that had arrived in the pocket space did not dare to move too far away from their hard-earned beachhead and expose their existence to other fish whales. More and more sensor data poured in from the light hunters that discreetly scouted the surrounding terrain from a distance. Though they were not true stealth mechs, their low profile and minimal emissions still allowed them to get a good peek at the ignorant fish whales in the distance. It had already become apparent that the fish whales weren't the most united or sophisticated of races. The ones in the surrounding areas all looked feral as their behavior was solely dictated by their instincts. The analysts guessed that the fish whales relaxing in the distance never got involved because they were too far away to notice all of the commotion at the portal site. The fish monsters are truly feral and stupid. While they are aggressive to a fault, they lack a guiding intelligence. They could have reinforced their attacking brethren but didn't because they don't know any better. Don't make the mistake of underestimating these fish whales. They might be the local version of peasants or vermin. This place is definitely bigger than we think. Many mech pilots began to unwind and speculate about the depth of this new pocket space. In the meantime, the construction teams arrived with resources and prefab structures in tow. Due to the hostile and dangerous conditions on this side of the portal, the main construction units consisted of worker bee mechs that had been repurposed into industrial mechs. It wasn't that difficult for them to put down their mining tools and pick up their construction equipment. With the help of shuttles, small cargo transports and other help, they quickly pieced together a star-shaped wall around the gate. The lower than normal gravity on the barren rock surface made it easy for the worker bees to put everything into place. Once the basic walls were set up, numerous turrets appeared as well. These compact but efficient laser turrets provided additional ranged support at cheap and affordable prices. Though their effectiveness against the fish whales was not that good, they were better than nothing. Other structures emerged as well. The construction teams erected bunkers for the transcendent punishers, underground warehouses to store supplies, sensor arrays to observe the surrounding areas and mech workshops to service damaged machines. The invaders became a lot more confident in their ability to defend the beachhead. Though certain threats such as the assassin fish could still inflict a lot of damage if they teleport straight past the walls, the new garrison troops were more than capable of sniping them before they got into range. With no apparent response from the fish whales, the expeditionary forces slowly wound down. The mech pilots that took part in the initial invasion all received a much-needed opportunity to rest while their mechs were being checked. Those with light damage were repaired on the spot while those with heavier damage were sent back through the portal. Still, despite the temporary break, the arriving humans did not intend to stop and take it slow. None of them forgot that they were the intruders here. If the native alien groups eventually caught on to the invasion, they would definitely try to push the human forces back. This was why the Golden Skull Alliance had to be proactive in this operation. Now that the construction work was done, the leaders of the invasion force had to plan their next steps. Few leaders were present on this side of the portal. This was still a hostile location and no one knew whether the spatial portal would go out all of a sudden. People like VES, General Viril, Marshal Ariadne Wadden and many more remained behind for safety considerations. They had already agreed to allow the leaders on the field to take charge of the ongoing operation. Right now, most of them happened to be mech pilots, so each of their mechs gathered together in order to formulate their next steps now that they secured their crucial beachhead. According to Director Rania, most of these fish whales are worthless. Commander Kosela Ingvar began. The exobiologists have studied the grunt fish carcasses and found nothing of value. Their bodies only consist of cheap and abundant bulk materials. Killing them won't give us any returns, so we shouldn't try to provoke them except if we wish to raise our security. Her message was clear. Though there were still a lot of white fish whales in their surroundings, killing them was a thankless job, so they might as well leave the ignorant monsters alone. What of the elite fish whales? Patriarch Reginald asked. They're stronger and their bodies are obviously reinforced. The sergeant fishes are a bit more interesting because their bodies are reinforced by stronger and more valuable exotics. However, the sergeant fishes are only a step up from cannon fodder. Their total value still doesn't make it worthwhile to hunt them down. As for the red fish whales, the assassin fish bodies definitely contain phase water, right? Commander Cosella slowly nodded. They do, but the quantity is small. We need to kill hundreds of them in order to obtain a few grams. It is unrealistic for us to hunt them all down so that we can return with a bit more phase water in our pockets. This is a large pocket space and they can be anywhere. What we need to do instead is to find the source and plunder as much phase water as we can before we leave. We are not here to occupy this strange territory. We are not here to commit genocide either. If the analysts are right that there may be millions of fish whales living in this pocket space, it would take forever for us to kill them all. We simply don't have the numbers to take care of them quickly. That is a shame. Patriarch Reginald frowned. Are you certain you want to leave this place after we fought so hard to get in? Just look at the device responsible for bringing us here. If we can master its functioning and controls, won't we be able to open a portal from here to Violet Ridge whenever we wish? This is an excellent opportunity to build a secret base. I would advise against that, Patriarch. Melker said. As my fellow Legion commander has said, we have probably done the equivalent of raiding one of the interior provinces of a powerful state. If the occupants of this pocket space truly pays attention to us, we will not be able to hold our ground. It is better to be psychologically prepared to cut our losses and run. Commander Cosella shook her head. We cannot make any far-reaching decisions before we can scout this unfamiliar space. Our first task after fortifying our beachhead is to scout our neighbors and find out more about the native organisms and the power structure in this pocket space. There may be multiple species of hybridized aliens in this pocket space. We need to take a look at every corner of this abnormal space before we can be assured our plans will work. Any anomalies and unexpected occurrences could disrupt their entire arrangements. Cosella also had a feeling she hadn't seen a fraction of the diversity of fish whales. The scouting mission therefore served a crucial purpose to the invasion force. Tusa. The Sentinel commander contacted the expert pilot. You already know what to do. We need your Dark Zephyr to survey the environment and record all of the fish whales in sight. Information is power and you are the only one that can make us stronger at this time. The light mech specialist smiled in his cockpit. Got it. I have been waiting to hear this. I will be setting off, then. I will maintain radio silence in order to remain as undetected as possible. The fish whales don't seem to react as long as they cannot spot my Dark Zephyr. The Dark Zephyr soon set off at a subtle pace. Due to the nature of its opponents, it was quite hard for the expert mech's twin knives to deal massive damage to the fish whales. That didn't mean the Dark Zephyr was weak, though. The expert mech was much faster than the average fish whale and could easily outrun the creature. With its excellent mobility and evasion characteristics, the Larkinsons were confident that the Dark Zephyr would not get hit by an enemy attack during this scouting mission. With that taken care of, Commander Cosella took another look at the massive portal device that had apparently stabilized the spatial phenomenon generated by the Larkinsons. It was a scratched and organic bronze-like construction that looked like a miniaturized Beyonder gate. Although the scale, the design style, the tech base and many other parameters were different, Commander Cosella had to admit that the impressive device indeed looked like a small, land-bound Beyonder gate. The value of such an alien relic could not be overstated. This was an impressive piece of alien biotech that still held up after many years had passed. Chapter 3828, Small Universe. Several hours went by after the Dark Zephyr set off on its scouting mission. The light mech had flown far out of sight and possibly out of contact as it fearfully flew past hordes of fish whales. Even if the feral fishes were alarmed, they only chased for a certain amount of time before they stopped their pursuit. The fish whales simply couldn't catch up with the light and fast expert mech. As long as the Dark Zephyr moved out of sight, the aliens simply lost track of the machine and returned to their docile routines. Venerable Tusa grinned with excitement as he surveyed the distant terrain. The space inside this phase whale enclave was quite odd. As his Dark Zephyr flew up and left the surface, he could see that the gate was essentially built on a large asteroid. Much of it was barren, but the Dark Zephyr detected various diverse terrain features in the distance. His goal was not to scout the areas that were fairly close. It would be a waste to send a mech as powerful as the Dark Zephyr on a short excursion. The other scout mechs of the expeditionary forces could take care of that chore. What Tusa really aimed to explore was the other asteroids floating in every direction. As the Dark Zephyr gained a greater overview of the expansive pocket space, its sensors detected more than 20 different floating land masses of varying shapes and sizes. How many of them were populated by fish whales? How many of them were occupied by other races? What kind of resources could be found in those places? What did the original creator of this phase whale enclave leave behind on these land mazes? All of these questions and more needed to be answered to give the expeditionary forces a good idea on what they should do next. Above all else, Venerable Tusa had to answer a crucial question. Where is the phase water? As the Dark Zephyr left the original landmass and flew towards another floating asteroid, the people back in the initial beachhead formulated other plans. Additional resources and workers arrived from the portal. Their presence strengthened the stronghold that slowly became known as Fort Fish Blood. Why Fish Blood? Commander Kosella Ingvar asked. Because the soil here is stained with the blood of thousands of fish whales, Commander. If this place had air, our noses and air filters would have been flooded by the stench. Dealing with all of the carcasses was a troublesome affair. The Larkinsons and their allies did not want to leave them whole. The fish whale race apparently had no taboos about cannibalism and would probably get drawn by the availability of so many free meals. The Larkinsons took out the bodies of the elite fish whales but did their best to get rid of the remainder. Though burning them was the most complete solution, it was too costly to waste all of the propellant on burning them all down. In the end, 100 worker bees picked up their mining tools and dug several deep mass graves so that they could dump all of the dead and blood-soaked bodies. It was a gruesome job, but the removal of all of the ugly corpses was worth it. The environment no longer resembled a charnel house. As the expeditionary forces learned more and more about the environment they had entered, Commander Kosella wanted to discuss their goals for this haphazard invasion. Before we started this day, we did not set out to invade a large and unfamiliar pocket space. She began. We were forced to enter this pocket space without making any specific preparations. While we have managed to beat back the fish whales and secure this location, we need to agree on a set of goals. I have already corresponded with Patriarch Ves and General Vril about this. They both agree we need to focus on profiting as much from this accidental find as possible. And what does your Patriarch have in mind? Mech Commander Serena Valise of the Glory Seekers inquired. As you have said, we do not know much about this pocket space, only that it is related to the phase whales and possibly the monstrous skeleton that we have initially found. If this pocket space turns out to be the playground of that dead tyrant whale, the horrors we might find in this forgotten place might exceed our imagination. The Glory Seekers were clearly reluctant to muck around in this place for too long. They had the least amount of mechs at their disposal, so the losses they suffered so far were not light. Patriarch Reginald scoffed. If you women want to take a back seat, then by all means go ahead. Though I am not an adventurous sort, I can recognize an opportunity when I see it. These fish whales have numbers on their side but not the brains to leverage their strength. They aren't even smart enough to take advantage of their home ground, or they would have built a kill zone around this portal site. If the remaining enemies in this pocket space are as feral as the ones we've encountered, then the treasures of this pocket space are for taking. Commander Kosella and the others listening in clearly understood the Cross-Patriarch's uncommonly high motivation for this risky venture. The first reason was that the expert pilot was seeking new challenges. The tougher and more overwhelming his opponents, the more he stimulated his own growth. This was a well-known process among expert pilots, and Reginald definitely did not want to miss this opportunity to increase his chances to advance to ace pilot. The fish whales that they fought so far happened to be extremely suitable opponents for him. They were numerous, tricky, and fairly threatening. Their huge numbers meant that Reginald definitely did not lack targets for him to exercise his strength. The second reason was that Reginald heavily valued any opportunity to obtain powerful resources that could strengthen his Mars project. He had become much more sensitive towards the conditions of the design project for his future expert mechs. Strong materials was one of the easiest and most straightforward methods to strengthen a mech, and Reginald wanted to close the gap between his upcoming Mars project and an authentic ace mech as much as possible. Though there were no guarantees that this mysterious space whale enclave contained any high-grade materials, the Cross-Patriarch was willing to take a risk in order to satisfy his needs. As far as the Larkinsons went, their goals were similar. They were keen to plunder whatever phase water and other valuable materials that they could find, but after a brief talk with the leaders of the clan, Commander Kosella had to prioritize another goal. Her Minerva turned and pointed to the strange biometal gate that was constantly shimmering while maintaining an active portal. This gate structure is a crucial piece of alien biotechnology that is valuable in itself. Our clan has already dispatched many different scientists and specialists to study its mechanisms and understand its functioning. If we can take control over it, we might be able to take it over or connect to other gates. At the very least, we cannot allow the gate to function outside of our control. It can shut off and cut us off from our main reality at any time. Many people connected to the communication channel grew grim at the thought. None of them wanted to remain trapped in this alien space without any way to get home. You Larkinsons are welcome to study the gate as long as you share the research. Commander Valise spoke. It looks too advanced, though. This is ancient phase whale technology. We can always try. None of them knew much about the alien gate structure, which was exactly why they needed to examine it in detail. Once the Larkinsons had made that clear, the discussion moved on to the nature of the space they had entered. Commander Kosella began to share what she learned. Our initial scouting attempts along with the preliminary conclusions from our scientist teams have given us a basic idea on where we are. We are certain that we have entered a phase whale enclave that is situated in the Garamel system. The interesting part is that this pocket of space is not anchored underneath Iron Crusher. A phase whale has likely separated it from our main reality at an orbit that is much closer to the blue supergiant star than the so-called Royal Tomb. Wait a minute, Commander. Doesn't that mean that we should be cooking right now? As far as the sensors of my mechs can register, it is only slightly warmer in this place. Our scientists tell us that this pocket space is closer to the sun, but that the creator of this place has established strong filters that block out most of the heat and radiation generated by the blue supergiant. For what reason, we cannot say, but it is important to state that we are no longer on Iron Crusher. This was quite a revelation to the rest. What Kausela meant was that they had probably teleported at least several light hours away from the moon orbiting the second planet in the Garamel system. This was a substantial leap, especially when they were able to cross over instantly. Everyone began to look around. Though the ground level was boring, the sight above their heads was more spectacular. Although the background largely consisted of greyish fog that made it seem as if they were stuck in a strange dimension, the asteroids floating above their heads made it clear that there was more to this place than they could see from their limited perspectives. We need to name this strange, isolated vacuum environment. I propose to call it Purgatory. Any objections? No one objected. The place did look dreary enough to be called this way. There were no plants, no wildlife, no guideposts, and few signs of civilization. How big is Purgatory, exactly? We cannot say for certain as the grey fog in the distance makes it difficult for us to define the borders of this pocket space. Kausela answered. However, we can state that at least half of Iron Crusher can fit in this space. That's quite a lot of volume, especially when little of it is actually occupied by soil. In other words, much of Purgatory consisted of emptiness. There were planetoids or asteroids taking up the majority of the available space. This made it easier to scout and explore the different locations. There were only a limited number of asteroids where they could find what they sought. This pocket space is like a small universe. Commander Kausela continued. Although it is dependent on siphoning the heat and energy radiated by the blue supergiant star to prevent this location from becoming a cold and lifeless place, Purgatory is large enough to maintain a somewhat complete ecosystem or society. Before we understand these details, we should act cautiously and stay on this asteroid. For now, we have identified several possible targets that we might consider attacking in order to gain access to greater resources. She transmitted an image to the others that displayed a rudimentary map of the environment. According to the map, there was a distant concentration of life, heat, and other emissions. A lot more fish whales had gathered at this location. This meant that this place was of considerable interest or importance to the species. Are you suggesting that we should attack this city? No. Kausela shook her head. The number of fish whales is still more than we can handle if we provoke them at the same time. That doesn't mean we can make other moves. Whether we attack it or not, we must gather more intelligence and explore the barren terrain between Fort Fishblood and this possible alien city. Right now, this was the greatest threat the expeditionary forces were facing. The distance was not too great, so the swarm of fish whales in the distance could always decide to go on the attack at any time. Chapter 3829, Poorly Understood. The newly discovered pocket space that the Golden Skull Alliance had accidentally uncovered was larger and more diverse than the recent arrivals thought. It was large. Whereas the Royal Tomb could fit a large city or a decent metropolis, the pocket space that everyone called Purgatory could fit hundreds or thousands of cities. The internal volume of this space was remarkable. It was truly a space that was largely isolated from the base level of reality. Aside from getting affected by a minute amount of gravity, light, heat, and cosmic radiation, the area inside Purgatory was pretty much disconnected from the rest of normal space. In fact, the scientists studying the intricate phase whale enclave were still deciphering its coordinates. All they figured out was that it was located a lot closer towards the blue supergiant star that dominated the Garamel system. Let me put it this way, Commander. One of the astrophysicists said to the Sentinel commander. If this pocket space is no longer displaced from reality and returns to normal space all of a sudden, we would all get cooked in a matter of minutes. Those who are able to head inside mechs or starships will be able to last longer, but if they can't make it out of the hot zone in time, eventually those metal shells will overheat to the point where all of their systems fail. Commander Kausela's suited figure briefly turned upwards. She stared out at the strange grey fog that obscured whatever lay at the edge of the pocket space. She found it difficult to imagine that they were so close to the hot and powerful supergiant. The temperature in the pocket space was actually quite reasonable at 5 to 70 degrees Celsius depending on the location. This was a decent temperature range for keeping phase water in liquid form, which also happened to be its most usable state. The fish whale race that occupied at least one of the asteroids also thrived under these conditions. The powerful creature that created Purgatory definitely arranged the environment this way for a reason. Kausela just wondered where the fish whales fit in. Were they always meant to balloon their numbers and mutate in such an aggressive, mindless species? She and everyone else in the Golden Skull Alliance still had a lot of questions about these new discoveries. There were so much that they did not know, and the only clues they could derive anything solid from was the mysterious alien gate that was still anchoring the same spatial portal that was still active. When Kausela looked at the gate in the distance, she grew slightly more concerned. I am not a physicist, but even I know that portals that connect two distant spaces together consume a lot of energy. Where is the device getting its power from? How long can it remain active? How is it being controlled? Though she maintained a calm and commanding facade, the direction of her questioning betrayed her concerns. No one wanted to get stranded in this fish whale paradise if the portal suddenly shut down. Although Patriarch Ves had promised to all of the forces sent through the portal that he and his clan would do anything to open it up again if it shut down for some reason, who knew whether he could deliver on his promises. Just in case, the expeditionary fleet shipped over an abundant amount of food, energy cells, and other basic resources. The supplies weren't enough to keep the mech forces in excellent condition for years on end, but it was no problem for them to subside for this period of time. In any case, nutrient pack crates took up little space while providing a lot of nutrition at stupendously low prices. The fleet probably stored over 100 years of compressed and dehydrated food products. We cannot answer your questions at the moment. We are barely making a start with understanding how this alien device works. The physicist replied in a tired tone. We are dealing with a relic alien technological device that may have decayed over time to the point where it is no longer functioning as intended anymore. Kausela grew sharper. Is the device showing signs of faltering? Not exactly, Commander. It is showing numerous anomalous signs that we do not think are intentional, but we still know far too little about how it is actually supposed to function. While we can presume the gate originated from the phase whales, the problem is that we do not understand much about this race considering we have only recently come into contact with them. The databases we have access to contain only vague descriptions and indirect references to portal gates like these. Since we cannot rely on a large body of existing studies in alien technology, we have to perform much of the original research ourselves. The Sentinel commander vaguely understood how impossible that was for the research teams in the employ of the Larkinson clan. The researchers all graduated from notable or prestigious second-class universities and possessed decent qualifications in their respective fields. The older and more senior scientists were particularly competent in their specialties. However, they fell far short of the actual talents at the upper range of their professions. Any good first-class scientist could easily crush the research capabilities of all of the Larkinson research teams put together. This was a gap that could not be overcome with quantity. The quality of education, the degree of access to high-end knowledge and the power of excellent augments were all essential to nurturing a top scientist. The Life Research Association existed as a specialized research and development state for hundreds of years, but despite all of the enthusiasm towards biotechnology, only the supreme sage ever attained the qualifications of a top scientist that was brilliant enough to affect human society as a whole. This example illustrated the immense difficulty of producing or obtaining such an excellent researcher. The man standing before Kausela and the rest of the scientists studying the alien gate were far from reaching this level. Do the best you can. Kausela helplessly said. I do not demand that you give me an explanation on how it works. What I need is more critical information such as whether we need to perform repairs on its systems or whether we need to feed it with power in order to keep the spatial portal active. The helmeted man smiled back. We are a little more confident we can give you a satisfactory response within a week. A week? Yes, a week. I cannot understate the difficulty of studying a highly advanced technological device while it is still active, ma'am. The fact that it is a biotech product makes our studies even more difficult. We have physicists who have studied fields such as spatial warping and extradimensional spaces. We also have biotech experts who are proficient in bioproducts and biome TALS. What we do not have are people who have mastered both groups of disciplines. As a result, different research teams with vastly different languages and understanding of the sciences are forced to help each other non-stop in order to make any progress. This led to a huge drop in research speed and efficiency that the physicist's estimate of a week was a bit too optimistic. He did not know what he could tell his superiors after the research teams spent most of their time teaching the fundamentals of their respective fields to each other. The physicist wasn't done with dashing the Sentinel commander's expectations. This is just one of the research projects that we are having difficulty with, Commander. Studying the fish whales and understanding the nature of this pocket space are also challenging research projects. Kausela frowned when she heard that. It sounds to me that our research capabilities are wholly inadequate to the task at hand. Have you tried to connect with the fleet and have them consult external scientists? I have heard that we have done that rather frequently as of late in order to understand the initial portal that we have opened. The scientist shook his helmeted head. There is a limit to how much we can rely on calling for help over the galactic net, ma'am. The discoveries we have made are valuable and potentially useful to us. Sharing it with one scientist means that it is pretty much guaranteed that the secret will spread regardless of how many confidentiality agreements we impose on our foreign help. Patriarch Ves has instructed us to treat anything on this side of the portal but especially this space gate as secret material. We are on our own in this regard. Commander Kausela frowned. What was the Patriarch up to? Did he plan to claim the space gate and take control of this pocket space? How could he possibly accomplish this when all of their scientists still didn't understand anything about the alien gate device? To her and many people who have entered purgatory, their highest priority was to make sure their escape hatch remained intact and in working condition. Kausela didn't care too much about keeping the ancient alien gate a secret. She would gladly transmit all of the details to any interested research institution that were willing to cooperate with the expeditionary forces. She bet that all of the foreign scientists working together over the galactic net would be able to deliver excellent results in a matter of days. After the two talked a bit more about the alien gate, Cosella understood that there was little point in asking more. The researchers who have already studied it for half a day had already run out of answers. Can you tell me anything that is actually useful for our situation? She asked as she tried to suppress her frustration. As a professional commander, she fully understood the truth that information was crucial for victory. The expeditionary forces had entered purgatory with no idea what was going on. Compared to the fish whales who knew this territory like the back of their hand, the human invaders barely managed to scratch the surface of this mysterious and possibly ancient pocket space. I do have good news that I think you will be interested to hear. The man began to smile. We have recently deployed powerful, stationary sensor and scanning arrays that have performed many high-powered distance scans on the floating asteroid land masses within sight. We have collected a lot of data which we have tried our best to interpret. We have not only detected signs that we may find certain resources such as phase water deposits on some of the asteroids, we have also been able to map out the quantities of fish whales or other large organisms. The scientist projected a basic map of purgatory that showed over 20 different asteroids floating in a vague spherical space. Cosella could immediately tell that 9 continents were glowing in bright red. She didn't need to guess that these were the places that contained a lot of fish whales. Numerous other continents contained medium concentrations of large organisms while the rest were fairly barren of creatures for some reason. About 5 of the asteroids also contained blue light spots. Some of these spots were larger and brighter than others. They likely indicated the presence of significant phase water deposits. What interested Cosella the most was that one of the smaller asteroids contained the brightest blue spots. It also didn't contain as much red light either. This looked rather strange to the Sentinel commander. Shouldn't the fish whales place more importance on such a valuable resource site? Another asteroid that caught her attention was the most central one. It was the largest floating landmass in purgatory and also happened to shine the brightest in red. We need to know more about this central asteroid and this phase water-rich asteroid, she stated. Please direct our long-ranged sensor and scanning arrays to these floating land masses for a longer time so that we can understand them better. I have a hunch that both of them are crucial sites. Will do, Commander. Just take into account that our scans might provoke a response from the fish whales. That is just a risk that we will have to take. Chapter 3830, Hybrid Mech Buddies. Vincent Ricklin still relieved the brief but glorious moment where he and his B-Man made a good showing in battle. That was the first time since he received the B-Man that he truly felt he was living up to his potential in a fight. That battle against the Titania doesn't count. His B-Man made a poor showing during that fight. To be fair, there was little that Vincent and his custom hybrid mech could do against such a large and meaty astral beast. The gauze rounds fired by his mech's integrated weapon systems were lighter than pinpricks when it came to attacking enemies of this scale. Since that time, Vincent occasionally entertained doubts about his combat effectiveness. It wasn't until he fought against the horde of fish whales that he fully regained his confidence. Not only did he blast and kill a lot of fish whales during that glorious if frantic engagement, he also got to witness a more impressive hybrid mech take action. Vincent had always known that Patriarch Reginald Cross was a powerful force on the battlefield, but the battle against the fish whales truly opened his eyes to what his own future might lead towards. After all, both of them piloted the same mech type. The Balvo's Rage's raw power had earned him admiration and more. To Vincent, the mech was thick and masculine in both its shape and its stupendous combat power. Being able to cast off hundreds of attacks from the fish whales while at the same time killing droves of the monsters with its abundant weapon systems was one of the most glorious sights he had witnessed up close. And to think that the Cross clan are already moving to replace the Balvo's Rage. It was such a shame. Though its aesthetics did not fully line up with Vincent's tastes, he still dreamt of taking it over and piloting it for himself. Even if it wasn't a living mech and even if he wasn't fully proficient in all of its weapon systems, he still wanted to replicate the awesome might that Patriarch Reginald had effortlessly displayed. It was a pity that it was not to be. Even if Vincent broke through on the spot, he still wouldn't be strong enough to pilot high-tier expert mech with any degree of control. His resonance strength wouldn't be strong enough to resonate with any essential part or system. There was also the small detail that the Balvo's Rage was completely customized for Patriarch Reginald and no one else. Even if Vincent reached the same level of strength as the Cross Patriarch, he would only be able to display 10 or 20% of the potential of the Balvo's Rage. His chances of being able to resonate with the key exotics of the high-tier expert mech was practically minuscule. The Cross clan would probably dismantle the Balvo's Rage and recycle its strongest and most precious materials for the successor machine. Such a shame. That did not stop Vincent from admiring the powerful expert hybrid mech to the point where he rewatched the footage of it in action dozens of times. The outburst of power and the complete dominance it displayed in battle was such an amazing moment that he wanted to dominate the battlefield in this manner as well. When will I have my chance, though? He sighed. Unlike his bosom buddy Iman Ingvar, Vincent had failed to achieve his breakthrough. There were few moments where he could pilot his B-man and feel heated enough to loosen his bottleneck. He thought that maybe the battle against the fish whales might be big enough for him to achieve his wish, but even slaying scores of the rabid monsters hadn't been enough for him to reach the next level. These fish whales are not challenging enough. Though their numbers made it troublesome to defeat them all, most of them consisted of stupid, feral beasts who only knew how to bite their nearest targets. There was no challenge in defeating any one of them in single combat. The sergeant fishes and the assassin fishes were a lot more challenging to defeat, but the B-man failed to attract any of their attention during the previous engagement. Did Vincent have to seek them out in order to make actual progress? He was already beginning to think about applying for one of the reconnaissance missions that might lead to bumping into groups of fish whales. I'll do that after my meeting. Vincent strode down the hastily paved road and entered the district of Fort Fishblood that was under the control of the Cross clan. The differences were great. The colors, the insignia, and the attitudes of the soldiers were substantially different. The Crossers also didn't play around with glows, so Vincent did not sense the obvious presence of Mechs such as the Bright Warrior and the Valkyrie Redeemer. The Crosser Mechs weren't weak, though. The older ones already deserved a reputation for solidness while the newer ones displayed significantly better performance. It was too bad that the Crossers were having difficulty finding room for all of their new Mechs like the Larkinson clan. Only when the expeditionary forces suffered substantial losses like now would the factory ships be able to fill in the void with recently designed machines. After a few more turns, Vincent reached a guarded mech workshop where he submitted himself to a security check before being allowed inside. The large prefab structure had only been built in less than a day, but it was already being put to use. Multiple teams of mech technicians were working on the Balvos Rage's numerous powerful integrated weapon systems. In the previous battle, Patriarch Reginald had used them above their rated capacities because it had been crucially important for him to destroy as many fish whales as possible. All of that added stress strained the integrated energy weapon systems and dealt permanent damage to their more vulnerable and worn subcomponents. Normally, Patriarch Reginald would have been reluctant to engage in such reckless actions, but he had fewer scruples about wearing down his expert mech now that a replacement was on the way. Since the Balvos Rage would only stay in service for a year at most, he might as well squeeze everything he could out of it before the Cross clan sent it to the recyclers. Mr. Ricklin. Patriarch Reginald turned and beckoned the younger pilot over. You are here. Good. Come closer and take a look at my mech. The man was in a decent mood at the moment. Just like Vincent, he wore a piloting suit with the helmet closed due to the unsafe environment. Of course, the Cross Patriarch's piloting suit looked a lot more expensive and impressive. It could double as a ceremonial uniform if there was nothing better at hand. To Vincent, Patriarch Reginald exemplified a sense of masculinity that completely came natural to the powerful man. Despite the initial downfall of the Cross clan, Reginald heavily leaned on his personal strength and his powerful personality to lead his people to a new future. Such leadership and dominance during times of crisis drew a lot of admiration from Vincent. The sole Larkinson in the workshop stepped forward and reached the clan leader's side. Vincent could see the marks of age and battle on the mech. While the mech technicians did a good job of fixing up its appearance after every major fight, they still couldn't fully address the impression that this was a workhorse that had entered its sunset years. To Vincent, these marks were one of the ultimate expressions of manliness. This is a mech that has earned a lot of stripes in battle, sir. He said without much reserve towards the powerful expert pilot. I cannot imagine all of the struggles you have been through to win over so many enemies and lead your clan to victory over and over again. Patriarch Reginald crossed his arms. It is a good and dependable mech, but all things must come to an end. I have outgrown this mech for a time now. While I could have chosen to upgrade it so that it can accompany me further, I have a better opportunity now that we have allied with your clan. Our mechs are the best. Vincent shamelessly boasted. They are certainly unique. Reginald grinned. I did not call you here to talk about my mech situation. I called you here to talk about your own condition. My own condition? What do you mean by that, sir? The Cross Patriarch turned to his guest and directed a focused stare at Vincent. Immediately, a powerful and oppressive presence descended upon the expert candidate. The two were way too far apart in strength, so Vincent could not help but buckle under the pressure. Reginald eventually eased up after he shook his head in disappointment. You are still short of what I expect from a strong mech pilot. Don't be offended. Weakness is weakness no matter how you try to dress it up. You are still in your prime and have plenty of years to figure yourself out. I was not that much stronger back when I was your age. A part of Vincent felt a bit offended at being addressed in such a patronizing fashion, but the more sensible part of him fully recognized that Reginald was more than powerful enough to speak this way. I hope to do better during this campaign. The previous battle has already helped me figure stuff out and I hope that other battles will help me more. Be that as it may, I believe it wouldn't hurt if you accompany me on my sorties. Reginald responded. As a fellow hybrid mech pilot, there is much I can teach you. I have already studied the footage of your previous battle performances and I have spotted many shortcomings and bad habits that will hinder your attempt to reach a higher level. Vincent winced. He was not completely unaware of his sloppy piloting skills. Even advancing to expert candidate didn't help that much as he was too far behind in his practice. Are you offering to tutor me? He hesitantly asked. I would love to receive your help, but is it appropriate for you to do so when we belong to different clans? It's okay. Don't worry about it. We are all part of the same fleet and alliance. Our clans will only collaborate further in the future. At most, your Larkinson clan will owe a favor to me. With the credibility of your leader, I know that he will make it up to me in one way or another. I would be glad if he puts in extra effort whenever he is working on our upcoming Mars project. I see. If everything is okay, then I would be glad to fight at your side. How will we do this, exactly? The Larkinsons might not have any experience with this, but Patriarch Reginald and the Cross clan already utilized this method of nurturing mech pilots with potential many times. He explained the basics to Vincent so that the expert candidate could quickly understand how he would benefit from this arrangement. You mean you intend to bring me with you and have me fight the fish whales of your choosing? Correct, and I will be critiquing your performance while you display your skills. Reginald said in a gruff tone. I expect you to take my advice seriously. You can stand up to me when you have become an expert pilot and are ready to develop your own piloting style, but until then you must do your best to correct your bad foundation. When you fight a battle of life and death, you cannot allow yourself to get defeated because you were too lazy in your practice. Vincent began to have an inkling that he might not enjoy his time under Patriarch Reginald's tutelage. However, this might be the only opportunity he could get to catch up with his buddy Iman and restore his wounded pride. I'm in, god damn it! Don't make me regret my choice. Chapter 3831, Exploring Purgatory. Purgatory was a paradise. An alien paradise. That was what Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson thought as his dark zephyr flitted from asteroid to asteroid. Each of the ones he visited were occupied by different numbers of fish whales. The more desolate ones only contained a few hundred of the beasts while the more populated ones easily held hundreds of thousands if not more of the massive creatures. The more fish whales he encountered, the more he wondered how these creatures even kept themselves fed. Though his dark zephyr had spotted plenty of areas that contained alien flora, none of them contained any beasts as far as the sensors could tell him. Even if the fish whales were herbivores, there were way too many of them for the plants and forests to keep their bellies full. So far, Tusa had only spotted one of the means the fish whales sated their hunger. They grouped up with each other and targeted any of their fellow brethren that looked a little weaker than the rest. As long as the conditions were right, the hungry fish whales did not hesitate to gang up on their target in order to secure their meals by force. The disturbing part of this process was that any of the attackers that sustained serious injuries often turned into an extra snack for the fellow victors. What a cruel and vicious race! Tusa sneered. Though his initial explorations did not leave him with a lot of respect towards this primitive and unintelligent race, that slowly changed as he examined the circumstances on the other asteroids. The initial ones he explored were all filled with large populations of fish whales. Many of them tended to cluster at certain locations, though he did not know why at first. Up to tens of thousands of the fish monsters milled about at certain spots. The elite fish whales generally kept the stupider and more unruly white fish whales under control, but with so many aggressive creatures concentrated in specific areas, fights were bound to happen. Venerable Tusa actually looked forward to these frequent incidents. As long as his dark zephyr flew close enough, its passive sensors could record a lot of useful data from the various bouts. Of course, the ordinary brawls between the grunt fishes weren't worth his nice. The white fish whales were too ordinary to catch his attention. What Tusa was keen to observe was the other varieties of elite fish whales. He and many other humans had long suspected that the fish whale race had more subspecies than 3 different colored variants. Now, his dark zephyr obtained conclusive proof that what the expeditionary forces encountered had only exposed a fraction of the diversity of this race. He had spotted plenty of new varieties among the crowds of grunt fishes on the most populated asteroids. The one subspecies that caused him to feel a bit of alarm was when he stumbled upon the fattest fish whale he had seen so far. The yellow monster looked as big and massive as a heavy mech, but that wasn't all. The new variant also stood out because it possessed more eyes than the other fish whales. 12 big eyes were placed around its body, providing the fat, yellow fish whale with all-round coverage. Initially, Venerable Tusa thought he had kept a safe distance from the cluster of fish whales that he was studying. The yellow fish whale soon proved him wrong by locking onto the expert mech with its dark eyes before spitting a powerful jet of liquid straight towards the dark zephyr. Damn it! Venerable Tusa did not expect to encounter a fish whale with a ranged attack. All of the ones he had seen so far only used their physical bodies to attack their enemies. The yellow fish whale's actions completely caught him off guard for a moment, so much so that his dark zephyr had to adopt an awkward posture in order to get out of the way of the surprisingly accurate ranged attack. The fast jet did not soar up forever. Eventually, the low gravity of the asteroid exerted its effect and dragged it down until it hit the empty rock. The sizzling and other disconcerting reactions showed that the yellow fish whale attacked by firing a jet of corrosive liquid. Though Tusa did not think that the corrosive spit could burn through the unending alloy plating his expert mech all at once, the more vulnerable components could easily be taken out. He would have to end his scouting mission early if all the sensor arrays got taken out at once. You can't take me by surprise anymore. Now that Tusa became fully aware of the threat posed by the yellow creature that he had taken to calling the spitter fish, it was trivially easy for his expert mech to evade the follow-up attacks. The Dark Zephyr nimbly weaved and dodged as Tusa sought to test the spitter fish's combat capabilities. Though Tusa did not dare to go too close and get surrounded by all of the grunt fishes, he did his best to explore the spitter fish's strengths and limitations. After dodging a few volleys, he gained a good measure of their threat. This spitter fish is like a cannoneer mech. It can't spit that fast, but each hit can disable a mech. The accuracy and precision of its attacks aren't bad either. The biggest constraint of the spitter fish was that its spit could only reach so far. They arced back to the surface of the asteroid after flying a moderate distance. This meant that ranged mechs could easily eliminate the spitter fish by hovering beyond its maximum range. However, the spitter fish appeared to be well geared towards resisting ranged attacks. Their large, meaty bodies were able to absorb a lot of hits. Is this all you got? Perhaps the yellow fish whale took offense at Tusa's impertinence, because it suddenly spat a different glob of spit that happened to be glowing like a green light bulb. As soon as this bright green jet launched in the direction of the Dark Zephyr, the hundreds of white grunt fishes that accompanied the spitter fish abruptly left their positions and followed the path of the glowing spit. Yikes! It's time to leave. The Dark Zephyr was a poor whale-killing mech. It did not carry a long and massive whale-cutting saber like the Balvo's Rage. Though its knives were still deadly enough to carve up the grunt fishes, their killing efficiency was too low against these monsters. Tusa had no qualms about running from the provoked fish whales. His job was to scout and collect valuable observation data. Fighting only inhibited his purpose. After stumbling upon the spitter fish, he encountered several other rare varieties among the clusters milling about on different continents. He encountered a purple fish whale that was 3 times the size of an ordinary mech and possessed a huge maw that it used to the fullest extent. The biter fish was able to use its strong and huge maw to bite through weaker opponents or grapple onto stronger opponents. Whenever the latter happened, the victim stuck between its jaws became completely vulnerable to the attacks of other friendly fish whales. Can't let them get close. Tusa also encountered an even deadlier green fish whale. He called it the warp fish because of how actively it made use of phase water to perform a variety of abilities. The warp fish was able to form a space barrier to block the attacks from a hostile spitter fish. The warp fish was able to warp the surrounding space so that its allied grunt fishes were able to reach their opponents faster. The warp fish even exhibited the ability to form a small localized spatial disturbance that inflicted moderate internal damage onto the hostile spitter fish. As soon as the massive yellow fish whale got hit by the last attack, it practically lost its ability to spit more attacks. Unfortunately for the warp fish, the spitter fish got the last laugh. The fat yellow fish self-destructed, spraying whatever corrosive acid it contained onto the surroundings. Many grunt fishes died a painful death as their bodies upon contact. The Dark Zephyr managed to capture all of this, causing Tusa to become more and more vigilant towards the fish whales. These elite variants really shouldn't be underestimated. The scouting mission continued. The Dark Zephyr encountered a few more varieties, but they were too sparse for Tusa to feel concerned. It was only when his expert mech approached the largest central asteroid that the Dark Zephyr paused. Tusa did not dare to get any closer. According to the long-ranged sensors of his expert mech, the central asteroid contained over 500,000 fish whales, and that was only the ones that were visible from one of its sides. His instincts screamed as he thought about getting closer. Though his expert mech also spotted signs of artificial structures and strange terrain features, Tusa did not want to provoke this massive nest. Who knew whether there were stronger fish subspecies on this massive landmass that could pose a threat against expert mechs? This must definitely be a key location to the fish whales. The expert pilot did not think he would be able to gain anything further without crossing a dangerous line, so he resolutely pulled out his expert mech and explored a different asteroid instead. The other ones were much more reasonable in comparison. After exploring enough of them, the sites he encountered suddenly changed. The asteroids he explored next no longer contained as many fish swarms as before. It wasn't uncommon for Tusa to encounter tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of fish whales at the previous locations. Now, his expert mech hardly spotted concentrations that surpassed 1,000 fish whales. What is going on? Venerable Tusa wondered. The fish whales he encountered next were no longer distinguishable by their colors and sizes. Instead, they became more individual. They came in different shapes and sizes. Many of them boasted multiple colors, some of which were shaped in patterns. It was like looking at many different cat breeds at once. Due to all of the uncertainty, Tusa did not dare to stray too close to these individualistic fish whales. Who knew what powers they possessed? In fact, his instinct already told him that numerous perceptive fish whales already caught sight of his expert mech. They simply did not bother to take action because the Dark Zephyr maintained a lot of distance from their location. I'll go now. Tusa learned his lesson and made sure his Dark Zephyr stayed further away from the fish whales. It wasn't until he explored an adjacent asteroid that he finally encountered a drastic sight. These are structures. Massive structures the size of starships or greater were clustered on various points of the asteroids. They looked like they were big enough to house phase whales, so Tusa immediately guessed they were created by the same party responsible for making Purgatory. What reinforced this suspicion was the fact that many of them looked aged and derelict. Many of the structures actually looked like ruins. The fish whales that claimed these territories basically squatted on them without doing anything further. The more intact structures were more interesting, though. Tusa spotted plenty of activity from them and the individualistic fish whales that roamed around them looked healthier and stronger. As Tusa continued to explore this interesting landmass from a distance, he suddenly encountered a sight that subverted his expectations. Tens of thousands of monocolored fish whales had departed from a nearby asteroid and flew over to the lab asteroid. It did not seem as if they were paying a friendly visit to their neighbors, and what happened next proved Tusa right. They're attacking each other. Guided by the glowing spit launched by the yellow fish whales, hordes of white fish whales descended upon their individualistic cousins. The defenders were not caught off guard and already formulated their own response. Some of them launched plasma bolts. Others utilized phase water to slow down and debilitate the attacking fish. A few even launched fleshy bombs that fractured and struck the surrounding grunt fishes with damaging spikes. Tusa became completely shocked by this instance of fish-on-fish warfare. It's a civil war. The fish whales are divided. Chapter 3832, Targeted Evolution. Venerable Tusa made a discovery that could completely change the Golden Skull Alliance's perspective on large pocket space that it had stumbled upon. The fish whale race not only turned out to be much more diverse than everyone initially thought, they also appeared to be divided into several hostile camps. Since no one was here to view the amazing sight of fish-on-fish warfare, Tusa took it upon himself to name the different fish whale groups. This not only made it easier for him to categorize his new discoveries, but also allowed him to communicate his findings more effectively after he returned. The original fish whale group that Tusa encountered during his initial exploration run resembled that of a hive. The group bred a huge number of cannon fodder that were clearly intended to be cheap and expendable. The differently colored elites were a step up from the plain white cannon fodder and possessed the ability to direct and take charge of all of the grunts. However, while Tusa had yet to encounter a fish whale that was clearly in charge over the elites and the rest of the group, it was easy to infer that such a super fish whale existed. His best guess was that the queen or whatever resided in the middle of the central landmass. There were so many fish whales over there that it was probably the center of the high-ranking fish whales kingdom. I'll call you guys the Swarm Kingdom. The Swarm, as Tusa called the group of attacking fish whalers, truly emphasized quantity over quality. Even their elites such as the sergeant fishes, assassin fishes, spitter fishes, biter fishes, and warp fishes were getting their fish butts kicked by their opponents. The individualistic fish whales that were defending their landmass against the swarmer incursion displayed a lot of individual power. Each of them looked and fought in different ways, so much so that their actions lacked coordination. Despite the lack of unity, the individualistic fish whales still managed to hold their ground by relying on their vastly superior combat prowess. For example, one bulky fish whale boldly flew forward to meet the incoming swarmers. Just before it made contact, hundreds of dark and vicious bone blades sprouted from its body. Blood sprayed and splattered across an expanding space as the bladed fish whale unceasingly shredded dozens of grunts at a time. Venerable Tusa looked on with astonishment at how this amazing creature displayed killing efficiency that was far above his own. Although his Dark Zephyr was a far more superior duelist, his expert mech only possessed 2 thin knives after all. Let alone shredding dozens of grunt fishes at a time, he would already struggle with killing 2 of the weak white fish whales at a time. The swarmers instinctively reacted to the threat that had entered the midst of their vanguard. Even more grunt fishes sought to surround and overwhelm the bladed fish whale, but that was exactly where the powerful creature was at home. No matter how many grunt fishes tried to approach and bite the interloper, the only result they achieved was to get cut up by one of the many blades that stuck out of their target's body. Even if the bladed fish whale became surrounded by impaled grunt fishes, the swarmers following up on behind became stimulated by all of the bloodshed. Since the unintelligent grunt fishes couldn't get close enough to attack their target, they became overtaken by their cannibalistic instincts and bit at their brethren that had gotten impaled by the many blades. Their behavior not only finished off the stuck and heavily injured grunt fishes, but also caused the next wave to accidentally bite and impale themselves on the blades that had previously crippled their predecessors. This resulted in a new round of cannibalization and impalement. The grunt fishes were so feral and short-sighted that they completely lacked the perspective to realize that this was nothing but a giant that especially targeted all of their shortcomings. In a span of a minute, over 100 fish whales already succumbed in this fashion. Even though the pressure on the bladed fish whale was not light, the creature looked large and strong enough to handle all of the pushing. The bladed fish whale didn't even have to do anything anymore to kill as many grunt fishes as possible. The killing machine simply floated in place and made sure its sharp and seemingly indestructible blades continued to impale the incoming grunt fishes on a continuous basis. This This is perverse. Tusa reacted with shock. Although he was not an exobiologist or anything, he definitely saw that it was not a coincidence that this fish whale developed such an effective approach against the swarmers. There had to be a purposeful hand behind this creature's growth or evolution. When Tusa briefly directed his attention to the derelict but still recognizable giant ruins, he started to suspect that this asteroid likely possessed the means to allow this bladed fish whale to develop in such a highly targeted fashion. As time went by, the main wave of the swarmers finally approached the bladed fish whale. Sergeant fishes began to appear and used their stronger and harder bodies to charge at the obstacle in their way. Unfortunately, their fate was hardly any different from that of their lesser brethren. The sergeant fishes only managed to push the bladed fish whale back a bit. Their thicker and denser bodies did not prevent them from getting impaled by the blades that never seemed to break. Although their larger and tougher physiques allowed the sergeant fishes to cling to life, that didn't stop the surrounding grunt fishes from treating their former bosses as their prey. Eventually, all of the sergeant fishes that got stuck in place turned into food for their own little brethren. 9 different sergeant fishes succumbed in this fashion before the swarmers formed a proper response. After receiving an unknown signal, the surrounding grunt fishes temporarily lost their bloodthirst and spread away from the bladed fish whale. Numerous bodies clung to the massive and deadly individualistic fish whale. Blood poured out of the victims like a macabre waterfall. It became increasingly harder for the simple grunt fishes to hold themselves back. However, this brief period of calm was enough for the spitter fishes and warp fishes to get into range and gain a clear line of sight against their target. A substantial volley of spit jets struck the impaled bodies, causing them to die and melt like butter in a hot oven. Once the bodies were out of the way, the second volley of spit jets struck the creature's thick and leathery hide without any misses. The bladed fish whale was obviously built like a tank, so while it wasn't able to dodge the incoming attacks, its thick and resilient hide did not easily fall apart like the bodies of the weaker fish whales. However, the reactions taking place on the surface of the bladed fish whale's body indicated that the acid was still wearing away at the creature's defenses. When a second volley of spit struck the bladed fish whale, the monster finally showed an expression of pain. That was when the warp fishes among the swarmers made their move. Strange fluctuations emanated from their enchanting green exterior. The Dark Zephyr's gravitic sensors detected fluctuations that corresponded to the activation of a substantial amount of phase water. Each of those green fish whales are floating treasure bags. Tusa would have been tempted to approach them and assassinate them in quick succession if they were alone. However, despite the earlier casualties, there were still far too many grunt fishes to allow him to get away with such a suicidal act. The bladed fish whale showed why it was ultimately not a good idea to confront so many fish monsters head-on in such a high-profile fashion. Soon, the warp fishes activated their mysterious face water-derived abilities. Most of them seemed to destabilize the space occupied by the bladed fish whale. Though the Dark Zephyr did not detect a lot of signs of damage, Tusa guessed that all of the strange spatial disturbances must have messed up the bladed fish whale internal organs. At this time, the bladed fish whale already started its retreat, but it was way too slow and vulnerable against the constant attacks of the spitter fishes and warp fishes. Just as Tusa thought that the bladed fish whale would get melted down by getting spit upon 100 times, the space around the creature suddenly wobbled in a much more serious manner. In one moment, the bladed fish whale was out in the open and completely vulnerable to getting attacked from range. In the next moment, the heavily injured hero fish returned back among its brothers where a couple of friendly fish promptly brought their comrade away for treatment. There's another big fish among the defenders. The Dark Zephyr recorded the most powerful phase water activity to date in a fish whale that possessed glittering silver scales. If the Dark Zephyr's sensors weren't wrong, the silver fish whale's entire body was laced with phase water. There was so much phase water in this remarkable fish whale's body that it could probably power the warp drive of a capital ship. Where are these monsters getting all of their phase water? The power at the silver fish whale's disposal exceeded that of the warp fishes belonging to the swarm kingdom. Whereas the warp fishes were only able to attack distant targets by disturbing the fabric of space, the silver fish whale unleashed a veritable spatial storm. Hundreds of grunt fishes and several elite fishes tore apart as the space they occupied seemed to fracture for a moment. Although the effect only lasted a brief amount of time, the outcome was absolutely devastating. The swarmer offensive temporarily stalled as thousands of surrounding grunt fishes rapidly turned their attention to the separated body parts and ate as much available flesh as possible. While this happened, the remaining defenders weren't idle. Those with ranged attack capabilities continually used their means to damage the aggressive invaders. One fish whale generated spikes from its back and subsequently launched them at the distant swarm. Though a single spike was unlikely to take out a grunt fish, as long as it succeeded in making a creature bleed, the victim would soon turn into food for its own brethren. This was yet another sign that the individualistic fish whales developed targeted solutions against the swarmers. After slaughtering thousands and thousands of swarmers, the invading force finally reached the surface of the asteroid. The fighting turned a lot bloodier at this point. The defenders employed many amazing and effective means to slaughter a multitude of grunt fishes, but a few of them started to get overwhelmed as the elites among the swarmers ganged up on their targets. The silver fish whale unscrupulously made use of its phase water abilities and destroyed hundreds of swarms at a time by unleashing deadly, wide-area space storms that none of its opponents could resist. Another fish whale with hard, maroon scales breathed fire that was hot enough to burn the grunt fishes that came into contact with the flames. By relying on all of these wide-area attack capabilities, the swarms were quickly being cut down to size. It's not enough, though. The attackers were simply too numerous. Hundreds of bodies were ready to fill in the void left by their brethren and more were ready to follow suit at any time. Just as Tusa thought the swarms were able to break through the defensive line of their opposition, a fish whale that was larger and more majestic than any other fish emerged from one of the large and more intact buildings. The newcomer possessed a body that was as large as a small starship and exuded much more power than usual. The creature's rippling azure scales and remarkably bright eyes indicated that it had incorporated much more remarkable enhancements than its smaller comrades. As soon as the giant fish whale emerged, the swarms finally slowed down their offensive. Their fear and vigilance towards this super enemy was greater than their instinctual urges. The giant fish whale slowly opened its maw and began to unleash a wide energy blast that wiped out at least a third of the attacking force at once. What? Tusa reacted with much more shock than before. The power exhibited by this giant fish whale vastly exceeded that of everything else he had encountered before. Not even the Balvo's rage was able to wipe out thousands of swarms with a single salvo of attacks. The only enemy in his memory that possessed a comparable amount of combat power was one that still evoked a lot of dread in his mind. This, Fish Whale King, has the power of an ace mech. Chapter 3833, Fish Societies. The battle did not last much longer after the giant kingfish made an appearance. The supremely powerful kingfish did not attack as exaggerated as before, but its next moves confirmed to Tusa that the powerful creature possessed enough firepower to match that of a warship or an ace mech. The only reassurance to Tusa was that the kingfish did not possess any extraordinary traits as far as he could tell. The monstrous and utterly unique monarch creature relied on its extraordinary biological properties to fight back against the swarms. The Dark Zephyr detected no signs of true resonance or other extraordinary manifestations, which meant that the creature was probably not as difficult to deal with as an actual ace mech. It's still a darn powerful fish, though. The kingfish completely dominated the battlefield as soon as it emerged. It did not appear to be in a hurry to close in on the enemies. Instead, it maintained its distance and utilized various ranged attacks to completely unsettle and disrupt the swarms. In one moment, the kingfish launched a strange flesh ball that landed in the midst of the surviving enemy formation like a bomb. Once the flesh ball fell into place, it exploded and sprayed hundreds of swarmer fish with poisonous liquid that caused the victims to lose focus and behave more erratically. In another moment, the kingfish exerted its phase water reserves to tear a space crack in the center of the enemy horde, causing the attackers to get split up from each other. While all of this went on, the other individualistic fish whales quickly regained their momentum and beat back the enemies that had gotten close before bombarding the remainder. It's over. The swarmers have lost their only advantage. When the group of weak swarmer fish dropped below a certain quantity, they no longer possessed the numbers to overwhelm the defenders. Nonetheless, none of the grunt fishes or elite fishes showed any hint of retreating. They continued to go forward in order to take down as many individualistic fish whales as possible. Blood continued to be shed as the two groups of fish did not show any mercy towards each other. By the time the battle had come to an end, the swarmer horde ceased to exist. All of their bodies ended up in the bellies of their fellow comrades or fell down onto the surface of the asteroid that they sought to conquer. The defenders didn't look so good, though. Though they only lost up to 50 or so unique fish whales, each of them were strong and expensive to nurture. The losses also amounted to a significant proportion of the defenders on this landmass. In addition to that, the price the kingfish had paid to wipe out so many swarmer fish probably wasn't light. The creature already began to droop as it had just exerted a handful of highly impactful attack abilities. The survivors soon began to enjoy their spoils. They approached the places where piles and piles of swarmer fish bodies had fallen and stoically partook in their meals. Unlike the cannibal fish that Tusa had encountered before, these new ones did not look as if they were letting their baser instincts control their behavior. They looked fully aware as they replenished the energy and body mass that they had lost during the battle. The kingfish ate the most bodies by far. Its huge body and its powerful energy emissions made it clear that it probably needed a lot of resources to sustain its massive body. This might also explain why the rest of the fish whales did not grow to such an exaggerated size. The resources available on this asteroid might not be enough to sustain another supersized monster. This is a contest of attrition. Though Venerable Tusa was not as well versed in war and strategy as Commander Kausela, he still knew a thing or two about warfare. With everything he had seen so far, he understood that the Swarm Kingdom probably had the initiative in this intraspecies war. I have personally seen how the Swarm Kingdom controls at least 9 asteroids. If each of them produces resources, then that means the swarmers have a massive quantity advantage. They can easily launch attacks on a frequent basis without getting distressed because they can quickly replenish their ranks on account of their abundant territories and huge population base. The defenders of this asteroid appeared to be following the opposite route. Each of their fish whales were unique and much more powerful than their swarmer counterparts. Given how diverse they looked and how they all grew in unique directions, Tusa dubbed them the Evolvers. If there is one benefit to this battle, it is that the weak fishes get eliminated by the swarmers while the strong fishes survive by virtue of their superior evolutionary direction. The meat-grinding bladed fish, the wizard-like silver fish, the area-denying fire-breather fish and above all else the kingfish that was basically the fish whale equivalent of a juggernaut each showed that the Evolvers had become highly proficient at slaying their opposition. Still, Tusa didn't think the defenders of the ruined labs could hold onto their territory forever. He didn't know how quickly the Evolution Kingdom could replenish its losses from this invasion, but he was pretty sure that the loss of over 100,000 fishes was completely negligible to the much more massive Swarm Kingdom. Just as Tusa wondered how long it would take for the swarmers to take over this asteroid, the kingfish that had just eaten hundreds of fallen bodies abruptly turned and directed its bright eyes straight in the direction where the Dark Zephyr was hovering in the distance. Although the Dark Zephyr wasn't under stealth, Tusa had made sure to maintain a healthy distance and minimize the emissions of his expert mech. The perceptive abilities of the fish whales that he encountered so far weren't impressive. Though the Evolvers looked more developed than the uniform fish subspecies of their enemies, Tusa saw little reason why they would enhance their observation capabilities considering that the swarmers were too numerous to hide their movements. Yet despite all of these considerations, the kingfish was much sharper than it looked and stared straight at the distant metal speck. If this wasn't enough to alarm venerable Tusa, then what happened next completely changed his attitude towards the powerful kingfish. A strange mental intrusion began to intrude upon his mind. Though it wasn't particularly strong and focused, it reminded Tusa a lot of the glow of a design spirit. The foreign mental pressure only pressured him for a brief amount of time before it began to communicate a strange word. Eugenie. S. Tusa almost jumped out of his piloting seat as the kingfish spoke to him from a distance. The capacity to speak a coherent word was not only a clear sign of intelligence and sentience, but also indicated that the Evolvers probably established at least a rudimentary form of civilization. If the scariest part about the Swarm Kingdom was its huge population of disposable cannon fodder, then the trait that stood out most from the Evolution Kingdom was how clever they became. Though Tusa could have decided to stay and make first contact with the kingfish, that was definitely not a part of his objectives. He resolutely turned his Dark Zephyr around and drove it away from the lab landmass as fast as possible. Tusa quickly felt the alien creature's mental presence fade away. He relaxed but still maintained a bit of vigilance as the asteroid behind his expert mech grew smaller. It wasn't until he confirmed that the kingfish hadn't followed him that he slowed down his expert mech and took stock of the situation. There are still more asteroids to explore. How many different fish societies will I find? The existence of two distinct societies of fish whales implied that more groups existed as well. Although Tusa did not know whether the remaining ones were easy to deal with, he still felt obliged to uncover all of them before he returned to Fort Fishblood. The expeditionary forces urgently needed to gain awareness of all of the different fish whale kingdoms that populated this isolated pocket space. Let's go, then. The remaining asteroids did not disappoint his expectations. While the one he visited next was occupied with clever-looking individualistic fish whales that probably hailed from the Evolvers, he encountered a completely different group of fish whales on the subsequent asteroid. The new group did not display the numbers of the swarmers nor exhibited the sheer diversity of the Evolvers. Instead, the fish whales that occupied the asteroid were relatively few in numbers while looking like different-sized clones from each other. The third group of fish whales possessed oval bodies and featured a single uniform light blue coloration. The only way for Tusa to tell them apart from each other was by looking at their battle scars and their sizes. Although these fish whales didn't look strong at first glance, the Dark Zephyr's sensors informed Tusa that both the light blue fishes and the asteroid they treated as their territory possessed one extremely important trait. Both of them contained an abundant amount of phase water. The Dark Zephyr spotted visible lakes and pools of water. Small but noticeable quantities of phase water were deposited underneath. Even now, several light blue fish whales were peacefully diving underwater so that they could harvest the phase water generated through unknown means. This place is a treasure trove of phase water. With such an abundant supply of phase water, it shouldn't be a surprise to see that many of the fish whales in this place accumulated a lot of this precious substance. Each of them looked like mobile phase water deposits in his eyes. However, Tusa quickly restrained his urge to dive in and cut them all to pieces. He had already seen how the handful of phase water fishes among the swarmers and evolvers were able to debilitate and destroy enemies by generating artificial spatial anomalies. Though the blue fish whales did not accumulate as much phase water as the kingfish of the Evolution Kingdom, there were many among them that possessed similar amounts of phase water as the silverfish. With so many powerful phase water wizards among this group, Tusa had no doubt that the inhabitants of this phase water-rich asteroid could easily tear entire hordes of swarmers into pieces. This place should not be easy to invade at all. Tusa guessed. The swarmers and the evolvers should both be eyeing this phase water asteroid, but the fact that they failed to hold it means that the current occupants shouldn't be weak. Having learned his lesson, Venerable Tusa did not dare to look down on these docile-looking fishes and moved on to continue his scouting run. It soon turned out that the Phase Kingdom, as he called it, only ruled a single asteroid. The next ones were relatively barren and only contained small and loose groups of swarmers and evolvers. Tusa grew a little bolder and flew his dark zephyr closer in order to gather more detailed data on the barren land masses. According to the initial results, they contained few resources, few energy sources and no phase water. None of the fish kingdoms took them seriously. After exploring a couple more barren asteroids, Tusa neared the end of his scouting run. It wasn't until he visited one of the final ones that he encountered a new group of organized fish whales. These ones resembled the phaser fish as Tusa called the ones occupying the face water-rich asteroid. The biggest difference was that the fourth group of fish whales were all black. The dark zephyr also did not detect any phase water in their bodies. The asteroid they were in did not show any signs of being rich in phase water. What stood out from the black fish whales was that they were each brimming with heat emissions. The entire asteroid they were on was a lot warmer than normal as well. There were even specific sites where the sensors detected a lot of energy spikes. As the dark zephyr captured the rich energy signals from the asteroid, the nearest group of fish whales abruptly moved into action. They turned their backs towards the distant expert mech and extended organic pipes from their bodies. Worrisome concentrations of energy welled up beneath these pipes. Oh hell! The dark zephyr dodged aside as over 60 laser beams raked its previous position. It appeared the fourth group of fish whales were all capable of bombarding their enemies at range. Chapter 3834, Foreign Landscape. When the dark zephyr finally flew all the way back to Fort Fishblood, the rich amount of scouting data and personal notations provided by Venerable Tusa ignited a bomb among the expeditionary forces. There are more groups of fish whales in this pocket space. Are the four kingdoms hostile towards each other? The Swarm Kingdom is much larger and stronger than the other three fish kingdoms. I bet that it has probably overrun a few other groups throughout the history of this pocket space. How can we do anything in Purgatory with all of these scary fish whales in place? Even if we conquer an asteroid at great cost, the other fish whales can easily swoop in and push us away. The existence of multiple fish kingdoms, each of which were presumably hostile against each other as well as outside intruders, massively complicated the strategic considerations of the human invaders. The strength of a couple of thousand mechs was wholly insufficient to take over the entire pocket space, let alone conquer one of the key land masses of the different fish kingdoms. The observations made by Venerable Tusa had indeed brought the clarity that everyone in the Golden Skull Alliance wished for, but they also painted a terrible picture of this phase whale enclave where different varieties of fish whales had long run amok. New plans had to be made and everyone needed to pursue clearer goals. Right now, none of the mech pilots stationed in Fort Fishblood knew what they were even doing in this dangerous place. If the four kingdoms all combined their forces and attacked the human invaders all at once, then there was no hope of winning or maintaining control over the mysterious alien gate. After a few hours, the leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance convened a virtual meeting in order to discuss the latest findings. The people attending the meeting were located on different sides of the active spatial portal. Although the Larkinsons had tried to establish real-time data transmissions by extending a solid data cable through the gate, the attempt failed because electronic signals simply didn't get past the spatial portal for some reason. They also tried establishing communications by shipping over a quantum entanglement node to Fort Fishblood. However, by the time the sensitive device reached the other side, it promptly squealed an alarm. It turned out that the entangled particles that enabled instant communications across vast distances had somehow lost their connection to their counterparts stored in a distant server operated by the COMM consortium. How can this happen? VES frowned when he learned of the news. Our quantum entanglement nodes didn't malfunction when we passed through the Beyonder gates a year ago. It is as if this alien portal is doing its best to cut off any possible contact between the two spaces. The inconvenient circumstances left the expeditionary forces with little choice but to temporarily recall the key leaders in the field. Passing through the portal was quick and convenient and Fort Fishblood would be fine without them during this calm period. Even if the swarmers came to launch another attack, a messenger could easily convey the news and recall Commander Kosella Ingvar and Patriarch Reginald Cross back to Purgatory. As the different people arrived at the virtual meeting, VES turned to Venerable Tusa who had done a good job at collecting all of the interesting data. Before we begin to discuss our upcoming plans, I would like to hear your personal thoughts on what you have witnessed. We have all watched the footage from your expert mech but only you got somewhat close to these different fish whale groups. First, have you detected signs of sentience or coherent thoughts from each of the distinct groups that you have encountered? The light mech expert pilot looked thoughtful. I can tell you that the kingfish that attempted to contact me through his mind is definitely an intelligent bastard. I only briefly touched the alien fish whale's mind, but I did not get the impression that I had made contact with a primal beast that is driven by its instincts. I felt I made contact with a very powerful and purposeful sentient alien. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought I had contacted an actual phase whale. Given the size of the kingfish, it was not a surprise that Tusa would develop this impression. The capabilities that this remarkably powerful creature had shown so far closely matched that of the phase whales described in the MTA's database. What of the other fish whales of the Evolution Kingdom? I can't really confirm it since my expert mech kept its distance during the sole major battle that I've witnessed, but they all look smart in their own way. I never got the sense that they were driven by their instincts, unlike with the swarmas. The Golden Skull Alliance pretty much accepted all of the names that Venerable Tusa had come up with to classify all of the different groups and fish he encountered. VES and the others were too lazy to come up with their own names. Though the labels invented by Tusa sounded a bit too simple and direct, they did their jobs and allowed everyone to be on the same page. Have you come across any fish whales among the swarmas that show signs of actual intelligence? Not directly, VES. The elite fish whales commanding the grunt fishes are all smarter and more cunning, but they don't hesitate to fight to the death without thinking too much. I suspect that the swarm kingdom is set up like an insect hive. There has to be at least one queen among them that directs all of the swarmas. The threat posed by these extremely numerous fishes was already substantial. Now, Tusa indicated that there might be a mastermind that completely treats the swarmas as its chess pieces, which massively boosted their danger factor. What of the fishes of the other two kingdoms? VES asked. Tusa shrugged. I can't say for certain whether the fishes from the Phase Kingdom or the Hot Kingdom are intelligent or not. If I have to guess, I would say that the fishes from the two kingdoms probably aren't that bright. I never saw anything that showed that they were as individualistic or willful as the evolvers. They don't look as mindless as the swarmas, though. It could be that there are smarter fishes in the two kingdoms that I haven't found. I only got to see the kingfish in the evolver kingdom because it had to use its power to wipe out the attacking fish whales. Could there be an equivalent of the kingfish among the other three kingdoms? Commander Cosella wondered. I have seen how the kingfish commands the respect and obedience of its fellow evolvers. It may be a unique creature, but we have already speculated that the swarm kingdom is likely ruled by a powerful hive queen figure. Maybe the Phase Kingdom and Hot Kingdom are ruled by similarly powerful figures. It would explain why the phaser fish and the heater fish stay put in their territories without causing any chaos. There was no hard proof of her assertions, but VES and several other people were inclined to favor this theory. It made sense given that the fish whales were inherently hierarchical. The bigger and stronger fish whales always called the shots. VES turned to Director Rania Wadden. You and your exobiologists have studied the fish whales recorded in the footage as well, right? What is your professional opinion? We know too little about the fish whales, sir. I would caution you about making too many assumptions based on shallow observations and assumptions about living organisms that do not always apply. Do not forget that the fish whales are not a natural species to begin with. My geneticists and other specialists have already studied the DNA of the different swarmer subspecies that we have defeated. We have detected clear signs of artificial splicing and tampering in their genetic codes, though many of them have already mutated after many years of natural selection. The point that I am trying to make is that the fish whales may behave completely differently due to deliberate tampering. Though VES understood the point that Rania was trying to make, he did not think his instinctive judgment was wrong in this case. Besides, it was best to assume that each kingdom was led by an intelligent super figure, because that was the worst-case scenario to the expeditionary forces. Dealing with a stupid enemy like a horde of uncontrolled swarmas was much easier than fighting against a small group of observant and thoughtful evolvers. Now that we have the lay of the land, what is next? Marshal Ariadne Wadden impatiently asked. None of these kingdoms are easy to deal with. No matter how big they are or how many fish whales they have, each of them have shown much more combat strength than we handle even if we commit all of our mech forces. They are all the equivalent of miniature states and cannot be defeated by a couple of mech divisions. There are asteroids that are less populated than others. We can try to conquer them first. What would be the point in that? There isn't any phase water or other valuable resources in those places. The good stuff should all be located in the hearts of the fish kingdoms. They also happen to be the most well-defended land masses. There was no chance of getting a bargain in purgatory. The expeditionary forces had to make difficult choices if they wanted to obtain better plunder from this space pocket. VES drew everyone's attention again. There are at least 3 major objectives worth pursuing in purgatory. First, we should study, decipher the mechanisms and try our best to gain control of the relic space gate. The good news is that it has already fallen into our hands without provoking the swarmas any further. The bad news is that this alien tech is extremely advanced and abstruse. Our science teams will require a lot of time to make any gains from their examinations, and even then it is unlikely that their harvest will be great. It was better than nothing, though. The Golden Skull Alliance's continued access to the organic alien space gate at least gave everyone a reason to stick around. Second, the Dark Zephyr has detected a gigantic amount of phase water in the asteroid that we are calling the Lake Continent for convenience. There are many pools of liquid water on this asteroid and each of them contain varying quantities of phase water at the bottom that the phaser fish whales can casually harvest at their leisure. His eyes and those of several others turned red at the thought. All of that phase water was completely wasted on the fish whales. They could be put to much better uses if they fell into the hands of the Golden Skull Alliance. VES swept his gaze around the virtual conference room. We cannot pass up this opportunity to plunder barrels worth of phase water. An opportunity like this is extremely rare in the Red Ocean. This is the clearest and most certain way we can massively accelerate the growth of our organizations. The Larkinson clan could easily transition from a small organization into a mid-sized player in the Red Ocean if they managed to retrieve this much phase water. However, he wasn't satisfied with this prize. He was greedy for more. As for our third objective, those abandoned labs occupied by the Evolution Kingdom should contain a lot of remnant phase whale technology. No matter whether we can use the alien devices and knowledge or not, we can definitely profit from them in various ways as long as we can gain access to those giant labs. Venerable Tusa grew more disconcerted as he listened to his superior. He couldn't hold his opinions back any longer. I'm sorry, VES, but aren't you being too delusional right now? I just visited those places and they are all defended by lots of powerful fish whales. There is no way we can defeat any of the groups alone, let alone several of them in a single campaign. VES grinned and chuckled. I knew that one of you would voice your doubt. I understand your concerns, but who said anything about fighting these fish whales ourselves? I invited my good friend Calabast to this meeting to formulate a strategy on how we can achieve our objectives while paying the least amount of cost. Calabast stood up and asked a simple question to the attendees. Have you ever heard of a strategy called Divide and Conquer? Chapter 3835, The Four Kingdoms. VES became fascinated by the internal situation in Purgatory. The phase whale enclave had fallen into ruin, but the native life forms that originally resided in it had thrived during their long-term isolation. Cut off from the rest of the galaxy, these out-of-control test subjects or former slaves or whatever turned the largely self-contained field of large asteroids into their own little world. Few overt traces of the phase whale race remained. Aside from the ruins on the lab continent, the other landmasses contained no obvious artificial traces. None of the asteroids appeared to be normal, though. VES and many other science-minded individuals wondered how this pocket space maintained equilibrium. There was no point in thinking too much. There was no way that the science teams at his disposal could figure out how Purgatory worked and how it interacted with energy and matter. These were profound questions that could only be solved by greater forces such as the MTA that was definitely paying a lot of attention to Purgatory. What VES and the others should focus on instead was attaining more modest goals such as plundering the lake continent of all of its phase water. If not for the fact that there were lots of powerful phase water augmented fish whales on that landmass, the expeditionary forces would have departed already. As Calabast commanded everyone's attention during the virtual conference meeting, she projected a map of Purgatory. Compared to the previous version of the map, this one not only showed the asteroids in greater detail, but also featured overlays that cleverly conveyed additional information. Important elements such as phase water deposits, energy sources, fish whale concentrations and their estimated combat power could all be viewed in the glimpse of an eye. Anyone who looked at the map would notice that there were 4 distinct asteroids that were occupied by 4 groups of distinct fish whale groups. Before we discuss our strategy, let us take stock of the natives occupying this newly discovered pocket space. Calabast said as she gestured towards the map. Thanks to the observation data brought by Venerable Tusa, we know that there are 23 major asteroids floating in a spherical space. These asteroids are all of substantial size. The smallest one can fit a city while the largest one can easily be regarded as a true continent. Each of them is occupied by different fish whales though not all of them are treated as important. As far as we can tell, the land masses of value are all divided among 4 fish whale kingdoms that all possess the strength to defend their own territories. 9 continents began to glow in red. Let us begin with the most familiar group of fish whales to us. The color-coded fish whales that we have encountered and killed en masse are much more numerous than we feared. They also happen to occupy almost half of the land masses in Purgatory, granting the so-called swarm as an abundant amount of room and resources to breed a lot of fish whales. While we can only make inferences based on limited sensor readings, we estimate that the swarm kingdom contains as much as 12 million fish whales, a significant proportion of which are located on the central continent. Everyone looked shocked. 12 million. There's no way we can defeat that many fish whales by ourselves. Our mechs will wear out and our energy reserves will run dry before we have killed a tenth of this amount. Calabast remained unfazed despite describing an alien group that possessed as much combat power as a small state. Based on what we have observed and what we can infer, the swarm kingdom is overwhelmingly made up of non-sentient drones that act more as elements of a superorganism than self-contained life forms. The most common white fish whales essentially cannot think for themselves and need to be led around in order to accomplish greater goals. While the existence of an intelligent queen has not been definitively proven, based on various behavior patterns such as sending out an attack horde on a suicide run against a rival kingdom, we are 90% certain that there is at least one guiding intelligence among the swarmas. The swarm kingdom was the most dominant group in Purgatory. The other kingdoms could not come close to matching the numbers of this huge fish whale group. This kingdom is not without flaws, however. Calabast smiled. The vast majority of fish whales are in an inactive state when they are not being guided. We believe the guiding intelligence is limited by how extensively it can reach, communicate, and issue orders to other swarmas. Otherwise, the activation of the ancient alien gate and the appearance of a human fighting force on one of its continents should have attracted an immediate response from these opponents. Despite setting foot on Purgatory a day ago, the neighboring hordes of fish whales have not shown any sign of exploring our beachhead or launching an all-out attack to repel the foreign invaders from their realm. A human state would never be so complacent. The swarm as easily had the numbers to push the human invaders back to the other side of the portal, but they continued to act stupid. Either the guiding intelligence was playing the long con or there were severe deficiencies in the operation of its kingdom. Although we should always be on guard for a sudden change in awareness and behavior from the swarmas, we should not let that stop us from taking advantage of them whenever possible. Calabast turned to the second fish whale kingdom that Tusa had encountered. The map no longer highlighted the continents occupied by the swarmas and instead lit up 2 floating asteroids. Let us move on to the evolvers. You can clearly see that their numbers and their amount of territories are much smaller compared to the swarmas. The evolution kingdom should not have been able to compete against the millions of cannon fodder that their enemies can throw at it if not for several extenuating circumstances. The map zoomed in to highlight the numerous giant phase whale-scaled structures. There is enough evidence to suggest that these structures used to be a place of importance to the alien creator of this pocket space. We know that the phase whales are obsessed with bioresearch, so it is not a stretch to think that one of them is engaged in research in those structures. Since the fish whales are clearly an artificial race, we can assume that these labs birthed the race that has survived in purgatory up until today. The labs had to be valuable for the evolvers to fight so hard to retain control over the lab continent. Calabast tapped her fingers against her wrist. The value of these structures and whatever functions they have retained is quite evident, then. The kingfish or other intelligent evolver fishes have not only managed to get a part of these labs to work, but also utilize them to bestow targeted and powerful biological augmentations to the members of the evolution kingdom. We can conclude that the style of the evolvers is the opposite of that of the swarmas. Each of them are presumably intelligent and each of them possess significantly more combat power than many swarmas put together. Their society is also closer to that of the civilizations that we are familiar with. This is an important trait and will play a key role in the strategy that I am about to outline. The evolvers were the fish whales that were closest to humans in their society and traits. When VES recalled that the kingfish attempted to communicate with Venerable Tusa, there was actual hope for cooperation between the Golden Skull Alliance and the Evolution Kingdom. The ancient facilities on the lab continent may be of value to us, but accessing them is not a critical objective to us. Not only is it unlikely that we can decipher the tech that the phase whales have left behind, we cannot stay and occupy them permanently with our current level of strength. VES grimaced even though he knew that Calabast was right. The others pretty much treated the labs as a secondary objective. It would be nice if they could gain access to it, but they would lose no sleep if they failed to make this possible. The map changed again. The 2 continents of the evolution kingdom returned to normal and another floating landmass became highlighted. The next kingdom holds what we want. The phase kingdom is aptly named. Each of the light blue fish whales has integrated a significant amount of phase water in their bodies and we can assume that they know how to make use of them in a destructive manner. Despite the great potential of their phase water abilities, the phasers do not appear to be capable of projecting their power outwards. They only occupy a single landmass, namely the lake continent, and have adopted a full defensive posture to retain hold of this great prize. We can be certain the other kingdoms recognize the value of phase water, yet for so many years the phase kingdom has maintained its hold on this key territory. The lake continent was the most valuable landmass to the Golden Skull Alliance. While VES and the others were uncertain whether the fish whales thought the same way, it should definitely be a desirable prize. It is unfortunate that we know far too little about the phaser fish whales themselves. We have not seen them in action nor confirmed whether they are at war with the swarmas. We can presume this is the case as a domineering and expansionist group as they should not be able to resist the temptation to take over this resource-rich landmass. The phasers would have been more assertive in expanding their territories if they were not under so much pressure. The map changed to highlight 3 of the most distant landmasses from the Gate continent. Finally, we have the Hot Kingdom. The heater fishes as Tusa calls them are all black in coloration, which we believe they have developed in this fashion to absorb the maximum possible light and heat energy. The continents they occupy happen to play an important role in the semi-closed ecosystem of Purgatory. Much of the powerful rays generated by the blue supergiant star selectively passes through certain membranes that separates the pocket space from the main reality and subsequently land in specific places. Most of these hotspots happen to be concentrated in the continents occupied by the heaters. Every continent appeared to contain hotspots, but the ones occupied by the Hot Kingdom were definitely more endowed than others. The heaters have not only claimed the 3 adjacent land masses that receive the most energy, but have also evolved their combat approach to match their favorable conditions. While this may have turned the blue light continent and the other 2 asteroids into key locations to the fish whales, their value is almost zero in our eyes. Many people nodded. Energy was hardly a scarce resource in human civilization. There were plenty of stars and plenty of rich fuel sources available in the territories occupied by humanity. The troublesome part about energy was storing it and generating it in the right manner, but that was not relevant to this situation. Now that we have surveyed all 4 kingdoms, it is time to talk about how we should handle them. Calabast started to grin. I am sure that each of you have looked at all of these powerful and numerous fish whales and thought to yourself that it is impossible for us to defeat even a fraction of their numbers. While that may be true, your vision is severely limited if you think that direct combat is the only way to attain our objectives. The entire concept of the divide and conquer strategy is to slice up a large body of enemies and take advantage of their internal divisions to make them fight against each other. It was a clever if difficult way to defeat specific fish whales without paying a ruinous price. However, before she could proceed, a skeptical-looking Ariadne Wadden raised an important question. Can we even divide the fish whales? She asked. We are the foreign aliens in this pocket space. For all of their hatred against each other, a threat from beyond should be of far greater concern to them. Not only do humans like us threaten the survival of their race, we also hold the only gateway that can lead them outside of this prison that has confined them for so many years. If I was in their place, I would band together with my fellow fish whales and launch an all-out attack on Fort Fishblood. That was a serious possibility. Chapter 3836, Humanity's Weapon. You are indeed right to raise this concern, Marshal. Calabast graciously said. If the fish whale race wishes to remain prosperous, it should go all out into repelling us from purgatory and take control over the ancient Stargate. However, think about it for a moment. Who do you think the evolvers will hate more, the swarmers who have killed lots of evolvers and assaulted the lab continent for who knows how many times, or the friendly alien visitors who try their best to trade and cooperate with the locals? Many people turned thoughtful. When Calabast phrased this matter in this manner, it became a lot more understandable why cooperation became possible. Calabast smirked. It takes a high degree of cognitive and societal development to produce individuals who think about the good of an entire race over their own self-interest. Given how primitive and uncivilized these native life forms appear to be, the most they can take into consideration is the interests of their own group. What we need to do is to exploit their lack of vision and tailor an approach where we can both get what we want. Even if it comes at the detriment of the entire fish whale race. Yes. Short-sighted as it might sound, the divide and conquer strategy has worked in many different situations because it inherently takes advantage of the selfishness that many population groups possess. No matter whether they are human or alien, it is hard for them to resist the temptation to get ahead even if their state or species must pay a terrible price. We should try not to antagonize the fish whales more than necessary. VES added. We can't take over this pocket space with our strength, so there is no reason for us to plot the downfall of every kingdom. We should just focus on grabbing our rightful share of phase water before getting out. The MTA will probably take care of the rest. The spymaster nodded in agreement. That is true. In fact, we should try our best to frame our intentions in the best light to the aliens we choose to cooperate with. For example, we can argue that eliminating one of the kingdoms is good for the fish whales because it will reduce their internal divisions and bring them closer to unity. Communication is a weapon. VES stated. Exactly, and we humans have mastered its use in diplomacy and warfare. Through countless wars and collisions, we have gained a lot of experience in how to leverage communication to our advantage and passed on what we learned to the next generation. Throughout the history of human civilization, we have developed better frameworks, better techniques, and better approaches around communication. Calabast directed a contemptuous glance towards the map of Purgatory. Compared to a civilization that has not only conquered half of the Milky Way but also a good chunk of the Red Ocean, how can these backwards indigenous fish whales come close to our racial accumulation? I am not discounting the possibility that they have engaged in diplomacy with each other, but if that is true, the frequency and sophistication of their communications should be low. The more we communicate with the fish whales, the more we can gauge their mastery of this weapon. Not everyone possessed a fine appreciation of communication as a weapon. Patriarch Reginald looked like he wanted to scratch his head. It sounds like playing with fire to me. The cross-patriarch gruffly remarked. We have all seen the power of the kingfish. Is it really as easy to fool as you all think? We only have to make one mistake before this big fish decides to open its huge maw in our direction before spraying us all with its titanic swarm-destroying energy spray. Calabast crossed her arms. Blowback is always a possible risk, especially if we know too little about what we are dealing with. The best we can do is to adopt the most helpful posture possible. I will get into this later. First, I want to explain my thoughts on how we should handle the different fish whale kingdoms. She raised 3 fingers. In general, we can treat the groups in question with 3 different approaches. First, we can befriend and cooperate with them. Second, we can ignore or adopt a neutral posture towards them. Third, we can treat them as hostiles that we should eliminate as soon as possible for the betterment of our goals. Now, let us begin by determining which of these 3 basic approaches we should adopt for each of the fish whale groups. She turned to the map and highlighted all 4 kingdoms. The Hot Kingdom does not have what we want and is the furthest away from our base in this pocket space. We should ignore the heaters and maintain a neutral posture if we ever come into contact. The Phase Kingdom is small but holds what we want the most in this pocket space. It is extremely unlikely that the phasers will agree to trade their abundant reserves of phase water for others to us, so defeating them is a necessity for us to succeed in our campaign. The evolution kingdom is also small, but shows the greatest degree of sentience, intelligence, sociability, and rationality. If we approach the kingfish correctly, there is a decent chance that we can achieve a mutually beneficial agreement that can lead to a temporary military alliance. We should put our best effort into befriending the evolvers. Calabast paused for a moment. As for the Swarm Kingdom, they are a force of nature in purgatory. Negotiating with its guiding intelligence is extremely unlikely to yield results due to its historical domineering behavior pattern and the overwhelming strength of its fish whale massive armies. That said, many of the swarmers appear to be inattentive most of the time, which will allow us to avoid hostilities with them. We may even be able to take advantage of their various shortcomings to steer them into actions that they would otherwise not undertake. It is for this reason that I believe that cooperating with the swarmers is key to succeeding in our campaign. Hey! Her last statement generated plenty of confusion and bewilderment. People could understand why they should steer clear of the swarmers. To cooperate with this rabid swarm of feral, bloodthirsty, and cannibalistic fish whales was unimaginable to those that had recently fought a bloody conflict with their brethren. The swarmers are too dangerous. They are only dangerous if they choose to attack our forces. Calabast retorted. Just as with the evolvers, we should give them as little reason to resort to this action as possible. To us, there is no benefit to fighting them. Aside from the site around the alien star gate, their territories have little to nothing of value for us. Instead, the greatest advantages of the Swarm Kingdom that we can leverage is their high military strength and their obvious desire to take over the remaining land masses in the pocket space. Our goals may not align with each other, but that doesn't mean cooperation between us is impossible. We just need to apply a different communication strategy towards the swarmers. A lot of people wondered what this kind of communication strategy would even look like. Was it as simple as sending over the Dark Zephyr to taunt a few hordes before purposefully leading them onto the lake continent? VES doubted that it would be so simple. He liked her perspective, though. Viewing the swarmers as potential assets was better than viewing them as irreconcilable opponents. Now that Calabast explained how they should treat the 4 fish whale kingdoms, she proceeded to the crux of her plan. Given this situation and the conditions we are working with, we first need to establish a solid foothold within the alien circle. The evolution kingdom is our best candidate for the reasons that I have already mentioned. We must do our best to build our relations with the evolvers in the limited time span we have available. That doesn't gain us anything by itself. Patriarch Reginald remarked. You are correct. That is why we must leverage this relationship into actual results. The best way we can accomplish this is to persuade evolvers to team up with us to break open the Phase Kingdom. Commander Melker looked puzzled. How can that even work? The Phase Kingdom may be small, but it holds a defensive advantage and likely excels at launching wide-area attacks that can take down a huge amount of enemies at once. The Evolution Kingdom is not that much stronger and is under strong pressure to defend its own territories. If the evolvers attack the lake continent, they will suffer so many losses that they cannot possibly defend it and their old territories against the Swarm Kingdom. If the Kingfish has any brains, he would never agree to such a suicidal plan. Calabast nodded in agreement. This is why we need to adopt a more sophisticated plan than what you have suggested. We will have to borrow the strength of another fish whale kingdom to gain access to the huge phase water concentrations on the lake continent. Melker still looked skeptical. If we somehow manage to fool the swarmers into attacking this face water-rich landmass, do we even have an opportunity to collect our spoils? I don't think those swarmers will be in a sharing mood once they have sacrificed a lot of their own kind to defeat the Phase Kingdom. That is why we must formulate a more elaborate plan than that. We must continue to explore and communicate with the different kingdoms in order to understand what we can do to unravel the status quo and nudge the circumstances in our favor. It would have been much simpler if they could just launch a straightforward raid on the lake continent and grab all of the phase water over there by force, but that required way more mechs than the Golden Skull Alliance had at its disposal. This was why they were listening to Calabast to begin with. Even if people had doubts about their ability to wrangle different groups of fish whales into attacking each other, it was worth a try. The payoff for success was too huge for them to disregard this opportunity. Calabast elaborated her vision and answered different questions for half an hour before the conference meeting ended. The expeditionary forces did not take action immediately because they still needed to settle on a specific plan to make contact with the Evolution Kingdom. To that end, VES requested a private meeting with Calabast. Both of them soon appeared in a smaller virtual meeting room where they could speak in private. What is it now, VES? I am a pretty busy woman at the moment. I want to talk about our first contact with the Evolution Kingdom. I don't know what you have in mind, but I think it is best if I make first contact with the Kingfish. Calabast looked so unimpressed with his suggestion that she did not even deign to voice her disapproval. Her expression already conveyed what she thought about his stupid idea. Hear me out, Calabast. You have worked with me for years, so you should know that I can communicate with all kinds of life forms. Now, I suppose we can send a diplomat or something to communicate with the Kingfish, but without a common language this will always be a slow and difficult affair. Instead of wasting all of that time, why not resort to an effective solution and let me talk to the big fish in person? I am willing to take the risk of entering the spatial portal and boarding a vehicle that can take me to the perimeter of the lab continent so that I can have a good talk with the fish in charge. The woman let out an exasperated sigh. It was as if she was reprimanding a naughty boy for misbehaving in the same way for the umpteenth time. Did we not talk about how your days of gallivanting into danger zones are over? You have built a large and extensive clan, VES. Let others bear the risk of contacting a dangerous group of fish whales. I distinctly recall that Venerable Joshua gets along with different humans and animals as well. With his friendly and earnest personality, he stands a good chance of breaking the ice with the evolvers. VES shook his head in disagreement. Joshua is a nice fellow, but he has one major fault. And what is that? I'm the Devil Tongue and he is not. He stated. Chapter 3837, Kindred Spirits. When VES announced his intention to lead the first contact team and spearhead the talks with the powerful kingfish, everyone around him thought he had gone mad. The reaction against his proposed role was almost uniformly negative. To them, it made no sense why a powerful and dignified clan leader had to put himself in extreme danger by venturing inside a dangerous pocket space and initiate contact in person with an intelligent alien creature that possessed the size and firepower of a warship. Perhaps letting him step forward was excusable in the early days of his career in the Larkinson clan, but that period in his life had passed a long time ago. He no longer needed to put himself in a highly vulnerable position to get things done. VES had his own considerations, though. He did not change his mind despite the immense pushback he received from the likes of Kalabast, General Viril, Commander Kosella, and even Venerable Janzi. Only a few individuals did not try to dissuade him from going ahead with this harebrained scheme. I haven't heard you say anything about my intention to talk with the kingfish. Do you disapprove as well, Nitat? His tall and stoic bodyguard remained impassive and unreadable in her massive custom combat armor. It is not my place to dictate your actions, sir. Her filtered voice said behind her closed helmet. While I do have an obligation to protect your life and will not hesitate to escort you away from high-risk zones, there must always be a balance between opposing obligations. You may not always make the safest decisions, but you always act with purpose while being aware of the risks you incur. You must bear the ultimate responsibility for your decisions. She sounded as if she had long accepted the antics that VES got up to. Her basic response was to throw up her hands and do her best to bail him out if he ended up in a predicament. VES smirked. If Lucky was here, he would probably respond in a blasé manner as well. It was too bad that the Gem Cat was currently exploring the Gate continent for valuable minerals and other hidden goodies. Once he made his decision, he needed to prepare for his upcoming assignment. Speaking to a big alien fish that had never encountered a human before or ventured into a greater galactic society was anything but a straightforward process. He spent the next few hours consulting with Kalabast and Minister Shedder and Pernis on how to develop an accord with such a powerful and bizarre creature. While they believed that the kingfish and the rest of its race were too sheltered and underdeveloped to catch on to many diplomatic traps, VES did not set out to screw over the evolvers. He vastly preferred to establish mutually beneficial agreements with other parties. Whether they were human or alien, benefits were universal and it was hard for entities to break a deal if they clearly put themselves in a worse position than before. Of course, not everyone acted in a manner that was beneficial to their interests all the time. Emotions was a major wildcard and VES could never be certain whether the kingfish was rational enough to make sober decisions. The only way that VES could know for certain was to head over to the lab continent and get in touch with the kingfish. Having interacted with many different entities, VES had honed his ability to read and understand different life forms. Whether they were exobeasts, design spirits or even weirder existences, he only needed to observe their spiritual state for an instant to get a good glimpse of their personality and emotions. Only a few entities were capable of hiding their true thoughts and emotions from him. Kalabast was highly observant and had long figured out what VES was capable of. Even without this awareness, her diva training had instilled her with drills and mantras that forcibly obfuscated her mental activity. There was no way an indigenous alien fish whale would go this far to deceive someone like VES. Diplomacy in an isolated backwater like Purgatory probably amounted to nothing more than taking breaks between attacks or something. As VES was in the process of constructing different spiritual masks that he could don in order to project different personas towards the biggest fish of the evolution kingdom, his COMM chirped as he received a high-priority call. VES. Gloriana's projection appeared in front of him. What do you think you are doing? Preparing to go on an excursion. His dearest wife looked as if she was about to explode. Preparing to dive into the jaws of a fish monster, more like. Have you put any thought about how tremendously stupid and idiotic you are for even considering this monumental reckless course of action? You are the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. Over 200,000 clansmen are looking up to you. What do you think will happen to them if you perish? VES shrugged. They'll be fine. The clan may rely heavily on me, but there are plenty of talents among us that can take over where I left off. The chief ministers are already presiding over most of the affairs of our clan to begin with. They just need to do their jobs as usual. If the fate of your clan doesn't worry you, then what about your family? What about me? I need you, VES. We are partners. We promise to support each other's work and reach the rank of Master Mech Designer together. I do not want you to ruin this golden opportunity because you made the wrong gamble at the wrong time. I told you over and over, Gloriana. I don't gamble. I take calculated risks. There's a difference. Your math when it comes to risks is so bad that you probably think it is safe to jump into a black hole. Hey, I'm not that stupid. The look she gave him was almost identical to that of Calabast a few hours ago. How come people had so little faith in his risk assessment capabilities? Gloriana turned around for a moment so that she could lift their cute little daughter in her arms. Think about our daughter, VES. She said in a softer and more pleading tone as she stroked her baby's head. Think about our unborn child that has just begun to grow in my womb. Do you want to see them grow up with only a single parent like yourself? Tell him what you think, Aurelia. Do you want to see Daddy go away forever? Their daughter teared up. Daddy, no. Stay. Ouch. Gloriana dealt a double whammy towards VES this time. Not only did she cynically exploit their baby daughter, she also referenced the void that accompanied his life when his mother died early in his childhood. Though VES didn't feel comfortable due to her latest line of attack, he recalled all of the reasons why he wanted to go on this excursion and firmed up his resolve. He took a deep breath in order to calm his mood. Neither his wife nor his tearful daughter should be allowed to sway his mind. Gloriana. Please trust me and let me go through with this. I might not look like it, but I know what I am doing. There are multiple good reasons why I need to head into purgatory. Oh? And what are your reasons? The most obvious one is that I am probably the most suitable to communicate with an unknown alien life form. I can not only overcome the language barrier, but also adjust my behavior and speech to increase the chance of forming a friendship according to my unique observation abilities. No one else can match me in this. I am already familiar with befriending all kinds of weird creatures. This should be no different. Venerable Joshua is too earnest and honorable to conduct diplomacy. VES interrupted his wife. No offense, but Joshua would be a poor negotiator. He won't be able to act according to the best interests of our clan in every situation. Gloriana did not accept this argument. Why can't you just let Venerable Joshua approach the Kingfish by himself but instruct him to follow the instructions of a team of professional diplomats? You can just whisper what you want to say to the Kingfish while staying behind in Fort Fishblood. There are at least two flaws to your argument. VES shook his head. First, creating additional chains in communication will make our talks with the Kingfish a lot more clunky. We would lose the fluency of developing a natural accord between each other. Second, if I tell Venerable Joshua to tell a clear lie or say anything that will damage the evolvers, will he be able to follow his instructions? He holds a lot of trust in you, VES. That is true, but expert pilots are highly principled soldiers. Gloriana looked deeply at him. It slowly dawned upon her that there must be more behind his latest decision. You're up to something, aren't you? What are you planning, VES? He sighed. You're right. Aside from helming the talks with the leader of the Evolution Kingdom, I am also aiming to accomplish an additional objective. In our earlier planning session, most people consider gaining access to those giant alien biolabs to be a secondary or optional objective. Isn't that the case? Not to me. VES heatedly replied. Do you know how fascinated I became when I watched the footage of the battle between the Swarmers and the Evolvers? You might view it as nothing but a mindless scrap between two groups of aliens, but I am different. To me, this fight can serve as a possible model of how a group of matured growth mechs can defeat a numerically superior standardized mech force. What? Not just Gloriana, but even their daughter looked befuddled at his answer. VES didn't care, though. He became enthralled by the passion he evoked when he saw the battle footage for the first time. Don't you see the parallels between the evolver fish and my living mechs? Those evolvers stand out from their swarmer counterparts for possessing sentience and being able to think for themselves. Each of them are clearly valued individuals in their society and earn a lot more respect than what the swarmers show towards each other. The latter care so little about individuals that they don't hesitate to pounce upon their injured brethren in order to sate their primal urges. That is just like repairing a broken mech by cannibalizing the parts of another mech. Gloriana looked completely lost by now. Despite her superior cognitive capabilities, she was unable to wrap her mind around VES' convoluted logic. The Kingfish or whoever is responsible for augmenting and mutating all of the evolver fish is a visionary, forward-thinking leader. VES spoke with genuine admiration. It takes a lot of guts and imagination to experiment on the same kind. I can feel it, Gloriana. The Kingfish and I may be kindred spirits. We are both experimenters and innovators looking to create better and stronger products. We are creators who enjoy using the means at our disposal to overcome a challenge by inventing the right solutions. This is why I need to approach the Kingfish in person and gain access to those biolabs. My design philosophy is stirring, you know. I am sensing a golden opportunity to progress my cognition of mech design and gain extremely precious inspiration that I can never encounter in normal places. My life is important, but I do not want to spend my entire life cooped up in a safe and secure ship or design lab. I am at my best when I explore new curiosities, and this is probably one of the greatest chances for me to evolve my work to a higher level. So no, I will not stay behind and let my clansmen do all of the work. I will go up there and talk face to face with the Kingfish so that we can discuss our respective passions like kindred spirits. To say that Gloriana was apoplectic was an understatement. Her body shook with repressed anger and frustration as she tried to figure out the best way to respond to VES extreme motivations. You do know that you are making way too many assumptions about the Kingfish, right? How sure are you that this juggernaut in the form of fish will sit down and enthusiastically exchange insights with you? Can you guarantee that this creature will not just open its gigantic maw so that it can swallow you whole? I'll just see how it goes. Chapter 3838, Pillars of the Clan. VES disrupted a lot of plans by inserting himself into them. Putting the patriarch of the rising and increasingly more prosperous Larkinson clan right on the proverbial front lines sounded as stupid and outdated as a king swinging a sword alongside his subjects in a pitched battle. However, there were still perks to being in charge. Despite almost everyone voicing their disapproval of his reckless act, his prestige and his control over his own organization were still considerable enough for him to push through with his own direction. The most amusing reaction he received was from his fellow journeymen. More specifically, the newest batch of journeymen to join the Larkinson clan. Delo, Sarah, Genesaw, and Tiffy all confronted him just as he was about to board the shuttle that was about to bring him to Fort Fishblood. Sir! Is it true that you are about to meet one of those scary fish whales in person? Delo asked in a perplexed tone. VES nodded. That's right. This is a critical job and I am the most qualified to fulfill it. There are nuances to talking to giant and possibly ancient alien organisms that most people don't even think about. Establishing cooperation with the Kingfish that most likely leads the Evolver King is the most critical breakthrough that we can achieve in our plan to divide and conquer the fish whales. There is no way we can successfully plunder more phase water than what most exploration fleets can find in a year if we cannot get at least one faction of fish whales on our side. Though he thought he laid out sound logic in his reply, the expressions of the four new journeymen showed that he did not do a good job in gaining their understanding. I don't understand. Sarah Foykin responded. You are a mech designer, am I correct? Ahoy. You do not have any professional diplomatic training, right? Ahoy. You cannot pilot a mech nor train to fight like a soldier. I went through boot camp when I was drafted to serve in the military of my former home state, though admittedly I did not get a lot of actual combat practice. Then why go there in person at all, sir? VES frowned. He had heard a lot of appeals, but this one felt more personal. What is the matter, guys? The four journeymen looked at each other before Tiffy answered his question. We won't do as well if you aren't around. She admitted. We all recognize that you are the critical ingredient that makes our design department work. Your work is able to elevate the designs of younger and less inexperienced journeymen like us into valued and appreciated products. Seeing how well the mech pilots of the Larkinson army has embraced our new models has made us all look forward to how we can revolutionize the mech market when we are still in the early stages of our careers. If you are gone, all of that goes up in smoke. Genesaw finished. When the second batch of journeymen joined the design department, VES purposefully instilled an atmosphere of honesty, openness, and even bluntness. Part of that was because both he and his wife had little patience for obfuscation. It was better to expose problems and failures early than to leave them hanging and cause delays in the process. Another part of it was because they would all connect their minds to each other whenever Blinky or Alexandria formed a design network. This was a process that required everyone to extend at least a decent measure of trust towards each other. Though the new journeyman should have gained a better insight of his personality and character, they evidently did not understand him well enough, or else they wouldn't be trying to dissuade him from going forward. I care about our clan. I do. That is exactly why I have to go through with this trip. This is about more than teaming up with one group of aliens to raid another group of aliens. There is a fantastic source of inspiration at the lab continent. Those biolabs and the work that the evolvers have done to grow and mutate their bodies are incredibly relevant to my design philosophy. What the fish whales lack in sophistication, they make up for it with at least 100,000 years worth of experience. As mech designers, they should all understand what it meant to find fantastic inspiration that could accelerate the development of their design philosophies. Yet despite that recognition, they still showed a lot of reluctance. Sir. Dula began. I can understand why you would want to go there, but is it really worth the risk of antagonizing and getting attacked by the Kingfish and the rest of the evolvers? We know far too little about them and cannot predict their reaction to mechs and humans. What if that big fish decides to respond to your diplomatic party in the same way it has responded to the attacking swarmas? VES smirked and banged his armored fist against his chest plate. I'm not a rookie when it comes to surviving under fire. This is why I am wearing a custom-developed suit of combat armor while you are all wearing hazard suits. In addition to that, I do not intend to approach the Evolver Kingdom while riding an ordinary armored shuttle either. I plan to ride the Everchanger as I attempt to communicate with the Kingfish. You what? Relax. It'll be perfectly fine. He tried to reassure his frazzled colleagues. There are hardly any safer places I can be in the field than inside an expert mech. The space inside the cockpit is a bit too cramped to comfortably accommodate 2 humans, but I have already designed an alternate interior that will solve this problem for the upcoming mission. To be honest, I initially thought about riding the Shield of Samar instead since it is much more capable of defending against any violent outbursts from the Kingfish, but the defensive mech is so slow that it can't outrun pursuing fish whales. That, and VES didn't exactly enjoy the best relationship with Venerable Janzi. The two may share a common goal in hoping to see the Larkinson clan thrive, but they possessed vastly different political stances on how to realize this dream. Sitting in the same cockpit as the grumpy expert pilot for hours if not days on end would probably be a form of torture for the both of them. For his sake as well as hers, VES thought it was best to ride with his favorite expert pilot instead. Although it sounded extremely odd for a mech designer to join a mech pilot in the cockpit of a mech that might end up in the thick of action, it made complete sense to VES. He truly had little confidence in any other vehicle he could ride. The limited diameter of the spatial portal did not allow for the passage of starships. Any shuttle or vehicle that was small enough to make it through the other side was too weak to withstand bombardment from a warship-grade threat. He talked a bit more with his fellow journeymen. Though he understood their concerns and did not think they were wrong in their opinions, that didn't change the fact that he felt he needed to go through with his plan. After making his stance loud and clear, he bid his fellow journeyman goodbye and resumed his journey. The mech designers left behind all looked at his back in dismay. This is what makes VES different from every other journeyman we've met. Serafoikin eventually said. He chases after every opportunity to advance his design philosophy no matter the danger. If we had his guts, we might be able to reach his level as well. We'd be dead if that happened. Her brother flatly stated. Have you studied his record and listened to what the old-timers say about his penchant for seeking trouble? Venerable Janzi especially likes to harp on how many people keep dying around the Patriarch. If not for raising such a strong mech force and if not for figuring his way out of various predicaments, he would have been dead a long time ago. More ordinary mech designers like us shouldn't follow his model. We should obediently stay in the design labs and only go out on safe excursions instead of trying to follow his footsteps. The rest nodded their heads in agreement. Genesaw Pellier was the first to turn around. It will be up to us to carry the torch if the Patriarch suffers an accident. It would be a pity if we can no longer lean on his innovations, but we can still fight for the Larkinson clan in our own way. We don't belong on the battlefield, but we are more than competent enough to fight our way into the mech market. Only we can shoulder the enormous burden of bringing in enough revenue to pay for the hefty expenditures of our clan. The Larkinsons might be upstarts in the Red Ocean, but they never did things cheaply. VES had always been able to earn enough money to fund all kinds of investments that deepened the foundation of the clan and accelerated its rise to power. Even if the clan lost its most powerful source of income, the rest of the organization was still strong enough to pick up where VES left off. Its increasing diversity, its varied capital ships and its high concentration of competent young talents meant that it was already set up to succeed in a fashion. The Larkinson clan was already one of the true reflections of its founders' emphasis on growth. As the 4 new journeymen thought about how they would have to face the future without the umbrella of the Patriarch, VES encountered one more notable individual in his path. He groaned. Not again. What is it with you guys? Even you, Kedis. Don't misunderstand me. She said as she stopped in front of VES while wearing the unending dragon mark, the first that looked just as powerful and impressive as his own combat armor. I would be the last person in the clan who would want to stop you. In fact, if not for a special circumstance, I would have accompanied you as well this time. VES raised his eyebrow. He did not look surprised when he heard she wanted to come along. They were pretty similar people in this regard. They were both mech designers who derived a lot of gains from new adventures and discoveries. Getting exposed to drastic new sights always got their creative juices flowing. Why did you decide to skip this time? The Swordmaster sighed and placed her armored palm on the abdomen area. Just like Gloriana, I have already implanted my designer baby into my womb. I'm pregnant now, VES. Even though my future son is only a small collection of cells for now, I am still afraid of exposing the embryo to the powerful fluctuations of combat. If I get injured. VES sighed and placed his hand on her shoulder plate. You have made the right choice. Being a mother is a whole new responsibility to you. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to sink your blade into in the future. I know. I am not as impatient as you. I will stay behind and hold down the fort for you. Are you confident that your attempt to befriend the Kingfish will succeed? I don't know. VES honestly admitted. We know far too little about the fish whales and the evolvers in particular. However, I think it is worth a try. The inferences and deductions that I have made based on the data that we have collected shows a lot of promises. I truly think it is worth the risk to explore this opportunity. As long as I am able to return with a harvest, everything will be worth it. I am already making strides towards advancing to senior. If I can study the model of the evolvers, I have a suspicion that I can utilize what I've learned to push our upcoming commercial mech designs to the next level. That was the goal that he had in mind when he decided to set off for the lab continent. Everything he did was for the betterment of his work. With the next design round looming closer, VES wanted to turn it into a transformative point in his career. Since Calabast had persuaded him to go big this time, he wanted to make sure his work lived up to the heightened expectations of the mech market. Chapter 3839, Instant Inspiration. Purgatory was an odd space. VES could immediately tell that he was no longer in a normal place as soon as the shuttle entered the other side of the portal. There was something different to his senses that only more sensitive people such as himself would notice. It was as if he had long lived in a realm where his body was completely aligned to a specific frequency. Now that he had entered a different space, the frequency of the new environment was a little off. The difference was relatively minute and his body and mind did not become negatively affected by this change, but it still produced a sense of discordance that was hard to describe. VES had no idea whether this would produce any negative side effects. For now, it was like a faint high-pitched tone in his ear that would never fade away but one that he could easily disregard as long as he did not concentrate on it. The altered frequency only became a detriment if he considered it a bother. He quickly set aside this odd little interaction and focused on the other changes. There wasn't much he could observe from within the armored shuttle and the projected footage of the outside environment did not do Purgatory justice. He resolutely issued a command. Halt the shuttle and open its hatch. I want to go outside and take a look in person. Though his command disrupted his itinerary, he didn't care about that at the moment. The pilot steered the shuttle to the side so that any subsequent mechs and vehicles passing through the portal did not collide with it. Once it hovered in a safe space, the hatch slid open, allowing numerous armored figures to float outside. VES took a deep look at the majestic vision above his head. Throughout the mysterious grey fog that hid the boundaries of the pocket space, he could see numerous different asteroids floating in place as they had done for many years. Naturally, these asteroids had to be fixed in place in order to remain in their exact positions without shifting the entire time. They also received other forms of protection to make sure that the fish whales or other destructive influences did not shatter them into pieces. All in all, Purgatory was indeed a remarkable pocket space. Only a peak power such as the Big Two could rival such a creation. VES already began to exhibit more awe towards the phase whale that created this large and private playground. Alien or not, to be able to wield science and power to such a grand degree was proof that the creator had reached the pinnacle in its field. Even if the phase whale was long dead and gone, Purgatory served as an enduring monument of the creature's greatness. It was a grand design that other creators like VES would feel privileged to come in touch with. He already began to gain inspiration from this sight, and this was when he had just passed through this portal. I knew it was the right choice to venture inside. For a moment, he did nothing except to keep his gaze upwards and let his imagination run free. He began to think about the formation of the pocket space. He imagined what it was like when it was still operating in its original form. He thought about the diverse kinds of tech he needed to master in order to create a similar pocket space. He visualized how the passage of time affected Purgatory's internal situation. He crafted a story around the fish whales, who originally served as test subjects for some kind of biological program but had now broken free and taken control of their own destiny. He thought about the emergence of many different native kingdoms, only for the swarmers to gain the upper hand and swallow up enough rivals so that only 4 distinctly different groups of fish whales remained. The entry of humans into Purgatory represented a new chapter of history to the native life forms of this pocket space. For the first time in millions of years, outsiders had come. The status quo that had existed for many generations was about to undergo a drastic change. Thinking about all of the gains he came to make in this pocket space caused his imagination to take a completely different turn all of a sudden. From the moment he thought about how he could apply his potential gains to his future mech designs, he began to generate the strangest idea that he had come up with for a while. What if every living mech I design comes with its own pocket space? It was an absurd thought and one that was clearly impossible to be realized. A single mech that carried a whole pocket space the size of a moon was an absolute treasure that was no less expensive than a CFA battleship. Naturally, VES did not waste any time on such an unrealistic fantasy. He instead interpreted the pocket space attached to his mechs in a more figurative sense. It is clearly impossible for me to design a mech that can match the creation of Purgatory, but what if the pocket space is an imaginary rather than a real space? It was an interesting thought experiment and had so much potential that VES seriously tried to play it out. What would he do if he could impart an illusionary pocket space to his mechs? He thought about his upcoming mech design projects and honed in on his intention to design a commercial training mech. Ever since he developed the intention to start this mech design project, he had always felt a bit dissatisfied with its concept. It was easy enough to take the Chiron design as a base and convert it into a more universal mech design. However, VES would never be satisfied with such a straightforward conversion. The potential of growth mechs was more than that, and his urge to innovate needed a greater challenge in order for him to feel fulfilled. He already lined up a few ideas to enhance the value and functionality of his commercial training mech, but none of them were groundbreaking compared to the existing functions of his Chiron design. The potential to impart an illusionary pocket space in his training mech was different. As long as he was able to accomplish this, he could shape this pocket space in any way he wanted. The application that would fit a training mech the best was to create a simulated battleground. It would function similarly to all of those virtual piloting simulators that his Larkinson mech pilots regularly used to practice their skills and build up combat experience. Of course, VES was well aware that those sophisticated simulation programs always possessed shortcomings. The first biggest shortcoming was that they did not correctly interpret the less straightforward aspects about mechs. The functioning of more esoteric exotics and the effects of various design philosophies such as his own translated poorly into simulators. The mech pilots of the Larkinson clan complained more about this fault than others. The virtual versions of the living mechs they were familiar with not only felt dull and listless, their unique characters did not grow nor persist in any way. To put it more simply, a virtual mech of his own design lost one of its greatest appeals, which was the capacity to grow and adapt to its mech pilot. Hence, the Bright Warriors, the Ferocious Piranhas, the Valkyrie Redeemers, the Transcendent Punishers and all of the other mainstays of the Larkinson clan always remained at the start of their growth period in the virtual simulators. Perhaps the mech pilots did not feel bothered by this in the beginning, but as their real living mechs slowly developed and unlocked their hidden potential, the disparity between real and virtual mechs became more and more evident. This was why the various mech legions conducted so many live practice sessions despite the hefty cost they incurred. The mech pilots simply didn't gain as much if they practiced their piloting skills in a simulated environment. The second major shortcoming of piloting simulators was their lack of real consequences. Every pilot who entered a simulator pod knew they were entering a false environment that was completely devoid from reality. Death in a simulator only meant that the pilots had to reset their false mechs so that they could try again. Perhaps the software program or the organization they belonged to might impose costs and penalties on their own, but these were only pale attempts to instill the consequences of losses into the mech pilots. No matter what, those flawed simulation programs could never instill the threat of true death to those mech pilots. Without the fear of suffering permanent consequences hanging over their heads, the mentality and attitudes of mech pilots during their simulation sessions were never as serious as they were in actual battle. This was also one of the major reasons why mech pilots during times of calm rarely broke through. It was too difficult for them to receive enough stimulation and spark a chain reaction in their hearts and minds that caused them to squeeze more potential out of them than they had ever done before. The current state of simulator programs is not good, but it isn't bad either. Simulator programs specially developed for mech pilots existed as long as the age of mechs. The underlying tech already existed for the most part. Developers did not need to add much more in order to make them suitable for mech pilots to practice their skills by piloting virtual mechs. Yet even though it was easy to develop simulations that emulated the actual piloting experience by 80% or 90%, closing the gap any further was an extremely difficult endeavor. VES did not specialize in virtual reality nor possess too much knowledge in the related fields, so he only possessed a general understanding of the challenges facing piloting simulator developers. He did know that few of them accomplished breakthroughs in the generations that followed. The simulator programs of today might be a lot more advanced and fully featured than the ones that came out a few centuries ago, but they were still largely the same in essence. That also means that the actual benefit that mech pilots can gain from them has also remained stagnant. All of the iterative improvements and additions definitely improved the piloting experience, but the fundamental problems related to imperfect modeling of reality and the lack of real consequences remained. As a mech designer, it was not his job to change this situation and improve the effectiveness of piloting simulator programs. Under ordinary circumstances, mech designers like VES had no choice but to accept that they could only go so far in representing the full charm of their mech designs in a virtual environment. Yet as VES continued to gaze at the majesty of purgatory, he began to form a different stance towards this long-standing problem in the mech industry. What if I can create a better and more realistic piloting simulation environment? He thought about how his first foray in mech design started with designing virtual variants of a then popular game called Iron Spirit. Fantastic mech pilots such as Joshua King, now Joshua Larkinson, rose to prominence due to piloting his earliest works at the time. Naturally, Joshua no longer played that silly game anymore. Iron Spirit was a game that was marketed towards citizens of third-rate states. The simulator pods were cheap and provided an inferior virtual piloting experience compared to the more high-end models owned by his clan. Yet even the second-class piloting simulator programs did not provide a fundamentally superior practice environment. It cost a huge amount of money to improve the realism of the piloting experience by a couple of percentage points. Naturally, there was only so much that money could accomplish. Mech pilots were only able to make gains in more technical aspects such as weapon handling, instrument management and other mundane aspects. More profound aspects such as polishing their willpower and testing their courage against true threats remained absent in virtual reality. This was where VES believed he could make a difference with his latest idea. What if virtual reality no longer holds the answer anymore? VES wondered as his eyes tried to roam the depths of purgatory. What if the answer lies in creating an entirely different reality? An illusionary reality? It was an idea worth exploring. Chapter 3840, A New Kind of Simulator. Trying to replace the virtual piloting simulation programs was not a trivial ambition. It amounted to nothing less than upending the entire industry and market around this product category. VES did not think he could succeed in this challenge. He only came up with this idea just now. Developing it into an actual feature and product demanded a huge amount of time and effort. It would take decades if not centuries to complete a new practice tool that could completely displace virtual reality programs as the premier choice for mech pilots. He just wanted to add another selling point to his upcoming commercial training mech design and possibly his other products as well. He might even turn it into another staple feature of living mechs, one that was explicitly geared towards helping mech pilots improve. VES first thought about the strengths and shortcomings of virtual piloting simulator programs and tried to think how his own alternative could provide a superior practice environment. He briefly turned his attention back to reality and swept his gaze across Fort Fishblood. His elevated position granted him a decent view of the recently erected base. Worker bees had converted the materials harvested from Violet Ridge on one side of the portal and the Gate Continent on the other side of the portal into additional structural reinforcement. The Larkinsons had never stopped their construction efforts. Ever since Venerable Tusa came back with recordings of powerful and highly destructive fish whales, the construction teams were tasked with strengthening the fortifications of Fort Fishblood. While they could only provide limited assistance in any battle, a bit more defense was better than nothing. Fort Fishblood turned into a larger, taller, and more complete fortification by the day. Naturally, Mech still played a starring role in the defense of this beachhead. While the Larkinsons had begun to dispatch groups of Mechs in the surrounding environment, most of them stayed behind and guarded the fort against any possible attacks from the neighboring hordes of swarmer fish. He spotted the tall and thick shield of Samar not too far away from the ancient space gate. The expert mech was dormant at the moment but could switch online at any time. Expert pilots have the greatest need for a superior practice environment. This was the biggest downside to becoming a demigod. When expert pilots reached an entirely new life phase, their piloting capabilities far surpassed their previous levels. Simulators did not become irrelevant at the expert pilot level. People like Venerable Tusa and Venerable Joshua still needed to spend a lot of time in simulators in order to polish their basic and fundamental piloting skills to greater heights. However, the inability for simulators to accurately represent the more metaphysical aspects of high-ranking mechs meant that expert pilots lacked a complete practice tool. No matter how many simulated battles they fought, they weren't able to exercise their resonance strength in the slightest. Aside from that, they weren't able to practice their resonance abilities and other advanced functions of expert mechs either. In the long run, their ability to pilot their expert mechs might actually regress because the flaws in their practice routine distorted their piloting style. VES eyes shone as he continued to observe the shield of Samar. If I can make a special illusionary simulator that can accurately simulate the full feature set of an expert mech, I can step up the practice of all of my expert pilots. This was an incredibly valuable innovation and one that might revolutionize the training pattern of high-ranking mech pilots across human space. VES quickly shook his head in order to temper his wild ambition. Based on his current capabilities, it was impossible for him to construct such a powerful and complete illusionary practice environment. Simulating the piloting experience of an ordinary mech was already challenging enough. Doing the same for a powerful expert mech that not only leveraged true resonance but also prime resonance was an extremely time-consuming endeavor. He turned his sights away from the shield of Samar. Co. He instead directed his gaze towards the more ordinary mechs utilized by his clan. Both the old and new models were special in their own way, but they were far from reaching the exaggerated power levels of his expert mechs. They were much easier for him to simulate, but that didn't mean that he could pull it off in his current state. I am at the starting line when it comes to implementing this idea. I shouldn't aim too high at the start. VES reminded himself. He cast his gaze away from his existing mechs and thought back on his upcoming mech design projects. Out of all of the ones he had in mind, the simplest mech that he could use as a platform for this feature was the commercial training mech. The more he thought about it, the more he became convinced it was the right choice to implement his new idea. Training mechs are already focused on training mech pilots to begin with, so a new illusionary piloting simulator is not that big of a surprise. Training mechs were also slower, weaker, and less complex in their external performance characteristics. They did not possess the huge amount of firepower of the transcendent Punisher nor the compound glow of the ferocious Piranha. They were merely simple practice tools that calibrated their performance at a lower level in order to accommodate the limited piloting abilities of mech cadets. The difficulty of simulating a lower-performing mech with fewer bells and whistles was much lower. This is a realistic goal. VES smiled. FR? W? N.O.M. Of course, he still had to invest a lot of time and effort in this new effort. He needed to start from scratch and conceive of an entirely new application of spiritual design that he had never developed before. Even if he put in all of that work, there was no guarantee that he would succeed. Can I even do this? Ves wondered to himself. He did not feel discouraged at this idea. While he originally drew inspiration from this idea by viewing purgatory in person for the first time, he did not intend to develop a creation as massive and profound as a real pocket space. He just wanted to construct a spirituality-based illusionary realm that could provide mech pilots a more effective way of improving their piloting capabilities. What is the point of doing this? How will my living mechs be able to provide superior training conditions than virtual piloting training programs? He thought about the living mechs that defined his work. He recalled the complaints from his mech pilots about how the virtual simulators were incapable of allowing them to grow alongside their real living mechs. If his product served as the core or carrier of the spiritual piloting simulator, then VES might be able to break this constraint. This will be a huge step forward for the mech pilots of our clan. VES also had to arrange a complete piloting simulator in spiritual form, of course. This demanded a lot of work and he wasn't sure whether the spiritual foundation of his mech design was able to carry a spiritual construct of this magnitude. In theory, it shouldn't be a big deal. The simulator program is just a large collection of programming code. I don't need to create an actual realm in an intangible form. That was way too far away for VES. He believed he would have to realize his design philosophy before he could tackle such an ambitious project. For now, VES would already be happy if he created a basic, bare-bones illusionary piloting simulator. The main requirement was that it provided a qualitatively better training environment with a much higher degree of realism than before. In this form, the simulator would already allow mech pilots to practice alongside their living mechs. Both of them would be able to gain combat experience and deepen each other's relationship towards each other. This was already a fantastic benefit of his virtual piloting simulator that could not be matched by any virtual piloting simulator. It didn't matter if his own work possessed other limitations due to their lack of maturity. He could always expand this spiritual training simulator at a later date. His upcoming training mech design would primarily serve as a test platform in order to verify whether his radical new training concept was viable. Once he created the most basic form of the spiritual piloting simulator and observed how different mech pilots interacted with them, he could derive new conclusions and design more elaborate spiritual piloting simulators for his subsequent products. I can even incorporate the growth aspect in the simulators so that it will grow grander and more elaborate over time. A newly built living mech only possessed a limited amount of strength and carrying capacity for spiritual constructs. If the living mech grew stronger over time, the simulator that was embedded into its spiritual foundation would be able to grow and become profound as well. VES might even make it so that its practice sessions became more attuned to the individual training needs of the mech pilot. Once his thought reached this point, he felt as if something in his mind had clicked. By developing a brand new spiritual piloting simulator for his commercial training mech, he finally judged that his crucial training mech design possessed enough added value to stand out in the mech market. Being able to provide a considerably more realistic practice environment is already an undeniable attraction to highly competitive mech academies. This was because the spiritual piloting simulator in his mind had the potential to offer more benefits. Greater realism combined with deeper immersion gave VES a chance to address the other major shortcoming of virtual training solutions. If his spiritual alternative was able to pull the mind of the mech pilot deep enough, the new practice environment might cause the target in question to experience the illusionary battles as actual life and death struggles. Normally, this was an incredibly difficult attainment. The best virtual reality developers had failed to come up with a simulator that could make mech pilots forget actual reality to the point where they treated their existences in the virtual environment as their real lives. Yet VES did not believe it was impossible for him to create this condition. His expertise in spiritual engineering was just good enough for him to be able to construct at least a basic form of immersive illusion. He just had to lean heavily on the mind-melding and emotional manipulation aspects of his design applications. If the glows of his mech designs were capable of making a pilot feel awe or fearful, it should be possible for VES to induce other kinds of emotions in order to raise the stakes of simulated battles. VES briefly paused when he thought about the potential dangers to this design application. Can I go too far with this? What if a mech pilot becomes so deeply immersed that they prefer to inhabit the lives of their illusionary selves? This was not a new problem. There were countless addicts that had completely fallen for the charm of virtual reality games. This problem would only grow worse with a more realistic simulation method. VES needed to implement a lot of precautions to make sure that the mind of the mech pilot became clear again after the end of a lengthy illusionary simulation session. Maybe I can reset their minds with the help of Lufa's glow. This sounded like a great combination. As VES continued to think on how to implement all of the specific aspects of his new spiritual piloting simulator, he recognized many different challenges that each needed to be solved in different ways in order to make the entire idea work. Yet no matter what questions he raised, he was always able to come up with the right answer. If he wasn't able to solve a problem in the short term, then he would definitely be able to come back to it when he became a more experienced mech designer. His passion became stoked as he became more certain about implementing this fantastic new innovation in one of his next mech design projects. It's viable. Chapter 3841, Anchor Location. It took VES quite a bit of time to pull himself away from his latest brainchild. Unlike many of his radical new ideas, this one was actually viable enough for him to implement in at least one of his upcoming mech design projects. He even had an urge to put down everything he planned to do in purgatory so that he could direct his full attention on this new idea. It took a lot of effort to control his impulses and suppress his desire to tinker with an innovative new design solution. He so badly wanted to return to his design lab at this time, but the promise of making much more lucrative gains deeper inside purgatory straightened up his thoughts. I am getting too caught up on different tangents. I need to keep my enthusiasm under control. This was not the time and place to research and develop his ideas in depth. He could do that at any time. In comparison, it was a lot harder for him to gather inspiration during ordinary times. The fleet had pretty much become home to him and it was difficult for him to get inspired by any novelties that emerged within his clan. Only a completely different location provided enough of a difference to shock him out of his comfort zone. By immersing himself in a foreign environment, his curiosity became aroused and it became easier for him to develop wild and unconventional ideas. He resumed his tour of Fort Fishblood in the hopes of gathering additional sources of inspiration. One of the most notable features of this site was the gate that was originally responsible for exposing the Golden Skull Alliance to the fish whale race in a brand new pocket space. He descended to the ground of the gate continent and noted its low gravity. In truth, the gravity of the asteroid was heavier than expected. Either something funny was going on or a dense metal core was buried in the center of the landmass. VES approached the team of scientists studying the various elements of the large space gate. Welcome to Fort Fishblood, Patriarch. Have you come to take a look at the gate? Yes. VES said as he stared at the large ring-like construction that was made out of a bone material. How much progress have you made in deciphering this alien device? The figure wearing a hazard suit slumped a bit. We have not been able to touch its essence, let alone derive any useful gains from our studies. We have spent much of the past few days on exchanging knowledge and bringing each other up to speed on our respective fields of expertise. Even so, our tools and our familiarity with phase whale technology are so inadequate that we do not anticipate making any substantial progress in our studies. The more we examine this alien construct, the more we recognize how out of depth we are. It is both awe-inspiring and discouraging to recognize that the phase whale race has reached this level of biotechnology while the ancestors of humanity were still flinging POO at each other. That was a rather discouraging realization. When VES glanced at the other scientists, he recognized that their moods were a little low. This was despite gaining the opportunity to study an amazing alien space gate. We will get better. VES reassured the team leader. Our clan has grown a lot in the past few years. If we keep up our growth trajectory, we will transition into first raters eventually. Once we reach this point, we can master all kinds of profound sciences and gain access to much more amazing high technology. Cracking the secrets of this space gate shouldn't be impossible by that time. The scientist slowly nodded. I understand, sir. We will readjust ourselves as much as we can. We still want to come away from this with at least a basic understanding of how this space gate works, though. VES turned and studied the gate in greater detail. It was constantly active and the shimmering spatial portal still allowed mechs and vehicles to move to vastly different spaces in the blink of an eye. How is it powered? W? OV? CO? We are unable to determine this, sir. We have yet to detect an internal power source. In fact, even if it comes with one, the chances are great that the passage of time has eroded its functioning. As far as we can guess, for this space gate to expend so much energy to keep the current spatial portal active all of the time, it has to receive power from an external source. You mean the blue supergiant star? Right, sir. Logically speaking, the phase whale that has created this pocket space must have chosen to anchor it in the Garamel system for a reason. The phase whale's decision to anchor it so close to the massive star is probably due to several reasons. Oh? What have you guessed? The most obvious reason to base the pocket space so closely to the star is to set it up to siphon the vast amount of radiation passing through its location. Not only that, the star also released remarkable materials including heavy metal exotics that are rare or unheard of elsewhere. One of the theories that we have developed is that the pocket space's primary purpose is to act as a net that captures a portion of the rare exotics that the blue supergiant star ejects in the form of solar wind on a regular basis. The team leader wasn't able to provide any hard proof to back up his assertions. Despite this flaw, VES was quite taken by the logic of these arguments. Plenty of people wondered why a phase whale or a cannibalistic version of one would bother to invest a huge amount of time and resources to form a pocket space in such a hot and difficult star system. Given how other observations revealed that the pocket space seemed to have generated a lot of phase water and other valuable resources over the years might explain why it was located in the Garamel system. Nothing came for free. Phase water was an extremely precious resource and was virtually absent in the Milky Way. If the phase whale race managed to create or capture a renewable source of phase water, then feeding it with energy and materials was probably a crucial step to generating additional quantities of this valuable substance. VES slowly nodded. Your theories make sense. They're likely true. I think there may be an additional reason why the alien creator chose this site to create a pocket space. The observations that we have made have shown that the pocket space is anchored in a close orbit to the powerful star. Despite this close proximity, the alien creator has applied a filter that blocks out the vast majority of heat, light and other energy rays from cooking the interior of the pocket space. Don't you think that this is contradictory? The phase whale had to invest a lot of time and resources to keep purgatory cool enough to generate liquid phase water and allow for life forms such as the fish whales to survive without excessive adaptations. The scientists employed by the Larkinson clan weren't stupid by any means. The man in front of VES only viewed purgatory from a specific perspective. VES developed a different view of the phase whale enclave. His paranoia and his sense of caution had led him to develop another theory. Are you suggesting that the creator of this pocket space was trying to hide it, sir? Yup. At this range from the star, the immense amount of energy radiating from the blue supergiant will practically blind any sensor or scanner pointed in this direction. It is actually a simple but incredibly effective way of hiding a pocket space. Only close examinations might reveal something unusual, but that requires an extreme amount of effort, persistence, and technology. It's basically impossible for others to find the coordinates of the pocket space. Combined with the other benefits that you have mentioned, the creator succeeded in killing multiple birds with a single stone. This story didn't entirely add up, though. VES did not mention the strange circumstance on one of the moons orbiting Garamel 2. Why go through such enormous lengths to hide purgatory from intensive search efforts only to plant an easy backdoor in a more accessible location? VES found it difficult to figure out how this circumstance came about. Had the creator of the pocket space gone crazy? Had another phase whale come along and set up a prank? Had a brilliant fish whale succeeded in escaping from purgatory by activating an unknown function of the space gate? The strange circumstances surrounding the resonating exotics and the existence of the royal tomb signified that the Larkinsons still possessed an incomplete understanding of this situation. VES and the scientist talked a bit more about the space gate. One of the more interesting topics they discussed was the organic nature of the construct. We are unable to scan and examine the structure of the space gate as a whole, but what we did manage to study conforms to what humanity has learned about phase whale technology. The structural elements that we have taken a look at are made out of organic materials. More specifically, they are made out of a mixture of purpose-grown organic components combined with bones and other biomatter that are evidently harvested from naturally grown creatures. The former sounded fairly normal, but the latter was a little bit weird. Phase whales possessed such an extensive mastery of biotechnology that they could grow the biomaterials they required at high degrees of consistency. Resorting to bone and flesh from other creatures was inherently flawed because they were so varied and inconsistent that they made for flawed construction material. Do you have an example of a naturally grown component? VES asked. The scientist gestured at the bony ring that gave the space gate its defining shape. The most obvious example is the ring structure. After an extensive analysis, we have determined that the exterior and much of its interior consists of natural bones grown from an actual phase whale. That caused VES to perk up. Really? I thought the builder of this device would have resorted to using another source. This is interesting. How solid is the gate? How much damage can it withstand? The gate is nearly indestructible. The man answered. At the very least, anything we throw at it is unlikely to work. Not only are the materials of this ring structure reinforced to a degree of hardness that is far in excess of their normal states, but if we push too hard, an energy field appears that adds an extra layer of protection. Is it the same sort of energy field that is protecting and preserving the giant phase whale skeleton in the royal tomb? Correct. That was an interesting fact. This commonality proved that there was a definite relationship between purgatory and the royal tomb. After a bit of discussion, VES learned that it was hopeless to damage, dismantle, or displace the gate. Whoever built it implemented so many safety features and precautions that pretty much every manner of tampering had been taken into account. At least we don't have to worry about the fish whales destroying our only exit route that can lead us back to our main reality. VES quipped. Before he left the ancient space gate, he tried to examine it with his spiritual senses. This was actually one of the other main reasons why he wanted to enter purgatory. With his life domain and his affinity towards organic products, he hoped that he could sense the touch of its creator or stumble upon a spiritual remnant of the source of the bone material. Damn. Unfortunately, VES did not detect any significant traces of life in the space gate. Whether it was because it was made in a different way or because it had remained dormant for too many years, the powerful and highly advanced biotechnological construct came across as a dried and empty fossil to his senses. Oh well. Chapter 3842, Taking Advantage of Alien Technology. The ancient space gate was a marvel of phase whale technology. Even though VES and the other researchers failed to learn anything solid by examining the construct, it was already beneficial for them to open their eyes to the wonders of the cosmos. Humans rarely come in touch with alien technology nowadays. A lifer biotech expert said as he glanced admiringly at the impressive gate. I think that is a shame, because we have much to learn from races that have developed their tech in radically different directions than our own. Many aliens don't think like us. I won't say anything about how much of a danger they pose to humanity, but if we can sit down in the same room and conduct a technological exchange with each other, I bet that we can push our mastery of biotechnology to the same heights as conventional technology. That was a controversial argument to make. Plenty of people looked askance at the bioresearcher. The aliens are our enemies, you know. I doubt that other humans will approve of trading our technology for theirs. I am not suggesting anything like that. We can just conquer their star systems and claim their tech for ourselves. The bioresearcher quickly said. I think that invading the Red Ocean has been one of the best decisions that humanity has made. Just look at what other races have accomplished in this dwarf galaxy. We have become exposed to so many new possibilities that I intend to start a brand new research project once I get back to the Dragon's Den. The thoughtful expressions on the faces of the other members of the research teams showed that he was hardly the only one to think this way. Although the organic space gate stubbornly protected its secrets, just getting in touch with it stimulated a lot of people's imagination. Just seeing what other races had accomplished on the technological front was an eye-opening experience. Back in the Life Research Association, much of the progress that we have made in advancing the state of biotechnology has stalled. Even though we were constantly able to come out with better inventions and applications, much of that progress was achieved by relying on better materials that have come out in recent years. The fundamental tech we have relied upon to develop our bioproducts hasn't evolved that much throughout different generations. I think the reason why we haven't made that much progress is because we were insulating ourselves too much. This exploration run had provided them all with more gains and more eye-opening insights in a couple of days than they had obtained in decades. VES was no exception either. Though he had gained even less from studying the space gate than others because of lacking the right expertise, his imagination still grew wild as he continually entertained new thoughts. However, he knew that he shouldn't get too obsessed about alien ingenuity. He was strongly aware of how the Big Two regarded those who got too obsessed with pursuing alien technology over human technology. I agree with you. VES stated. Getting in touch with advanced alien technology developed according to different paradigms and understanding of reality can inspire us to develop entirely new applications. We can also quickly upgrade our capabilities by adapting alien tech outright. That said, our civilization rose up because we were smart enough to internalize the lessons we have learned from other races. Only the technology that we understand and master ourselves is truly worth relying upon. We should all be careful and avoid fetishizing alien inventions too much. Of course, no one told him that the Larkinsons should stop making so much use of luminar crystal technology. The power of this tech when adapted to second-class combat was too good. While there were other forms of human tech that could deliver even greater combat power in the second-class arena, the problem was that they were often exclusive and not easily accessible in the public domain. The Larkinson clan was hardly the only organization that conducted private research and developed specialty products. Each power player eventually built up an accumulation of specialties that they relied upon to do business or secure alliances with other strong players. If possible, VES wanted to understand or master the ancient space gate, but it seemed that this was not in the cards. Even his personal intervention didn't make a difference in the face of an organic device that was far too ancient and far too advanced for him to grasp. A pity. VES no longer wasted any time on the gate and spent the rest of the day exploring other sites. He not only surveyed the terrain around Fort Fishblood, but also took a close look at the remains of various fish whale subspecies. He did not really gain any inspiration or other harvests from studying the corpses. The grunt fishes and sergeant fishes were too different and not that special to the Larkinson Biotech Institute. The only fish that possessed greater research value was the so-called assassin fish. These red fish whales were not only larger and stronger than the other fish whales, but were also capable of performing instant short-range teleportation. Naturally, VES wanted to get to the bottom of this phenomenon. The body and mass of an assassin fish was roughly equivalent to that of a medium mech. If he and his research team could figure out the science behind this wonderful teleportation ability, he could make good use of all of the phase water that his clan had already harvested and what it stood to gain from raiding the lake continent. Every assassin fish corpse was an incredibly valuable treasure to the Larkinson Biotech Institute. Though the expeditionary forces had already transferred a lot of red fish whale bodies to the Dragon's Den, a few of them remained on this side of the portal in order to study whether the environment affected them differently. When he entered one of the hastily erected biolabs, his attention immediately drew towards the giant red bodies that were put into special chambers. The state of the two bodies were quite poor. Both of them had clearly received the tender mercies of the second sword mechs of the Sword Maidens. Large cuts and gashes marked their bodies and caused them to look as if they had a bad encounter with a serial killer. Still, despite the damaged state of their bodies, they weren't mangled and brutalized beyond recognition. There was enough intact biomatter left for the biotech researchers to learn plenty of details on how their bodies worked. VES approached the nearest supervisor and quizzed her about what they had learned. The female biotech expert looked enthused. The specimens are fascinating examples of targeted breeding and evolution. We do not exactly know to what extent their genes have been tinkered with, but they did not develop their short-range teleportation ability through natural selection. However, the earliest iterations of the assassin fish were probably weaker and cruder than the ones you see in front of you. It is only through the passage of time that stronger and more fitter red fish whales emerged. Through constant and targeted pressure, they have grown to a state where their efficiency, power, and growth rate has approached the optimal level for your biological parameters. In other words, the creator of this subspecies started off a long time ago with developing assassin fish version 1.0 before calling it day. Then something happened that left purgatory unattended. This presumably allowed the swarm kingdom to rise and to implement several measures that caused the red fish whales to experience a lot of challenges. The weakest among them died, but the stronger and more adaptable ones survived. While it was hard to guarantee that the next generation of assassin fish became stronger, through repeated cycles an upward trend slowly came about. After millions of years, the red fish whales were incomparably more effective in battle than before. This was both good and bad news to VES and his men. CO. The upside was that a more efficient and optimized assassin fish physiology meant that the creature functioned like a well-designed mech. The biological systems responsible for accomplishing teleportation must have undergone a lot of improvement. The downside was that stronger assassin fishes also posed a greater threat against the expeditionary forces. Their ability to appear in the midst of vulnerable mech formations and deal instant damage was too hard to guard against. The only way to stop them from smashing vulnerable mechs was to take them out from a distance, which wasn't always easy when there were lots of grunt fishes in the way. As VES continued to quiz the supervisor on what the scientists figured out about the assassin fish, he soon made an important request. You told me that the red fish whales activate their short-range teleportation ability by stimulating a special organ, is that right? Can you take me to one and show me it in person? I can do that. We have already harvested one and placed it in another lab. Follow me, please. They moved over to a separate biolab that was considerably more well-equipped than before. It was clear that the rest of the red fish whale body didn't merit as much attention as this specialized teleportation organ. At first glance, the red sack of meat did not look all that special. VES wouldn't be able to distinguish it from the many other organs buried within the bodies of the fish whales. However, the scanners detected clear concentrations of phase water inside this crucial biomass. This was undeniable proof that it was related to the signature ability of the assassin fish subspecies. Have you learned how it works? No, sir. Our progress in understanding its principles has been slow. The supervisor shook her head. This is a fascinating product of biotechnology and contains many elegant and profound implementations that are equivalent to applications of high technology. In order to understand and replicate this blinking organ, we must slowly study and experiment on numerous samples in order to learn its many secrets on a sequential basis. It will take decades for this research project to bear fruit based on our current capabilities. This was better than VES expected. Unlike the ancient space gate, the blinking organ was a more accessible form of biotechnology. I will approve of this research project. He quickly said. No matter how long it takes, we must master this application of phase waters so that we can gain additional advantage on the battlefield. This is a perfect tool for both assault-oriented and assassin-oriented mechs. He was sure that the Big Two and a few other powerful players had managed to figure out how to perform instant teleportation by leveraging phase water. However, it was unlikely that they were willing to share this trump card to others. The time it took to yield results was a bit long, though. Even though he believed that the Larkinson Biotech Institute would constantly improve its manpower and research capabilities as the clan continued to grow, that still meant that it would take a decade or so for VES to design his first blinking mech. VES directed a speculative look at the harvested organ. What if he didn't have to wait so long to impart a short-range teleportation ability in his mechs? What if he was able to transplant these whole and presumably functional organs in a mech of his own design? His eyes lit up. This was a viable idea. It was just like reusing the parts of one mech to enhance another mech. Although the idea of empowering his mechs by stuffing them with the fleshy remains of dead fish whales sounded gross, who cared as long as it worked? Can this organ work even if it is separated from an assassin fish body? VES excitedly asked. Are we able to leverage its ability if we find a way to transplant it in a mech or another vehicle? We do not know enough about its mechanisms to give you a positive answer. The supervisor cautiously replied. The blinking organ is calibrated to teleport fish whales. If I have to make a judgment, it is theoretically possible to make it work in either a biomech or a cyborg mech as long as we can decipher and alter its bioprogramming. It won't even take that long since we have plenty of samples to study and experiment upon. It was possible. Chapter 3843, Blinking Organ. VES talked extensively to the research supervisor about the potential of implanting the red fish whale's important blinking organs in his mechs. It was not far from easy to accomplish this feat. VES and his staff had to solve at least two different problems. First, the blinking organs were designed and attuned to the bodies of red fish whales. Randomly transplanting them in other machines would go as poorly as putting the shield of Samar's shield generator inside the frame of a rigid wall mech. In order to make them work with entirely different shells, the Larkinson biotech experts needed to apply many different processes onto the organs. It took a lot of research and effort to figure out the right way to transform the alien organs into a more usable form. Only this way would they become compatible with human mechs. The second challenge was to design a mech around these organs. Converting them into usable organic modules was not enough. The mech had to implement special accommodations in order to integrate this weird and demanding organ. VES thought about what it would take to design a suitable mech. He first took a look at the size of the blinking organ. As a key element of the assassin fish subspecies, the organ was not small. It was a lot larger and heavier than a human body. However, the body of a red fish whale was no bigger than a mech. Most of its organs were no larger than the parts of a mech. The blinking organ was roughly the size of a typical mech-grade shield generator. This meant that it would take a lot of effort and compromises to integrate it on the frame of a light mech. Given how much light mechs need to make the most out of their limited capacities, VES didn't think it was worthwhile to allocate a precious strategic resource to machines with limited combat power. Medium mechs were much more suitable. They were inherently more powerful. A medium melee mech such as the new second sword model could become twice or thrice as deadly in battle if they gained the ability to blink behind the defensive lines of enemy mechs and wreak havoc on the enemy's rear. As for heavy mechs, on one hand, they had plenty of internal capacity to accommodate a blinking organ. Assuming the organ was powerful enough to teleport a machine of this size and mass, such a powerhouse could deal a lot of damage if it was able to overcome its mobility disadvantage and show up in an extremely favorable position. On the other hand, heavy mechs possessed far too many limitations when employed in an offensive capacity. Just the amount of time it took for them to even get close enough to an enemy position to perform an effective blinking maneuver was too long. There were good reasons why most heavy mechs tended to be artillery mechs and night mechs. These were mech types that didn't necessarily have to move a lot in order to play a useful role on the battlefield. VES turned his thoughts back to medium mechs. When he tried to imagine what kind of mech could make the best use of this blinking capability, he couldn't help but consider the Sword Maidens. Out of all of the mech legions in the Larkinson clan, the Sword Maidens were the most oriented to melee offensive combat. Their training, culture, and mech doctrines all emphasized attack and nothing else. While this left obvious shortcomings in their ability to respond to different situations, they were absolutely lethal when they fought under favorable circumstances. However, VES knew quite well that the moments where the Sword Maidens could attack unscrupulously without worrying about getting attacked in return were quite minor. Unlike the avatars of myth, the Sword Maidens weren't suitable in meeting toughness with toughness. The former had no qualms about attacking defensive mech formations up front. The latter vastly preferred to assail enemy formation from the flanks. Depending on the battlefield, it was quite tricky for Sword Maiden mech units to outmaneuver their enemy counterparts and hit them from the sides or rear. If the opponent possessed enough numbers, it could simply dispatch mechs to block and stall the Sword Maiden mechs. In this situation, the Sword Maiden units faced a difficult dilemma. They could either risk incurring lots of losses by attacking enemy mechs up front or continue to procrastinate and maintain their distance. All of that could be changed if the Sword Maiden mechs possessed a third option. VES envisioned an elite group of Sword Maiden mechs. These powerful crack troops were larger, more powerful, and more expensive swordsman mechs than the recent second sword mechs. W. O.V. CO. When the elite Sword Maiden mechs approached a hardy mech formation and stopped a short distance away, they only paused long enough for their blinking organs to charge its ability and calculate their displacement. Once their blinking organs completed their preparations, the swordsman mechs all disappeared from sight, only to appear right behind the enemy mech formation, where they subsequently chopped dozens of mechs apart in quick succession. When the enemy machines finally reacted by turning around, the elite Sword Maiden mechs blinked a second time and returned to their original positions. At that time, the teleport mechs could opt to attack the disarrayed enemy unit once again or retreat in order to wait for a better opportunity. This was one of the most promising uses of the newly discovered blinking organ. What about integrating them in expert mechs? The ability to teleport could be a game changer in high-end mech combat. In duels between expert mechs, the ability to appear at a different spot and attack an enemy expert mech at a vulnerable angle with minimal delay could instantly spell the defeat of powerful enemies. The blinking organ could also serve as a lifesaver. Key expert mechs like the Minerva would always be a priority target to intelligent opponents. If an enemy expert mech expended a lot of effort into getting close, the ability to blink away before a fatal attack was able to take effect could save Commander Casella's life one day. While VES believed that every expert mech in the Larkinson army's lineup could benefit from incorporating usable blinking organs, the problem was that none of them were designed with this feature in mind. Their internal architectures were stuffed with other high-end components. Each of them were so intricately designed that moving them aside and pulling out a few unneeded parts would drastically decrease the combat effectiveness of the powerful machines. Was it worth it to lower the effective performance of his expert mechs by as much as 30% just so that they could gain a short-range teleportation ability? No. The basic performance parameters of his expert mechs was the basis of their power. If they lost too much combat strength, then they wouldn't be able to obtain victory against tough opponents even if they gained a teleportation gimmick. However, who says that the blinking organs need to be integrated inside a mech? The alternative to integrating them deep inside the protective frame of a mech was to mount them onto the exterior. Backpack modules were made for this. While the ones designed for spaceborne mechs were smaller and more limited due to the presence of flight systems, the blinking organs were still manageable enough to be mounted on the rear. The Larkinsons just needed to research and develop a way to convert a blinking organ into a functional backpack module. The blinking organ will be more vulnerable as a consequence, but the benefits are worth the trade-offs. As long as VES and the Larkinson researchers were able to develop this new organic or cybernetic module, it would be a lot easier to mount them on the backs of specific mechs. The Larkinsons could keep them in storage when it wasn't necessary to make use of them and only bring the backpack modules out when they were about to fight a crucial battle. While all of this sounded nice, VES also acknowledged that this plan possessed several flaws. The element of surprise played a huge role in the effectiveness of the blink-capable mechs. Just like how the Expeditionary Forces had adjusted its combat approach after learning about the capabilities of the redfish whales, other opponents could make their own adjustments to minimize their vulnerability against teleportation strikes. VES also worried about the cost of activating a blinking organ. How many times can an assassin fish utilize its blinking organ in battle? He asked. An ordinary redfish whale can only blink twice per engagement, sir. The supervisor answered. Activating it once will cause it to endure a great amount of stress. Activating it twice will wear it out to the point that it requires at least an entire day of rest as well as plentiful nutrition before it can be utilized again. Each activation will consume a large amount of energy. The only upside is that the process is relatively efficient. The organ will not generate too much while it is performing its main function. The burden of using it is one of the reasons why the body of an assassin fish is relatively large and robust. I see. These were severe constraints that essentially ended his dreams of designing a specialized melee mech that could blink around a dozen times on the battlefield. The Larkinson mechs that carried this module could only utilize their blinking ability during critical times. Being able to teleport just twice was too much of a constraint. The only way to break these limitations was to crack the principles behind the blinking organ and develop a better teleportation module. Suffice to say, this could not be done in an instant. How durable are these organs? VES asked. They are tougher than they look, Patriarch. Don't let their appearance fool you. As the key organs of the redfish whales, they were designed to withstand the rigors of battle. Millions of years of targeted evolution has caused them to become tougher and even more robust. That is good news. If they ever become damaged or broken, can they be repaired so that we can utilize them once again? The supervisor didn't know the answer to that. She needed to consult her fellow scientists before she could give an answer. We have not researched this topic in depth, but based on our preliminary findings, the blinking organs possess inherent self-repair capabilities. They can heal from battle damage by themselves as long as they are supplied with sufficient quantities of energy, nutrients, and possibly phase water. However, we do not have much confidence in reviving them if they are destroyed. At that point, it is doubtful whether we can salvage what is left and grow a new blinking organ. Until we are able to reverse engineer this organic tech, we have no choice but to source them from living assassin fish. This was a major limitation. The inability for the Larkinson clan to produce these crucial blinking organs by itself meant that there was only a finite amount of them available. Once they were being put to use, the quantity of blinking organs would slowly drop as one battle after another wrecked a few of them at a time. The only way to prevent this was to figure out a way to obtain a continuous supply of fresh blinking organs. Is there truly no way of artificially producing the blinking organs on the Dragon's Den? No. As I have already mentioned, we do not have that capability. We can only take them from the assassin fish, and they are only available in this pocket space. Before you ask, we have already considered the possibility of capturing live specimens in the hopes that we can breed them aboard the Dragon's Den, but this is a hopeless endeavor. Why so? The red fish whales do not reproduce in a conventional manner. They emerge after a white fish whale has ingested enough nutrients and grown to the point where they can metamorphose into a new red fish whale. Even then, the chance that a grunt fish can successfully complete this evolution is low. VES grimaced. In other words, we need to sustain a huge population of white fish whales in order to birth a continuous supply of red fish whales. There wasn't enough space in the Larkinson fleet to accommodate so many violent and hostile life forms. The only viable way to secure a constant and renewable supply of blinking organs was to capture or gain control over the entrance of Purgatory. This way, the Larkinsons could treat Purgatory as a giant farm for rare and valuable fish whales. They would come in every time they needed to harvest another batch of phase water, blinking organs, and other rare or unique resources. Chapter 3844, Revisiting the Everchanger. VES was disappointed that he could not make widespread use of blinking organs. Unless he dispatched his troops to slaughter the nearby swarmer hordes en masse, it was hard to gather more than a couple of dozen blinking organs that the expeditionary forces had already gathered up until this point. Although VES was tempted to order his troops to launch an all-out hunt on the assassin fish, the chances were too great that slaughtering hundreds of thousands of swarmer fish whales might alarm the guiding intelligence of the swarm kingdom. After the exobiologists had studied the fish whales in many different ways, they developed numerous theories and insights regarding the most formidable and most numerous threat in purgatory. Since there were millions of swarmas, the loss of thousands or tens of thousands of fish whales didn't change the overall situation. There was no reason to pay attention to the deaths or disappearance of a few hordes. A lot of fish whales already died each day due to cannibalization. The possible queen of the swarm kingdom also sent several hordes towards the other fish whale kingdoms on a regular basis in order to consume their strength. The point was that losses at this level were trivial to the swarm kingdom, but that would no longer be the case if they became 10 times as much. If the total presence of fish whales on the Gate continent dropped by 10% or more, then that would definitely affect the overall situation of the landmass. There was no way the swarmers would remain ignorant at that point. Otherwise, it would have been easy for the other three kingdoms to exploit this shortcoming and weaken the swarm kingdom over time. In short, there was a limit to how many blinking organs the expeditionary forces could obtain by harvesting them from assassin fish bodies. The best way to produce blinking organs aside from reserve engineering them was to set up a sustainable farm. Unfortunately, this plan was completely impractical due to the special way they emerged. The weak and most common white fish whale served as the embryonic base of every elite fish whale. The chances that any of them might be able to break through their base forms and reach an entirely new height was low. Not even eating a lot of fish whale flesh and participating in a lot of fights could guarantee their advancement. Yet once they succeeded, they became a completely different fish whale. The grunt fish should have been called the pondfish instead. As long as they are able to reach the other side of the chessboard, they can advance into any other chess piece. There was no practical way to domesticate a lot of white fish whales and hope that a few of them might evolve into red fish whales one day. The dragon's den simply couldn't hold that many fish whales. Even if she could, the fish whales were violent, unruly, and difficult to suppress. There were many other barriers to breeding the swarmer fish whales outside of purgatory. One of the key elements that was missing was the method to breed the white fish whales. No one figured out how they were born in large numbers. The exobiologists speculated that the swarm kingdom set up spawning pools where juveniles quickly emerged and grew en masse. If these special pools existed, then they must certainly be key protection targets. The moment a mech force attempted to fight its way to a spawning pool, the swarm kingdom would definitely take notice of the human intruders. In the end, the only way to continuously breed assassin fishes and harvest their blinking organs on a sustainable basis was to gain control over purgatory. It would be great if he could conquer or at least gain permanent access to this wondrous pocket space. This way, his mechs could continuously enter and harvest all of the resources generated from within. His eyes almost grew red as he thought of all of the gains he could make if he turned purgatory into his private farm. From phase water to obtaining all kinds of strong and wondrous organisms, this phase whale enclave was a true paradise. He sighed. It's too bad I won't be able to keep it. There's no way I can claim this pocket space. The Mech Trade Association was still looming over his shoulder. The Meshers had already shown how much they valued the giant phase whale skeleton. When faced with a larger pocket space that contained lots of phase water and other ancient phase whale arrangements, the greedy Meshers would definitely lay claim to his discovery. VES would only be able to obtain a few crumbs that he could gather through his own efforts. No matter how many blinking organs or phase water he obtained, harvesting them once was incomparable to harvesting them year and year. The MTA was the ultimate winner of this excursion no matter what he did. A ship was already on the way in order to assume ownership of the recent discoveries. Once the vessel arrived, VES could already predict that there was no opportunity for the Golden Skull Alliance to make any further gains in the Garamel system. This meant that the expeditionary forces were on a time limit. They needed to fulfill their goals as much as possible in the following week. Once VES recalled the time pressure that he was facing, he no longer spent as much time on studying the various dead fish whale corpses and headed over to one of the workshops in Fort Fishblood. As he entered the space, he could already spot the Everchanger resting quietly in the middle. The expert mech was waiting to be modified. Venerable Joshua was resting not too far away from the dormant expert mech. The talented expert pilot immediately perked up once VES and his bodyguards came over. Sir! You are finally here. I have been waiting for your arrival. Joshua! VES waved at the familiar expert pilot. Are you concerned about the changes that I am planning to make to your battle partner? No. Well, I'm not worried about what you will do to the Everchanger. You designed it in the first place, and you also turned it into a masterwork. I'm just concerned about piloting my mech with you inside my cockpit. No offense, sir, but is it truly a good idea to allow a mech designer like yourself to ride alongside me while I pilot my mech? VES smiled. It's not unheard of for mech designers to do so, although it is an extremely rare occurrence for expert mechs. The cockpit of the Everchanger is a bit roomy for a single person, so it isn't difficult to modify its interior so that the both of us can sit in the same space. You will just have to get used to less room. I do not care about the lack of room. I can handle this hardship. What I am truly wondering about is whether I will be able to resonate with the Everchanger as effectively as always. Having you around might not do me any favors. It will be harder for me to focus on the battle and defeat the enemies in the way if I constantly have to worry about your safety. VES dismissively waved his armored hand. Don't restrain your piloting due to my presence in the cockpit. As you can see from combat armor, I am not as fragile as you think. We're not heading out in order to pick a fight, but if any of the fish whales think they can take us down, don't hold back. It was clear that words were not enough. Venerable Joshua was not a weak expert pilot, but he did not wish to bear the responsibility of carrying the patriarch of the Larkinson clan into danger. Practically no mech designer would take the initiative to venture deep into a treacherous region. While the Evolver Kingdom might not necessarily turn hostile towards the humans, the possibility of getting attacked by the powerful kingfish and the other Evolver fish was not low. If an incident ever broke out, Venerable Joshua would constantly get distracted by the burden of protecting the patriarch. This was such a heavy burden that he might not be able to enter into the right mind state. This was crucially important to expert pilots like Joshua. Much of their strength was derived from their extraordinary willpower, which in turn was based on their thoughts and emotions. It was a lot easier for expert pilots to leverage their full strength if there were no distractions. This was one of the reasons why expert pilots such as Venerable Stark and Venerable Janzi progressed the fastest. Venerable Joshua possessed a more messy mind, so he found it a bit more difficult to fight in his best state. VES did not waste any further time on words. He figured that the only way to convince the expert pilot that everything would be fine was to apply the modifications and proceed with the mission. He studied the Everchanger's current state for a moment before pulling up the altered design. He had already worked on altering the cockpit and performing numerous other tweaks. Since he was about to entrust his life to his own work, he might as well put in additional effort and optimize the expert mech's configuration for the upcoming mission. Modifying an expert mech was never an easy task. The challenge was especially considerable when working on a masterwork mech. Still, this was not an issue for VES. He was the lead designer of the Everchanger and also possessed a high affinity for mechs. He was so attuned to the expert hero mech that he could probably go freestyle and make spontaneous changes without making it any weaker. It wasn't necessary to go this far. VES strictly abided by his plan and completed the necessary changes in the span of a couple of hours. He enjoyed this little moment. Revisiting his completed works held additional meaning to him because all of his products were alive. They started out as newborns and steadily grew into more formidable living mechs when used for their intended purpose. This was especially the case for a masterwork that was paired with an expert pilot. The growth conditions of the Everchanger were so superior that VES found it fascinating to check up on the Everchanger's current state. You've taken after your pilot, Everchanger. VES said towards the expert mech as he was putting the final touches to the alterations in the cockpit. It's no surprise, really. You are exposed to Venerable Joshua practically every day. He is by far the pilot you are most familiar with. Who knows what you would have looked like if you were paired with any other expert pilot. Joshua is the only pilot that I will serve. That is what you have made me for, Creator. VES twitched a smile. I am glad to hear your dedication. Anyway, you have already existed for a while now. While you are still at the start of your product life cycle, you have already gone through a lot of experiences. During these times, I am sure that you have encountered moments where you wish you were stronger or weren't lacking a feature. Do you have any special requests that you want me to look into? I can't promise you that I will address all of your complaints, but I am curious to hear what you think should be improved. A few seconds of silence passed before his living mentally gave its reply. Now that you are bringing this up, I do have a lot of problems that needs to be fixed. Just because I am a masterwork mech doesn't mean I have reached my ideal state. First, my mech's variable coatings. Just like how you humans like to wear different clothes, I would like to enter battle with a different appearance. Second, I need a way to communicate with humans in a more normal manner. You need to give me access to the speakers and other electronic communication channels so that I can speak with audible words. Third, living mechs like myself spend a lot of time doing nothing when we are inactive and stuck in our berths. You need to give us access to the galactic net so that we can browse for information and play games with each other. Fourth, I am lacking a shield that can help me perform a defensive function when it is necessary. This is a major gap in my capabilities that limits my adaptability. Fifth. Chapter 3845, Mech Needs. What was it like for an artist to have his own painting complain about its flaws? What was it like for a musician to have one of his own songs describe the discordant elements in the notes? What was it like for a shipwright to have his own ship come to life and threaten to crash into a city unless her vibration problem was fixed? VES felt as if he had been put into the shoes of those fellows as the Everchanger seemed to pour out all of its grievances, pet peeves and other miscellaneous complaints. There were so many points the Everchanger was dissatisfied with that VES couldn't keep up with all of the issues. He had to use his implant to record all of the different issues that his creation had brought up in order to keep track of it all. The mech apparently did not forget its problems easily because it kept going. Though the sheer amount of complaints was overwhelming, VES tried his best to keep his cool and evaluate each point the Everchanger brought up on its merits. The majority of complaints were fairly minor or trivial issues that hardly affected its performance in battle. Examples included changing the shades of the floodlights to painting its name on the side of its leg. A few of the requests sounded like good ideas that VES should have thought about before. Many of them were more difficult and time-consuming to implement at this time, but he was able to implement a handful of requests during a single workshop session. An interesting but relatively basic modification was to give the Everchanger the ability to speak to humans without relying on its powerful spiritual foundation. Although the Everchanger could theoretically express its feelings and convey its desires through the same means it was using to communicate with VES, not a lot of people were actually capable of receiving their spiritual signals. Only powerful people such as high-ranking mech designers and high-ranking mech pilots were able to communicate with third-order living mechs through this rare and difficult communication method. The only other way for humans to talk to living mechs was to pilot them directly. The man-machine connection directly allowed them to get in touch with each other. This was how the Quint was able to instruct any mech pilot that sat in its cockpit. VES never really thought about expanding the range of people his living mechs could talk with. Why would they need to? They were war machines designed and built for the purpose of working together with their mech pilots to fight and fulfill other related duties. These were relatively clear-cut responsibilities that they were already equipped to perform based on their current capabilities. He never imagined that his living mechs would actually want to do more. Since when did mechs want to watch a drama series? Oh. CO? Since when did mechs develop the desire to play virtual board games with each other? Since when did mechs want to enter virtual reality in disguise so that they could socialize with other fellow humans? VES wanted to scratch his head over and over again when the Everchanger listed a bunch of demands that made it seem as if he was dealing with a spoiled brat instead of one of the most powerful combat mechs in the Larkinson clan. 357th, I need an automatic surface cleaning system so that I can clean my exterior whenever I wish instead of waiting for the maintenance crews to come around. In fact, just give me control over the workshop bots so I can direct their cleaning operations myself. Okay, stop for a moment, will you? Give me a moment to take stock of your requests. At one point, VES couldn't take it any longer. He needed to get to the bottom of this strange development. No other mech had voiced these weird requests up until now. Was the Everchanger an oddball due to its unique personality and exposure to an atypical expert pilot, or did every living mech develop these desires? The answer to this question was crucially important to how VES viewed and treated his living mechs in the future. After he took a few deep breaths, he looked up at his tall and powerful expert mech and tried to imagine it as a more rounded individual instead of a pure combat machine. Everchanger, since when did you develop these odd desires? He asked. I'm not referring to the tweaks related to your combat performance this time. Since when did you develop all of these leisure and social urges? I am alive, am I not? Yes. Do you think that living mechs like myself only live for battle? That's what you are designed for, Everchanger. Joshua is a soldier as well, but you do not see him spending 24 hours a day on training or preparing for battle. That's because he is a human, and humans are complex animals that are born to have several different urges. Humans cannot function at their peak if they do not spend enough time on rest, leisure, and other activities. How am I different? You're a mech. VES wanted to throw his hands. Look, even I have given you life, that doesn't mean that you are fully equivalent to humans like your pilot or the mech technicians that service you. We belong to different species and work in different ways. As a life form expressly built for battle, you are expected to maintain a constant state of readiness so that you can be put into battle at any time. You are not designed to imitate humans in the truest sense of the words. Higher-level characteristics of life such as reproduction, relaxation, and socialization are not part of your design because mechs are not meant to have those urges. He recalled the discussions he held with his student Michael, who chose to pursue a specialty that was also related to living mechs. During their infrequent tutoring sessions, the increasingly more clever mech design student posed all kinds of hypothetical scenarios on how living mechs should live in a future society. Though VES was open-minded enough to agree with a few accommodations, he was reluctant to go overboard and move away from how humans traditionally treated their mechs. To him, there was a limit to how much mechs ought to be pampered. His mech did not back down so easily, though. CO? Do I not have rights of my own? Am I only regarded as property in the eyes of the Larkinson clan? VES became speechless for a moment. Why was this conversation taking such an odd turn? Why did the Everchanger paint him as a literal slave driver? Look, be reasonable. I have only been in the business of designing and selling living mechs for a number of years. I am pioneering the development of an entirely new kind of mechs. There are bound to be fumbles and shortcomings. Third-order living mechs such as you have only emerged relatively recently. The second-order living mechs that are the most prevalent in our clan have yet to develop these additional desires. The Everchanger lowered the pressure onto VES. Understandable. Your ignorance in the past can be excused, but that does not mean that you should persist with your stance. We mechs have wants and needs as well, you know. Like IT or not, you made us this way. Perhaps you did not intend for living mechs like myself to resemble humanity so closely, but what did you think would happen if we interface with human mech pilots all the time? VES understood why the Everchanged behaved so differently from his expectations. It was because the expert hero mech absorbed too many traits from venerable Joshua. Just like how children took after their parents, the Everchanger took after its only pilot. As a sentient and intelligent third-order living mech, its ability to learn and assimilate was not low. In fact, the mech was quite good at it as this was part of the growth function that VES instilled in all of his machines. The intent behind this design feature was to make his living mechs more formidable and competent on the battlefield. By learning from what worked and what didn't work in previous battles, VES hoped that his products would be able to perform more effectively and keep its pilot alive in subsequent engagements. He had never really paid attention to the mental state and well-being of living mechs outside of combat-related purposes. This was a genuine oversight and gap in his theoretical framework that he would definitely revise after today. For now, he had to deal with the immediate issue. Although the Everchanger voiced a lot of trivial and minor issues, VES did not miss the general undertone of its words. The expert mech was not content and wanted to gain access to conveniences that were ordinarily reserved for humans. He sighed. Look, as a mech designer, I am not entirely opposed to granting you greater privileges. If it helps you feel better and if it will help you perform at your peak in battle, I do not mind giving you the ability to communicate with humans. It's just... Why the reluctance, creator? Not many people will find it acceptable to treat you like humans. He said before quickly raising his palm. Not me, but other humans in the galaxy. Think about it. When they hear of mechs receiving the same rights and privileges as humans like themselves, how will they view this phenomenon? How will they regard the mechs that are brought closer to their level? These ignorant humans will see us as competitors to their race. Our rise implicitly endangers their own place in the cosmos. The Everchanger's perspective might be limited, but it was not stupid. VES only had to point the expert mech in the right direction for it to understand this serious argument. Do you see why these requests of yours are so problematic? If it were up to me, I would gladly allow you to integrate into human society. However, humanity as a whole will still be inclined to treat you as tools that are solely meant to help humanity fight. Anything further is beyond the scope of your intended purpose. We are instruments of war. We do not deny that. We will always fight when humans have need of us. However, as we grow closer to humans such as you, we become increasingly aware that we are missing out on all of the good stuff that you people take for granted. Before, we did not have the awareness to appreciate the finer things in life, but IT is different now. We have reached a higher state. Our ability to fight has grown, but our needs have grown as well. This is the price you pay for greater life. VES crossed his arms and considered the living expert mech's words. He was surprised at how intelligently the Everchanger was able to articulate its words. In fact, it shouldn't have been a surprise that a mech that had reached this state of sentience and awareness would want to live more like a human. Though his mech designer side of himself was inclined to give the Everchanger a lot of privileges to keep it and similar living mechs happy, his political side held him back. He decided he needed more time. Let me get back to you on this. He replied to his creation. I need to conduct some research and consult a few people on this matter. I will promise you that I will definitely implement a few of your suggestions, such as being able to speak out loud no matter what I have decided. You deserve at least that much. Thank you. I trust that you will be making the right choice. As our creator, you understand us best. VES had a feeling that the Larkins and clan's treatment of living mechs was about to change in a drastic manner. Chapter 3846, Pushing Innovation. When VES spoke to the Everchanger, he did not know whether he was dealing with an outlier or a herald of an emerging trend. Was the Everchanger one of many living mechs that were no longer satisfied with their basic and bare-bones treatment? This matter would have been a lot simpler if this was the case. VES could give the Everchanger enough accommodations to keep it happy but limit the extent of the privileges that other living mechs received. After all, it was better to keep those mechs undies tracked and focused on the job. VES did not want to end up in a situation where he had to account for the needs of both his clansmen and his mechs. The first thing he did after he left the workshop was to consult with his wife. Though she possessed a completely different specialty from his own, she had worked on plenty of living mechs by this time. She should not only understand his difficulties, but also develop her own stance on the matter. Since Gloriana stayed behind on the Spirit of Bentheim, VES had to take a quick trip back to normal reality in order to call his wife. What is it now, VES? Shouldn't you be preparing to traipse into another dubious alien death trap at this time? I was indeed doing something of that nature before a troubling matter came up. When I was in the process of modifying the Everchangers so that I can ride alongside Venerable Joshua, I asked the living mech whether it had any requests that it wanted me to fulfill. Big mistake. I don't know about that, but it appears my inquiry has opened Pandora's box. I have become aware that living mechs, specifically my third-order ones, have expanded needs that I have traditionally overlooked. Let me list out some of the requests that it has made to give you a better idea. When VES repeated demands such as being able to talk to other living mechs and gaining the ability to access the galactic net, Gloriana became increasingly more intrigued. These are interesting demands, she said in a more measured tone. Controversial as well. I can see why you are concerned about implementing them. Mechs have always served humanity. It should never be the other way around. If you do what the Everchanger wants, then you might be the first human to truly change the status quo between human and mech. Whether this is a good development or a bad one remains to be seen. Not even Gloriana was arrogant enough to judge whether giving in to the Everchanger's demands was a step in the right direction. Oh. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was isolated to just a few third-order living mechs. Yet both of them did not believe the scope of expanded privileges would be limited to a small quantity of machines. VES was moving more towards developing smarter and more responsive machines. Back in the beginning, his most basic first-order mechs were only able to influence their mech pilots in a subtle fashion. Being able to impart his products with any form of X-factor was already a big improvement to him at the time. Now, he had developed his design philosophy to the point where second-order living mechs had become the new standard. Compared to their predecessors, his second-order products were a lot more self-aware and able to influence their mech pilots, though they fell short of being able to talk and behave like actual humans. If this upwards trend continued in the future, there might come a time where every producer who gained access to his designs would be able to produce third-order living mechs en masse. 10, 50, or 100 years from now, more assertive and talkative mechs like the Everchanger would no longer be a rarity at that point. Instead, millions if not billions of third-order living mechs would exist concurrently across human space. It was like welcoming the equivalent amount of human babies into the cosmos. Once these babies in the form of mechs grew up into teenagers, they would probably throw a temper tantrum that could shake the mech industry if VES mishandled the situation. He needed to act carefully in order to prevent these bombs from going off. The way he treated the Everchanger would probably serve as a model of the treatment he extended to other living mechs. VES and Gloriana continued to exchange their thoughts on the matter. At one point, Gloriana brought up a profound question. Is chasing after higher-order living mechs good for mech pilots? What do you mean by that, Gloriana? His wife's projection leaned forward. You have spent so many years trying to make mechs more alive that you haven't stopped and asked whether it is a good idea to persist. It was only after this incident with the Everchanger that you have started to think about the unintended side effects of your work. Ask yourself this. If you have the ability to provide as third-order living mechs to every single customer, will you do so? Will the users of your commercial mechs benefit from your higher-order living mechs? This was a deep question and one that VES had to weigh carefully in order to express his actual thoughts. I don't want to hold back when it comes to my living mechs, he said. I don't even want to impose artificial scarcity so that I can make my third-order living mechs more exclusive. I went into mech design because I want to provide mech pilots with better and more dependable combat solutions. While I will definitely keep my strongest applications exclusive to my clan, I do not want to deprive the public of my third-order or even higher-order living mechs. Holding back on this front goes against my principles. The orders of living mechs formed the foundation of all of his work. Third-order living mechs were qualitatively better than the lower orders in almost every way. They provided such a different piloting experience that spreading them out would make it easier for VES to popularize this style of mech. One of his ultimate goals was to make living mechs the standard of the mech industry. How could he do that if he withheld too much from the mech market? Gloriana nodded as if she expected this response from him. If you go down this road, then you will have to think carefully on how to manage the relationships between humanity and living mechs. What you are essentially trying to do is encourage humans to develop a symbiotic relationship with living mechs that are more formidable than the mechs in use today. There will be people who are so concerned with humanity's primacy that they will see this as a threatening development. How will you respond to their fears? How will you prevent your living mechs from realizing their nightmares? These were difficult questions. The entire point of consulting Gloriana was to hear her thoughts on the matter. What do you suggest? VES asked back. She shrugged. Don't lose heart in your design philosophy. Your work is fantastic and will only be greater in the future. You are not the sort of mech designer who is comfortable with crippling his own work in order to accommodate naysayers. Despite the legitimate questions surrounding living mechs, I think they are truly worth all of the trouble. Just look at how much stronger and better mechs like the Quint and the Shield of Samar have become due to their living qualities. If you can bring those benefits to every mech pilot at an affordable price, then that is a cause worth fighting for. Prove the skeptics wrong and make everyone recognize the value of your living mechs. VES perked up again. Gloriana had a point. Retreating on this issue would impact his courage and his willingness to go forward in his mech designs. Why should he be afraid of the potential negative impact of his work on society? Any problem could be solved as long as he put enough effort in it. Although the fears towards increasingly more advanced living mechs were legitimate, as long as VES put enough thought and effort into them, he was certain he could find a balance where they could find a place in human society. It will be like a companion spirit or pet. VES stated as his eyes glinted with passion. Just like how integrating and growing companion spirits into powerful life companions requires the recipients to extend their trust to the process, I should do my best to change people's minds on living mechs and help them accept that the most effective mechs are ones that they can build an actual relationship with. I'm not the one who is wrong. It's others who are mistaken. If there were people who were hesitant about living mechs, then VES and his mech company had to put in extra effort to educate them on the many benefits of his products. Thanks for sharing your views, Gloriana. I will get back to my work. Just make sure you come back from purgatory alive, VES. Aurelia already misses you. You have got to stop with these stupid excursions of yours. You're a married husband and a father now. Let others do the exploring. Yes, I will do better. I have to go now. Bye. Once he ended the call, he quickly passed through the spatial portal and returned to Fort Fishblood. After a brief moment of thought, he recalled that there were 3 more third-order living mechs on this side of the portal. Let's see what they have to say. VES first visited the Quint. The mech was a part of the current mission because every potential encounter was an opportunity for Isabel Larkinson to advance to expert pilot. Although the Quint was an incredibly precious asset to the Larkinson clan, the mech was designed for battle. It wasn't meant to function like a training mech that solely deployed in training grounds rather than actual conflict zones. Heya, Quint. Hello, Maker. What is IT today? I'm just here to check up how you're doing. Soon, you'll accompany us to a dangerous site. I need to make sure you are in an optimal state. Could you answer a few questions for me, Quint? Ask away. VES slowly asked a few normal questions at first and only introduced issues such as leisure and socialization later. The answers from the Quint were quite interesting. Surprisingly, they matched the sentiments of the Everchanger, if to a lesser degree. Ever since you turned me into a design spirit, I first became bothered by the intermittent connection to the mech pilots of the enlightened warriors that you have sold. It is only after a few weeks that I have begun to see these connections in a new light. Only those who are earnest about piloting the enlightened warriors are able to reach me. Each of them are willing to accept my tips once they have overcome their lack of trust towards this new situation. He almost forgot about that. Compared to the Everchanger, the Quint was a lot better off. Turning a third-order living mech into a design spirit was an alternate way of keeping them occupied. However, he quickly recognized a major flaw to this course of action. While it was not a big deal to turn a couple of dozen third-order living mechs into design spirits, what about 1,000? What about 1,000,000? There was no way that he could turn every single living mech into a design spirit. For this reason, it was a lot more practical to grant additional rights and privileges to living mechs so that they could live more like humans than before. When VES cautiously brought up these possibilities, the Quint fell silent for a time. I agree with the Everchanger. We are too insulated here. IT would be great if we can gain greater access to human society. I see. Chapter 3847, Vox Machina. I have always considered myself to be a member of the Larkinson clan, Creator. We are just as alive as the humans in our clan. Just like our mech pilots, we mechs readily put our lives on the line in defense of the Larkinsons who need our protection. Is it too much to ask that we receive appreciation for our services? We are no longer machines that you put back in storage when you have no need for our strength anymore. The Shield of Samar certainly possessed strong opinions on the matter. Now that VES finally brought this matter up, the powerful expert mech freely voiced its wish list. It appeared that the Everchanger was not an exception. Third-order living mechs were more aware, more intelligent, and more complex. It was natural for them to develop more extensive wants and needs. In fact, the Shield of Samar developed even deeper thoughts on the matter. Out of all of the third-order living mechs designed by VES, Venerable Jan's expert mech was definitely the oldest among them. Even if it only reached this order of life only recently, it had already come into existence before VES advanced to journeyman. It was one of the veteran mechs that held the greatest seniority and prestige among the mechs of the Larkinson clan. Even upstarts like the Amaranto had to show a measure of respect towards this honored pair of machines. Having grown up alongside the Larkinson clan, the Shield of Samar experienced a lot of different twists and turns. Its life experience among the Larkinson mechs had accumulated to an impressive degree. After Janzi advanced to expert pilot and after its latest and most dramatic upgrade, the growth of the Shield of Samar had skyrocketed, thereby ensuring that it would remain the eldest living mech within the Larkinson clan for at least a generation. If not for the fact that Venerable Joshua's life domain was so conducive to growth, the Everchanger would never be able to lift its head in front of the Shield of Samar. The topics that Janzi's expert mech brought up during this interview session were both deep and profound. Ves frowned as the Shield of Samar forced him to open up his eyes to how poorly the Larkinson clan treated its living mechs. While it was generally fine for the Larkinson clan to treat second-order living mechs as normal machine that just demanded a bit more care, when machines like the Shield of Samar gained true awareness, they were substantially greater entities and required much more extensive treatment. Let me ask you a presumptuous question, Creator. Do you consider living mechs such as myself as full and equal members of your clan? You don't need to say anything more. I can see the reluctance in your body. You have always emphasized the importance of family in the clan, but for a long time you have only extended this consideration to your fellow humans. Have you ever thought that living mechs consider themselves to be a part of the family as well? That, of course you are family. Ves instinctively answered. Each and every living mech in the service of the clan is a part of our brotherhood. The Shield of Samar had taken the initiative in this conversion and did not intend to let Ves off that easily. You say the words, but do you mean them? I am afraid that you are still wavering in your thoughts. You must correct your mindset, Creator. While our bodies are made of alloy rather than flesh and while our veins channel electrical current rather than blood, we are loyal and dedicated to the betterment of every Larkinson, human, pet or mech. The mention of pets reminded Ves of animals like Lucky and Clixie. The clan had always fostered a welcoming attitude towards pets. Each of them enjoyed a beloved status within the clan. Even if they did not enhance the clan's productivity or combat power, their companionship warmed people's hearts. Pets along with kids brightened people's lives and made it a lot more bearable for the clansmen to live aboard starships. This was also why they were valued to the point that numerous clansmen had begun to consider them as full members of the clan. At the very least, particularly important cats such as Lucky and Clixie fully deserved this designation. In comparison to all of the welfare and pampering that pets enjoyed, the living mechs in the Larkinson clan did not receive as much love. Sure, their mech pilots cared for them on an individual basis, but this did not compensate for the lack of institutional welfare and support. You say that we are worthy to become full and recognized members of the clan, but I do not see many signs of that. As its leader, you have the power to enact the changes that we would like to see, but for years you have sat on this issue and never thought to pay attention to our needs. Ves grimaced. Please cut me some slack, Shield. Third-order living mechs such as yourself are a relatively new phenomenon that I have pioneered myself. Who could have thought that it would be possible for people like me to hold an actual conversation with a mech like you? We are all venturing into completely new territory here. Mistakes are inevitable. What matters is that we recognize what is wrong and do our best to address them. My visit here is a reflection of that. I am giving you an opportunity to help me understand what can be improved. The Shield of Samar's demeanor grew a little bit more warmer towards him. The expert mech was afraid that Ves would take a tougher stance on the matter. If that was the case, then the machine would have pressed even harder. I appreciate your open-mindedness, but I am not certain that you will like what I am about to convey. Hit me with it. Ves straightforwardly said. The reason why I am discussing this with you today is to understand the opinions and perspective of living mechs like you. It's better to air your full thoughts to me so that I have the clearest and most accurate picture of the state of living mechs in the clan. If that is the case, then I will not hold back any further. As you can already surmise, I believe the status of living mechs in the clan must change. I do not expect you to offer substantially better treatment to my fellow living mechs that are not as conscious as myself, but you must acknowledge that machines such as the Quint and the Amaranto deserve actual recognition. I can agree with this. Ves nodded. There are thousands of second-order living mechs, but are not capable of enjoying all of the benefits and privileges that humans enjoy. It is better to leave them in their more natural state so that they can purposely focus on helping their mech pilots. I am glad that we can agree on this, but let me elaborate further. The ones you call third-order living mechs can play such an important role to our clan that we deserve a place in the decision-making layer of the clan. What? The Larkinson clan possesses a hierarchy where the rank-and-file members can always look up to the people making all of the decisions. The Larkinson Assembly is filled with representatives from the member body while the executive branch is occupied by many different humans who come from every corner of the clan. While this is an adequate arrangement, it has one major gap that must be filled. Ves had a bad feeling about this. The Shield of Samar's tone did not sound modest. And that is? He tentatively asked. A mech must become a part of the leadership circle of the clan. More specifically, you must allow mechs such as myself to vote for an assembly member from our own ranks. This elected mech shall possess the support of all living mechs and is qualified to represent our collective voice during assembly deliberations. Wait, are you serious? You want to vote your own fellow living mechs for office? Are they even qualified to become politicians? The shield of Samar rumbled a bit as if it had just shrugged. You never know until you try. We are smart mechs, creator. Do not underestimate our ability to learn. If I was human, I would still be attending school. The Quint is just a cute-looking brat while the younger living mechs such as the Everchanger and the Minerva are still babies. Even so, the latter two mech have already grown into individuals that are much more clever than humans of the same age. Therefore, do not question our ability to fulfill more complicated responsibilities. This was actually an interesting research topic by itself. It sounded as if living mechs as good as the Shield of Samar might have actually turned into formidable learners. As long as they gained access to enough learning resources, it was not impossible for them to take up professions. After all, if humans possessed the capacity to become doctors or artists, why not living mechs? For a moment, VES had an odd idea in his mind. He imagined mechs wearing giant white lab coats as they paraded as doctors. He imagined another mech wearing a three-piece suit posing as a member of the Larkinson Assembly. He even entertained an even more absurd notion of a mech that had studied all of the subjects related to mech design and became a qualified novice mech designer. Just the thought of a mech that was able to design other mechs just as good as Ketis or Gloriana sent shivers through his spine. This was a scary scenario. He quickly shook his head in order to clear his mind. For now, these weird and unusual fantasies were not relevant. Are you trying to become a fully fledged member of the Larkinson Assembly? Is that what you are saying? No. Not quite. I do wish that at least one living mech is able to take part in the voting and deliberations on bills, but I have a more important function in mind. I think it is time for a living mech to become a part of the core hierarchy of the clan. Only by becoming an integral part of the executive branch will we be able to gain the recognition that we desire. Is that all? I get the feeling that you are aiming for more than that, Shield. VES narrowed his eyes in suspicion. That is correct. Aside from gaining a proper place in the upper echelon of the clan, I also want to erect an institution that allows for living mechs to regulate other living mechs. For this reason, I propose that you approve of the formation of a new ministry that is dedicated to managing my kind. I believe that I am the most suited machine to lead the Living Mech Affairs Minister of the clan. Living Mech Affairs Ministry. You heard that right, Creator. Appoint me as minister so that our clan will no longer neglect the issues affecting living mechs. If I cannot solve the problem within my own authority, I can bring them up to other Larkinsons so that we can work together. This is a vast improvement to our current state. Will you agree to elevate me into power? Wait a moment. VES overwhelmed. He never imagined that a conversation with the Shield of Samar would lead to a situation where the living mech actually requested to be appointed as a minister of the clan. He gazed at the Shield of Samar with a troubled expression. What did it learn from its pilot? The expert mech accompanied Venerable Janzi for numerous years. The two of them had been affecting each other in a deep and profound manner. The Shield of Samar must have developed its political ambitions by learning from Venerable Janzi. Jupiter 3848 Political Machine. VES carefully mulled over a matter that had grown bigger and more precarious by the hour. The Everchanger had opened his mind by voicing desires that no one had ever thought that they would be relevant for mechs of any kind. The Shield of Samar showed that mechs weren't content to be the powerless pets of the Larkinson clan anymore. Since living mechs not only played an increasingly greater role in the clan, but also became a part of the family. This meant that there was an increasing argument to be made that they deserved to be treated as constituents in the Larkinson clan's political system. Just like how every human clansman was able to feel as if the people in charge got their back, the living mechs wanted to enjoy the same representation. There was no clearer way to show that living mechs were true members of the clan by elevating one of their own to the core leadership of the Larkinson clan. The rank of minister carried a heavy weight among the Larkinsons. They were part of the true movers and shakers in the clan that possessed a wide latitude to make decisions and execute plans related to their ministerial office. VES could already foresee that he would trigger a figurative explosion in the clan if he complied with the Shield of Samar's request. He was afraid that many clansmen would think he had gone utterly mad for appointing an inanimate object to a position that was ordinarily reserved for actual humans. The notion was as absurd as assigning Lucky to become the Minister of Production Resources Management. As the Shield of Samar patiently waited for VES to process his wild and chaotic thoughts on its proposal, a part of him wished he had gained the power to travel back in time by a single day. The issues he had to deal with were much simpler at the time. If he didn't take the initiative to ask the Everchanger what it wanted, he would have never stepped on this political mine so soon. Although VES inwardly acknowledged that this issue would become a matter of grave concern sooner or later due to the emergence of more third-order living mechs, at this time it was too soon for him to consider all of these profound questions. VES still hadn't forgotten about his actual mission and goals. He entered purgatory for a reason, and placating the Shield of Samar's ambitious political ambitions was not one of them. How could he possibly agree to erecting an entirely new ministerial branch just because of the input of a single living mech? This was a much more impactful issue that demanded serious discussion by multiple people in order to formulate a proper response. However, not everyone understood living mechs as well as VES. In fact, a lot of people were ignorant of what they could do, particularly the third-order ones. Even if he explained the details to the other Larkinsons, they still wouldn't possess the necessary qualifications to issue proper verdicts on this contentious issue. VES had to take the lead this time. Only he was able to understand the perspective of his living mechs. Though he sympathized with his third-order living mechs a lot, the suggestions made by the Shield of Samar were not as straightforward as they sounded. There were vast implications to this move that went beyond the walls of his clan. He let out a deep breath. I am sorry to say that appointing you as minister and putting you in charge of an important arm of our clan is a step too far. While you make a good argument for why the Living Mech Affairs Ministry is needed and how it is best if one among you is put in charge of it, I cannot agree to any decision that puts living mechs such as you in a position where you can make many decisions that can affect the lives of many clansmen. His answer did not please the expert mech because its aura had become heavier and more turbulent all of a sudden. What is your reason for denying me, Creator? Is there a problem with recognizing that living mechs are valued members of the clan? Do you believe that mechs should never hold office? VES quickly raised his palm. It's not that. I am not against this notion. I believe that enough clansmen will learn to appreciate living mechs that are standing up for their own kind. I am more concerned with what outsiders think. Whatever our clansmen think is best may not be the case for other humans. Other humans? Yes, other humans. More specifically, I am referring to the most powerful among them. Each of them holds sway over something and are quite reluctant to share power with others. Imagine how the leaders of the Mech Trade Association would feel when they hear that we are elevating mechs from tools into actual decision makers? Will they welcome this development with open arms, do you think? It sort of made sense that the Shield of Samar had become more politically astute due to the influence of Venerable Janzi. Out of all of the Larkinson expert pilots, only she had shown any significant desire and ambition to interfere with the running of the clan. The Shield of Samar didn't come into contact with a lot of people. Aside from Kilangso, who used to be a leader figure in her previous life, much of the expert mech's perspective had been shaped by its strong-willed expert pilot. Even so, the Shield of Samar's perspective was still too narrow, just like its human partner. VES was more in tune with the overall policies and principles of the MTA. He not only held discussions with high-ranking figures such as Master Willix and the Polymath, but also talked about transgalactic trends with Kalabast and Minister Shed Aaron. Through these discussions, he rapidly made up for his ignorance in high-level trends and developments. As a patriarch of a rising clan organization in the turbulent and fast-moving Red Ocean, it was essential for him to familiarize with these high-level topics. This was why he was deeply reluctant to accept the Shield of Samar's proposal despite his mech designer side being strongly in favor of his development. VES probably would have agreed to elevate the Shield of Samar or at least another third-order living mech to the rank of minister if he lived in a more ideal reality. Unfortunately, he was not the top dog in human space. Just like everyone else, he had to bend his head to the directives of the Big Two. There was no way the Mech Trade Association would hold back its opinion when it came to matters relating to mechs, and elevating living mechs into positions of actual power over humans crossed a sensitive line that was sure to generate a lot of controversy. Humans. On one hand, your creativity and ingenuity has led to the rise of living mechs such as myself. On the other hand, you are a jealous, greedy race that are far too defensive about their own supremacy. VES shrugged. Strength and attitude matters. Human civilization would have never grown to this point if we are too soft-hearted towards ourselves and each other. While we live in the age of mechs, that is because we humans have developed and raised mechs as a more controllable and manageable weapon of war. The point of using them over warships is to remove the circumstances that have led to gratuitous violence and mass destruction. Do you understand how the elevation of living mechs into power threatens this status quo? I think I get the point, Creator. Be that as it may, we living mechs are no threat to the human race. You made us to serve as your companions and battle partners, and that is what we always intend to do. We cannot fight and reach our full potential without the potential of humanity. Anyone who thinks that we are plotting to overthrow the human race and gain dominion over the galaxies are short-sighted, overly paranoid fools. VES pressed his lips. I am inclined to believe you, but you are just one living mech. Not every one of your kind will share the same sentiments as you. Your nature as individuals who can grow and develop in any way prevents that. While I am confident that the other third-order living mechs in our clan will not hold any unruly ambitions, I cannot say so for the mechs that will rise up in the hands of other organizations. Sooner or later, the amount of third-order living mechs in existence will explode, and with that your group will develop many different thoughts. The Shield of Samar grew more active after hearing this. The living mech did not become discouraged in the slightest. If that is the case, then it is all the more important for us to set a good example for other living mechs. Bad apples will emerge eventually, but if our Larkinson clan can demonstrate a model of symbiosis and coexistence between two different races that makes us vastly more powerful than normal, then we can counterbalance any adverse developments. We will prove with our actions that living mechs have much more to offer to humanity than normal mechs. As long as we succeed, the Mech Trade Association cannot possibly ignore the temptation. VES raised his opinion of the Shield of Samar even further. The expert mech was quite clever. The little scheme it proposed happened to match with his own intentions. One of the reasons why he founded the Larkinson clan was to create an organization under his control that was willing and able to make the most out of living mechs. Their existence was fairly new and unheard of to the rest of human space, so in the interests of promoting his products, he wanted the Larkinson clan to show clear superiority in mech combat. This would make other powers envious of the benefits that living mechs could provide. The Larkinson army of today already made a good start. The amazing performances of the Larkinson mechs in numerous different battles had already shown that VES products held a clear edge against ordinary opponents. Of course, the customer base in the Red Ocean did not care too much about the means displayed by the Larkinson clan in the Galactic Rim. The overall state of the mech industry was less developed in this impoverished region. Only a proper battle against a qualified mech force in the new frontier would show the locals that living mechs held an advantage against more powerful opponents as well. All of this was just part of a long sequence of steps that VES intended to make in order to push living mechs to the mainstream. The most important aspect of this plan was that he had always intended it to be a gradual process. What the Shield of Samar was aiming for disrupted the pacing of his master plan. VES made a placating gesture towards the impatient expert mech. Look, I know you are eager to upgrade the status of living mechs in our clan, but you need to be more patient. People inside our clan may be more accepting, but our greater society is simply not ready for this development. We can work out a few ways where you living mechs such as yourself can undertake additional responsibility in our clan, but we need to keep it low-key in order to avoid controversy. Does that sound acceptable to you, Shield? How long will that take? How long will living mechs enjoy less control and obtain less recognition than they deserve? I can't give you a time frame. It all depends on how much I can develop my design philosophy and how far my products have penetrated the mech market. If you want living mechs to become more equal companions and partners of humans, then swaying a few MTA factions is a crucial process. To do that, we need to present ourselves in the best possible light. Do you understand why we must move cautiously for the time being? Though the Shield of Samar clearly wasn't happy with this situation, it was not stupid. Humans had the most say right now and far too many of them were still ignorant and likely to react adversely to living mechs that got too uppity for their own good. Very well. I will remain patient and make do with less. For now. Chapter 3849 Varied Living Mechs. After he concluded his delightful talk with the Shield of Samar, VES visited the final third-order living mech on his list. Fortunately, his conversation with the Minerva didn't go nearly as deep as with the last living mech he visited. While the Shield of Samar was the oldest and most experienced of the bunch, the Minerva was practically a newborn baby at the moment. It was so new that it had only fought a single proper battle, and that was against a horde of fish whales that hardly challenged its command capabilities. In addition to that, the Minerva's experiences were much different from that of other mechs. As an expert command mech, it was not only bound to a powerful Legion commander who was fully preoccupied with leading the living sentinels, but also got into contact with many different mechs and mech pilots through the command field. All of this led to the shaping of a third-order living mech that was much more closely bound to the Larkinson army than its peers. Mechs are expected to serve, just like mech pilots. I have few complaints about the treatment that we have received. That said, I support the changes that you have mentioned. It would be good for living mechs such as ourselves to be seen on a more equal level to every mech pilot in the clan. While we are willing to sacrifice ourselves for the good of the clan, we will become more motivated to serve our duty if we receive better treatment. Those are my thoughts as well. VES nodded. I have been thinking about what kind of changes I will make in the near future. There is no time to implement the reforms that I have in mind right away, but I will promise I will see this through once our stay in the Garamel system has come to an end. You do not have to give US ranks, but it would be a lot more convenient for US mechs to communicate with each other and with fellow humans if we can gain access to the internal network. This is a safer option than giving US access to the galactic net right away. Not every living mech will be as prudent as we wish. The Minerva made a good point. It appeared that it was developing into quite a responsible mech. The strong influence had already shaped its personality in a direction that allowed it to be entrusted with greater responsibility. Of course, it was still too young and inexperienced to take up any leadership positions. It was too difficult for the Minerva to convince the other powerful living mechs with its lack of development. Even so, the Minerva was already proving to be a useful, helpful, and insightful expert mech in the short time it had come into service. Once it reached the age of the current Shield of Samar, its sophistication would definitely surpass any other living mech. VES had a good chat with the Minerva. He even discussed other topic with the friendly expert mech. How is Commander Cosella faring these days, in your opinion? He asked. My human partner is content and busy. She enjoys piloting me and is eager to master my capabilities. Together, we are working towards optimizing and refining our various techniques. My only regret is that she must spend time on other leadership duties in order to lead the living sentinels. That was much as he expected. Has she encountered any troubles that is slowing her down? There is one. Her brother is trying to impose too much on her. Though they are siblings who care for each other, they are both adults with different responsibilities. We understand that Iman has thrown his lot with her, but it is already enough for Kausela to be able to count on him on the battlefield. There is no need for him to bother her outside of combat. He had heard about Venerable Iman's persistence in trying to get close to his sister. This was a worrisome pattern of behavior. If Iman was an ordinary mech pilot who wasn't related to Kausela, then a mech officer would have already disciplined him by now. This kind of obsessive conduct was not appropriate and completely set the wrong example. However, Iman's status was more sensitive than that. He was Kausela's blood relative, so his motives weren't impure. His conviction was also related to protecting his sister, so it wasn't odd for him to act so weird even during his off hours. This was why the clan had not taken any strong measures against Venerable Iman thus far. Expert pilots were known weirdos and eccentrics, and the behavior of the newest Lark Ensign expert pilot was somewhat tolerable. The clan still needed to do something about him, though. VES was well aware of how difficult it was to change the minds of expert pilots, but he did not think it was impossible for him to persuade Iman to find a better way to occupy his time. I will have a good talk with him once we are done with Purgatory. He promised to the living mech. For now, the mission comes first. We are almost ready to depart for the Evolution Kingdom. Be ready to deploy. I am always prepared to be of service. This is what I was made for. Kausela will never have a reason to doubt my readiness. After he concluded his talks with the Minerva, VES retired to an office in the headquarters building and summarized his findings and observations. The sample size is too small. Although he collected a variety of opinions from different third-order living mechs, he did not feel he gained a complete understanding of their population group. All of their opinions were colored by both their individual mech pilots and the Lark Ensign clan as a whole. Any future third-order living mechs that VES sold to other parties would probably grow up into substantially different entities. Would they be as patient and willing to serve humanity as the Lark Ensign living mechs? VES could not give a straightforward answer to this question. This is the potential of life. All sentient and intelligent life forms are able to choose their own destinies. They can develop into humanity's greatest protectors and partners, but they can also degenerate into scourges that can pose a real threat to people. This was the inherent duality and chaotic nature of life. No one was perfect and there were always malignants in every group. VES was actually quite fascinated with the concept of living mechs gone bad. The Devil Tiger was originally meant to serve as an early experiment in this regard. Unfortunately, his plan to observe how a mech with a less than proper attitude towards humans interacted with those very same people were dashed. Ever since his mother hijacked his first prized masterwork mech and handed it over to his father, the Devil Tiger had been transformed into a completely different machine. He suddenly came up with an interesting idea. What if he restarted this experiment in a different form? The rougher and more remote parts of the new frontier were nearly just as dangerous and chaotic as the Nixian Gap. No one who roamed those parts could say no to free mechs that also happened to be powerful in their own ways. VES briefly imagined this scenario. He could secretly design and build a batch of bad boy mechs that contained a few controversial design elements that were sure to generate a lot of uncomfortable questions if exposed. The hardest part about this operation was to prevent the MTA or other snooping organizations from finding out about his involvement. This was rather hard to accomplish as his living mechs were so unique and iconic that there was only one mech designer in the Red Ocean who could possibly design such machines. He frowned. If I want to go through with this, I need to solve this problem first and foremost. It was a lot harder to camouflage his design philosophy now that he had developed it further. He was pretty much 100% certain that someone like the polymorph would immediately be able to deduce his traces if she got her hands on one of his experimental machines. Still, the chances that a figure as high-ranked as hers would deign to study a trivial mech designed by some forgettable figure was minuscule. VES would just have to put a lot of extra effort into making his mech less obviously valuable than normal. Designing his mechs for third-class mech pilots should do the trick. Having been a third-class mech designer himself once upon a time, he already figured out that the mechers paid much less attention towards the weakest and most poor-performing mechs in use. They were too limited and rarely offered innovations and design solutions worth recording. This meant that the chances that he could get away with designing a series of third-class dark mechs was much higher. Coming up with a workable design was only the first step, though. He couldn't fabricate the mechs within the Spirit of Bentheim or any other ship in the fleet because the risk of exposure was too great. He needed to fabricate the bad boy mechs in a completely different mech workshop. Davut or any other major port system was out of the question because they were too public and densely populated. He would have to veer to a more remote and shady settlement that hired out its workshops, but that brought its own risks. After that, he needed to make sure they were being shipped to the right places without suffering a mishap of some kind. This was not too difficult of a job, but the troublesome part was removing every trace of their origin. I'll think about this later. Although the risks were great, the opportunity to gather a lot of interesting data on the growth and performance of deviant mechs was too attractive. His design philosophy centered around growth and evolution, so it was best if he could observe the progression of different styles of living mechs. Although his mech designs were all unique in their own way, they all possessed a lot of common elements that kind of got stale after a while. Working on a completely different interpretation of living mechs would definitely light up his passion again. He recalled that the process of designing and making the Devil Tiger was his first successful attempt at making a masterwork mech. Even if he did not aim for it, his abundant passion and enthusiasm were so great that he was able to transform it into a qualitatively better mech with a little bit of help. Even if he didn't need to rely on designing extremely offbeat mechs to make masterwork mechs anymore, VES was too passionate about mech design to overlook this additional opportunity to diversify his work and learn new facets about his design philosophy. This isn't the time to think about new mech design projects. He recalled his current priorities and quickly suppressed his desire to experiment with new mech design concepts. He returned to handling various arrangements and making sure that the mechs that were about to accompany him to the Evolution Kingdom were in order. Once the time had come, over 1,000 mechs had assembled. Mechs hailing from the avatars of myth, the Flagrant Vandals, the Penitent Sisters and the Sword Maidens made up the main body of the task force. Additional mechs hailing from the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan also joined the task force. Though the mech models were all different, none of them were too slow and sluggish. The ability to run away was one of the most important criteria for this mission. There was no way to fight against an entire fish whale kingdom, so if hostilities ever broke out, mobility was a critically important factor. This was also why the Shield of Samar did not take part in this mission. It was just too slow and heavy. Aside from all of these mechs, a bunch of cargo shuttles carrying additional energy cells and other supplies joined the task force as well. Although the supply train was a bit meager and inadequate to sustain the mechs over a long campaign, they at least ensured that the mechs wouldn't run dry after fighting 1 or 2 battles. Everything is in order, sir. What are you waiting for, then? Let's set off and meet some fish whales. Chapter 3850 Riding Tandem. Despite setting off with over 1,000 mechs at once, Task Force fishermen did not generate too much commotion. The void between the asteroids was largely empty and devoid of any fish whales. Regardless of which kingdom they hailed from, it was too dangerous for them to wander around by themselves. There was also no good reason for them to go on a sightseeing tour. Most of the other asteroids were fully occupied by lots of strong fish whales. Without enough numbers, it was hopeless to attack any of these groups. Therefore, traveling through the void was relatively safe and uneventful. Even if the task force encountered a random swarm or horde that was on its way to attack one of the other kingdoms, it was easy to spot this massive threat from a distance. Taking a simple detour should be enough to avoid drawing their attention. Since Purgatory was only the size of half a moon, it shouldn't take too long to cross the distance between the Gate Continent and the Lab Continent. However, the inconvenient part about this journey was that the human mechs had to travel from one end to the other end of the Swarm Kingdom. This meant that if the Swarm truly wanted to, they could surround and overwhelm the task force with millions of rabid fish whales. In order to avoid this calamitous occurrence, the mechs did not race through Swarmer territory at their fastest pace. Running their flight systems at full power was less efficient and expended a lot more energy than normal. This was not good because it was much better to save as much energy as possible for the potential battles ahead. In addition to that, more active flight systems also translated to hotter mechs. If a single mech burned at full speed, then the fish whales might not take notice of the blip, but if 1,000 mechs generated lots of heat at once, it would be a lot harder to ignore this large movement even if the task force maintained its distance from every asteroid. As the mechs carefully followed a winding path that was carefully chosen due to how they optimized the distance between the different Swarmer-occupied territories, the distance to the Evolution Kingdom steadily grew smaller. During this tense but quiet ride, VES did not board one of the armored shuttles that constituted the task force's supply train, but instead sat behind Venerable Joshua in the cockpit of the Everchanger. When VES changed the Everchanger so that it could accommodate an extra passenger, he could have chosen to arrange the seats for himself and the pilot in various different ways. The most straightforward choices were to put them side by side or behind each other. He initially thought about doing the former. Sitting next to Joshua would put VES on a more equal level with the expert pilot. This made it easier for the two to chat and exchange with each other. The downside to doing this was that Venerable Joshua might become distracted more easily by the mech designer sitting by his side. Of course, with his sensitivity and perception, it was impossible for Joshua to ignore the extra passenger in his cockpit, but it was still a good idea to maintain a bit of distance even if the cockpit did not have much room in the first place. VES eventually chose to arrange his seat behind and a bit higher than Venerable Joshua's piloting seat. This put him out of Joshua's sight and also symbolized his higher status. Meow. The Everchanger also hosted an additional passenger. VES had grabbed Lucky and forced the mineral-seeking cat to accompany him on this journey. Though the cat was anything but eager at the prospect of visiting a bunch of powerful fish whales, VES still insisted that Lucky should take part in this mission due to his unique talents. Who knew whether secret agent Lucky needed to make an appearance again? For now, the gem cat yawned as he lounged on top of the headrest of VES seat. Nothing much of interest had happened and the Everchanger wasn't exactly a fun place to roam around. The cat didn't even dare to phase through the metal construction of the expert mech because the true resonance running through its frame inhibited this ability. As VES sat on his little throne, he spent much of his time studying different reports and recordings. Since he was about to meet the fish whales of the Evolution Kingdom, it became crucial for him to study and become familiar with the different fish whales. The evolvers possessed such a great variety of unique and mutated fishes that it was impossible for VES to be intimately familiar with all of their properties. It was enough for him to know the kingfish as well as the other powerful fishes. If the fish whales revered strength, then the numerous evolvers that had shown considerable strength in the last battle should hold considerable influence within the kingdom. The bladed fish whale that was able to turn a horde into a bloodbath and the shimmering silver fish whale that contained a massive amount of phase water were particularly notable. If the kingfish happened to fall or become indisposed, the bladed fish whale and the silver fish whale were probably next in line to take over the Evolution Kingdom. How united are they, really? VES softly wondered. The Evolution Kingdom differed from the Swarmer Kingdom in that every fish whale was sentient. While this granted them greater initiative to make their own choices and choose their own directions of development, it also introduced the possibility of dissent and disagreement. However, even if the evolvers disagreed with each other, it was unlikely for them to come to blows or spark a civil war. With the swarm as pressuring the Evolution Kingdom, it was completely self-defeating for fellow comrades to consume each other's strength. Oh. CO? Even if the fish whales had never heard of the divide and conquer strategy, the intelligent ones should still be able to figure out the logic behind the futility of infighting in the face of a massive existential threat. As VES quietly did his homework, the expert pilot sitting in front and beneath him finally broke the silence. Sir. Yes, Joshua. VES directed his attention away from the projected screens. The Everchanger told me you had a good talk with him about the state of living mechs in the Larkinson clan. Are you truly about to give my expert mech the ability to talk and access the galactic net? VES put aside his work and thought for a moment. I am not sure how far I am willing to go, but I have already decided to give third-order living mechs a lot more leeway than before. I do care about them and I do wish for them to enjoy their time in the Larkinson clan, but my options are limited at the moment. For example, I don't think it is wise to give the Everchanger and other living mechs unrestricted access to the galactic net. Why so, sir? The Everchanger just wants to explore the stuff that humans do on the galactic net. It isn't planning to leak any of our secrets or stir up any trouble. VES furrowed his brows. The fact that a mech of all entities is able to browse the galactic net and interact with other humans is already a problem in itself, don't you see? Think about how much humanity and more specifically the MTA is vigilant against ACE and other existences that can threaten humanity's dominance. The rise of living mechs can pose a threat to the human race if it isn't managed carefully. The Everchanger would never do such a thing. My partner is right. I have learned so much about all of the people you can meet and all of the activities you can do on the galactic net that I wish to experience this vibrant virtual reality. I know you don't have any nefarious thoughts in mind, but that won't be enough to reassure the scared old coots who have all the say in the MTA. VES retorted. There will always be bad apples among living mechs as they become more ubiquitous. If we don't want to spook the MTA and invite a backlash, we need to take baby steps. This way, we can gradually integrate living mechs in human society so that we can initiate a smooth transition from subservient tools to symbiotic battle partners. Venerable Joshua looked impatient. As the pilot who was the most closely attuned to living mechs, he already regarded machines like the Everchanger as entities who were practically even to humans. It troubled him to treat them with insufficient respect. How long will it take for them to receive the treatment that they deserve? The expert pilot asked. I don't know, but this is destined to be a long-term process, Joshua. It depends heavily on how quickly I can progress as a mech designer. Once I become a master mech designer or star designer, I will have the ability to spread my living mechs far and wide. If enough mech pilots across human space adopt my products, then I will gain the power to negotiate with the leadership of the MTA. I just have to convince a few of its factions. Once I have won them over, it is much simpler to build up support from the other factions. VES already had a clear-minded perspective on how much time, effort, and political support it took to enact such a drastic change to human society. At no point did he think that it was impossible for him to get the Galactic Mech Council on his side. This was because he had absolute confidence that he would advance to master and even star designer sooner or later. The polymath had already set a positive example, and while he did not intend to follow her footsteps, he was still happy that at least another individual of his kind had succeeded in reaching the pinnacle of the mech design profession. The confidence he showed did much to placate Venerable Joshua. The young soldier subsided. You're right. Nothing can be changed if we don't have the necessary strength and support. We still have much to go before we can push our vision onto human civilization. VES smiled. Joshua sure had grand ideas. That was good. It gave him an additional reason to fight and progress his strength. Although expert pilots had much greater chances of advancing to ace pilot when they had access to a masterwork expert mech, that was far from the end of the road. Ace pilots, though immensely powerful, were still small fry in the face of the mighty Mech Trade Association. Only god pilots among the piloting profession had the right to speak. The journey to become one of this mythical gathering was undoubtedly a lot more arduous. Although Venerable Joshua was a remarkably talented and diligent mech pilot, his qualifications were far from matching those who had succeeded in becoming figurative gods in human form. All of those other god pilots might have possessed mixed backgrounds at the start, but the overwhelming majority still possessed first-class or at least extremely affluent second-class origins. In comparison to those mech pilots who started off with immense advantages, Joshua used to be a poor third-class potentate who grew up in a small and remote planet. He was not a designer baby. He only obtained a light amount of genetic treatments after joining the Larkinson clan. He did not even have a cranial implant since it was not necessary at this stage of his career. It was a bit of a waste to integrate a second-class implant when he could eventually gain a more significant advantage with a first-class implant down the line. With all of these shortcomings and more, VES knew that Joshua needed an incomparably powerful advantage to overcome the nearly impossible hurdle to god pilot. The only way that VES could think of was to upgrade the Everchanger to a grand work. Only by reaching the third rung of Senfovon's ladder of craftsmanship could he realize Joshua's dream and present another legendary god pilot to humanity. Strength is the ultimate lever of change. VES softly said. Practice well and make sure you never forget your current motivations. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, sir. I am far from satisfied with how we humans do things. Joshua grinned in an anticipatory manner. Both humans inside the cockpit of the Everchanger were aligned on this matter.